Chapter 1. How could a Saiyan ever submit to a woman? As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, Ailan yawned and awakened from his slumber, his biological clock impeccably precise. The moment the class bell sounded, drowsiness enveloped him. On days when there were no classes taught by a certain aging single woman, he could easily sleep until noon. Stretching languidly, Ailan rubbed his belly and smacked his lips. It was time for a meal. Life was indeed splendid at this moment. Free from the toil of demolishing structures in the vast cosmos, laboring for the heartless real estate mogul Frisia was truly a grim fate. Forget about wages and benefits. If one displeased that boss, the very next moment, an entire planet could be obliterated. His former superior, King Vegeta, had incurred the wrath of certain powerful figures, resulting in their home planet, Vegeta, being reduced to mere cosmic dust amidst Frisia's maniacal laughter. The thought of that colossal energy sphere sent a shiver down Ailan's spine. He could not help but exclaim, though this life may be mundane, having such peaceful days occasionally is quite delightful. In truth, Ailan was a reincarnator, having traversed worlds not once but twice. In his previous life, he was an ordinary recluse, who, after being struck by a massive truck, found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to a scarcity of individuals in Japan, the trucking industry for transporting people to other realms had been failing to meet its quotas, leading them to cross the ocean to China to recruit souls. Thus, Ailan was born on planet Vegeta as a high-ranking warrior. However, he did not regain his past memories until after Frisia had laid waste to planet Vegeta. Instead, he underwent the most authentic Saiyan education, learning, for instance, the 108 methods to eliminate foes and how to cleanse a planet of its indigenous inhabitants without annihilating the entire celestial body. He also learned how to transform into a great ape without succumbing to madness and destroying his comrades. In this manner, Ailan spent the initial 16 years of his life in a realm filled with both enrichment and bloodshed. Until one fateful day, after a mission with several Saiyans to cleanse a planet, they received an order from Frisia's army mandating all Saiyans to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Unbeknownst to Ailan, he unwittingly walked into a trap of death. It was only at the moment the energy sphere from Frisia was about to strike planet Vegeta that Ailan regained his memories of his previous life. Yet, in such dire circumstances, what could he do with this newfound knowledge? He was merely a Saiyan with a battle power of 5,000. Thus, Ailan resolved that if he were to perish, he would do so with dignity. He raised his middle finger to the sky and bellowed, "Curse you, Frisia!" That was all he could manage at the time. Even now, Ailan remains uncertain of his thoughts in that moment. Perhaps such a death was more dignified. Ultimately, Ailan, along with planet Vegeta, transformed into cosmic dust. Due to certain extraordinary circumstances, he found himself reincarnated into this slice-of-life world. His current mission was to locate the tainted Dragon Balls within this world and purify them. Of course, as a reward, Ailan would be granted one wish upon the successful purification of all 7 Dragon Balls. Initially, Ailan was exceedingly reluctant to accept this task. Just one wish? How utterly paltry! Did they think he was unaware that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at a time? Regrettably, his new employer was even more tyrannical than Frisia. If Ailan disobeyed, he would be reduced to ashes without a chance to even reach the afterlife. Even Saiyans would bow to such conditions. With resignation, Ailan strolled leisurely towards the classroom exit. For Saiyan, eating and fighting were the most significant pursuits in life. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice resonated from behind him. Ailan, are you once again searching for an excuse to skip the club activities today? Upon hearing that voice, Ailan's body stiffened slightly, and the lazy smile that adorned his face vanished instantly. With a sense of defeat, he turned to face the strikingly beautiful and academically gifted young woman, responding with exasperation. "Yukino Shitisen, what a coincidence. I just finished class, and here you are. But I have no intention of skipping the club activities, surely. You must allow me to grab a meal at the cafeteria before heading to the clubroom." After speaking, Ailan circumvented the girl and hurried towards the back door of the classroom. However, Yukino was no longer convinced by his fabricated excuses, trailing closely behind him, as he had used the same excuse 3 times prior. Sensing the girl still following him, AI Ran sighed in resignation. Ever since he had been coerced by a certain aging single woman to join the club, known as the Service Club, AI Ran had not experienced a single peaceful day. As a reincarnator, AI Ran was well aware of Yukino, she was none other than his former live's two-dimensional wife. Yet, whether it was due to his lengthy engagement with violence after becoming a Saiyan or the Saiyan genes that favored strong women, he found himself feeling only annoyance and a sense of stubbornness in the presence of Yukino. As for participating in club activities, AI Ran had absolutely no interest whatsoever. This was the 4th time Yukino had ambushed him. Though he had evaded her in the previous 3 instances, the absolutely correct Yukino, having accepted the request from teacher Hiratsuka, would undoubtedly fulfill her duty with diligence. Chapter 2. Yukino always speaks her mind. Yukino followed AI Ran closely, silently observing the man adorned with a gray hemp rope around his waist, and let out a sigh. AI Ran, I feel it is necessary to remind you once more. In the recent assessments, your deviation score was the lowest in the entire school. Aside from a few science subjects, your scores in other disciplines were all single digits. It is precisely for this reason that teacher Hiratsuka assigned you to the service club, so I could guide you at any time. I hope you do not disappoint her kindness. Moreover, you must take responsibility for your own future. AI Ran ignored Yukino, maintaining his pace as he continued towards the cafeteria. Yet, he could not suppress his inner thoughts. Learning? What a load of nonsense. He had not comprehended the lessons of his past life, and now he was expected to learn anew after being reincarnated. In his previous 16 years, he had diligently studied numerous subjects, such as murder, arson, and planetary annihilation. In the astonishment of the cafeteria staff, AI Ran purchased 30 servings of bread and bento in one go. As Yukino observed this, she furrowed her brow and gently poked his back with her finger, saying, AI Ran, if you have made plans to have lunch with someone, please enjoy your meal and come to the activity room alone afterward. Confused, AI Ran replied, I haven't made plans with anyone. Then why did you buy so much food? Can you finish it all by yourself? Wastefulness is a shameful act. Yukino gazed up at AI Ran, emphasizing the last few words. Not all this is merely enough for me to feel half full. However, it is unwise to eat too much for lunch. Since you are here, why not do me a favor? AI Ran flashed her a neighborly smile. Help me carry some of this, I can't manage it all alone. Minutes later, AI Ran and Yukino emerged from the cafeteria, carrying their spoils of the day. Yukino gazed at the 2 plastic bags filled with bento in her hands, somewhat bewildered. Was this lunch? In the mind of an ordinary person, such a quantity was far too much for a single individual to consume. Even those renowned for their large appetites could not possibly finish 30 servings in one sitting. Moreover, AI Ran had just claimed that this was merely enough to leave him half full. After leading AI Ran to the activity room, Yukino took her seat by the window and addressed AI Ran seriously. AI Ran, I understand your intentions. AI Ran looked at Yukino in utter confusion. What intentions did she think he had? As the student with the lowest grades in the school, and with an adorably charming girl like me tutoring you, it is natural for a boy in his adolescence to engage in peculiar behaviors to attract my attention. I can comprehend that, she continued in a flat tone. AI Ran was even more bewildered. Yukino continued to elucidate her thoughts in the most mundane of tones. While I understand your intentions, this is absolutely no justification for your wastefulness. Point 1 must harbor a fundamental respect for food. There are still countless individuals in the world who endure hunger. Therefore, I implore you to cease your foolish and ridiculous behavior, for it only serves to deepen my disdain for you. Yukino's voice carried no warmth as she fixed her gaze upon Aaron, unabashedly revealing her aversion to his actions. Aaron could not suppress a laugh. His interest piqued as he observed the girl before him. Although Aaron had known in his previous life that Yukino was a kind-hearted girl, lacking in social skills and utterly transparent about her thoughts. Her sharp tongue directed at him was still exceedingly amusing. I did not expect your imagination to be so vivid. This is the first time I have encountered someone who praises their own cuteness with such self-evidence, he remarked. It is a fact that I am indeed cute, Yukinoshita replied nonchalantly. If you were to receive countless love letters each day since elementary school, you would eventually find yourself ostracized by the female students of your entire school. My indoor shoes have been hidden 60 times, with 50 of those instances being orchestrated by girls, 5 by teachers, and 5 by a dog. After experiencing this, one can grasp the essence of their own excellence. Moreover, one becomes aware of the kind of exclusion that exceptional individuals encounter in this society. No one is perfect, hence, I resolved to establish this club. The service club was founded with the intention of aiding others in their transformation, thereby altering the world. Thus, there is no need for you to engage in those antics. I will undoubtedly save you, Aaron. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yukinoshita, Aaron perceived a hint of sanctity in her presence. However, the audible protests of Aaron's stomach, growling incessantly, shattered the atmosphere. Aaron shrugged. I find it difficult to explain my appetite, but I am quite famished at the moment. Regardless, I shall address my lunch in the activity room today. If you doubt me, you may observe from the sidelines. As for any interest in you, to be frank, you're not my type. If you were to seek a partner, Aaron preferred those with a more voluptuous figure. After all, one must not let hardship befall the children. With that, Aaron opened the first food container, casting a regretful glance at Yukinoshita's chest. Noticing Aaron's gaze, Yukinoshita crossed her arms and took a cautious step back. Huh, Aaron chuckled again. After a few bites of his meal, Aaron suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to ask. By the way, Yukinoshita, you mentioned that 5 times a dog hit your shoes. Pray, do elaborate. I find that quite intriguing. Yukinoshita remained silent. Chapter 3. Aaron, have you truly not fully evolved? The digestive system of a Saiyan resembles a large-capacity shredder. In a state of hunger, a Saiyan transforms into a veritable eating machine. The first bento vanished into Aaron's stomach within mere seconds, followed by the second and third. Yukinoshita Yukino, seated nearby, was utterly astounded. While it is true that the stomach possesses a certain elasticity and varies in capacity among individuals, even some competitive eaters can consume dozens of servings in one sitting. Those instances are confined to videos. In reality, who would eat in such a manner? It is not difficult to surmise that such a practice would undoubtedly harm one's health. What manner of creature is this boy? Or is it simply that I have had little interaction with boys, and thus remain unaware of the extent to which they have evolved? Yukinoshita gazed blankly at the boy across from her. For a full 20 minutes, Aaron ate incessantly, his empty bento boxes accumulating before him, towering to the extent that they obstructed Yukinoshita's view. Typically, one would first check if the food is at an appropriate temperature, blow on it, and then savor each bite before swallowing. But what on earth is happening with this man? He could devour a loaf of bread in a single bite, and 2 mouthfuls suffice to obliterate a bento. Did he even chew? Can he truly taste the food? Finally, after Aaron polished off the last morsel, he nodded in satisfaction. Though I'm only half full, the flavor of this food is quite delightful. During his previous 16 years on planet Vegeta, Aaron had scarcely tasted any decent food. After all, one cannot expect a band of bloodthirsty warriors to produce anything resembling proper cuisine. The Saiyan diet has always been exceedingly simple, encapsulated in 2 words: meat and fill me up. The cooking process is inconsequential, for raw food suffices. The type of meat is of little importance, as there are Saiyans who enjoy consuming aliens directly. However, quantity is paramount. It must be plentiful. As Aaron recovered the memories of his past life, he often felt an involuntary wave of nausea wash over him when reflecting on the previous 16 years. With this thought in mind, Aaron silently expressed his gratitude to his new employer. Though she may be a ruthless capitalist who exploits him to the bone, at the very least, she had brought him to Earth. Rather than lingering on planet Vegeta, it would be more prudent to descend directly into the underworld. Make tea that moment. Yukino's voice interjected, interrupting Aaron's musings. I apologize. I initially thought you were merely attempting to show off and were prepared to waste food. I never expected, her words trailed off, as even she, a prodigious young woman, found it challenging to articulate Aaron's previous dining habits. Sensing Yukino's embarrassment, Aaron nonchalantly replied, There's no need for your apology. After all, my appetite is indeed rather extraordinary. To avoid drawing attention, I typically ate alone on the rooftop during lunch. That's so. Suddenly, Yukino appeared to uncover a blind spot, her expression turning serious as she inquired. Aaron, I remember the rooftop door has always been locked. How did you manage to access it? Ah, the rusty lock. I merely tugged at it lightly, and it fell off, Aaron recounted, adding the headmaster even summoned me to discuss it. However, after I explained, he forgave me and granted permission for me to use the rooftop at will. Observing Yukino's incredulous demeanor, Aaron elaborated on his visit to the office. Just days prior, he had been summoned by the bald headmaster for questioning. The headmaster pointed at the remnants of the rooftop lock on his desk, demanding Aaron demonstrate how he had vandalized school property. Thus, Aaron twisted the iron rod on the desk into a corkscrew shape. Upon witnessing this, the headmaster and a nearby teacher transformed instantly from fearsome dragons into timid chicks. Though Aaron has consistently ranked last in the school, he has never committed any wrongdoing. Surely, his visit to the rooftop yesterday was merely a means to alleviate the pressure from his studies. The headmaster had reasoned. Sleeping in class? Not an issue. Our school prioritizes the mental health of its students. It's all quite understandable. At this juncture, Aaron had finished packing his meal and prepared to dispose of it. He continued, They only required monetary compensation. I was not penalized. Although he had long recognized the unreliability of the faculty, he had not anticipated it would reach such a degree. It seems the esteemed reputation of SBU High has indeed waned. Having witnessed the female teachers smoking, drinking, and even assaulting students, now allowing a modern-day gorilla to rampage through the school, Miss Yukino was left exasperated. The once promising institution was rapidly devolving into a zoo. If things continue like this, perhaps transferring schools will be the best course of action. Yukino sighed, rising from her seat. Have you been consuming this much every day? Well, although I can only manage to eat until I'm half satisfied. It is just enough to last until school is over. It seems Aaron is truly unwell. Let it be known that humans cannot consume such quantities at once. Yukino hesitated momentarily, pondering, is Aaron truly human? Or perhaps a bipedal gorilla or modern ape? A being capable of consuming 30 portions of bento boxes and bread, yet still claiming to be only half satisfied warrants further investigation. Aaron gazed at the beautiful girl before him, expressing his gratitude. Today, you have been immense help, Minister. How about you accompany me to buy lunch tomorrow? My time is quite precious. I cannot always squander it on replenishing a gorilla's provisions. Yukino tucked her dark hair behind her ear, her gaze drifting away. However, if you can consistently participate in club activities, I might consider it. Chapter 4. Does purifying Dragon Balls require romance? Aaron found it impossible to refute Yukino's request. After school, he continued on his path. Heading straight to his apartment. It was now April 15th, a Monday. It had been precisely 15 days since his arrival in this world, and he had attended classes at SBU High for 10 days. Yet he still felt alienated from his surroundings. Observing the people and objects around him evoked a sense of both familiarity and estrangement. The more vibrant the environment, the more pronounced this dissonance became. In his previous life, he had already surpassed 20 years spent in a haze. After being struck by a large truck, it felt as if he had merely taken a nap, awakening once more as a deranged murderer. The memories of the preceding years remained indelibly etched in his mind. No matter how he explained, he could not deny that the person in those memories was, in fact, himself. At the age of 7, he first accompanied a team to conquer a planet with a population of over 10 billion. Within mere days, Aaron, alongside several Saiyans, exterminated all living beings on that planet, regardless of age or species. As long as it was a living creature, they would annihilate it. The thrill of slaughter ignited his passion, while the prospect of battle stirred his blood. Aggression and malice were woven into the very fabric of Saiyan genetics. From that moment, Aaron's lineage was irrevocably awakened. Even now, with memories of his past life restored, Aaron could not resist the primal urges inscribed within his DNA. He had always yearned for combat and bloodshed. Between the ages of 7 and 16, Aaron undertook countless missions, and the number of lives extinguished by his hand amounted to billions. By the age of 16, he possessed a battle power of 5,000, which marked him as a prodigy even among Saiyans. Vegeta had once extended an olive branch to him. However, due to the pride and reserve inherent in Saiyan nature, he had firmly declined Vegeta's offer. Fortunately, Aaron had rejected Vegeta. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to return to a world that bore a 99 resemblance to his previous life. Aaron now relished the sensation of walking alone on the road. With gravity only 1/10 that of planet Vegeta, he felt as though he were strolling on clouds. The cherry blossoms lining the path continually refreshed his spirit, and the lingering scent of blood seemed to dissipate significantly. One must admit, although it lacked the aesthetic beauty of scenes from his previous life as anime, it possessed a certain charm. Whenever cherry blossoms danced across the screen in an anime, even the most poorly animated scenes would instantly transform into high definition. If not ultra-clear visuals, Aaron could not help but ponder whether this was a stringent requirement in this world. Lost in thought, he inadvertently drifted far, only to realize he had returned to his apartment. This high-end residence comprised 25 stories. Upon his first visit, Aaron had felt an inexplicable familiarity with the building. It must be said that while the unscrupulous landlord had consistently exploited his labor, the living conditions and meals were quite satisfactory, far superior to those under Frisia's regime. During his time with Frisia's army, Saiyans were required to bring their own rations when heading into battle. "I'm back," Aaron announced as he opened the door to room 1508, adhering to the landlord's instructions. After closing the door, a swirling mass of purple light materialized within the room, swiftly transforming into a girl with pink skin. The girl greeted Aaron enthusiastically. Hi, Shaoran, you're back so early today." Aaron walked straight through the shimmering apparition, entirely disregarding her peculiar nickname. Noticing Aaron's indifference, the girl remained unfazed and continued. "Did you find any contaminated Dragon Balls today?" Seated on the sofa, Aaron felt speechless at the girl's inquiry, protesting, "Lord Kaioshin of Time, how could one find them so swiftly? Moreover, you had yet to transmit the Dragon Ball radar I requested. Even if you wish to assess my KPI, you must provide me with the necessary tools." "Oh no, Shaoran," the Kaioshin of Time's apparition floated before Aaron, adopting a playful tone reminiscent of a cute girl. "The contaminated Dragon Balls have already found their hosts, so the radar cannot locate them. However, I have confirmed that the 7 Dragon Balls are indeed on this planet. Furthermore, peculiar occurrences will surely manifest around the host of the Dragon Balls. If you remain attuned to your instincts, you will undoubtedly uncover them." Aaron scoffed softly. Despite being billions of years old, this deity still chose to present herself as a lowly. What a peculiar sense of humor. "Shaoran, are you secretly calling me an old hag in your thoughts? Insulting a deity warrants severe punishment, you know. For instance, your ashes could be scattered, and you might not even reach hell after death." The Kaioshin of Time conveyed this chilling warning in a remarkably adorable voice, prompting Aaron to quickly concede. "I am sorry. I was wrong to harbor ill thoughts about a deity." Aaron then continued, "Lord Kaioshin, if I locate the host of the Dragon Balls, how should I proceed to purify them? Should I annihilate them altogether with an energy blast? Even though I have mastered the sensing of energy under your tutelage, my combat power barely exceeds 5,000. Should I encounter an enemy akin to a 1-star dragon, I would likely be reduced to ashes without your intervention. However, dear Zyranran, this is your inaugural mission as a time patroller. Thus, I shall not require you to engage in combat. Rather, you need only harness the positive energy derived from the emotion of love to purify the Dragon Balls. Is that not a simple task? Love? Ran already senses something amiss. What do you mean by love? Romantic love. Precisely, Zyranran, you are truly astute. According to my observations throughout the River of Time, Saiyans generate sufficient positive energy upon experiencing love. Upon hearing the explanation from the King of Time, Ran instinctively retorted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. How could I possibly entertain a romance with a human? Yet, based on my observations, aside from their notorious combativeness, it seems that the Saiyan race possesses an innate talent for living off the efforts of others. Who told you that? Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of slander. Chapter 5. The burden of one's own sins in response to AI Rand's protest. The King of Time chose to ignore her. She shed her feminine demeanor and regarded AI Rand with a serious expression, stating, Saiyan, there is one thing I must remind you of. You do not possess the right to refuse my assignment. Should you truly wish to evade it, your only recourse would be to return to the underworld. Continue your penance, and ultimately erase your memories before being reincarnated. What kind of unscrupulous employer could impose such a coercive labor contract? To refuse work is to face death. This is no better than the fate of those unfortunate souls deceived into servitude in northern Myanmar. AI Rand, filled with indignation, inquired, Then why did you save me previously? Is the position of Time Patroller truly so vacant? Not at all that in the original timeline, you were meant to perish at the hands of Frisia. My intent near planet Vegeta was to ascertain the safety of a Saiyan infant who had fled to the North Galaxy. He is the key to the future world. However, just before the complete annihilation of planet Vegeta, I noticed a significant reduction in the malevolent energy surrounding you. Though you still harbored an evil heart, a glimmer of light emerged amidst the darkness. Therefore, this mission serves not only to purify the Dragon Balls, but also to cleanse your own heart. You must exist in this world as an ordinary human. The sins you have committed must ultimately be borne by you alone. Upon hearing the King of Time ask profound words, AI Rand fell into silence. In truth, for the past decade, it was merely a lack of memories from a previous life. Moreover, AI Rand was certain that the essence of her being remained unchanged. The one who committed murder and arson was herself. The one who was enamored with power was herself. The one who lost her humanity was herself. Even now, with her memories restored, AI Rand felt no discomfort over the countless lives she had taken. Each day continued with eating and drinking as usual. Such was the lifestyle of Saiyan. No one felt there was anything amiss. The law of survival in the universe is a simple one. The weak are devoured by the strong. What is wrong with the strong eradicating the weak? Even Saiyans were nearly exterminated by Frisia in an instant. Prior to this moment, AI Rand had always thought this way. Thus, upon entering this peaceful world, she felt nothing but discord. Suddenly, AI Rand was struck by a chilling realization. Why is it that she can so readily accept the concepts of slaughter and death? Why does she feel no remorse for the many lives she has extinguished? She found herself engulfed in a profound self-doubt, questioning whether she was truly the Saiyan AI Rand or merely the reclusive boy AI Rand from Earth. Time passed, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Stifling the urge to vomit, AI Rand turned to the King of Time and rasped, I accept this mission. Seeing AI Rand no longer resist, the King of Time nodded in satisfaction, her demeanor reverting to the cheerful, lowly vibe she initially possessed. With a light-hearted tone, she said, Excellent, Saiyan, I have faith that you will succeed in your task. However, there are a few more things I must remind you of. First, you can no longer kill indiscriminately as you did before. Second, do not be tempted to sever your own tail out of convenience. I've stored some divine energy within it, and our ability to converse stems from that energy. Of course, that is merely one of its functions. It will serve a more significant purpose when the moment calls for it. Well then, we've discussed quite enough for today. Saiyan, ensure you diligently pursue your mission and live as an ordinary human during this period. Farewell. With that, she vanished from the room. Once the King of Time departed, AI Rand collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless fish, burying her face in the cushions and murmuring, Must I bear the weight of my own sins? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgled AI Rand's stomach protested loudly. Well then, perhaps I should eat first. A hungry Saiyan cannot think clearly. The following day, AI Rand found himself dozing at his desk in school, as usual, just as he was lost in slumber. A loud knocking roused him from his dreams. Bang, bang, bang. AI Rand groggily lifted his head to find an irate older girl standing before him. Hey, you little brat, how well have you rested? You actually slept through to the afternoon dismissal. You truly have some nerve. Ping Zhongjing clenched her fists. If AI Ran failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would unleash a punishing blow to rouse him from his stupor. My apologies. I've had some matters to attend to these past few nights. I'll be more mindful next time. That AI Ran's response was somewhat dismissive, yet it was indeed the truth. The King of Time had informed him that the Dragon radar was useless without a detector, forcing AI Ran to start from scratch in learning energy perception. Observing AI Ran's nonchalant demeanor, Ping Zhongjing sighed in exasperation. "You little brat, come with me." "All right." That AI Ran gradually stood up, only to realize that he was not the only one summoned to the office. A despondent classmate with dead fish eyes stood behind Ping Zhongjing, his expression filled with despair. Chapter 6. Hikigaya Hachiman arrives. Youth is a web of lies, a manifestation of sin. In short, all those who thrive in social settings can simply explode. In the office, Ping Zhongjing, clad in a white coat and with a cigarette dangling from her lips, loudly read aloud the words printed on a sheet of paper in her hands. Upon finishing the last word, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. "Hey, Hikigaya, can you explain what this is?" Reflecting on his high school life, the weary Hikigaya Hachiman, standing before Ping Zhongjing, responded in a feeble voice. His disheveled hair trembled slightly, perhaps due to fear. "I believe this represents the closest reflection of my high school existence." Mid-sentence, Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halted, as Ping Zhongjing's fist was mere centimeters from his abdomen. AI Ran watched with keen interest, having only witnessed such scenes in anime during his previous life. Now, to witness a live-action rendition was incredibly exhilarating. However, he could not remain a mere spectator for long, as tension quickly mounted. Ping Zhongjing suppressed her rage, turning her attention to AI Ran. "I can comprehend Hikigaya's lethargy, but AI Ran, why have you not even written a single assignment? Furthermore, since your transfer, you have yet to submit any homework. Just yesterday, I inquired with Yukino Shida, and you have not participated in any club activities. Do you harbor some grievance against me?" Hikigaya's dead fish eyes discreetly scrutinized the transfer student who had joined after him. Though they wore identical uniforms, AI Ran's attire was decidedly peculiar. What kind of person uses a coarse gray rope as a belt? The white shirt barely concealed his muscular physique, and his gaze was particularly intimidating. This guy must be a total delinquent. Upon contemplating this, Hikigaya unconsciously took a step back. Aaron, hearing Hirasawa's inquiry, instinctively responded with the standard answer expected from a Saiyan when confronted with such questions. As if I would waste my time on such trivial matters. After uttering those words, Aaron felt a jolt of surprise within. Habits can indeed be quite perilous. The God of Time had sent him to this school not only to seek the Dragon Balls, but also to reintegrate himself into human society. However, he had no time to ponder further, as Hirasawa's iron fist was already heading towards his abdomen. What a feeble attack! Aaron silently scoffed. He then wrapped his hand around Hirasawa's fist. Admittedly, by human standards, it was a decent punch. Holding onto Hirasawa's hand, Aaron nonchalantly remarked, "My apologies, I'm just accustomed to speaking this way. That I will submit this assignment to you later. And as for the club activities, I shall participate eventually." Hirasawa let out a sigh. Well, I suppose. She could tell that Aaron seemed to be lacking in rest. Boys at the age of 16 are often overflowing with hormones and notoriously difficult to manage. So reprimanding him would be unwise. After a moment's thought, she extinguished her cigarette and stood up. "You too. Follow me." At this point, Hikigaya appeared outwardly obedient, resembling a little chick. Yet inside, he was in a frenzy, thinking, what did I just witness? A delinquent student battling a delinquent teacher. Should I follow? Am I going to be silenced? Aaron glanced at Hikigaya and smiled, patting his shoulder. "Come on, you wouldn't want to endure Hirasawa's iron fist. Would you? Great teacher. Great teacher. My name is Hikigaya Hachiman." Aaron shrugged. "My apologies. It's just that your essay was quite interesting when the teacher mentioned it earlier. Thus, this is my term of endearment for you. Hikigaya Hachiman." Hirasawa led the two of them to the entrance of the service club's classroom. The door was closed, but not locked. She swung it open with a flourish and called out, "Hey, Yukino Shida." Inside, a sigh was heard. "Hirasawa-sensei, I believe I've mentioned that you should knock before entering." Hirasawa paid no heed. "Well, it's not my fault you were too slow. Do take note next time." Not only have I brought Aaron to you, But I've also brought a new member. Upon hearing Hirasawa's words, Yukino Shida shifted her gaze to Aaron, who dutifully entered the classroom and sat opposite her, pulling out several books filled with characters he could barely recognize. Although it was unclear why Aaron was behaving so obediently today, Yukino Shida, who had prepared for a fifth capture operation involving Aaron, nodded in satisfaction at so. The dim-witted man, standing beside Hirasawa, is our new member. Hikigaya, who was staring blankly at Yukino Shida, suddenly jolted in surprise. A club? When did I ever say I wanted to join this club? Hirasawa raised her fist, smiling at Hikigaya, her benevolent expression concealing a terrifying presence. Oh, do you have any objections? No. Hikigaya averted his gaze, having succumbed to Hirasawa's oppressive aura. As you can see, this guy's personality is as dreadful as his gaze. Correcting his twisted character is my commission. Yukino Shida crossed her arms, eyeing Hikigaya warily. I must respectfully decline. Being stared at with such lewd eyes makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Moreover, our club already has one incomplete evolution of a humanoid. We cannot afford another lecture. It would put me in considerable danger. An incomplete evolution of a humanoid? Hirasawa looked at Aaron with curiosity. Meanwhile, Aaron was scratching his head, perplexed by the unfamiliar characters before him. Suddenly, upon hearing Yukino Shida's words, he protested, "Hey, can you not drag me into this?" Chapter 7. The first Dragon Ball residing within Yukino Shida. So, Yukino Shida, as you can see, your service club now has 2 members. Hikigaya has some ideological issues. And as for Aaron, Hirasawa only spoke half of her thoughts. She found it difficult to assess Aaron. After observing him for half a month, she realized that this fellow had far too many problems to even begin to critique. Orphaned, devoid of any life skills, and seemingly dropped from some mountain, he was gluttonous, strong, and not particularly bright, all while maintaining an air of disdain for others that it was hard to imagine how Aaron could truly integrate into society in the future. However, Yukino Shida surprisingly did not seem to reject him. Rather, she appeared determined to assist Aaron. Surely, they would get along splendidly. Hirasawa mused, watching as Yukino Shida, looking troubled, said, "Hirasawa-sensei, that Hikigaya's lecherous gaze makes me believe that admitting him to the club would be quite dangerous." "Fear not," Hirasawa replied with confidence. "Hikigaya's risk assessment is rather decent. He wouldn't engage in such actions. Besides, Aaron will be there to assist." Since Hirasawa-sensei had said as much, Yukino Shida hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Very well, I'll accept this commission." Hearing her affirmative response, Hirasawa waved her hand. "Then I entrust them to you. Do ensure they get along well." With that, she turned and left the room. The classroom fell silent. At this point, Aaron had already laid his head on the desk. He simply could not bear to continue reading. Having managed to stay awake for 5 minutes without dozing off was a milestone of progress. He squinted his eyes, continuing to sense the energy around him. In his perception, Hikigaya's energy felt despondent yet gentle. Hiding outside the door, Hirasawa's energy was stronger and more intense than that of the average person. Suddenly, Aaron furrowed his brow. Yukino Shida's energy was as pure and white as her name, subtly radiating warmth. However, as he delved deeper into his perception, he discovered a hint of malevolence lurking within her energy. It seemed he would need to participate in more club activities. This sensation must be the tainted energy of the Dragon Balls. Hikigaya pulled up a chair and sat far away from Aaron and Yukino Shida, twisting his body in search of comfort. "May I ask what kind of club this is?" "The service club," Yukino Shida replied, her tone remaining cool and indifferent. "The service club." Hikigaya's expression soured slightly. The name sounded rather suggestive. Sensing Hikigaya's thoughts, Yukino Shida shot him a glance and coldly remarked, "Is that the only lewd thought occupying your mind? How terribly lowbrow, dead fish eyes can." "Well, given the name, it's rather hard not to." Hikigaya scratched the back of his head, not minding Yukino Shida's biting tongue. "So, Yukino Shida, what are the main activities of this service club?" "Why don't you take a guess?" she offered. "What we're doing right now counts as club activities." Hikigaya immediately replied. "Sitting and reading." "The study club?" Yukino Shida sighed. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have held any expectations at this moment." Aaron, still resting his head on the desk, groaned. "The wealthy extend their benevolence to the impoverished. This is what is known as charity." Of course, that's what the previous president told me, that my understanding of the club is that it functions as a pro bono establishment, yet despite not charging fees, we still have no clients. Your understanding is simply too superficial. Aaron, honestly, considering your incomplete evolutionary state, I find it quite commendable that you grasped it to this extent. As she spoke, Yukino Shida had unknowingly stood up, crossing her arms and looking down at Hikigaya. Welcome to the service club. We welcome your membership, Hikigaya-kun. Aaron slightly turned her head, which had been nestled between her two arms, revealing one eye as she gazed at Yukino Shida and Hikigaya. Although Yukino Shida spoke words of welcome, her tone cast out on whether it was genuine or merely feigned. Since Hiratsuka-sensei entrusted you to me, I shall diligently rectify Hikigaya's mistakes and also endeavor to enhance Aaron's academic performance. You should be grateful to me. Hikigaya rolled his eyes, feeling quite disgruntled. It's a bit odd for you to say that, but I'm still quite exceptional that I ranked second in the Chinese subject during the school-wide mock exams, and I don't look too bad either. Apart from lacking a girlfriend and friends, I am fundamentally impressive. Beside him, Aaron, upon hearing Hikigaya's words, buried his face back into his arms. He felt acutely aware that he, as the bottom of the class, was unqualified to partake in such a conversation among academic elites. Instead, it seemed far more significant to ponder how to extract the Dragon Ball from her. Moreover, how does one generate positive energy? Perhaps I should consult the Supreme Kai of Time when I return home. Yukino Shida's expression turned frosty. What is there to be proud of in being second in school? I understand now. It is precisely your awkward personality that has left you friendless. Yukino Shida, if I recall correctly, you have also been solitary for quite some time. Haven to you, the illustrious flower of SBU High. The flawless and impeccably correct Yukino Shida Yukino, an all-around genius with an infinitely captivating appearance and an iceberg-like demeanor. Even though Hikigaya remained oblivious to the matters concerning girls, rumors regarding her continuously flowed into his ears. Such an outstanding individual, never forming friendships within SBU High, piqued his curiosity. It is because I am exceedingly exceptional, Yukino Shida stated with an air of entitlement, gradually making her way to the window. Yet this world is rather peculiar. The more exceptional one is, the more they are ostracized. Such a phenomenon seems utterly unreasonable. Hence, I aim to establish this club, to initiate change within each individual and ultimately transform this world. She lifted her gaze to the window, tucking a strand of hair behind her that moment. Aaron's gaze fortuitously met hers. Sunlight graced the girl's face, momentarily halting even the breath of a straightforward boy like him. Chapter 8. Change is the first step of self-redemption. With Hikigaya's involvement, the narrative seemed to fall into place. Yukino Shida and Hikigaya rose to engage in a spirited argument. Outside, Hiratsuka Shizuka seemed to be eavesdropping with a smile on her face. Aaron, however, had little interest in these matters. His eyes narrowed as he attuned himself to Yukino Shida's presence. It had become increasingly clear that the tainted Dragon Ball resided within Yukino Shida. The malevolent aura she emitted was beyond human possession, and it fluctuated in tandem with her emotions. Yukino Shida remained as haughty as ever. Though her face was not visible, Aaron could easily envision her expression. If you can converse with a girl like me, then you should be capable of communicating with most people. Has that slightly corrected your perspective? Just how confident are you? Hikigaya retorted, exasperated. Just as their argument reached an impasse, Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the room. Yukino Shida, pardon the interruption, but it seems the prospect for correcting Hikigaya are rather bleak. Upon hearing this, Hikigaya grew displeased. Correcting? I simply don't want others to judge my true nature. That is clearly avoidance. Yukino Shida countered, isn't so-called change merely an evasion of the status quo? Why not affirm both your present and past self? Such an approach resolves nothing, and no one can find salvation after listening to their dispute. Hiratsuka Shizuka raised her hand to interject. Now, let us both remain calm. Traditionally, when opposing ideals clash, it is customary in SH and in manga to resolve it through competition. Aaron quipped from the side. Are they really going to compete to determine the victor? Can anyone see the obvious? Casting a sharp glare at Aaron, Hiratsuka Shizuka continued. Thus, let us have a competition within this club to see who can serve others better. The winner can issue any command to the other. Yukino crossed her arms and took a step back. I refuse. Facing this man, I sense considerable danger. That is mere prejudice. A second-year boy, I isn't fixated on such base thoughts. Right. And let's not forget about the poor office worker who has to toil all day. Aaron silently scoffed. Hiratsuka Shizuka promptly interrupted the two. Yukino Shida, are you afraid of losing? Hence the refusal. It was an evident provocation, yet Yukino Shida accepted it. She then looked at Aaron and inquired, will you participate? Aaron, without raising his head, lazily replied, I'd rather not. I'm quite busy and have no intention of engaging in such trivial matters that won't do. The Servitude Club must foster team spirit. And everyone is required to participate, Hiratsuka Shizuka interjected. Fine, if I have time, I'll join. However, I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. With that, Aaron stood, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked towards the door. Watching Aaron's retreating figure, Hiratsuka Shizuka sighed. Compared to Hikigaya, Aaron's character issues were far more intricate. While his demeanor appeared to have altered significantly during this time, Hiratsuka Shizuka, drawing from her life experiences, sensed that he had truly changed nothing. His current attitude was merely a reflection of his desire to avoid interaction with others. Hiratsuka Shizuka inadvertently recalled their first meeting, where his gaze had been utterly devoid of humanity. After leaving school, Aaron found a secluded corner and took to the skies, racing at full speed toward his residence that I'm back. Upon returning home, Aaron recalled the agreement made with the Supreme Kai of Time. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the apparition of the Kai appeared in his room. Little Aaron, you found me so quickly. Did you miss me? Not at all. Aaron replied, settling onto the sofa as he addressed the Kai. Today, I discovered a trace of a Dragon Ball. What must I do to extract and purify it from a human's body? Ah, you truly are remarkable, discovering the first Dragon Ball so swiftly, the Supreme Kai of Time said. Playfully, observing this display, Aaron rolled his eyes. Supreme Kai, can we skip the pleasantries and get to the specifics? What do I need to do to purify that Dragon Ball? Is it really necessary to fall in love to purify the 7 Dragon Balls? Putting aside her playful demeanor, the Supreme Kai of Time pondered for a moment before responding seriously. Currently, little Aaron, you are not yet capable of this. Both extracting the Dragon Ball residing within a human and purifying it requires sufficient positive energy. All of this hinges on having a kind heart. However, given your current state, it is absolutely unfeasible. Aaron was left dumbfounded. Then what should I do? Finding it yet being unable to extract or purify, it feels like a cruel joke. Do not fret, little Aaron. First, you must live as a human does, of course. Love is the sole means for a Saiyan to generate positive energy. However, do keep an eye on those hosts. The tainted Dragon Ball's presence might lead to unforeseen consequences. Aaron sighed, waving his hand dismissively at the Supreme Kai. Fine, I understand. You may leave now. The Supreme Kai of Time grumbled as she vanished from the room. Honestly, do you see me as some convenient tool? After a while, Aaron slowly approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside while murmuring to himself. Without making a change, can any problem be resolved? Can anyone truly find salvation? Chapter 9. The sudden anomaly. Aaron sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed as she attempted to sense any abnormal energies in the world around her. However, her efforts proved futile. No matter how she perceived it, everything appeared to be just another ordinary day in this mundane realm. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she opened her eyes, scratching her head. No wonder this building seems familiar. Yukino lives right across from me. It's true what they say, familiarity breeds blindness, that I was so close I didn't even notice. Clearly, my cultivation still leaves much to be desired. With that, Aaron focused all her attention on Yukino, who was now the host of the Dragon Ball, ensuring nothing unfortunate befell her. This was crucial to whether she could make a wish in the end. With this thought, Aaron couldn't help but indulge in her daydreams. If she could make a wish, what would it be? Just past 8 o'clock in room 1507 of the same building. Yukino had finished her evening routine and slipped into her pajamas. The white spaghetti-strap nightgown had one strap inadvertently slipping off her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of her smooth skin. Yet, she paid it no mind. As she was alone and felt secure in the safety of her abode, seated on the sofa, she cradled a cat magazine, while a pre-recorded anime featuring Mr. Pan played on the television. This was already her umpteenth viewing of the series. As a seasoned cat enthusiast, she adored all creatures bearing the term cat. So, does that mean pandas are just oversized cats? As time trickled by, the indoor temperature gradually dipped. Feeling the chill, Yukino instinctively shivered. She wrapped herself in a blanket and murmured, "It's already April. Hasn't this winter come to an end yet?" Yet, the temperature continued to plummet, dropping below 10 degrees within mere minutes. Clad in her thin attire, Yukino could no longer endure the cold and stood up to adjust the air conditioning. Suddenly, a shimmering, portal-like curtain materialized in the living room, exuding a bone-chilling cold that instantly froze the surroundings. It emanated a powerful gravitational pull directed at Yukino, as if it sought to engulf her completely. At that moment, Yukino's complexion turned pale. The frigid air dulled her thoughts, rendering her motionless and voiceless. Within a span of mere seconds, she found herself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, in her desperate final moment. Eyes shut tight, the door to room 1507 was flung open by an overwhelming force, and Aaron burst in. "Yukino!" Aaron exclaimed, enveloping Yukino in her embrace. "How warm!" Yukino murmured before succumbing to complete unconsciousness. A certain small world, laden with ice and snow. Yukino emitted a soft groan, gradually awakening from her stupor. Bewildered, she gazed at the sky, feeling disoriented. Just moments ago, she had been in her apartment. How had she suddenly arrived here? At that instant, a voice reached her ears. "You're awake. To have been frozen into unconsciousness, and to awaken merely 2 hours later, you must have quite the constitution, minister." Upon hearing this voice, Yukino sat up abruptly, tightening her black coat, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as she scanned for the source of the sound. Only when she recognized Aaron did she relax slightly, though anxiety soon returned. "Aaron, where are we? What just happened?" Aaron, clad only in a white shirt, settled beside Yukino and replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but we can now ascertain that we are no longer on Earth. After all, Earth does not have a frozen tundra imbued with malevolent energy." Yukino. Aaron's words had transcended Yukino's understanding. What did it mean to be no longer on Earth, and what was this malevolent energy? Paying little heed to Yukino's expression, Aaron continued, "To have manifested something akin to a portal. The Dragon Balls are indeed peculiar." Recalling the radiant curtain that had appeared in her apartment, Yukino inquired, "Aaron, what exactly was that luminous circle?" Just then, a gust of frigid wind swept through, causing Yukino's voice to quaver slightly. Even though she was a flower atop a high peak, facing such an unexpected circumstance inevitably instilled fear within her. Observing her distress, Aaron felt a twinge of helplessness. The frailty of human beings was truly disheartening that it appeared imperative to find a way back swiftly, as this environment posed a significant danger to Yukino. In the midst of Yukino's astonished gaze, Aaron released the tail wrapped around her waist, cradling it in her arms while beginning to chant, "Lord Kaioshin of Time, can you hear my voice? The power you bestowed upon me should be of use now." Beside her, Yukino was utterly taken aback. Although she had previously questioned whether Aaron had fully evolved, witnessing Aaron produce a tail left her utterly bewildered. So, the Monkey King truly had a tail. "Aaron, what are you doing?" Possibly due to the overwhelming events of the day, Yukino's capacity to accept strange realities had significantly increased. With a grave expression, Aaron held her tail, calmly replying to Yukino with 2 words, "Summon God." Yukino. At that moment, Yukino felt her worldview, which she had built over the years, shatter entirely. Chapter 10. Must I remain for a year to depart? Aaron had been praying with her tail clasped for over 10 minutes, but there was still no response. Yukino, at a loss for words, thought to herself that had it not been for the day's extraordinary events, she would certainly have deemed Aaron delusional. Moreover, her physical state was deteriorating. Clad only in a flimsy nightgown and draped in Aaron's school uniform, she was ill-equipped to withstand the biting cold of below -10 degrees. As time dragged on, Aaron grew increasingly impatient. Where was the divine power promised by that third-rate deity? left within my tail for emergencies. Why was there no response at all? Just as Aaron's complaints escaped her lips. A pink orb of light emerged from her tail that, in no time, it coalesced into the form of the Kaioshin of time. Hello, Shaoran. I heard you. Have you been bad-mouthing the deities again? At this rate, you surely face divine retribution. You'll end up in hell. Upon her entrance, the Kaioshin commenced her playful banter, but Aaron promptly interrupted her, gesturing toward Yukino. Lord Kaioshin, this is Yukino, the host of the Dragon Ball. A few hours ago, an anomaly appeared beside her, and we were transported to this world via a portal. Do you possess the means to return us? The Kaioshin leaned in, scrutinizing Yukino for a moment. Hi, hello, I'm Kaiyan, the Kaioshin of time. That I can sense that you possess a kind heart. Greetings, Lord Kaioshin, Yukino replied, offering a subtle nod. Yet internally, she was in turmoil. She had encountered yet another new term, the host of the Dragon Ball. What did that entail? Furthermore, the girl before her was an authentic deity. Yukino was beset with questions, yet she felt this was not the appropriate time for inquiries. Let us dispense with the unnecessary pleasantries. Kaioshin, please devise a way to return us to Earth. Humans cannot endure for long in such an environment. Noticing the urgency in Aaron's tone, Kaiyan displayed a knowing smile. Oh, Shaoran is now concerned about humans? That is quite the advancement. Aaron averted her gaze. Humph, the Tainted Dragon Ball is residing within her. She must not encounter any mishap before we complete our task. Very well. Kaiyan revealed a bemused smile, opting not to continue the debate with Aaron. Instead, she began surveying the icy tundra surrounding them. Transitioning into a professional demeanor, the Kaioshin's expression turned serious. After a moment, she addressed Aaron. This is an alternate space, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber utilized by deities. Based on my experience, the entity residing within Yukino is a tainted 3-star Dragon Ball. If you wish to escape, you have only 2 options. Upon hearing that there was a means to depart, Aaron eagerly inquired, what are the options? Kane cast a sidelong glance at Ailan, momentarily interrupted, before continuing. The first approach is to forcibly extract the 3-star ball from the body of Yukino Shida. Once you defeat the 3-star dragon, you will be able to leave immediately. However, the combat prowess of the 3-star dragon should exceed that of the Super Saiyan 3 I mentioned earlier. As she spoke, Kane paused, making a face as if dismissing something as worthless, before stealing a glance at Ailan. The implication of her unfinished sentence was crystal clear. A mere weakling with a combat power of only 5,000 had no right to stand before such a formidable entity. At that moment, Ailan's face flushed with indignation. How could a third-rate deity, utterly devoid of any combat ability, look down upon him? Yet he remained as meek as a quail, not only due to his current dependence on her, but also because of his own frustration at his insignificance. Observing Ailan's inner turmoil and his expression, Kane nodded. Although this Saiyan often bore an air of arrogance in her presence, ever since she rescued him on planet Vegeta, Ailan's malevolent tendencies had gradually diminished. Things were steadily improving. Without further teasing Ailan, Kane revealed the second option. The second approach is to simply remain here. As long as you stay for a year, a portal will reappear, allowing you to return home. What? A whole year? Given Yukino's current condition, surviving even a single day seems impossible. How could that be? At this moment, Yukino's gaze also dimmed. Not only could she not endure for a year, but if she were to vanish for that long, how worried would her parents and sister be? She dared not think any further. Kane, who could read minds, gazed gently at Yukino Shida and softly reassured her. Do not worry. Ailan will find a way to keep you both alive. Though my capabilities are limited, I will assist as much as I can. Moreover, this place resembles a time chamber. Although the flow of time here is unstable, a year spent here will only translate to a few hours outside. At most, it won't exceed a day. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's comforting words, Yukino's previously despondent spirit began to lift. Although she remained anxious about the future, there is finally a glimmer of hope for restoring everything to its rightful course. Shaoran, I am the deity of time. Due to certain regulations, I cannot interfere excessively during the purification of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, shortly, I can only provide you with some warm clothing and a senza bean. I apologize, but this is all I can do for you at the moment. Observing Kane's apologetic expression, AI Ran waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. This is more than enough. Thank you, Supreme Kai. Chapter 11. The beginning of a year of solitude within a cave sheltered from the wind on the icy tundra. AI Ran and Yukino Shida found their refuge for the night. Rather than a cave, it resembled a larger indentation in the rocky wall, barely accommodating two individuals. Mere minutes after the illusion of the supreme Kai of time vanished, Yukino's clothing and the senza bean were transported to them. Indeed, the garments were originally Yukino's winter attire. It was unclear how Kane had procured them. As the clothes and senza bean materialized, AI Ran couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark about the third-rate deity. After all, in the world of Dragon Balls, there existed miraculous capsules that could instantly resolve their predicament. Clearly, the Supreme Kai of Time could not interfere extensively in the purification of the Dragon Balls. Yukino, diligently arranging some dry moss and plush grass on the rocky floor, felt a peculiar sense of unease. How was it that she was now to share a cave with another man? Although AI Ran did not seem like a peculiar individual, she still felt apprehensive. Wait. Could AI Ran even be considered human? Those Saiyans appeared identical to humans aside from their tails. The thought of AI Ran being capable of flight and unleashing devastating energy blasts made her question his classification as a carbon-based life form. As Yukino worked, her mind wandered. Deities, extraterrestrials, Dragon Balls. These concepts indeed required ample time to comprehend and digest. That barrier has been set. AI Ran. Although Yukino's tone remained cool, her ears flushed slightly under the soft moonlight. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a wife urging her husband to retire for the night. She suppressed her wandering thoughts and spoke calmly to AI Ran outside. You should get some rest. There is much to be done tomorrow, building shelter, foraging for food. All right, you sleep inside, and I will take the entrance that if anything seems amiss tonight, just call my name. That AI Ran gazed at the flickering flames in the entrance. A fire he had conjured with his ki blast. Observing Yukino's lonely silhouette, who would share the next year with him, he too found sleep elusive. I genuinely appreciate your help today. If I had arrived in this world alone, I might have perished without a trace. There is no need to thank me. My task is to purify the Dragon Balls on you. Until that is accomplished, I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing AI Ran's blunt refusal of her gratitude, Yukino furrowed her brow slightly. This man consistently rejected everyone, isolating himself from others. Gazing at AI Ran, Yukino instinctively likened him to an unnurtured stray cat, perpetually wary and resistant to those around him. She unwittingly inquired, "Could you share how you spent your previous life?" "My past is utterly meaningless," AI Ran replied calmly. He resisted recalling the years that had passed. In his previous life, he had languished in peace only to be reborn as a ruthless tyrant. He felt as though he were experiencing a split personality. The brutality coursing through his veins urged him to indulge in destruction, while the moral compass from his former life constantly reminded him of the horror of such actions. Noticing Yukino's puzzled expression, AI Ran decided to divert the conversation. "Director, I see you, like me, have always kept to yourself at school. It seems you have few friends, am I right?" As soon as he spoke, AI Ran realized he had misspoken at this point. How could Yukino have friends? Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Yukino Shida responded with the anticipated answer. "Friends. First, we must define what qualifies as a friend." AI Ran suddenly perceived an endearing quality about Yukino. "What is so funny?" Yukino's expression gradually stiffened. "Nothing, it's just that your forced explanation of having no friends struck me as somewhat adorable. However, I am genuinely curious. If we were to judge by appearances, you don't seem like someone without friends." AI Ran stretched lazily, opening up the conversation. "Indeed, I have always been quite cute since childhood, but precisely because of that, all the boys who approached me harbored feelings of affection, yet none were genuine. They merely found me cute." Yukino recalled memories of being bullied in the shoe storage as a child, and her expression grew cold again. AI Ran chuckled. "Yukino, you're still so stubborn." However, her self-assertive declaration of being cute was undeniably a sign of her narcissism. Unwilling to back down, Yukino huffed. Humph, AI ran, you have no right to call me stubborn. You, who never socialize at school and merely sleep all the time. Having said that, she turned her back, clearly indicating she had lost interest in continuing the conversation with AI Ran. Have you fallen asleep? AI Ran muttered to himself, and upon receiving no response, he reclined onto the plush moss that he had prepared beneath the snow. The cold wind howled fiercely outside the cave's mouth. Thus began a year of solitude for the two of them. Chapter 12. An unreliable beginning in a state of drowsiness. AI Ran felt a warm body enveloping him like an octopus. He slightly opened one eye. Indeed, even though they had found refuge in this sheltered cave, it was still quite chilly. It was only natural for the young girl to instinctively cling to him for warmth during the night, especially since the cave entrance was closer to the fire pit. Upon closer inspection, Yukino was surprisingly adorable. As he scrutinized the girl who had used his chest as a pillow, a faint smile graced AI Ran's lips. He glanced outside. The day had fully dawned. He then gently cleared his throat, startling the girl resting on him, before closing his eyes again to feign sleep. With his eyes shut, AI Ran noticed that while Yukino was indeed rather sparse, she was unexpectedly soft. Upon waking, Yukino realized she had been tightly hugging AI Ran and let out a startled cry as she hurriedly retreated deeper into the cave. However, the confined space offered little room for escape. Ouch! She accidentally collided with the stone-walled. It hurt. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain, and she gently rubbed the back of her head, noticing that the man before her showed no signs of waking. She quickly lowered her voice and movements, stealthily crawling out of the cave. Although the previous moment had been rather embarrassing, AI Ran remained asleep, which she hoped was a good sign, as Yukino stealthily exited the cave like a thief. AI Ran struggled to suppress his laughter. Though he yearned to wake up suddenly and tease her, he ultimately chose to remain in slumber, considering the girl's delicate sensibilities. AI Ran, you have finally awakened. Yukino sat quietly on a nearby stone outside the cave, casting a glance at AI Ran as he emerged into tea that moment. She recalled the incident from the previous night when she had inadvertently embraced him, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It must be because I always used to cuddle with Mr. Pan at home. Yes, AI Ran must have been mistaken for Mr. Pan. Yukino hastily concocted the most reasonable explanation for her actions the night before. The weather today was considerably better than yesterday, with a gentle breeze blowing through. I Ran stretched and casually remarked, I stayed up late keeping watch last night. The weather is pleasant today. We should hasten to find food and build a shelter. Yukino gazed at the boundless tundra and instinctively nodded. After the events of yesterday, she had completely come to view AI Ran as her pillar of strength for survival in this land. Next, AI Ran stroked his chin. Deep in thought, he sensed that there were no formidable creatures in this area. This was both a blessing and a curse. The absence of powerful beings indicated no dangerous enemies. Yet it might also imply a scarcity of food. Given that AI Ran was still getting accustomed to sensing the energy around him, he was uncertain about this point. Saiyans required a substantial amount of sustenance. Yukino, pardon my intrusion. With that, AI Ran suddenly embraced Yukino and swiftly flew towards the lake he had discovered the day before. Moments later, a tremendous scream echoed through the air, several hundred meters in the sky. Yukino instinctively buried her head in AI Ran's chest, trembling with fear. Although she did not wish to be held by him, she had no choice as panic engulfed her. She was suddenly airborne with AI Ran. Yukino tightly shut her eyes, the rush of air swirling around her. This wasn't her first time in the air. She had flown many times before. However, the experience of flying with no windows was utterly terrifying. At that moment, she no longer cared who she was hiding behind, nor did she concern herself with whether AI Ran, this under-evolved primate, was taking advantage of her. All she desired was a safe corner to hide in, hoping to calm her racing heart. Thus, she clung tightly to AI Ran, her face pressed against his chest. Observing Yukino nestled in his embrace. AI Ran felt a touch of exasperation. It occurred to him, then, that she seemed to have a fear of heights. He slowed his pace and looked down, saying, "I apologize." Hearing AI Rant's voice beside her, Yukino, though frightened, finally lifted her head slightly. Her eyes glistened with tears, rendering her all the more endearing. Yet, even in this moment, Yukino could not bring herself to show weakness. She glared fiercely at AI Ran, as she dared not turn her head to look in any direction other than his. The howling winds around her relentlessly reminded her that they were hundreds of meters above the ground. Noticing her reaction, AI Ran sheepishly rubbed his nose. But in an instant, he made a decision that if they were to survive a year here, Yukino must confront her fear of heights. After all, if danger arose, he would need to carry her to safety. Moreover, if she could not overcome her fear in such an environment, it was unlikely she ever would. With that in mind, he shifted his hand from her shoulder to her waist. As Yukino felt both warmth and shyness, she found herself suddenly lifted and spun around in a counterclockwise motion. "What are you doing?" Yukino stammered, her voice trembling, suddenly released from AI Rant's secure embrace. She hastily shut her eyes, for her fear of heights left her unable to ascertain her surroundings. At that moment, AI Rant's hands were fully encircling her waist. Confused and somewhat panicked, Yukino wondered what was about to transpire. AI Ran leaned down slightly, whispering in her ear, "Yukino, do not be afraid, I am right behind you. Slowly open your eyes." Above them was an expanse of azure, while below lay a breathtaking landscape. Everything before her might be a sight she had never experienced in her life. Did she not wish to add this unique memory to her recollections? Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Yukino's body trembled slightly. She felt a stirring within her. Ultimately, she slowly opened her eyes. The verdant tundra and snow-capped mountains mirrored the cerulean sky. And in the distance, a serene lake nestled among the pines appeared like a mirror. "How is it? The view is splendid, isn't it?" "In truth, heights are not so terrifying." Dazed, Yukino nodded. Ran smiled and continued to fly towards the lake. He had resolved that this would be their campsite for the coming year. Chapter 13. The fading power AI Ran crouched by the lake, sighed, and dipped his tail into the water, patiently awaiting a catch. Not far from the shore, Yukino scoured for dry wood. Seeing AI Rant's peculiar action, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh with her hand over her mouth. Hearing her laughter, AI Rant's face turned crimson. To avoid startling any fish that might be lurking below, he whispered, "Humph, what is so funny? If it weren't to protect this water source, I would just blast it to the sky. It would be so much easier to collect fish that way. That's not acceptable." AI Ran. Destruction is wrong, no matter where it occurs. Humph. AI Ran turned his head away in annoyance, closing his eyes to focus on sensing the underwater activity. Are there fish approaching? He abruptly opened his eyes, intensifying the movements of his tail. "Hurry and bite. This is your favorite." Big worms. Suddenly, from beneath the water surface, a fish weighing dozens of kilograms clamped down on Aaron's tail. In an instant, Aaron felt as if he had been electrocuted, his entire body starting to numb. Impossible. I perfected my tail training years ago. How could this happen? There was no time for contemplation. The immense pull dragged Aaron into the water. Aaron, upon witnessing this scene, Yukino threw down the firewood in her hands, desperately calling out his name as she rushed towards the lake's edge. However, by the time Yukino reached the shoreline, the churning water had completely calmed. She knelt by the lake, tears streaming down her face as she murmured in self-reproach, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Aaron wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, anomalies began to manifest on the water surface. Initially, only a few sporadic bubbles floated up from the depths. However, it wasn't long before the entire surface erupted. The enormous fish was flung out of the water by a tremendous force, and Aaron burst forth alongside it, kicking the fish towards the shore. After accomplishing this, Aaron slowly descended beside Yukino, wiping the water from his face and exhaling a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. I nearly perished at the hands of that beast." "Aaron," Yukino suddenly stood up, disregarding the fact that Aaron was drenched, and tightly embraced his neck. Upon feeling his warmth, she finally broke down in tears. "I thought you were dead. Cough, cough." "Hey, let go. I was fine to begin with. But if you keep choking me like this, I might really die." After a considerable time, Yukino gradually calmed her emotions. Her face flushed as she released the almost asphyxiated Aaron. She began to inquire about what had just transpired. So your strength is rapidly diminishing. Of course, otherwise how could I have almost been choked to death by you? Aaron rolled his eyes at Yukino, continuing, the tail is the source of Saiyans' power and also its sole weakness. However, I completely overcame the weakness of my tail years ago. That beast just now bit onto my tail, and I lost my strength instantaneously. Even now, without being further restricted, I realize my power is vanishing swiftly. As he spoke, Aaron faced his palm towards Yukino, preparing to unleash a key blast of the firewood she had just collected. At a wisp of green smoke emerged from his palm, only to dissipate moments later. Nearby, a fish rolled over, clearly displaying a semblance of intelligence as it gazed at Aaron with a dumbfounded expression. Although it was on the verge of being consumed, it felt that witnessing such an amusing spectacle was not a total loss. I'll deal with you shortly. Realizing that the fish was mocking him, Aaron's expression darkened. Reluctantly, he gathered his energy, the veins on his forehead bulging, and this time a small energy sphere emerged from his palm. With an excruciatingly slow pace, it flew towards the pile of firewood, igniting it. This was Aaron's last key blast. Ah, I'm full. Aaron contentedly patted his belly. Yukino gently wiped the grease from her lips. Glancing at the fish skeleton before saying to Aaron, no matter how many times I see it, your appetite is astonishing. That's typical for Saiyans. To sustain this body built for battle, a substantial amount of food is essential. Yukino looked at Aaron, nodding gently. I actually envy your physique and strength. If I had such power, I could surely make this world a better place. Make the world a better place. If you possess such strength. Perhaps you would, but Saiyans generally do not. Why? Yukino asked, somewhat perplexed. Aaron lay on the ground gazing at the sky, pausing for a moment before replying. Because our purpose is to plunder. The cost of this power is that our race is devoid of compassion. The pursuit of strength and the disdain for the weak, along with unrestrained plunder and destruction, define our existence. These traits are deeply ingrained in our genes until the day of our extinction. At that moment, Yukino, with a serious expression, interrupted Aaron. The Aaron I know isn't like that. With a self-deprecating smile, Aaron turned to face Yukino. Yes, that's so. Perhaps you've misjudged me. Yukino shook her head slightly. No, my instincts are never wrong. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Yukino's unwavering gaze, Aaron turned away. My strength is fading rapidly. While I still have some left, you maintain the fire here, and I'll go push over some large trees. We need to build a shelter today. You can't be left asleep in the wilderness with your small frame. With that, Aaron headed towards a forest. Chapter 14, a gradual approach with a resounding crash. Aaron placed the final massive log in the designated spot that Yukino had indicated. Although most of his energy had dissipated, even so, due to a Saiyan's foundational stamina, moving such heavy objects weighing hundreds of kilograms only left him slightly breathless. Bare-chested, with his hands on his hips, Aaron looked at the wooden cabin with satisfaction. Due to the lack of tools, the cabin was short and small, barely accommodating 2 people, and it lacked aesthetic appeal. However, Aaron could sense its sturdiness, enough to serve as a long-term shelter. He turned to Yukino beside him, praising, Yukino, you are incredible. To design a house relying solely on mortise and tenon joints is no small feat. Because my family is in the construction business, I've always wanted to help out like my sister, so in my spare time, I learned a bit. As she mentioned her sister, a shadow flickered in Yukino's eyes. She had always strived to surpass her sister, yearning for her family's approval, yet that person was simply too perfect. And no matter how hard she worked, her sister always excelled beyond her. Suddenly, Yukino felt a warm hand resting on her head. Momentarily disorienting her, Aaron's voice followed. All along, I have only excelled in fighting and destruction. This is the first time in my life I've built something myself. I couldn't have done it without you. Though their expressions of strength differed, Yukino was undoubtedly the strongest person in spirit among those Aaron knew. Hearing Aaron's affirmation stirred something within Yukino's heart. She turned to glance at the man beside her, who was smiling at her. In that moment, Yukino realized it was the first time she had seen Aaron smile, and she found herself momentarily entranced by that expression. The hint of ambiguity filled the air. But before long, Yukino suddenly became aware of something, her face flushing as she lowered her head and forced herself to suppress her shyness. Speaking in a voice barely audible to Aaron, "You should hurry and put on some clothes. How can you expose your upper body in front of a lady? It seems the Monkey King hasn't fully evolved yet." "Apologies, apologies." AI Ran hastily withdrew her hand and swiftly donned her clothing that a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the enchanting atmosphere that had lingered moments before. As nightfall swiftly descended, the warmth of the fire illuminated the small wooden cabin, raising the temperature considerably. I Ran comfortably settled in front of the flames, her tail joyfully swaying behind her. Nearby, Yukino was preparing dinner for the evening. Before darkness enveloped the sky, she had found a stone slab, cleaned it thoroughly, and transformed it into their sole cooking utensil. Heating the stone, she placed on it the game AI Ran had hunted in the afternoon, along with the mushrooms and wild vegetables Yukino had foraged. Despite the rudimentary conditions, Yukino diligently prepared the meal. "Renowned one, it is ready to eat," AI Ran announced, blowing gently on a piece of meat before placing it in her mouth. She mumbled, "I never imagined a stone slab could be used for cooking." "You are truly impressive, Yukino. I thought we would be stuck eating charred food for the entire year." Yukino shot her a disapproving glance, finishing her own bite before replying slowly, "Renowned one, please refrain from speaking with your mouth full. Cooking on a stone slab is not a rare technique. Such practices are preserved across the globe. If you were to apply yourself to learning, you would not be so astonished." AI Ran paused, taken aback that even in this place, Yukino was reminding her to study. How persistent she was. After swallowing her morsel, AI Ran replied nonchalantly, Yes, once we leave here, I shall diligently study in the club." "Let us hope so," Yukino mused. Having only been in this world for 2 days, the sudden conversation about studying and clubs felt surreal. She stole a glance at the voracious eater beside her, her gaze softening considerably. In truth, I am not remarkable at all. If you were not here, I would struggle to survive even at the most basic level. This warmth is a gift you have bestowed upon me." After finishing the last bite of food, AI Ran suddenly recalled something. "Yukino, I noticed that tonight arrived a few minutes earlier than last night, that a few minutes earlier." Yukino was momentarily disoriented, having lost her sense of time. Upon realizing what AI Ran had said, she quickly inquired, "Are you suggesting that there might be polar nights in this world?" "Indeed, I am merely speculating, but we must hasten to stockpile food. After all, I can no longer fly, and my combat capabilities have diminished to their limits. If polar nights do exist, finding food will be impossible." "Understood. Tomorrow, I will also strive to gather edible plants. Then let us rest early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow." With that, AI Ran reclined on the plush grass mat that Yukino had prepared and quickly fell asleep. In truth, she had noticed that since constructing the cabin in the afternoon, not only had her combat abilities waned, but her stamina also recovered at a markedly slower pace than usual. The King of Time had mentioned that this place resembled a spiritual time chamber. Another known spiritual time chamber possessed tenfold gravity as its training environment. Here, too, was a unique training ground. Seeing AI Ran fall asleep so swiftly, Yukino recalled the scene from that morning when she had awakened nestled in AI Ran's embrace, her ears flushing crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she gently bit her lip and stealthily approached the plush grass mat, lying down less than a meter away from AI in the latter half of the night. Delicate snow began to fall outside the wooden cabin. Within, the two already slumbering individuals unconsciously inched closer together. Chapter 15. The talking cat. The following morning, Yukino was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that her head rested upon AI Ran's arm. Just like yesterday, had she once again embraced this man in her sleep? At that moment, AI Ran's tail was also wrapped around Yukino waist, binding them closely together, and she could even feel the warmth of his breath. What struck her as peculiar was her lack of resistance to the close proximity with AI Ran. Yukino discerned that had it been any other man, she would have reacted explosively, yet all she felt now was warmth and security. This unusual emotion left the young girl feeling somewhat flustered, Perhaps it is because renowned one behaves so monkey-like that I do not perceive him as a man. After swiftly concocting a justification in her mind, Yukino Shida recalled AI Rand's cold demeanor juxtaposed with his various clumsy antics, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. She gently shifted her position. But sensing the movement, AI Rand abruptly opened his eyes. The two found themselves locked in a close gaze. Gazing at Yukino Shida's flushed cheeks, AI Rand awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, Yukino Shida, my arm has gone a bit numb. Quickly climbing to his feet, Yukino Shida adjusted her clothing, casting AI Rand a sidelong glance that, don't misunderstand. I'm just accustomed to hugging my plush toys to sleep, so I'm still adjusting that I will rectify this habit as swiftly as possible. AI Rand stood up slowly, looking at Yukino Shida with a puzzled expression. I thought you were just cold while sleeping. Today, I will see if I can find an opportunity to bring back some fur. Your current state cannot withstand polar nights. Indeed, I lack the monstrous physique that you possess, renowned one. However, I must admit, I am quite surprised that you were able to think of this. Hey, even I can think of such things. What kind of image do you have of me in your mind? Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding, rude, with a head full of muscle-bound humanoids. TCH, a woman devoid of discernment. AI Rand proudly raised his chin, striking a pose of supreme confidence, before bypassing Yukino Shida and stepping out of the cabin. Although AI Rand intended to project the image of a chivalrous man who does not quarrel with women, the truth was that in verbal sparring, he could never match Yukino Shida's prowess. Fully aware of this, he chose to execute a strategic retreat. Watching AI Rand's retreating figure, Yukino Shida couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. After breakfast, Yukino Shida carefully wrapped a bento in leaves and handed it to AI Rand, her expression a mix of concern and admonition. Be careful on your journey. You have lost your strength. If you sense danger, do not engage, and return before dark. Rand turned his head away, accepting the bento, feeling somewhat awkward at this unexpected display of care. He had never experienced such attention, not in his 16 years, nor in his past life. Tisish, no need to worry. Even like this, I'm still quite strong. And you, do not wander too far from the cabin while foraging for edible plants. Wait for my return. With that, he dashed into the forest, quickly disappearing from Yukino Shida's sight. As she watched AI Rand's departing figure, Yukino Shida clasped her hands together in silent prayer, before beginning her tasks for the day. Meanwhile, AI Rand raced through the forest at astonishing speed, sensing a formidable presence ahead. Although his strength had been compressed to its limits, and he could not utilize flight or ki blasts, he was still stronger than a certain low-tier warrior upon first encountering his brother. Deep in the forest, a one-eyed giant bear lay asleep on the ground. Suddenly, its ears twitched as if it had sensed something. IT rose to its feet, sniffing the air, saliva dripping from its maw. What splendid fortune! Both meat and fur await. AI Rand's silhouette suddenly appeared before the colossal bear, gazing at it with keen interest. The giant bear had no inkling of how AI Rand had materialized in front of it. Yet this diminutive figure dared to provoke it. As the sovereign of this forest, such insolence was intolerable. Rising to its full height of over 6 meters, its exaggerated muscles bulged prominently. A roar erupted. Boom! As the colossal bear unleashed its furious roar at AI Rand, a tremendous sound of impact reverberated through the AI in an instant. The bear's vitality was utterly extinguished. Just moments ago, AI Rand had shattered the bear's heart with a single punch. Wrinkling his nose in disdain, AI Rand couldn't help but mutter, "This creature has an atrocious breath." At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind AI Rand. Roar? "Human, you possess some skill, but would you mind relinquishing this prey to me?" Upon hearing the voice, AI Rand swiftly turned around, only to be met by the sight of a massive tiger towering 3 stories high, squinting its eyes as it scrutinized him. A talking tiger? How can I not sense its aura? AI Rand's heart tightened, instinctively adopting a combat stance. "Oh, you intend to fight me. If you relinquish this prey now, I might let you go." The tiger bared its fangs at AI Rand. Yet curiously, it made no further aggressive moves. Despite its threatening words, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down its forehead. Chapter 16. cat slave, Yukino under snow, no killing intent, weak aura, and no proactive attack. This scene feels oddly familiar. Having traversed the universe for quite some time, AI Ran had become quite seasoned. Numerous species relied on their transformation abilities to intimidate others throughout the cosmos. After making a swift mental assessment, he leaped into action, tempering his strength as he struck the tiger's head. Indeed, upon being attacked by AI Ran, the tiger began to wail in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching the swollen bump on its head. With arms crossed, AI Ran observed the so-called mighty tiger with a smirk. "What is this? So feeble, yet you wish to snatch prey from my hands. You must be oblivious to the meaning of death. Allow me to escort you to the underworld." "Ah, I was wrong. Please don't kill me," the tiger pleaded, hastily dropping to its knees. Just then, with a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped it as the smoke dissipated. A blue feline, floating in midair, materialized before AI Ran. Upon seeing the true form of the cat, AI Ran instinctively exclaimed, "Puaru." Isn't that the shape-shifting cat that accompanies Yamcha? The blue feline gasped in surprise. "No, I don't know your son. I merely thought of that name upon seeing you. What is your name? How did you end up in this world?" "I am Puaru, residing in the south a few days ago. After dropping my son off at a transformation kindergarten in the south, I was sucked into a portal. Before I could react, I found myself in this world." Puaru continued to recount its recent tribulations. But at that moment, AI Ran was utterly bewildered. How could a creature from the Dragon Ball world appear here? Was it due to the influence of the tainted Dragon Balls? That third-rate deity had provided me with a task, but divulged nothing else. As AI Ran struggled to process these thoughts, his thigh was suddenly embraced by a feline. A pleading voice emerged. "Big brother, please take me as your little brother. I can do laundry, cook, and warm your bed." Gazing at the pitiful Puaru, AI Ran was at a loss for words. Did all your kind wish to serve as minions? What utility could a shape-shifting cat provide? Emergency rations, just as he prepared to decline. A vision of a devoted cat slave flashed in his mind. After a moment's deliberation, he nodded and stated, "Very well, I will reside here with a companion for a year. During this time, you may accompany us. After a year, we shall part ways." With that, AI Ran hoisted the bear's carcass and trundled toward the wooden cabin. "Thank you so much," Puaru graciously bowed to AI Ran. Once it lifted its head, it realized AI Ran had already ventured quite far ahead, prompting it to hastily chase after him. "Wait for me, big brother. I don't even know your name." "Do not call me big brother anymore. My name is AI Ran. Understood? AI Ran, big brother. I will remember." AI Ran. Separation line as night descended. The evening arrived seemingly earlier than the previous day. Yukino under snow leaned against the door railing, lost in thought as she gazed toward the forest. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a commotion from that direction. Hastily, she exited the cabin and peered toward the source of the noise. After a while, she spotted AI Ran emerging from the forest, burdened with a large quantity of meat. Exhaling softly, her initial worry dissipated entirely, and a sense of inexplicable joy enveloped her. However, she quickly reined in her emotions. When AI Ran approached her, Yukino under snow coldly inquired, "Didn't I tell you to return before dark?" "Apologies. I took a bit longer than expected." He spoke. AI Ran placed the meat on the ground and presented the already roasted bear skin to Yukino under snow. "Dissecting an animal can be quite gruesome. I thought you might not be able to handle it, so I processed the prey before returning." Upon hearing AI Ran's explanation, a flicker of gentleness unexpectedly appeared in Yukino under snow's eyes. She accepted the bear skin and gently remarked, "Next time, do not do this in our current situation. Whatever happens, we should face it together. I am not as fragile as you might think." Just as AI Ran was about to respond, a hurried voice suddenly called out from the forest. "AI Ran, why didn't you wait for me?" "Why the rush?" Startled by the voice, Yukino under snow peeked around AI Ran to see what was behind him. In the dim light, she spotted a feline creature swiftly approaching. Upon reaching AI Ran's side, Puaru was panting heavily, complaining, "AI Ran, you're running too fast. I can't keep up." Yukino under snow was utterly stunned upon seeing Puaru. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out her arms and embraced Puaru tightly. Meow. A delightful sound escaped from Yukino Undersnow's lips. Suddenly captured, Puaru began to squirm vigorously. Shouting to AI ran, "Ah, big brother, save me. This woman is going to suffocate me." However, AI ran appeared oblivious to Puaru's cries, remaining motionless in place. Yukino Undersnow's previous meow echoed repeatedly in his mind. He suddenly realized that his heartbeat had unconsciously quickened. Chapter 17. The cold winter approaches outside the small wooden cabin by the lake. AI Ran commenced the process of curing the bear meat, adhering to Yukino Undersnow's suggestion, in the absence of sufficient salt. Converting the bear meat into jerky would be more beneficial for preservation. After completing all the necessary procedures, he turned to observe a certain individual who was hopelessly entranced by the allure of a cat. Yukino Undersnow cradled Puaru in her arms, gazing down at it with an utterly captivated expression. Meow. Puaru looked at Yukino Undersnow with exasperation. "Miss Undersnow, I can talk. Can we please communicate in a more human manner?" Yukino Undersnow gently nodded, her tone imbued with a hint of warmth. "Yes, I understand, but I feel that if you don't speak, I can appreciate your cuteness even more." Although she had recently encountered extraordinary beings such as aliens and deities, Yukino Shida felt that she still required some time to fully accept the presence of a talking cat. That moment. Aaron, sitting beside her, inquired with curiosity, "It seems you truly adore cats. If you cherish them so much, why not adopt one in your apartment?" Yukino Shida shot Aaron a glare, somewhat annoyed that he had interrupted her time spent with the cat. "Cats are not permitted in the apartment. Only dogs are allowed. Have you not noticed the management regulations since moving in, you primate?" Aaron, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "I'm not particularly fond of reading text, so I completely overlooked the document from the Community Management Committee." "Oh dear, you cannot continue like this, primate. Wasn't he that deity hoping for you to integrate into human society? The instinct for knowledge distinctly separates humans from apes," she admonished. "So, once we return, I shall rigorously urge you to study." The mention of studying sent a shiver down Aaron's spine, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "Did you just say the apartment only allows dogs? Indeed, it is a most unreasonable regulation. It is dogs that should be restricted. While cats are simply adorable," Yukino Shida sighed, unabashedly expressing her affection for cats. With that, she lowered her gaze, continuing to pet the blue-furred creature, her eyes instinctively narrowing in delight. Aaron couldn't help but smile at the sight. Feeling a long-lost sense of tranquility wash over him, he soon relaxed completely and, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep. In his drowsy state, he unconsciously leaned his head against Yukino Shida's shoulder when she felt Aaron resting against her. Yukino Shida froze for a moment, quickly noticing his condition. Rather than waking him, she slowed her movements in petting the cat, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Aaron's face, the defiance that usually adorned his features, along with the unintentional wariness, had vanished, revealing faint dark circles beneath his eyes through the flickering firelight. Unable to resist, Yukino Shida gently stroked Aaron's hair, murmuring, "Indeed, you resemble a stray cat, only letting down your guard and revealing your vulnerabilities when utterly exhausted." "Thank you, Aaron," she whispered softly, leaning her head against him in turn. The following morning, outside the cabin, the pleading voice of Purla echoed, "No, boss, don't leave me behind. Take me along. Stop it." Aaron retorted disdainfully, grabbing Purlu by the scruff and tossing it outside. "You stay with Yukino Shida and protect her. If anything happens to her, tonight's dinner will be cat meat." Yukino Shida, rushing over upon hearing the commotion, quickly scooped Purlu into her arms and shot Aaron a fierce glare. "Why are you being harsh with Purlu?" Facing the protective Yukino Shida, Aaron turned his head away begrudgingly. "Tisich, I'm heading out. Stay safe and do not wander too far from the cabin." Since that morning, a sense of unease had settled over Aaron. The malevolent aura of this space seemed to have intensified. Even though Yukino Shida was searching for food nearby, he felt a nagging worry. While Purla lacked combat prowess, it could still buy time by intimidating potential threats if danger arose. Additionally, another matter heightened Aaron's anxiety. The polar night might truly be upon them. At this rate, the days of daylight would not exceed 2 months. He had to prepare for the worst, if there were 10 continuous months of polar night. Food would indeed become a dire issue. Yet, no matter what, he must protect Yukinoshita. Puaru, remember my words. Safeguard Yukinoshita. With that, Aaron strapped the bento to his waist and swiftly dashed into the forest. After Aaron's departure, Puaru drooped its ears in a display of despondency. This scene stirred a hint of jealousy in Yukinoshita. Despite Aaron's harshness towards it, she was always so gentle. Steeling herself, Yukinoshita spoke softly, "Do not worry. Aaron will surely return before nightfall." Puaru nodded, but then curiously asked, "Is Miss Yukinoshita married to the boss? Should I call you sister-in-law from now on?" Upon hearing Puaru's words, Yukinoshita's face flushed crimson, causing her speech to falter. "Why you? How could you say that? Aaron and I are merely ordinary classmates, but you two clearly slept together last night. I even saw you both embracing while asleep." That moment. Yukinoshita felt her mind near overload. Chapter 18. The sudden appearance of the evil dragon deep within the forest. After finishing a bath in a small river, Aaron hummed a tune as he leisurely dragged a large reindeer back to the campsite. Today marked his final hunting expedition. Aaron and Yukinoshita had spent 2 months in this icy realm. For the past few days, the duration of daylight had dwindled to less than 2 hours. And once night fell, the weather turned exceptionally harsh. The tempest of blizzards swept across the land, plunging temperatures to over -30 degrees. Under such conditions, even if Aaron ventured out to hunt, he could find no prey. However, he and Yukinoshita had stockpiled sufficient food in advance, allowing them to remain quietly at the campsite for the foreseeable future. Of course, over the 2 months, Aaron had not only hunted, but also enhanced the campsite. He reinforced the original cabin and surrounded the entire area with wooden fences. Furthermore, he constructed 2 additional structures, one for food storage and the other for cooking and bathing. Yes, even with 3 cabins now. The 2 continued to share living quarters. For Puaru, it was relegated to the storage room each night, serving only to deter rodents. Strangely, Yukinoshita, the devoted cat lover, did not oppose Aaron's decision this time. Aaron trudged slowly, carrying the reindeer through snow that had accumulated to over 1 meter deep, making it impossible to move quickly. Suddenly, Puaru's anxious voice called out from afar, "Aaron, where are you? Miss Yukinoshita is in trouble." Hearing this, Aaron's heart tightened, and he immediately dropped the reindeer, sprinting towards Puaru's direction. Soon, a tear-streaked Puaru appeared before him. "Quickly, tell me what happened," Aaron demanded loudly. "Just now, a blue-skinned creature with wings attacked our campsite and has encased Miss Yukinoshita in ice." Upon hearing Puaru's words, Aaron's expression darkened instantly. His forehead throbbed with visible veins, and the fur on his tail bristled in anger. That must be a 3-star dragon. How could it appear at this stage? With no time to ponder further, Aaron rushed towards the campsite at full speed. Inside the campsite, Yukinoshita found herself in dire straits, with only her head and hands free as the rest of her body remained completely frozen. Her complexion was pale, and her limbs had become numb. Despite her helplessness, she refused to submit, glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned creature before her. "Humph, still not despairing? Is it ignorance that breeds your fearlessness? Human," the 3-star dragon sneered as it fixated on Yukinoshita. "In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes, and within an hour, you will meet a tragic end. Hurry, let me revel in the sight of your despair." Gritting her teeth, Yukinoshita replied slowly, "I will not yield. Pervert! Ha ha ha! It matters not. You shall find yourself in despair. After your demise, I shall traverse to that previous world and bring an end to all humanity therein. The lamentations of your kind are, to me, the most exquisite of hymns in this world." The 3-star dragon licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. The dragon ball still resided within Yukinoshita, Yukino's body, preventing the 3-star dragon from slaying her, for that would lead to mutual destruction. However, as long as he refrained from killing her, it would suffice to be why guiding Yukinoshita Yukino into utter despair, he could generate enough negative energy to escape from this so-called host. The 3-star dragon circled around Yukinoshita, Yukino slowly, eventually drawing closer to the girl before him, ominously stating, "Tell me, There must be many individuals you hold dear in that world. Yes, your parents, your sister. What a pity it is that you shall not be able to witness their wails. Hee hee. With each utterance from the three-star dragon, Yukino's countenance grew paler. Who among normal folk is not afraid of death, especially when the three-star dragon uttered the names of her parents and sister? For a fleeting moment, despair began to creep into Yukino's heart. Suddenly, the figure of Ailan flashed in her mind, dispelling all despair and fear in an instant. That man had vowed to protect her. Observing how Yukino's previously despondent gaze transformed into one of determination, the three-star dragon felt a twinge of impatience. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, hoping to continue provoking her with words. Are you relying on that Saiyan? Futile. He is merely an unfinished monkey. I could crush him with a single hand. What kind of despair would you offer me if your sole hope perished before your eyes? How thrilling. You should be the one to despair. Die, you scoundrel. At that moment, Ailan finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Ailan launched a kick at the three-star dragon. However, the strike did not connect, passing right through his form that Ailan's heart tightened. Was it an afterimage? He swiftly began to sense the three-star dragon's position. Roar. Are you searching for me, trash? The three-star dragon's voice suddenly emerged from behind Ailan. Bang! Ailan was struck in the back by a punch, his body lurching forward and collapsing to the ground. Immediately afterward, the three-star dragon appeared beside him, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Ailan crashed into the camp's fence, subsequently buried beneath splintered wood. Silence ensued. Ailan, witnessing this scene, Yukino cried out in anguish, yet received no response. I can sense it. This is the negative energy born from despair. The three-star dragon's heart surged with joy. Soon, he would have the opportunity to detach from this host. Chapter 19. The Saiyan's Ultimate Technique. Feeling the continuous stream of negative energy, the three-star dragon was elated. Continue to fear. Continue to despair. He thought to himself that in that previous world, the three-star dragon had never had the chance to absorb sufficient power. Thus, he devised a plan to draw the host of the Dragon Ball into this icy realm that in this world, 10 months of the year are shrouded in darkness. Such malevolent energy would surely corrupt the Dragon Ball and materialize him. Half of his plan had succeeded. There indeed existed enough evil aura here to allow him to manifest. Yet for reasons unknown, the monkey beside Yukino continually generated positive energy, compressing his own power to its limits. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. If this continued, the Dragon Ball would be utterly purified. As he absorbed the negative energy, the three-star dragon erupted into triumphant laughter. Is this your final hope? Ha ha ha! The sensation of personally obliterating humanity's hope is simply marvelous. Yukino could no longer comprehend the repugnant creature's words, tears blurring her vision. Yet she still strained to gaze toward the place where Ailan lay buried. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She seemed to see the pile of wood that had buried Ailan shifting. The roar emanated from within the woodpile, followed by beams of white light shooting forth. In an instant, all the wooden debris disintegrated into ash. Ailan, his clothing tattered, leapt forth from the wreckage. He tore off his garments, clenched his left fist, and assessed his condition. His left arm was broken, 2 ribs fractured, and his internal organs sustained varying degrees of injury from the shock. However, bolstered by the Saiyan's indomitable vitality, he should be able to continue fighting for a while, spitting out the blood that had spilled from his mouth. Ailan first directed his gaze at Yukino. Why are you crying? It's just a minor issue. I'll be back shortly to rescue you. With that, he turned to face the three-star dragon. He had already discerned that this evil dragon did not possess his full power. Otherwise, that last blow would have been enough to reduce him to dust. The Kai of Time had stated that the three-star dragon's strength could rival that of a Super Saiyan 3. If he were still at his peak, crushing him would be easier than squashing an ant. Although he could not sense the dragon's energy, there was still hope. He needed to gauge the disparity in their combat abilities. If necessary, he had one final trump card. Suppressing his concern for Yukino, Ailan took a deep breath. I'm going in. With that, he vanished from his position. The three-star dragon watched Ailan's performance leisurely. Having realized that Ailan's presence could directly influence the host's emotions, that if that were the case, He must use the most brutal methods to systematically dismantle this monkey. If Yukino were to confront such a hellish reality, she would surely sink deeper into despair and fear. He grinned maliciously, his eyes darting swiftly until he soon located Ailan. Oh, high-speed movement. Child's play. The three-star dragon then moved at high speed as well. To Yukino's eyes, the two figures seemed to vanish simultaneously. Yet soon, a tremendous sound reverberated from above. Struggling to lift her gaze, she saw nothing but the sonic booms produced by their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their battle echoed like rain upon the ground. Gradually, Yukino found herself unable to bear the sonic blasts, preventing her from looking up at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. Meanwhile, Ailan was delivering all his might against the three-star dragon while secretly assessing his combat prowess. Indeed, even though the three-star dragon was not at full strength, he was still far beyond Ailan's capabilities. The disparity in physical strength was too great. In just a few seconds of engagement, several bones had already fractured anew. What had merely been a shock to his internal organs was now threatening to rupture. However, if he utilized his ultimate technique, he could surely defeat him. With a plan forming in his mind, Ailan quickly distanced himself from the two. The three-star dragon did not pursue, instead crossing his arms. A mocking expression on his face as he regarded Ailan. What's the matter? Are you, monkey, preparing to surrender? Too bad. I won't grant you a swift end, and I intend to slice you into pieces. Bit by bit, the three-star dragon grinned wickedly, summoning a chill that manifested into a scythe forged of ice. Puaru, you must protect Yukino. Get her away from here and find a way to thaw her. Ailan suddenly shouted. He had sensed Puaru's presence since he approached the camp to that moment. Puaru had stealthily arrived near Yukino. Yes, boss, transform. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Puaru transformed into a hovering, small vehicle, placing Yukino upon it as they fled the camp. However, as soon as Puaru attempted to leave, an ice wall materialized before him and Yukino. Trying to escape? Just as he prepared to capture them, Ailan appeared before Puaru. Blocking the three-star dragon's advance, he tossed a small pouch onto the vehicle that Puaru had transformed into. Find a chance to escape, help thaw Yukino, and give her what's in the pouch. Beneath the snow on the vehicle, Yukino beheld the grim plight of Ailan, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. You must be careful. If you die, I shall follow you into death. Humph. Such scum cannot bring about my demise. You all should flee at once. With that, Ailan strode determinedly toward the three-star dragon, declaring, Let us continue our battle. He bellowed fiercely as a radiant orb of white light materialized in his hand, which he then hurled skyward. Phew! Thank goodness. Although my power has waned, the artificial moon remains operational. The artificial moon ascended, casting its luminous glow across the entire forest. Ailan watched as its tail flickered, his breaths quickening in tandem. Thud! His heart pounded loudly, its rhythm accelerating. Thud! 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 At long last, the transformation of the Saiyan commenced. Chapter 20. The temporary recess of nightmares? Oh no! The three-star dragon felt a jolt of alarm. He could sense Ailan's rapidly swelling power. With no thought for Yukino or Puaru, he darted straight toward Ailan, brandishing his scythe and aiming a lethal strike at Ailan's neck. Yet the anticipated sight of decapitation did not manifest. Ailan's swiftly growing hair thwarted the blow, and his enlarging form rendered the strike merely a superficial a superior warrior. Ailan, though unable to maintain full consciousness like Vegeta in his great ape form, still discerned friend from foe. Roar! The colossal Saiyan roared at the three-star dragon, simultaneously unleashing a crimson energy blast from his mouth. The three-star dragon barely managed to evade, the energy blast shooting deep into the forest. A massive explosion akin to a nuclear detonation erupted within the woods. The three-star dragon glanced back, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was not at his peak strength now, and faced with such an onslaught, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. In truth, even without accessing his full power, the three-star dragon's combat prowess still surpassed Ailan's significantly. However, he was no warrior. As an evil dragon, His nature was one of treachery and cowardice, instinctively shying away from danger. Any risk could cause him to falter. Yet, Aaron's assault did not relent. The giant hands relentlessly swatted at him, forcing the three-star dragon to retreat further. Soon, their battlefield shifted to the frozen lake's surface. Seizing the opportunity, Puaru hastened away from the camp. Yukino Yukinoshita struggled to turn and gaze at Aaron, who was embroiled in battle, her expression fraught with concern. "You must be safe. If possible, I would rather you not exert yourself so fiercely to protect me. All I desire is for you to return unscathed. Miss Yukinoshita, let us flee into the forest. I shall find a way to break the ice binding you there." Yukino shook her head vehemently. "No, we cannot stray too far. I want to remain where I can see Aaron. Even if I lack such strength, I will absolutely not allow him to shoulder everything alone." "Very well, but we must also seek a place where we will not be affected. Moreover, your frostbite is severe. If we do not alleviate the ice soon, even if you survive, you may be left crippled." Feeling the urgency, Puaru quickened his pace. The battle between Aaron and the three-star dragon raged on. Caught off guard, the three-star dragon was slammed to the ground by Aaron, enduring a series of heavy blows. "Enough, you wretched monkey!" The three-star dragon unleashed a freezing beam, solidifying one of the giant ape's arms. Aaron could not suppress a cry of agony. Stumbling back 2 steps, the three-star dragon seized the moment to flap his wings and ascend into the sky. The previous blows had left him significantly injured. And panting heavily, he glared at Aaron with malevolence. "Go to hell, you monkey!" The freezing air rapidly coalesced around him, forming a massive orb of ice and snow that hurtled toward Aaron. "Roar!" Upon witnessing the icy sphere's approach, the giant ape roared and, in the blink of an eye, completed charging his destructive blast, directing it at the ice sphere and the three-star dragon. The 2 energy streams clashed violently in midair. "You damned monkey!" The three-star dragon cursed incessantly, his hand straining to force his energy ball down upon Aaron. Veins bulged upon his forehead. Sensing his life at stake, Aaron began to fight with all his might, channeling every ounce of his strength into this destructive blast, significantly amplifying its power. After a moment of stalemate, the three-star dragon, now possessing the upper hand, began to feel fear creeping in. "I cannot die. I have yet to inflict suffering upon all of humanity." Such thoughts incessantly plague his mind. However, how could he hope to triumph over the desperate Aaron amidst such musings? Finally, Aaron spotted an opportunity. Even transformed into a giant ape, his singular focus remained. Even at the cost of his life, he would crush this scoundrel's head. Roar! Blood began to flow from the corners of the giant ape's mouth. Yet the intensity of the destructive blast surged even further. The icy sphere was gradually forced back toward the three-star dragon. That moment, the three-star dragon's composure shattered. He decisively relinquished his energy ball and fled into the sky in a panic. However, the uncontrollable energy ball was instantly shattered by Aaron, its residual energy engulfing the three-star dragon. "Ah!" The anguished cries of the three-star dragon echoed. "I will not vanish, as long as the Dragon Balls remain unpurified. I shall have the chance to resurrect. When I return, I will crush you, monkey." His struggles were short-lived. The three-star dragon's cries faded as he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, completely vanishing beneath the onslaught of the destructive blast. After the three-star dragon's disappearance, Aaron, in his giant ape form, collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted. That moment, he regained a semblance of consciousness. Overdrawing his life force was no trifling matter. Aaron was left with barely half his life remaining. Yet he had one final task to accomplish. He lifted his head and directed his last vestiges of strength toward the artificial moon. As the moon vanished, Aaron gradually reverted from his giant ape state, collapsing unconscious upon the frozen lake. Meanwhile, Puaru had managed to free Yukino Yukinoshita from her icy bindings. This moment, her limbs had succumbed to frostbite, lying motionless on the ground. Puaru retrieved a pouch entrusted to him by Aaron, extracting the soul senza bean contained within. "Miss Yukinoshita, this is a command from Aaron. You must consume it at once." Upon hearing it was Aaron's directive, Yukino instinctively opened her mouth as the senza bean entered her stomach. Her damaged tissues rapidly regained vitality. In mere moments. Yukino revived, seizing Puaru's arm and urging, "Quickly! The sounds of battle have ceased. We must hurry to find Ailan." Puaru had intended to persuade Yukino to wait. But upon witnessing the urgency in her pleading gaze, he nodded and transformed into a hovering vehicle, whisking Yukino Shida toward the lakeside where the battle had just transpired. Chapter 21. The difficulty of naming certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Miss Yukino Shida, Puaru responded and transformed into a van. After Yukino Shida dragged Ailan into the vehicle, it sped off toward the campsite with great urgency. Inside the van, Yukino held Ailan tightly in her embrace. The hollow gaze in her eyes was filled solely with anxiety and guilt. Instinctively, she raised her hand, watching the blood drip to the ground. Yukino Shida struggled to swallow her tears, choking back sobs, yet ultimately succumbed to silent weeping. If it weren't for saving me, Ailan would not have exerted himself so desperately. Sensing the unusual atmosphere in the vehicle, Puaru voiced his concern. Miss Yukino Shida, you must remain calm. The boss still needs us to tend to his injuries. Upon hearing Ailan's name, a flicker of light returned to Kinoshida, Yukino's once dull eyes. She wiped away her tears and nodded. The eternal night had commenced, and in an effort to escape the cold, all creatures had retreated to their nests. The world suddenly fell silent, save for the roaring sound of Puaru, now a van, racing onward. Days later, a sudden wail erupted from the small cabin at the campsite. Damn it! I'm in excruciating pain. Startled by the noise, Yukino and Puaru hurriedly rushed inside. That you're finally awake. Yukino Shida exclaimed with joy as she approached Ailan, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Ailan struggled to open his eyelids, and the first sight that met him was two faces, each displaying varied colors but strikingly similar expressions. It took a few moments for his sluggish mind to retrieve memories of what had transpired. Ailan parted his lips, his voice raspy, like a parched desert. I'm sorry, Yukino Shida. I'm so hungry. Could you prepare something for me to eat? It's wonderful that you're awake, truly wonderful. Yukino Shida repeated, her words brimming with sincerity. She gazed deeply at Ailan, then said, Wait a moment. I will go prepare a meal for you right now. With that, she walked towards the adjacent cabin to tea that moment. Puaru flew in front of Ailan, sobbing, "Wah, boss, you were so gravely injured. I thought you were finished for sure. Lucky for you, it was a close call." Ailan glanced at the bandages on his body, all fashioned from strips of Yukino's torn clothing. Without tools, he marveled at how she managed to do so, for physical weakness was the only flaw of that girl. Contemplating this, a soft smile began to grace Ailan's face as he turned to Puaru and gently said, Puaru, you did exceptionally well this time. Puaru stopped crying, grinning widely, of course. I'm the boss's little brother. Ailan chuckled softly, beginning to assess his injuries. The wounds he sustained this time were undoubtedly the most severe of his life. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding. The energy within him had been entirely depleted. Lord Kaioshin, you certainly assigned me a daunting task, Ailan remarked with a faint smile. Suddenly, a pink glow emanated within the cabin, and the projection of Kaioshin reappeared before Ailan. Little Ailan, are you talking about me again? Ailan blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of Kaioshin. Why is it that every time I mention you, you show up right on cue? You're not peeping at me, are you? Of course not. Divine beings do not spy on others. I observe openly. Ailan was rendered speechless by Kaioshin's unabashed declaration. Ignoring Ailan's incredulous gaze, Kaioshin lifted her chin proudly and said, I sense the immense divine power of your great ape form through your tail. Which is why I notice you. I am a deity, and I'm quite busy. Ah, yes, then what brings you here, Lord Kaioshin? If there is nothing pressing, you may return, given that divine beings are so occupied. What nonsense! I'm merely concerned for you. You are my very first employee, Kaioshin muttered, slightly perturbed by Ailan's dismissive tone. This time, you have indeed suffered a work-related injury. This is not a heartless enterprise. Shortly, I will send you a senza being. You can also make a wish. If there is anything you desire, just speak up. Such a fortunate turn of events. Ailan replied uncertainly. Then can we hurry back? Upon hearing this request, Kaioshin lowered her head, stammering, to leave. You must stay for a year. That exceeds my capabilities. Could you perhaps choose another wish? Aaron. Indeed, he should not have held any expectations of this third-rate deity. After pondering for a moment, Aaron looked at Kaioshin and articulated his wish. Chapter 22. The awkward window of truth. When Yukino brought the food over, she noticed a flash of pink light within the cabin. She sat beside Aaron, feeding him meat, and inquired, "Did that divine being visit just now?" "Yes," Aaron responded, barely chewing as he swiftly swallowed the meat, signaling Yukino with his eyes to hasten her feeding. After placing another piece of meat in Aaron's mouth, a hint of unease flickered in Yukino eyes. Is something about to happen again? Nothing significant. It's likely just that my performance was satisfactory, and the boss came to enhance my employee benefits. That's her sole purpose, Aaron said, a wry smile escaping his lips. Yukino, perplexed, questioned employee benefits. You'll find out soon enough, Aaron replied mysteriously, then urged, Yukino, can we please skip the chatter for now? Just give me the meat. I've missed 15 meals after being unconscious for 3 days. Yukino rolled her eyes at him. Your mind is particularly sharp when it comes to food, and you're calculating it based on 5 meals a day. With that, she focused intently on feeding Aaron. Meanwhile, Puaru, displaying great sensitivity, took his leave, for he still had the important duty of being the warehouse manager. The small cabin gradually fell into tranquility after the previous events. Yukino found herself relishing this newfound peace. If only it could last forever. After savoring the last bite of meat, Aaron let out a contented belch. Suddenly, another pink glow filled the room. The dazzling light compelled Yukino to instinctively close her eyes. At that moment, Aaron's voice reached her ears. Finally, it's here. That third-rate deity may be inept, but her logistic speed is commendable. Upon opening her eyes, several boxes appeared within the cabin. Yukino glanced at Aaron, puzzled, and asked, "What is this?" "Gifts I requested from the Kaioshin. Open them and see." Yukino opened a box, atop which lay a small pouch, while beneath it were various garments she used to ward off the winter chill. "This is..." As she picked up the pouch, Yukino gazed inside, momentarily lost in thought at the sight of the magical beans. She recognized this tiny bean. It was the very one that Ailan had instructed Puaru to feed her, while he himself had sustained such grave injuries. Yukino breathed slowly, calming her emotions before opening 2 more boxes. Inside were numerous books, along with a dozen cans of cat food. That third-rate deity even claimed to fulfill one of my wishes. However, her abilities seemed limited to merely transporting these items. So I pondered and decided to have her send some things to you and Puaru. Winter nights have fallen. With books to read, you won't find yourself bored. Puaru performed admirably this time. Hence I requested the Supreme Kai to send some cat food as a reward. Ailan's voice resonated from behind, and Yukino clutched the magical bean to her chest, whispering in a voice barely audible to herself. Even now, everything is still centered around us. What about you? Truly a fool. What are you mumbling about? Yukino shook her head and sat beside Ailan, feeding the magical bean into his mouth. The moment the bean slid down his throat, Ailan's injuries completely healed in an instant. With a powerful leap, he sprang up, exhilarated by the surge of energy coursing through him. Indeed, recovery from injury results in a substantial boost in strength. His combat power must now exceed 10,000. Seeing Ailan restore to health, Yukino finally felt a sense of relief. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. I am not worth such efforts. Ailan lowered his head, pondering for a moment before replying seriously. Purifying the Dragon Balls is my duty. Protecting you is part of that responsibility. Yukino. This response evidently unsettled Yukino. Feeling discontent, pressed on. Is that all there is to it? Of course. It seems I'm the only surviving Saiyan diligently fulfilling my role. That third-rate deity has no retort to that. Ha ha! As he spoke, Ailan struck a pose, hands on his hips, laughing with pride. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly as he sensed a murderous intent behind him, causing the temperature in the wooden cabin to drop significantly. At that moment, Yukino was glaring at him with a menacing gaze. Ha! So it was merely about fulfilling your duties. The girl's cold voice sent a shiver down Ailan's spine. That's not entirely true. Ailan stammered, his face reddening. During their time together, he had indeed developed a fondness for this lovely yet strong girl. It seemed that Saiyans were naturally drawn to powerful women, whether that strength was physical or mental. Most importantly, Yukino was an excellent cook. Yet, Ailan found it difficult to express his feelings to that's so. Observing Ailan, who seemed hesitant to speak, Yukino suddenly felt flustered. She quickly tidied up the dishes and headed towards the door. However, this time, her steps were considerably lighter, and a smile unwittingly graced her lips. Chapter 23. The Promised Land 2998, 2999, 3000. In the courtyard of the camp, Ailan was performing one-handed push-ups. The emergence of the evil dragon had made Ailan acutely aware of his own frailty. A degraded version of a 3-star dragon had nearly cost him his life. If he did not intensify his training, he could not fathom how he would confront future foes. Yukino sat on the porch, engrossed in a book, occasionally sneaking glances at Ailan. Due to the prolonged polar night, she could not ascertain how long they had been there. Yet, life had returned to a semblance of tranquility after completing his rest for the day. Ailan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Yukino approached him, offering a towel. No matter how many times I see it, your stamina is nothing short of astonishing. After wiping his face with the towel, Ailan grinned. My training is still far from sufficient. Seeing Ailan smile, Yukino found herself momentarily entranced, her cheeks warming. She realized that she had unwittingly developed feelings for this guy. Now, merely a smile could make her heart race. They shared a bed every night. What's wrong? Standing there in a daze. It's nothing. I was just pondering how long we've been here. IT has been perpetually night. I have lost all sense of time. Yukino casually turned away, crossing her arms over her chest and taking a gentle breath. Ailan remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, scratching his head as he contemplated. It should be nearly a year now. Considering the number of meals we've shared, I believe we can return soon. I can't even begin to comment on that. Why do you measure time by the number of meals? Yukino shot him a glare. But within her heart, a hint of melancholy lingered. Once they returned, would their relationship remain as it is now? Would it gradually revert to that of a leader and subordinate? An unease filled her heart. Despite the impending return to familiar routines, Yukino found herself grappling with insecurities at that moment. Ailan's voice broke through her thoughts. By the way, we are neighbors, right? Once we return, will I still be able to come over for meals? I have grown so accustomed to your cooking that I can no longer bear my own culinary disasters. That will depend on my schedule and your performance. Yukino offered a faint smile. Indeed, having endured so much together, there was no need for concern. Hadn't he promised to always protect her? This guy always managed to make her feel secure without even trying that MY performance. Ailan questioned. Puzzled. Yes, once we return, you must diligently study under me. You haven't scored above double digits in any subject. While I don't hold high expectations, you must at least manage to graduate smoothly. Ailan's expression fell upon hearing Yukino's words. Realizing that the time for parting was drawing near, Puaru clutched a can of cat food, eating while crying. Wow, boss, are you really leaving? This can is so delicious. Yukino gently stroked Puaru's silky fur. Her face filled with reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at Ailan and said, Can't we really bring Puaru along? No, Puaru doesn't belong to our world. Moreover, it is children waiting for it in another world. Upon hearing Ailan's words, Yukino sighed, cradling Puaru in her arms. She savored the last moments of petting the cat. She spoke to Puaru. Puaru, thank you for saving me before, since I can't repay your life-saving grace. I can only express my gratitude with these meager words that if fate allows, our separation is merely a temporary divergence towards different paths in life, and ultimately, we shall reunite in Rome if we are not destined to meet again. I wish you a swift return to your promised land. She spoke. Yukino turned her gaze towards Ailan. It seems I have finally found my promised land. Without further disturbing the tender farewell between the girl and the cat, Ailan walked alone into the courtyard. Gazing up at the sky that was beginning to pale, he felt ill at ease in such a scene of parting. After a whole 10 months, the sun's rays once again illuminated this land. With pupils slightly constricting, Ailan quickly acclimated to the daylight. Parting, it seems I have no one I truly feel reluctant to say goodbye to. Suddenly, he felt a hand clasping his. Turning his head, he saw Yukino, standing beside him. Vibrant and lively, I have bid a proper farewell to Puaru. Ailan nodded, instinctively tightening his grip on Yukino's hand. Feeling the warmth of Ailan, Yukino gently remarked, having spent a year here, although the conditions were harsh, I find myself feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. Until the Dragon Balls are purified, I will remain by your side. Yukino smiled and nodded. After a long period of companionship, she had gradually come to understand Ainan's awkward nature. The words she had just uttered might very well be the extent of what Ailan could express at this moment. Just then, the portal that had transported the two of them reappeared. They exchanged smiles and stepped inside together on the other side. Another portal appeared beside Puaru, and a dazzling light engulfed it. Time passed, and finally, the transportation concluded. This time, it found itself in a narrow alleyway between two tall buildings. Puaru looked around in terror. Where is this? Did I not return to the south? Suddenly, a voice reached Puaru's ears. No, this is Tokyo. By the way, can cats really talk? A ghost. Boss, save me. Puaru crouched in a corner, clutching its head, certain that there had been no one here moments ago. Where was that voice coming from? The voice belonged to a young girl, who stood quietly a short distance away, her face devoid of expression. Yet her words conveyed a palpable sense of resignation. Mr. Cat, I am Kato K, not a ghost. I was startled too when I saw a cat talking. Chapter 24. Returning to everyday life in Yukino's apartment. A sudden flash of light appeared. Ailan stepped out from the luminescent veil, holding Yukino's hand. Casting a glance around, Ailan sighed with relief. Finally back. I can feel this modern atmosphere again. Picking up the phone resting on the coffee table. Yukino checked the time, which still read 3 a.m. That a year spent in the icy world had only translated to a mere 7 hours in reality. I could see this moment. Ailan was surveying Yukino's living space. Should one say that the house reflects its owner? Though the space was ample, it bore little in the way of decoration or embellishment, appearing rather desolate. However, a number of books lay scattered on the table in front of the sofa. He picked one up at random. The books were all similar to those Yukino perused in the service club, their covers wrapped. Without opening them, one could hardly discern their contents. The 30 Habits of Cats. Never mind, let's look at something else. How to be a responsible pet owner. The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The differences between cats and pandas. A literary maiden indulging in such literature. Whatever happened to the likes of Lu Sun and Shakespeare? Alas, Yukino had been thoroughly brainwashed by her feline companion. Thankfully, she had parted ways with Puaru this time. Speaking of which, Puaru must have returned to the Dragon Ball world by now. Suddenly, Yukino. Her face flushed, poked Ailan. The sudden revelation of her private matters made her feel shy, even though there was hardly any privacy left between them. You should head back to your room and rest now. Monkey Man, Yukino gently nudged Ailan toward the door. The Supreme Kaitan was indeed reliable, having previously repaired the security door that Ailan had damaged. Standing in her apartment, Yukino softly said to Ailan by the door. Get some rest. All right, see you tomorrow. Ailan opened his door and, after leaving those words, stepped inside. See you tomorrow? After shutting the apartment door, Yukino pressed her hand to her chest, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Indeed, even upon returning, some things remain unchanged. Tomorrow truly holds promise. At 7 a.m., in front of the apartment elevator, Ailan leaned against the wall, awaiting Yukino's arrival. Good morning, Yukino. Despite having lived in the icy realm for a year, Yukino maintained her habitual routine. Upon spotting Ailan at the elevator, she approached him with a gentle stride. Good morning, Monkey Man. Hearing her familiar greeting, Yukino reciprocated. Yes, she pressed the triangular button for the elevator to descend. With a chime, the door slid open. The two entered in succession. Today marked the resumption of their school lives. Walking side by side along the road, they encountered few vehicles, occasionally spotting a few individuals out for morning exercises. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Ailan mused, strolling along such a path feels quite pleasant. How did you get to school previously, Monkey Man? I flew, of course. With the window open, I could soar straight to school in 5 minutes. That way, I could sleep a bit longer. You must not do that anymore. Why not? Ailan looked at Yukino in confusion. The deity said you need to integrate into human life. How could such a cheating method be considered integration? Yukino spoke earnestly, her true concern being that if Ailan flew to school every time, their time together would diminish significantly. Well, I suppose I still need to protect you. However, I have discovered a Dragon Ball's location now. I wonder where the others are scattered. Reflecting on his responsibilities, Ailan felt a tinge of melancholy, inwardly criticizing that unreliable deity. From now on, if you plan to engage in any dangerous activities, please inform me in advance. Although I may not be able to help much, As she spoke, Yukino's body trembled slightly. Sensing her unease, Ailan took her hand. Rest assured, it's not that dangerous, and I'm much stronger than I was before. Ailan suddenly halted, for Yukino was staring at him with a serious expression. All right, if I discover any other Dragon Balls, I will let you know that that's more like it. Yukino nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, she realized Ailan was still holding her hand, and she panicked. Gently pulling her hand away, her face flushed, she softly said, "We're almost at school, this." Ailan also realized, awkwardly retracting his hand behind him. "I apologize." The two walked in silence until they reached the second floor of the teaching building. Upon arriving at the back door of Class 2F, Ailan strode directly inside and took his seat. In the back row by the window, the warmth of the sun enveloped him, and after an involuntary yawn, he rested his head down. Indeed, he found solace in this peaceful life on the other side of the classroom. A certain lethargic high school student gazed at Ailan with suspicion. Had he not just seen Ailan and Yukino holding hands on their way to school? Could it be that they were a couple? If so, would he be forced to endure their public displays of affection in the club? After much contemplation, Hikigaya Hachiman arrived at a decision. After school, it would be best to find an opportunity to sneak back home. Clubs, it seems, are simply not suited for him. Chapter 25. The Saiyans are actually all fat tigers. Upon the conclusion of classes, Yukino opened the door to the service club's classroom. Era was already seated, burying her head in the crook of her arm, resembling a slumbering ostrich, which was oddly amusing. Treading lightly, Yukino slowly passed by Era, who suddenly raised her head. Why movements have been so subtle? Yet you still noticed? Well, I caught a whiff of your scent. Perhaps it's jasmine, or maybe lavender? Era mused, uncertain, yet the fragrance was etched in her mind. Era felt that this aroma was uniquely characteristic of Yukino. Hentai, Yukino shot Era a glare, her face flushing slightly. Is that so? I merely registered it unconsciously. Era sat up, her gaze intermittently drifting to Yukino's face while occasionally surveying the entire clubroom. Speaking of which, I've never truly examined this classroom. What are you sneaking a glance at? No, it just feels a bit empty. Have you ever considered adding some daily necessities? Perhaps a kettle and cups for tea? In the icy realm, even under harsh conditions, Yukino had sought out some wild tea leaves suitable for consumption. Is that so? Then let us go purchase some tea utensils together, and perhaps some disposable cups as well, so we can properly host any clients that may arrive. Clients, huh? I wonder when they will actually show up. That Hikigaya fellow hasn't come around either. Bored, Era rested her chin on the desk. In her previous life of watching anime, she had never noticed, but now she realized that this so-called service club hardly received any requests throughout the year. Such a leisurely state was tolerable for a day or two, but over time, it became unbearable for Saiyan's restless nature. Seated beside Era, Yukino pulled out a textbook and calmly stated, "Who says there are no requests? You are one. Aren't you? Teacher Hiratsuka entrusted me with ensuring you pass at least one subject in the upcoming exams. Now, bring out your book. You promised me." "Fine, I suppose I shall study after a long hiatus," Era proclaimed, displaying a newfound fervor as she retrieved her textbook, which was pristine and bore no sign of her name. 5 minutes later, Era had tilted her head and dozed off against Yukino's shoulder. Observing Era, Yukino sighed, exasperated. Alas, I should not have harbored expectations of you. That said, Yukino made no move to wake Era. Instead, she took out a collection of essays to read. As for Era, she could remain asleep on her shoulder for the time being. Yukino took a deep breath, attempting to steady her emotions. She merely wished to avoid being disturbed by the awakening of the slumbering Saiyan while she read. It was certainly not a matter of enjoying such proximity. I'm coming in. Yukino. The classroom of the service club was again abruptly thrown open. Hiratsuka Shizuka barged in, dragging Hikigaya Hachiman along. Upon witnessing the scene of Era and Yukino, Hiratsuka Shizuka's mouth fell agape. What on earth are you two doing? Beside her, Hikigaya Hachiman wore an expression of resignation. I was right to escape. Coming here would surely force me to consume their dog food. The sudden entrance of Hiratsuka Shizuka and Hikigaya Hachiman startled Yukino for a moment. But she quickly regained her composure. Gently shaking Era awake, she stood up from her seat. Approaching Hiratsuka Shizuka, who was less than a meter away, she crossed her arms and coolly remarked, "Didn't I mention that one should knock before entering?" At that moment, Yukino's demeanor made Hiratsuka Shizuka instinctively step back, awkwardly rubbing her nose. Haha, I'll be more mindful next time. But what about you and Era? What about it? At this moment, Era had also awakened. Albeit slightly bewildered by the current situation, it's nothing, just reminding teacher Hiratsuka of basic etiquette. After addressing Era's question, Yukino turned back to Hiratsuka Shizuka, her tone returning to its frosty demeanor. So, has teacher Hiratsuka brought back our runaway member? Seeing that Yukino had sidestepped the question regarding Era, Hiratsuka Shizuka chose not to pursue the matter further. These kids were simply too heart-wrenching. Here I am, 27 years old, still grappling with unresolved issues. Yet within just a day, these two have drawn closer. She raised her fist toward Hikigaya Hachiman. Yes, Hikigaya Hachiman, you must reform yourself here, or else I shall not spare you. With that, Hiratsuka Shizuka strode out of the classroom, followed by the sound of lamentation echoing down the hallway, reminiscent of the cries of those who are overly enthusiastic about life. Yukino glanced at the vigilant Hikigaya Hachiman and said, "Stop standing there like a fool. Find a place to sit." Upon seeing Hikigaya take a seat near the classroom entrance, Yukino returned to her own seat and continued to face life positively. One must possess a resilient heart in all endeavors. One should actively strive to participate, including club activities. I hope you can genuinely engage in club activities moving forward, Hikigaya. However, in Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes, Yukino and Era had already become embodiments of those who were overly engaged in life. While this man, Hikigaya Hachiman, resolutely refused to interact with any of them. Nonetheless, recalling Hiratsuka Shizuka's iron fist, Hikigaya Hachiman remained resolute. He refrained from contradicting Yukino and instead pulled out a novel to read. At that moment, Era began to grasp the situation as well. She cast a peculiar glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, feeling as though her presence had disrupted the established lives of these two, yet there was not a trace of guilt within her heart. For the Saiyans' intrinsic nature was akin to that of a glutton. Once something was desired, it must belong to them. With that thought, Era withdrew her gaze and picked up the textbook that was so dull it could induce sleep. Chapter 26. At last, a request has arrived. The classroom once again resumed its usual atmosphere. Era appeared to be reading her textbook, yet her head nodded incessantly, as if she were on the verge of conversing with the King of Dreams. The other two were engrossed in their reading, creating a tranquil ambience. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed, standing out distinctly in the serene environment. Yukino carefully marked her page and calmly said, "Please enter." "Excuse me." A voice, trembling slightly, accompanied a figure that entered the classroom. Subsequently, akin to a cat caught in the act, she closed the door behind her. Her chestnut hair swayed gently as she moved, her gaze flitting nervously back and forth. Upon locking eyes with Hikigaya Hachiman, who was nearest the door, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why are Era and Hikigaya here?" I I suppose I could be considered a member here. And why do you refer to me as Asindome? Hikigaya Hachiman replied, immediately countering her question at this point. He had taken a good look at the girl before him, having mentally categorized her as a girl adorned in youthful attire, sporting a shortened skirt, with 3 buttons of her blouse undone, and a heart-shaped accessory adorning her chest, an epitome of the current high school girl who blatantly disregards school regulations out of course. This was merely Hikigaya's perspective. Era tilted her head, only catching a glimpse of the girl's profile. However, after a fleeting glance, she instinctively shifted her attention back to Yukino Shida, who was studying. Indeed, Yukino possessed a rather distinctive charm. Shall we sit down first? Yukino Shida beckoned for her to take a seat across from her. After the young girl sat down, Yukino Shida called out her name. Yubihama Yui, Class 2F, a companion of Araragi and Hikigaya Hachiman. Yubihama looked at Yukino Shida with surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, you actually know my name. This person must have memorized the names of everyone in the school." She mused. Hikigaya Hachiman internally scoffed at this and returned to his novel, paying no further attention to the conversation between the two girls. "Well, I know a bit." Yukino Shida nodded slightly. "Now, please state your purpose for coming here." Yubihama said, "I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei that wishes can be granted here. Is that true?" Yubihama asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "We are merely assisting. Whether your wish can be fulfilled depends on you. That it's better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them a fish. Do you understand?" Yubihama's eyes sparkled with admiration as she replied, "Well, I want to make cookies." After a brief speech, she glanced at Hikigaya and Araragi, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue speaking in front of the two boys. Observing her discomfort, Yukino Shida turned to Araragi and said, "Please go fetch me a drink. You know my preferred flavor, right?" "Of course," Araragi responded, rising to head towards the corridor, while Hikigaya instinctively followed suit. On the way, Araragi broached the subject with a hint of curiosity. "You really don't know Yubihama Yui? When she called your name earlier, you looked puzzled. That I genuinely didn't know at first, but then I thought about it and realized she must be in our class." "I think I've heard that name before," Hikigaya replied. "Just how indifferent can you be towards your own class?" After exchanging a few more words, Hikigaya began to sense that Araragi was not as bad as he initially thought, and he relaxed a bit. He shot Araragi a glance and quipped, "A guy who only knows how to sleep has no right to lecture me." After a brief pause, he added, "There's no need to concern oneself with the collective. As long as my actions don't bring me any detriment, that's sufficient." Hikigaya rephrased his thoughts, expressing that without a collective, he need only care for himself and need not worry about those who belong to one. "Your words are rather cryptic. However, I suggest you pay more attention to that Yubihama-san," Araragi advised. "Why?" Hikigaya asked, perplexed. "Just a feeling," Araragi replied. Back in the classroom, Yukino Shida and Yubihama had concluded their discussion regarding the request. Araragi casually placed 2 boxes of drinks in front of the two girls. "Here, enjoy your drinks. I hope they suit your taste," he said before returning to his seat. Yukino Shida glanced at the yogurt in front of her, her lips curling into a slight smile. "Thank you. This is my favorite flavor, though. Are you treating me?" "Thank you, Araragi-san," Yubihama replied gratefully, "and no need to thank me." "Have you finished your discussion? How did it go?" Hikigaya inquired from his seat. "Thanks to you, we had a very smooth exchange," Yukino Shida replied without hesitation. "That is the worst thank you I've ever heard. Truly, I appreciate it," Hikigaya retorted sarcastically. "You're welcome." After taking another sip, Yukino Shida tidied the table. "Shall we head to the home economics classroom?" "What for?" Hikigaya thought to himself, knowing that this was one of the 3 places that could inflict psychological trauma upon him. He typically avoided it whenever possible. Insisting on clarity that Yubihama-san's request requires us to go to the home economics room. Feeling that she had made herself clear enough, Yukino Shida said no more and gently nudged Araragi before setting off toward the classroom. Already aware of what was to come, Araragi shrugged and followed suit. "Let's see if there are any supplies there. I might want to eat some cake or something," he said. "Araragi, we're going there to help others fulfill their requests. Could you please refrain from fixating solely on food at this moment?" Yubihama, resembling a little follower, hurried after them. Hikigaya, resigned, sighed and left his seat to follow. Chapter 27, Is This Your First Successful Request? In the cooking room, Yukino Shida had tied her hair back, donned an apron, and was preparing the ingredients, while Yubahama, in a state of utter disarray, struggled to tie her apron. With a sigh, Yukinoshita approached and assisted Yubahama in fastening her apron. Can I ask you something, Yukinoshita? Yubahama, her cheeks flushed, inquired. What do you think of girls who are homebody types? I don't dislike them, Hikigaya replied nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to Yubahama's underlying meaning that in fact most boys would, to some extent, desire to date such girls. Yubahama beamed, her spirit invigorated, radiating enthusiasm. Yukinoshita, listening to their exchange, cast a puzzled glance at Araragi. Understanding the expression on Yukinoshita's face, Araragi leaned in and whispered, Saiyan types prefer independent, assertive women. What Hikigaya mentioned reflects his own dating standards, he added. Upon hearing Araragi's response, Yukinoshita nodded in satisfaction, but then seemed to realize something. Quickly turning her face away, blushing, taking a deep breath, she instructed Yubahama, I'll demonstrate once. You follow along. Yubahama nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking a grain, and rolled up her sleeves alongside Yukinoshita. They began by mixing flour, warm water, and sugar, then cracking an egg. However, rather than merely cracking the egg, the shells ended up in the flour as well. The cream was added, but it failed to blend. To make matters worse, she mistakenly added salt instead of the sugar that should have been included. Various seasonings were recklessly thrown in. Perhaps this was Yubahama's unique recipe. The outcome was evidently disastrous, I must say. Araragi, now convinced that his own cooking skills were somewhat impressive, remarked, Yubahama, what on earth did you create? A viral conglomerate? Or perhaps a mutant cockroach? Yukinoshita, her face ashen, clutched her forehead, clearly distressed. Why? Why is this happening? It seemed to be her first substantial setback. What is this? Yubahama exclaimed in shock. Shouldn't you be asking yourself that? She pushed the plate containing the inky black concoction toward Hikigaya. Perhaps it might unexpectedly taste good. That could be true, Araragi responded, taking a cookie made by Yukinoshita and popping it into his mouth. Enjoying it with squinted eyes. Go ahead and eat, Hikigaya. Who knows, it might actually be delicious. What right do you have to say that while munching on Yukinoshita's cookie? Hikigaya lamented, feeling utterly despondent. This was less of a taste test and more akin to a poison trial. Yubahama puffed her cheeks out like a blowfish, exclaiming, Araragi, that is so mean. Yukinoshita, arms crossed, remarked coolly, Hikigaya, you shouldn't disregard others' goodwill. This is part of our club activities. Hikigaya, upon seeing Yubahama's hopeful gaze, turned his head away, but ultimately, trembling, picked up a piece of the charred item without a glance and swallowed it whole. Regrettably, the horrifying taste lingered, echoing in his mouth and throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Hikigaya gulped down his favorite Max coffee, slumping over the table. His eyes vacant, that I finally survived. Araragi stared at the plate of cookies as if he had seen a ghost. Yubahama, you can't possibly be a master of dark cuisine, can you? He then took another cookie from Yukinoshita, hesitantly sampling a piece of Yubahama's cookie, and remarked, if that's the case, it resembles the flavor of a vegetable that has been exploded and charred. Hikigaya, astonished, looked at Araragi and exclaimed, Hey, did you just say something horrifying? What do you mean by vegetable people? Is this some kind of Chinibu? Yukino discreetly pinched Aaron's waist, confirming that the ever-eloquent Yubahama was indeed speaking without engaging her mind. However, Yubahama paid little heed to Aaron's earlier remarks. Her disappointment caused her to lower her head. Indeed, I lack culinary skills. Is there any talent I possess? The only remedy, Yukinoshita calmly stated. Yubahama, you mentioned that you believe you lack talent, correct? It's time to alter that mindset. Those who have not even made the minimum effort have no right to envy the talented. Failures often overlook the immense effort that successful individuals have invested behind the scenes. But everyone has been saying that they don't cook. Yubahama unconsciously echoed the sentiments of the masses, feeling that such an endeavor was out of sync with the crowd. Yukinoshita organized the flour, placing the small bowl containing it onto the table with a decisive thud. An aura of coldness emanated from her, reminiscent of a piercing winter wind, as she unabashedly expressed her disdain for Yubahama's earlier comments. Can you not modify this habit of conforming to those around you? It is rather uncomfortable to attribute your own incompetence and foolishness to others. Do you not feel embarrassed or disgusted by that? Aaron silently stood behind Yukinoshita, gently resting a hand on her back. He sensed a hint of the dark energy from the three-star ball surfacing once more. Feeling a warm current flowing into her, Yukinoshita paused, realizing that her previous words may have been overly harsh. Yahama, clad in an apron, cast her gaze downward, obscuring her expression. Hikigaya felt a twinge of compassion and was about to say something when an unexpected exclamation broke the tension. "Wow, so cool." Yukinoshita stared at her in astonishment. "I apologize, I may have indeed gone too far just now." "Yes, I understand, even though it was quite excessive. However, I tend to avoid superficial niceties, unlike you, as I often accommodate others. My apologies, I will strive to improve." Yukinoshita's icy demeanor gradually dissipated as she witnessed Yahama in a new light. In any case, continue as you are. I will be by your side to guide you." Thus, the kitchen witnessed a rather peculiar scene. "This is salt, not sugar, Yahama. Could you please taste it before adding sugar? Why so much vanilla extract? While everyone's palate differs, surely it cannot vary to such an extreme. What purpose does adding coffee powder to cookies serve? Is it an expression of individuality? Does that mean creating a dish that could be toxic? Or perhaps to poison Hikigaya?" Yahama's fervent actions revealed an 85 error rate as she looked up. Yukinoshita, weary from correcting her mistakes, felt a sense of relief when, after her diligent guidance, Yahama finally produced cookies that could be classified as food rather than charred remains. Hikigaya sampled one, declaring, "For gifting, it's already acceptable." Yahama blinked in confusion. "Huh. For a gift, it's the thought that counts," Hikigaya explained. "You see, as long as boys receive a gift from a girl, they are generally pleased. The taste is secondary, as long as it is edible." "Let us leave it at that then. Thank you, Yukinoshita, Aaron, and thank you, Juanjia." "Hey, why so quiet when it comes to me?" Hikigaya protested, his face darkening. "I risk my life to taste test." Chapter 28, Anji Midori Yahama. "Are you certain you want to leave it at this?" Yukinoshita expressed her concern for Yahama's commission. Yahama turned with a smile. "Well, I think this is sufficient for now, that I can practice more at home." "Thank you." Yukinoshita, as Yahama prepared to leave, Aaron kindly inquired, "Are you sure you want to leave wearing that apron?" "Ah." Yahama flustered, quickly removing the apron, thanking them, and waving goodbye. "See you. Let us tidy up here," Yukinoshita suggested, as she placed the used utensils into the sink. In truth, there wasn't much to clean. With Aaron's help, Yukinoshita washed while Aaron dried and returned the items to their rightful places. The two had lived together long enough to develop a certain unspoken understanding. After tidying up, they waited for a short while until Hikigaya returned from disposing of the trash, and the three exited the home economics classroom as the bell signifying the end of club activities rang. Once outside the school, Aaron and Yukinoshita strolled side by side along a path strewn with cherry blossoms. Observing the drifting petals, Yukinoshita mused, "It has been a long time since I've experienced campus life. Indeed, while I still prefer battles, this peaceful life is quite pleasant." Aaron's words trailed off as he suddenly closed his eyes, standing motionless. Noticing Aaron's unusual behavior, Yukinoshita inquired, "What's wrong? I sense a malevolent presence in that direction." "It feels like a tainted Dragon Ball." Aaron's expression turned grave as he pointed towards Tokyo. "Are you heading there now?" Yukinoshita grasped his wrist tightly, brows furrowing. The earlier appearance of a three-star dragon had left a significant psychological mark on her, one she had yet to overcome. "Yes, I must go. The evil dragon poses too great a danger to this world. Any one of them could utterly annihilate it." Observing Yukinoshita's worried demeanor, Aaron forced a light-hearted smile. "Do not worry. I won't act recklessly. Did you not express your dream of changing this world? I will protect this place until you fulfill that dream. It's not merely my duty. I occasionally wish to be a partner in justice. I'll wait for you at the apartment. Did you not say you would come over for a meal? I will prepare dinner for your return." Though she spoke reassuringly, Yukinoshita showed no intention of releasing Aaron's hand. She gazed at him expectantly, yearning to hear a response that would satisfy her. Aaron gave her a thumbs up and calmly declared, "Yes, I want a lot of meat." With that, he released her hand and dashed into a deserted alley. Speeding off towards Tokyo, At a CAF somewhere in Tokyo, 3 girls and 1 boy, along with a cat, were deep in discussion. The boy, with a strikingly delicate face and black-framed glasses, was fervently making a pitch. So, with Eri-chan as the illustrator and Kasumiga Kakashiwa as the lead writer, we can transform this classmate Kato from an ordinary passerby into the perfect heroine. "Ah, no. My name is Kato." "Not Ganai," Kato interjected. Kasumiga Kakashiwa cast a brief glance at Kato, then returned to writing in her notebook. The proposal for the Shining Girl project had been put forth by Angie Renya a few days prior. Given that it was a dating sim, it was essential to have a captivating main dish. She and Eri had been waiting in the CAF for nearly half an hour when Angie finally arrived with the main dish. The truly unremarkable heroine perfectly aligned with the original intent of the Shining Girl concept. Had it not been for the blue cat, Kasumiga Kaka would have entirely overlooked the presence of another person. Observing the small commotion unfolding, Kasumiga Kaka chose silence over analyzing Kato. Having just met this taciturn and expressionless heroine, she found it far more rewarding to exchange banter with Eri, as the latter could at least uplift her spirits. "I'm so tired." Kaka stifled a yawn, her eyes betraying her exhaustion. After an all-nighter contemplating the plots for Love Metronome and Shining Girl, she was severely sleep-deprived, ethical cunt, if you don't get to the point soon. "I'm going to fall asleep." And Ailan also intended to elaborate on the profound lack of presence exhibited by Kato Megumi. However, upon noticing that Kasumiga Kakashiwa was on the verge of dozing off, he hastily placed the crumpled project proposal on the table, gradually mustering the courage to pat his chest. Riri glanced at the proposal, then handed it back to Kasumiga Kakashiwa, remarking, "Are you genuinely serious about this plan? Just a single page filled with a few hundred words? I must say, ethic-kun." Turning to Kakashiwa, and Ailan felt an indescribable dread wash over him, his body tensing, even causing him to topple over a chair. "Shiwa, do you have anything to say? I wish to understand why I am here." Kasumiga Kakashiwa rapidly typed on her laptop, the hurried, irregular clattering of keys somehow making an Ailan feel as though he were facing a fully armed machine gun. "2 days ago, I heard about the ideas erupting from your mind like a volcanic explosion. Once you've spewed forth the lava, are you also planning to emit volcanic ash? That ash can be ground down and used as a cement mixture. Yet, all I see is a damp dream of otaku. Or do you intend to mix your saliva with volcanic ash to construct an apartment, inviting 17 or 18 beautiful girls to immerse themselves in your soggy aspirations?" Shua. And Ailan found himself unable to withstand the barrage, retreating until he crashed into a table behind him. "I believe if we all put in effort, we can." Kasumiga Kakashiwa showed no signs of relenting. "Aren't they merely enduring the torment inflicted by ethic-kun, joining the club out of sympathy?" Furthermore, Kasumiga Kakashiwa slightly raised her head, fixing her gaze on the bewildered Riri. "Pray tell, is it truly acceptable for a seemingly perfect but inwardly inept lady to illustrate?" Unsurprisingly, the already tense Riri slammed her fists on the table, trembling as she bared her small, proud fangs. "Who are you calling inept? I can't fathom why Ailan would seek out someone like you. A gloomy girl to write the script." Ailan felt as if he might spew blood at any moment. The newly formed club seemed on the brink of collapse. He hastily interjected, "Riri. My personality is indeed dark." He was interrupted by Kasumiga Kakashiwa, who addressed Riri. "However, I believe I am far more candid than you." Her expression remained unruffled by Riri's retort, her gaze, calm yet turbulent, focused on an Ailan ethicun. "Your proposal cannot possibly be represented by this pitiful, yellowed paper." Another piercing blow struck Ailan, leaving him incapacitated and gasping for breath at the entrance of the CF. Ailan watched the spectacle with great interest, initially merely observing the movement of the Dragon Balls, but now witnessing such an entertaining drama. Moreover, that fellow Puaru was also present. He stroked his chin, contemplating an Ailan, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, Riri, and Kato Megumi, all of whom seemed to carry a touch of malevolence. Who, indeed, was the host of the Dragon Ball? Chapter 29. Whose body does the 2-star dragon inhabit? Ailan scrutinized the performance of the 4 individuals before him, his brows furrowing slightly. The current situation was entirely different from that concerning Yukino Shida Yukino. The aura of evil was dispersed among them all, making it impossible to discern who the true host was. Lord Kaioshin, this is AI Ran. Can you hear me? Helpless, AI Ran called out to Cain in his mind, realizing that he required the assistance of this third-rate deity. After several attempts, the voice of the time Kaioshin echoed in his mind, I'm here. Why are you contacting me? Little AI Ran. I have discovered another Dragon Ball, but its energy is distributed among 4 humans, and I cannot identify the host. Can you think of a solution? Wait a moment. Let me check. After a brief pause, Cain's voice returned. This energy belongs to the 2-star dragon. Your luck is quite favorable. This is the second weakest among the evil dragons. If you devise a strategy, you should be able to defeat it. In that case, please confirm the host as soon as possible. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can leave. Overtime costs need to be accounted for. AI Ran's tone grew slightly urgent, as someone was waiting for him back in Chiba. Wow. All your expenses in the human world are covered by me. One mustn't be too greedy. Don't think I don't know that with a mere clap, you can conjure a fortune for countless earthlings, and all of this is my hard-earned money. Humph. Cain huffed in discontent, then reluctantly continued. I cannot discern it either. Although the 2-star dragon is weak, its ability to survive is remarkably strong. Its power lies in emitting toxic mist, which upon contact with humans, drains their energy. However, it has not fully awakened yet, so it can only absorb the spiritual strength of those around it by inciting their greed. The gradual siphoning of energy leaves traces of its presence, which is why you can perceive its aura in all 4 of them. Cain continued to elaborate, yet AI Ran's expression grew increasingly grim. This third-rate deity was utterly useless. So what should we do now? AI Ran was on the verge of losing his composure. We can only wait until it has recovered enough strength. Once awakened, you will naturally identify it. Besides, the 2-star dragon is quite weak, so you should be able to defeat it. Hey, is that what a deity is supposed to say? Won't these humans die from this? Relax, they won't. The 2-star dragon only has the capability to truly kill humans once fully resurrected. AI Ran sighed in exasperation. Fine then, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll figure this out myself. You. Cain's complaints were left unspoken as AI Ran severed their mental connection. Faced with such a boss, AI Ran feared that if he continued the conversation, he might be compelled to resign. Meanwhile, the drama among an Ailan and his 3 companions continued. Kato Megumi observed the ongoing debate between Kasumiga Kakashua and Iri Riri with her usual expressionlessness, her delicate pink lips barely moving. Seemingly oblivious to an Ailan's deep emotional turmoil, she slowly raised her hand, indicating she had something to say. Upon witnessing this, both Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Iri Riri simultaneously scoffed, bringing their quarrel to an abrupt halt, and Ailan felt as though he had glimpsed a lifeline, swiftly reaching out toward this girl, who embodied the serendipity of spring. How had he never realized that Kato was rather endearing? Yet Kato Megumi's next words sent him plummeting back into despair. I believe you find me adorable at a certain moment, rather than appreciating my existence as a whole, which is why you invited me to the Dojin Club. That should be the correct term. Hearing this, and Ailan's face flushed with embarrassment, he wished to clarify, but felt drained, especially since he had mistakenly addressed Kato Megumi by the wrong name just moments ago. Just as the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, a voice broke through to Ailan. It felt as if an angel had showered blessings upon him. So, you are here. Purify. Ran sauntered over to Kato Megumi's side, exchanging a knowing glance with Puaru. Meow. Puaru instantly perked up. Could it be that its wishes were finally being fulfilled? A miracle had occurred. The boss had truly arrived. It wriggled free from Kato Megumi's side and promptly latched on an AI Ran's leg. At that moment, AI Ran felt as though he had become the center of attention. 3 gazes simultaneously locking onto him from the seats. Ahead. One was icy and piercing. Another exuded unrestrained, fervent resentment. And the last belonged to a certain expressionless girl, laden with unspoken implications. Aside from Kato Megumi, The other two girls were evidently displeased with AI Rand's sudden interruption of their conversation, of course. This had no bearing on AI Rand. If it weren't for the Dragon Balls, he wouldn't even consider approaching these so-called characters from his past life, if he held no interest in those who were entirely unrelated to him. Biologically speaking, they were not even of the same species, of course. Yukino Shida Yukino remained the sole exception, at least for now. Ignoring the others, AI Ran approached Kato Megumi. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No need for thanks. Puaru is inherently adorable, and having it with me has brought many delightful surprises. Kato Megumi cast a pointed glance at Puaru. It seemed she had discerned Puaru's capabilities. TSK. Why does this cat always bring me trouble? Although Aaron immediately recognized the girl's insinuation, it was of little consequence. Even if she were to inform others about a talking cat, who would believe her, since it was unclear who the Dragon Ball was currently attached to? Perhaps it would be prudent to find a way to infiltrate this group? Aaron mused for a moment. However, contemplation had never been his strong suit, so he resolved to take things as they came. Is it true? This child has caused you trouble. I apologized. I overheard your discussion about game development. Can I offer my assistance as a token of gratitude for your care of Puaru? Kato Megumi did not respond to Aaron, but instead turned her attention to Aki Kariya, as it was his team. After all, Aki Kariya was currently gazing at Aaron with rapt fascination. What was that rope tied around his waist? Was it a new form of cosplay? He walked down the street with such audacity, seemingly unbothered by any embarrassment. Was this what was referred to as a comrade? Adjusting his glasses, Aki Kariya cleared his throat. That sounds great. We are indeed lacking in personnel. Let us collaborate to create the most exquisite visual novel. Wait, Kisungakaka Shua interrupted Aki Kariya, casting a dubious glance at this peculiar man. What skills do you possess? Programming? Or music? Although the Ethics Club resembles a child's playhouse, I do not wish for just anyone to participate. Aaron was momentarily taken aback. What were programming and music? His only expertise lay in destruction and chaos. How could he possibly possess such sophisticated talents? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he addressed Aki Kariya. I lack those skills, but I have heard that game development can be quite costly. Are you in need of an investor? Chapter 30. The chaotic first meeting investment. The four individuals present exchanged varied expressions as they regarded Aaron. The wariness in Kisungakaka Shua's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of pity directed at Aaron. Who was this foolish scion of a landlord, appearing out of nowhere, wishing to invest in such an unreliable club simply because he rescued a cat? When did money become so easily earned in this world? It seemed there were indeed those lacking in intelligence. Inglili muttered under her breath, casting surreptitious glances at Kisungakaka Shua. I certainly do not wish to be associated with this proud young lady who is invited yet refuses to admit it. I am not. Just as Sawamura Inglili stood up, her face flushed, Aaron spoke up. How about this? I will initially invest 1 million yen, and if you find it insufficient later, you can inform me. As for the venue, I have an apartment where I currently reside alone. You are welcome to use it on weekends. Classmate, Aki Kariya exclaimed, seizing Aaron's hand. You are now a member of our club. Together, let us create the most touching visual novel. By the way, what is your name? Aaron discreetly withdrew his hand, disliking the overly familiar contact with males. That I am Aaron, a second-year student at Chiba City SBU High School. 1 million yen, even 100 billion, could be conjured effortlessly by that third-rate deity. Moreover, in Japan, where cash is predominantly used, there was little concern about scrutiny regarding the source of funds. Such an impressive ability. Unfortunately, none of this held any significance for Aaron. The sole pursuit of a Saiyan is combat and the quest for ultimate strength. He harbored no interest in the wealth of humans, which lacked strong guardians. During his time working for Frisia, Aaron had witnessed civilizations being utterly erased from existence in an instant, many of which he had contributed to himself. As dusk fell, had there truly been no progress today? Though Aaron Cohen joined this club due to my influence, what was Aki Cohen's motivation in inviting me? I am merely an inconspicuous passerby. In response to Kato Megumi's inquiry. Aki Kariya felt a bit awkward at first, but the latter part of her sentence compelled him to raise his voice significantly. Kana, you are not inconspicuous. Wait, what just happened? And my name is Kato Megumi. Do not belittle yourself. Aaron paid no heed to their conversation. Taking a seat on the chair Aki Korea had just moved for him. The moment he sat down, he felt his energy gradually depleting. Though the rate was negligible, he could now ascertain that the two-star dragon was undoubtedly among these 4 individuals. Yet, faced with 4 identical auras, Aaron could not determine to whom the two-star dragon was currently bound. It seemed he would have to passively await the awakening of the evil dragon, at which point he could send it to its demise with a Kamehameha. However, having devised such a clever plan to infiltrate this club, I truly am remarkable. Aaron contentedly lifted the coffee before him, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Alas, it was indeed bitter, far from enjoyable. Were it not for the absence of snacks, he would prefer tea. Nevertheless, while searching for the two-star dragon, observing this live-action anime was not too shabby either. Meanwhile, Aki Korea had already escalated the discussion regarding Kato Megumi's attributes to another dimension. Kato Megumi resembled a mirror of water. No matter how high-pitched Aki Korea's voice became or how exaggerated his gestures were, she remained unflustered. However, Aki Korea's subsequent remarks revealed to Aaron that even the seemingly emotionless girl could exhibit noticeable expressions. Kana, you are not inconspicuous. Rather, you have abandoned your character development midway and thus appear unremarkable. A heavy silence enveloped the room. In Aaron's eyes, Kato Megumi's daisy-like orbs dimmed, her lower lip gently bitten, uncertain whether she mourned the loss of her character or was simply displeased. Can I say something? Before Kato Megumi could speak, Sawamura angrily swiftly approached and playfully hit Aki Korea on the head. Foolish Korea, isn't that worse than being inconspicuous? Do not underestimate the significance of inconspicuous characters. Li. Aki Korea protested loudly. Sawamura clenched her small fist, resembling a feisty little tiger. She had long wished to interject in her childhood friend's conversation with these girls she had only recently met. This is utterly absurd, Ethics Club. Not at all. Characters that lack distinctive traits yet possess uniqueness are quite rare. Shuwa Senpai. Aaron observed these individuals in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the nature of their dispute. That I wish to return home. I am rather hungry. Suddenly, he felt the collective gaze of the group fixate upon him once more. It appeared their internal disagreements had yielded no resolution, and now they required Aaron, the outsider, to act as a mediator. Aaron, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, I do not fully grasp the nature of your debate. I am merely an investor. However, if you all wish to develop a game together, it would be wise to seek common ground and embrace our differences. Ultimately, what could be described as the most chaotic club meeting in history concluded after the sun had completely set. Specifically, no consensus had been reached. Thus, Aki Korea proposed to reconvene on Saturday at Aaron's apartment for a retreat. Determined to finalize the plot, Aaron stood at the entrance of the Sef. Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Sawamura, Li had already departed, exchanging glances filled with unspoken grievances. Aki Korea also left, wearing a satisfied expression. With the issues of funding and personnel resolved, he was certain he could lead the team in developing the most perfect visual novel in history. Aaron cradled Puaru in his arms, gently stroking its fur. That was quite a dull gathering, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, boss. Puaru had been sleeping soundly and was entirely oblivious to Aaron's remarks. However, since the boss had deemed it boring, it was only necessary for him to follow suit and agree. Aaron-kun truly knows Puaru can speak. Upon hearing that voice, Aaron felt a tightening in his chest. Kato Megumi had not left after all. Moreover, he had failed to sense her presence earlier. Incorrect. I sensed it. But subconsciously did not pay attention to her. Iran let out a gentle sigh, refocusing her attention. Yes, Kato-san. Once again, I'm grateful to you for rescuing It is an important companion to me. Is it you, the host of the two-star sphere? After all, didn't the Supreme Kai mention that while the two-star dragon possesses weak combat abilities, it excels at concealing itself? No need for thanks, right? Puaru is quite adorable. However, AI Ran, could you enlighten me on who exactly you are? The girl with no particular traits gazed at AI Ran, awaiting his response. Chapter 31. Yano has arrived. Who is AI Ran? Really? Kato K looked at AI Ran in confusion, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tail at his waist. Surely, it cannot be mere decorative rope. Is it a tale? I have heard Puaru describe AI Rant's appearance before Dakedo-san. My identity is of little consequence. You need only know that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Let us meet again this weekend. With that, AI Ran embraced Puaru and departed, nearly famished. The thought of the delectable dishes prepared by Yukino spurred AI Ran to quicken his pace. Kato K, pondering, watched AI Ran's figure gradually vanish into the crowd, and after a long while, she turned towards her home. Meanwhile, Yukino had already prepared dinner, quietly sitting on the sofa, awaiting his return. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Is AI Ran back? A faint smile crossed Yukino's face. However, upon recognizing the visitor, her smile slowly faded, returning to her usual aloof demeanor. Sister, what brings you here? I've been longing for my sister. You know, what? Am I not welcome? Yukino spoke in a teasing tone, yet her gaze continually drifted into the house. This afternoon, she had skillfully gathered astonishing information from Hiratsuka Shizen. Could it be that her sister has fallen in love? Who is this interloper daring to pursue the precious cabbage of the Yukino household? Upon receiving the news, Yukino promptly canceled her evening gathering and hurried over. Despite their childhood bond, devoid of secrets. As they grew, worries and secrets began to emerge. Communication dwindled, and their sisterly relationship deteriorated. Nevertheless, as the elder sister, Yukino felt compelled to verify the reliability of this boy her sister was involved with. Observing her sister's demeanor, Yukino sighed softly, slightly turning her body. Please come in, sister. Pardon my intrusion. Yano entered with a smile, her gaze landing on a table laden with food. Did little Yukino invite someone else? Why the abundance of dishes? Ah, it's just one of my subordinates, a neighbor who lives across the hall. Just a subordinate. Yano's smile turned playful. Not a boyfriend? Or anything? Yukino fell silent for a moment. Not yet. At least, not yet, you say? It seems little Yukino has a fondness for this boy, considering she didn't outright deny it. Can you introduce me? Without denying Yano's words, Yukino shook her head. He stepped out for a bit, and I am unsure when he will return. As she trailed off, Yukino's thoughts turned to the monsters AI Ran would confront, and her heart began to race. Yano sensed her sister's unease. A flurry of questions swirling in her mind. What sort of boy could evoke such a reaction from her typically icy sister? At that moment, another knock echoed through the door. But I'll get it. Yano quickly made her way to the front door. Upon seeing AI Ran, who was slightly taken aback while carrying a shoulder bag, she greeted him with enthusiasm. Hi there. I'm Yukino's sister. Yano. You seem rather dashing. Hello. I'm AI. Ran merely offered a brief greeting to Yano before directing his gaze towards Yukino. Upon seeing AI Ran's state, she let out a sigh of relief. Though her voice remained cold, affected by Yano's presence. Don't linger outside. Come in and eat. Will I be intruding? Perhaps I should return later? AI Ran appeared quite conflicted for some reason. Little AI Ran. That won't do. Yukino has prepared a feast just for you, and it would be quite rude to refuse. With that, Yano playfully attempted to poke AI Ran's cheek. However, he swiftly dodged, coolly stating, apologies. I'm not accustomed to physical contact with strangers. Despite Yano's seemingly cheerful demeanor, AI Ran felt uncomfortable. Her smile resembled a mask. Although AI Ran generally preferred to avoid social interactions, the frigid aura emanating from her was unmistakable. Yano seemed to disregard AI Ran's earlier comment, maintaining her cheerful facade. Oh, Yano elongated the sound, feigning interest in AI in such a situation. AI Ran felt compelled to stay. Then I shall intrude, as I am indeed quite famished. With that, he bypassed Yano and made his way indoors. Another bowl, please. Yukino calmly accepted the bowl from AI Ran's hands, returning to the kitchen to serve him more. In order to satisfy AI Ran's appetite, she had even purchased an oversized bowl. This marked her third time replenishing his meal. Meanwhile, Yano watched in astonishment as AI Ran continued to devour food voraciously. Little AI Ran certainly has a hearty appetite. Really? Perhaps I'm just too hungry, but I typically only eat until I am about 70% full in the evenings. Is that so? Yano chuckled awkwardly. Is this not already more than 70%? It appears he has consumed enough for dozens of people. Where are you from? Little AI ran. Yukino Shida Yano began her line of questioning, not forgetting her purpose for being here, that I'm a foreigner. AI Ran casually tossed a piece of sushi into his mouth, his eyes narrowing in delight as his tail began to wag unconsciously. This sushi is truly exquisite. No wonder it's Yukino's creation. Yukino Shida Yukino sighed in relief. Having been observing the table's dynamics, she was well aware of her sister's social skills and initially resisted the idea of AI Ran conversing with Yano. Matters concerning Saiyans and Dragon Balls were beyond her comprehension to explain to her sister. However, as she prepared to hand AI Ran a freshly served bowl, her gaze suddenly turned vacant, reminiscent of the moments in the icy realm when the great ape would wag its tail in delight over a meal. Yukino Shida Yano caught sight of something moving from the corner of her eye. Intrigued, she shifted her gaze. Then she spotted the tail, momentarily stunned. Previously, she had assumed AI Ran's tail was merely a cosplay accessory. But what caused it to sway so suddenly? Curiously, she inquired. Little AI Ran, what is that? Lost in the flavors of the meal, AI Ran instinctively responded. It's a tail, upon uttering those words. AI Ran realized he had inadvertently revealed something significant. Yukino Shida Yano blinked in disbelief. Do foreigners have tails? At that moment, AI Ran's shoulder bag suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, and Puaru collapsed on the ground. Gasping for breath, sorry boss, I exceeded the transformation time by over 30 minutes. I simply couldn't hold on any longer. Yukino Shida Yano, what on earth is this? Chapter 32. Yui Yugahama's return gift. Yukino Shida Yukino had departed, leaving behind a bewildered Yano Yukino Shida. Initially, she had come with the intention of probing into the background of the individual who was suspected to be her sister's boyfriend, but she left in a state of utter confusion. Just moments ago, Yukino had disclosed all the recent events to her, surpassing the limits of her comprehension. However, the sight of a shape-shifting, talking cat and a Saiyan with an erect tail standing before her was irrefutable evidence that compelled her to believe. As for the notion of Dragon Balls and deities, that notion had irrevocably shattered her previous understanding on the return journey. Yano Yukino Shida sat in the back seat, lost in thought for an extended period. Visiting Yukino today was indeed significant. At least I discovered that the boy she fancies seems rather decent. She consoled herself with this thought, yet quickly recalled that Yukino also harbored that so-called Dragon Ball, which ignited a wave of concern within her. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from mentioning this to Mother for the time being. I shall keep a close watch on Yukino's situation. After some contemplation, Yano Yukino Shida resolved this in her mind. Suddenly, a small orb of orange flame materialized within the vehicle, but neither she nor the driver showed any reaction. To them, everything appeared utterly normal. Ultimately, the flame merged into Yano Yukino Shida's being, while the car continued its journey towards the university she attended, as if nothing had transpired. On the other side, in the apartment, AI Ran stood beside Yukino Shida Yukino at the window. Your sister's expression just now certainly indicates that she has begun to question her existence. Glancing sideways at AI Ran, Yukino softly replied, given that so many events unfolded before her, I believe it was the right choice to reveal the circumstances to her. A faint smile graced her lips. This evening also served as an opportunity. It had been quite some time since she and her sister had engaged in such heartfelt conversation. After opening up to one another, Yukino Shida Yukino realized that her sister, just as before, had been genuinely concerned for her. That I apologize. It was my negligence today. Iran looked at Yukino Shida Yukino with a face full of remorse. Each time she became overly proud. She couldn't help but wag her tail, a tendency that had intensified since meeting Yukino. It's not solely your fault. I hadn't anticipated that my sister would visit tonight. As long as you are unharmed. That is what matters. Gathering her courage, Yukino Shida Yukino gently rested her head on AI Ran's shoulder. The simple act of being together in silence brought her a profound sense of comfort. Iran trembled slightly, tension causing her body to unconsciously tense up. Puaru cast a glance at the lackluster Saiyan, sighed in resignation, and curled up on the sofa to sleep. The following day after school, all members of the service club arrived punctually at the activity room. Another day without any commissions. AI Ran groaned as she rested her head on the desk. Tea that moment. Yukino placed a cup of red tea before her. The service club exists to accept requests from students and assist them in resolving their issues. However, its existence is not publicly acknowledged. Currently, all commissions are introduced through teacher Hiratsuka. Engaging someone for consultation inherently exposes one's inner vulnerabilities. Hachiman Hikigaya quip. AI Ran was aware of the club's founding rationale. According to Hiratsuka's explanation, Sasuke's line barrage technique was inspired by Rock Lee, while Naruto's technique was modeled after Sasuke's. She had a penchant for drawing parallels with manga narratives. Thus, the members of the service club also learned or drew inspiration from helping others. Nevertheless, AI Ran found herself in agreement with Hachiman's sentiment. He would never easily reveal his inner thoughts to others. She glanced at the cerulean teacup before her, and then at Yukino's white one. These cups appear to be a couple's set, don't they? Noticing AI Ran's puzzled expression, Yukino blushed slightly as she explained, "When I went grocery shopping yesterday, these were the only two left, and I thought they looked nice. So I purchased them." Seated at the farthest end, Hachiman Hikigaya picked up his disposable cup with a sour expression. What sins have I committed to deserve witnessing this display of affection between those two? Reflecting on Yui's commission from the previous day, Yukino pondered whether she had practiced afterward. She attempted to steer the conversation in a different direction, for she valued the outcomes of these commissions. Hachiman looked over in confusion. That commission is clearly concluded. Why bring it up now? I believe that to improve oneself, one must challenge their limits. Ultimately, it is also for Yui's benefit. Effort will not betray oneself, but it may betray one's dreams. Even with diligence, achieving one's dreams isn't guaranteed. In fact, most will likely fail. However, the fact of having made an effort can serve as a consolation. Hachiman casually articulated his theory. After listening, Yukino sighed. It's merely self-satisfaction. How distasteful. With that, she turned her gaze back to AI Ran, her previously icy demeanor gradually softening. Earlier in the frigid world, she had observed AI Ran enduring grueling training every day. Out of curiosity, Yukino had asked AI Ran why he subjected himself to such torment. His response had been, "First and foremost, I relish training in combat. It is the fundamental source of motivation for all actions. Moreover, I firmly believe that having surpassed my limits today, I am undoubtedly stronger than I was yesterday, especially when there are things I must protect." At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, and Yui casually pushed the door open. "Yahalo! What's with that peculiar greeting?" Hachiman silently scoffed, glancing at Yui before returning to his novel. Meanwhile, Yukino and Yui had already begun their conversation. As a token of gratitude, "I have brought you baked cookies." Yukino's face drained of color. It was evident that Yui's culinary creations had left a lasting impression on her. Hachiman, too, seemed to recall that flavor, growing slightly uncomfortable. Only AI Ran shrugged indifferently. What was it but a taste reminiscent of slightly charred vegetables? Surely, it wasn't that hard to accept. Such pretentious humans, I have no appetite at the moment. Thank you for your kindness. Yukino was always forthright, yet upon her resolute rejection, Yui did not seem to take offense. Humming a tune, she retrieved a small bag of cookies from her bag. Though the bag was pink, the contents appeared dark as night. "Here you go, Shota no." "Thank you." Under Yui's persistent onslaught, Yukino reluctantly accepted the offering. "Sho, where do you usually have lunch? Let's go together next time." In the activity room with AI Ran no. Please note I'm not accustomed to eating with strangers. And calling me Sho is a bit nauseating. Please refrain. Oh, I see. Are you and AI Ran a couple? Not at the moment. Under Yui's relentless advance, Yukino's resistance appeared somewhat feeble. "Well done, Yui. Your arrival not only dispelled the romantic tension, but also provided me with an opportunity to escape." Closing the novel, Hikigaya Hachiman stood up from his seat and, in a barely audible voice, uttered a farewell before departing from the activity room. Yui Yugahama noticed this and hurriedly set aside Yukino. Retrieving a new bag of slightly different decorated cookies from her bag to chase after him, it seemed he could not escape after all. Observing this, Irie Aki silently smiled. Chapter 33. The first training camp of the game club with the addition of Yui Yugahama. The service club gradually became livelier. After resolving the incident involving Zaimokuza Yoshihiro's novel, Saturday arrived. Today marked the first training camp of the game club, hosted at Irie's apartment. You need not participate in the training camp later. The ability of the two-star dragon is to absorb the strength of those around him. I am somewhat concerned about your physical condition. Hearing Irie's words, Yukino shook her head. I am not as fragile as you imagine. Besides, I am a bit worried about you. Rest assured, if I feel unwell, I will return home. Reluctantly, Irie acquiesced to Yukinoshida's insistence at that moment. The doorbell rang. Upon answering, the voice of Anki Ruji reached them. Irie-san, we have arrived at your apartment's lobby. Yes, please come up. I am in room 1507, waiting for you. Before long, there was a knock at the apartment door. Irie arranged the snacks. Yukinoshida sighed helplessly. I'll open the door. Oh, thank you to a diligent investor. Irie took on all expenses for the club's 2-day activities, including snacks. After all, money conjured by the Time King should not go to waste. Upon opening the door, Yukinoshida briefly surveyed the original 4 members of the game club. Anki Ruji appeared momentarily stunned. Although he was a complete otaku, he was nonetheless slightly awed by Yukinoshida's beauty. Particularly her cool demeanor made him feel as though he had stepped into the world of anime. Behind her, Kariya Shiyu frowned slightly at Anki's dazed expression, while Sawamura Eruri covered her mouth and sighed at Yukinoshida's allure. Only Kata Megumi maintained her inscrutable, expressionless demeanor, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Soon, Anki regained his composure. Hello. We are here for the club's training camp. Irie-san present? Yes. Please come in. Arikun has prepared food for you. Yukinoshida slightly moved aside, feeling no significant aversion towards this group of newcomers, although Anki had been momentarily entranced by her presence. Who could blame her for being so endearing? Yukino remained ever confident. Upon seeing the members of the game club, Irie nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let us sit down and chat. Irie motioned for Yukinoshida to sit at the edge of the sofa while he settled in the middle. Intending to create some distance between her and the other members of the game club, the ability to absorb energy was no trifling matter, even if the rate of energy depletion was exceedingly slow. He was unwilling to let Yukinoshida take any risks. Anki took a seat opposite the coffee table, with Sawamura to his left and Kariya to his right. As for Kato, Irie was taken aback. Where had Kata gone? Irie-san, are you looking for something? A calm voice suddenly emanated from his left. Kata Megumi had somehow seated herself on the sofa without Irie noticing. Furrowing his brow slightly, Irie was somewhat astonished by Kata's stealth. Such talent seemed wasted if not pursued in the paths of assassins or ninjas. It's nothing. Irie shook his head and continued. Let us begin discussing the game. Do not mind Yukinoshida and me. After saying this, Irie entered a state of heightened awareness, ready to summon Cain should he detect the presence of the 2-star dragon. As for the game discussion, Irie had lost all interest. Besides, as someone who had only recently been transported from 2022 due to a truck accident, what games had he not encountered? He was a seasoned player. Anki-kun, is the new proposal ready? Oh, yes. Anki hastily swallowed the cookie he was holding, surprised that Irie would show interest in his progress. Meanwhile, Irie frowned slightly. As Anki and Katu began their conversation, the fluctuations of energy commenced, yet nothing abnormal was detected on Yukinoshida's side, which eased Irie's concern somewhat. Since we were creating a narrative-based romance game, I first referenced the majority of existing works on the market regarding the text boxes and interface style, then wrote a new proposal. Perhaps motivated by the funding and personnel in place, Anki had indeed put considerable effort into this proposal. Kariya took the document, glanced at it, and nodded. Sawamura-san, since the work of the ethics committee has begun, what is your progress? Sawamura was taken aback. Anki had not procrastinated this time. She had not expected his progress to be so swift, especially after spending the previous night in bed reading manga, completely neglecting the Shining Girl project. Her aim for joining the game club was not merely to create romance games. She had ulterior motives. I've been pondering this. Do you think style and color schemes come easily? It's not like making popcorn. It requires inspiration. Though Sawamura could find a work online to make do, her pride as a doujin artist prevented her from producing anything subpar for Anki. In you, Korea, surely you have not written a single line of the plot. You will be disappointed, Sawamura said. Korea produced her notebook, and Anki quickly leaned in. With a hint of anticipation, Korea asked, Anki-kun, what do you think? Well, Anki scanned the document thoroughly, feeling it lacked something. What's missing? Korea pressed. Anki continuously scrolled through the pages, his frown unrelenting. He found it difficult to articulate, sensing something was different from the impact of the romance games he had previously played. Though Anki's answer was vague, Korea chose not to press further. She had not anticipated the script to pass the first time that I will revise it. The plot needs to be more detailed. Korea turned her gaze towards Irie. Irie-san, could you pass me the dark chocolate over there? Irie looked at Korea in surprise. This was 99 pure chocolate, a random selection from the supermarket. After tasting it once, he had no desire to eat it again. To Irie, it was far worse than burnt vegetable man. How could anyone actively request such an unpalatable item? Before Irie could act, Sawamura seized the piece of chocolate. Korea, this is 99 chocolate, that I know. Korea responded flatly. Seeing Korea's insistence, Irie could only offer a warning, it's really bitter. Thank you. Korea pressed her lips together and popped the chocolate into her mouth. Her brows furrowed momentarily before she quickly resumed her usual calm. Somber demeanor, as if the earlier expression had merely been an illusion. The bitterness of chocolate pales in comparison to the turmoil within my heart. Chapter 34. Speculations regarding the host, the second volume of Romance Metronome, became a popular work. Thanks to Anki's strong endorsement, and Korea, Shiyu quickly rose to prominence as an author. From that point on, she felt the source of her creative drive had shifted. If change was necessary, she was willing to transform for Anki. However, Anki had since ceased to offer feedback on the third volume, stating he wished to see a work that emanated from Shiyu-senpai's heart. Now, with the third volume of Romance Metronome put on hold, each night she tossed and turned, unable to recapture her initial passion and motivation for writing. Irie observed Korea's alternating expressions of gritted teeth and gloom, sensing the flow of energy intensifying. Is it you, the host of the two-star dragon? Aaron previously believed that the two-star ball was most likely connected to Kato Megumi due to her exceedingly peculiar abilities. Now, with a combat power exceeding 15,000, Aaron still often fails to perceive her presence. However, the emotional fluctuations of Kasumigakaka Shiyu seem to directly influence the speed of energy transmission. What could this possibly mean? Noticing Aaron's furrowed brow, Yukino gently placed her hand over his. Feeling the warmth of Yukino's touch, Aaron's restless heart gradually calmed. With a slight smile towards her, he resumed his observations that Kasumigakaka-senpai is truly putting in a lot of effort. Kato Megumi whispered in a voice only she could hear. Meanwhile, Sawamura Spencer Airi turned her gaze towards Aaron and Yukino. Aaron and Yukino, have you ever heard of a love metronome? No, I detest anything associated with written words. Aaron decisively expressed his thoughts, which also served as a means to further probe Kasumigakaka. He was curious to see if voicing Shiyu's aversion would accelerate the flow of energy, potentially leading to the discovery of the host. Unfortunately, Shiyu merely stared at her computer in silence, and nothing occurred. Yukino Shida also shook her head, stating, I don't often read light novels that I see, Airi remarked, observing the hands of Yukino and Aaron pressed together. Are you two a couple? Your relationship seems quite harmonious. Yukino Shida offered a faint smile, but did not respond to Airi's inquiry. To be precise, they were not yet a couple, as neither had confessed their feelings. Yet, did it truly matter? Despite Aaron's apprehension towards discussing romantic matters for various reasons, Yukino Shida understood that he constantly faced dangers and was reluctant to make promises lightly. This current state of affairs was quite satisfactory. A natural progression of feelings required no formal confession to strengthen their bond. Airi's words captured the attention of the other three. To Shiyu, too, exhibited a glimmer of envy. The discussion continued in a relatively light-hearted atmosphere, except for Shiyu, who remained silent after Akihito Renya dismissed the script, fixated on her computer as she typed away. Well then, let's wrap things up for today. Akihito announced as noon approached. With a sigh of relief, he added, "Today's endeavors have been quite fruitful. Please take a moment to rest here. Yukinoshita and I will prepare some food for you." With that, Aaron took Yukinoshita's hand and led her toward her apartment, realizing that his own place had no ingredients whatsoever. Although he could eat, he was utterly inept at cooking. In Yukinoshita's apartment, Aaron assisted Yukino in the kitchen. With so many people to feed, and considering the presence of a certain eating machine, the workload was substantial. Observing Aaron's dazed expression, Yukinoshita inquired, "Are you still preoccupied with the Dragon Ball matter?" "Yes. The two-star dragon's ability is to enhance its power by absorbing human desires and emotions. Just now, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's emotional fluctuations intensified the malevolence. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't seem like the host." Aaron confided in Yukinoshita about his concerns and speculations, acknowledging that mental exertion was never a Saiyan's forte. Kato could also be the host. Have you ever heard the saying? The peculiar attract one another. Puaru appeared before her the moment she arrived in this world. Coupled with her elusive abilities, it's hard not to be suspicious. Although the two-star dragon cannot harm humans until it is fully revived, I cannot ascertain whether prolonging this will have irreversible effects on these individuals. Hence, we must locate and eliminate it swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Yukinoshita replied, "Aaron, you may have entered a cognitive trap. I believe the most likely candidates are not necessarily the two of them." "Then who do you think it is?" Aaron asked, somewhat impatiently. "I cannot disclose that yet, lest you form preconceived notions based on my thoughts." Yukinoshita gently tapped Aaron's forehead and shot him an exasperated glance. "Now, let us focus on cooking for the sake of a certain someone. Our workload is quite considerable. Arno, do you need my assistance? I'm quite skilled at cooking." Kato Megumi's voice suddenly chimed in, startling both Aaron and Yukinoshita. When did Kato arrive? Aaron chuckled awkwardly, his voice trailing off in inquiry. "I came along with you, but it seems you both have been oblivious to my presence." Kato feigned a distressed expression, though to Aaron and Yukinoshita, her demeanor appeared unchanged. "Oh, from the very beginning. That means." "Indeed, I heard everything. Talk of malevolence, Dragon Balls, and the peculiar. Aaron, could you elaborate on that? Additionally, who exactly are you and Puaru? What sort of events are we experiencing?" Yukinoshita sighed and placed a hand on her forehead. "Aaron, your clumsiness here isn't particularly helpful. Perhaps you should step outside and take a seat for a while. Kato, could you help me prepare lunch? I'll explain everything to you in detail." "Well, all right then." Aaron nodded and moved to Yukinoshita's living room, where he began watching MRP in the kitchen. Yukinoshita and Kato busied themselves. Although she did not rush Yukinoshita, Kato's puzzled gaze remained unwavering. After a moment of silence, Yukinoshita organized her thoughts. "Kato, here's the situation." Chapter 35. Plot escalation. Just as Kato had mentioned, her culinary skills were indeed impressive. Aaron savored a piece of meat, taking the time to appreciate the flavors. While it may not have been as astonishing as Yukinoshita's cooking, it was a well-executed, homely dish, yet the ordinary meal reflected her dedication. "Well done, Kato. You will surely make a wonderful wife one day." And no sooner had Aaron finished his sentence than the previously harmonious atmosphere at the table abruptly halted. With everyone staring at him with peculiar expressions, Kato blinked in surprise, but quickly regained her composure, thanking him. Akihito lowered his head, a fleeting shadow crossing his gaze. Kato was the protagonist he had discovered. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of Aaron devouring his food. Yukinoshita continued to eat leisurely, unfazed by Aaron's lack of common sense. Nonetheless, she cautioned, "Aaron, such remarks should not be made casually to a girl." "Is that so? My apologies. I shall be more mindful next time," Aaron mumbled with his mouth full, assuring Yukinoshita. Aaron leaned closer to Kasumigakaka's ear and whispered, "He is a glutton." "Goodness, Aaron's appetite is terrifying. I initially thought we'd have leftovers from all this food." Kasumigakaka, who had been lost in thought about modifying the script for Shining Girl, glanced up at Aruri's comment and uncertainly replied, "Boys entering puberty tend to have larger appetites, right?" Upon hearing this, Aruri stared at Kasumigakaka in disbelief. This girl has no grasp of basic life knowledge. What boy in puberty could consume food meant for dozens of people without any signs of stopping? Suddenly, Akihito suggested, "Why don't we play some games this afternoon?" I noticed Aaron's place is well equipped. "Sure, feel free to use whatever you want. I bought a bunch of games earlier and haven't played them at all." Upon arriving in this world, he had scoured the market for every game available. After all, he had been a seasoned otaku in his previous life. However, after trying them out, he found them rather uninteresting. "That sounds fantastic," Akihito exclaimed, thrilled. He had been so busy drafting proposals that he hadn't watched any anime or played games in days. He was practically on the verge of withdrawal. "Rinya, you're not allowed to play," Aruri declared fiercely, revealing her two prominent canines. "Why not? Your proposal is only 3 pages long. Even 3 sheets of paper remain unfilled. Is this truly reasonable?" Anri Ryu, left speechless, collapsed onto the table in despair, exclaiming, "Why must it be like this? I long to indulge in games and watch anime." Upon witnessing Anri's plight, Lily's heart softened slightly. Very well, but only for a brief moment. Anri gazed at his childhood friend with gratitude, while she huffed in a proud manner, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. That moment, Ailan deliberately slowed his eating pace. Casually glancing at the members of the gaming club, noticing that the rate of his energy drain had significantly accelerated once more. Even Yukino felt the effects to some extent. After the meal, Yukino Shida and Katamegumi tidied up the table, while Ailan led the others back to his apartment. Once the gaming equipment was set up, he casually inquired, "What would you like to play?" Henry pondered for a moment before responding, "How about a gal game? It could provide us with some inspiration for our own game." "Lily, what do you think?" "Don't ask me, Ryu," he retorted. "Then let us play a gal game. To add some excitement, let us compete to see who can achieve the perfect ending in the shortest time." AI ran. "As the host, shall we begin with you? I'll sit this one out. I'm not particularly skilled at games featuring beautiful girls." Ailan decisively shook his head. "Please, I want Ailan to experience the allure of gal games. Moreover, I highly recommend this game." With that, Anri produced a game disc, gazing at it with reverence, radiating an aura akin to that of a zealot. Seeing Anri's fervent expression, Ailan instinctively took a step back, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Settling onto the sofa, Ailan embarked on his journey within the game. The protagonist was depicted as an upperclassman with a mature charm. An hour later, a glaring bad end flashed across the screen, leaving Anri and the others utterly stunned into silence. Ailan found himself engulfed in profound doubt. He had once prided himself on being an experienced player. Why had it come to this? Lily wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming that to navigate such a game while perfectly avoiding all the correct choices was an achievement beyond mere mortals. "Why did you refuse when the upperclassman invited you for a lap pillow?" she questioned, feeling her worldview shaken to its core. Ailan responded with an air of nonchalance. "Isn't the concept of a lap pillow rather peculiar? Maintaining such a position would surely cause discomfort for the girl, wouldn't it? If the male lead truly liked that upperclassman, he wouldn't act in such a manner." Kazuki Shiyu's eyes glimmered with a strange light as she asked. Then regarding that scene in the changing room, wouldn't simply choosing to enter trigger the hidden plot line of accidentally entering the changing room? There were even prompts. It's a rare opportunity for bonus content. Why did you choose to leave? A place like the changing room. Wouldn't it be common sense to knock before entering? Is the male lead devoid of basic life knowledge? If he were to enter, it would be tantamount to intentional misconduct. Anri, with a look of dissatisfaction, interjected, "Then why did you choose such an option when the female lead fed you and when you stumbled down the stairs?" Ailan recalled his thoughts while playing, explaining, "The game's production quality is quite high. When I reach those scenarios, I immerse myself into the experience. However, if a girl were to feed me, it would certainly take longer than if I were eating myself. It feels cumbersome to AS for the stairs. If the upperclassman were to fall, of course, I would help her up, but to think of taking advantage of the situation afterward would be rather despicable, wouldn't it?" "Is that so?" Anri sank into a crouch, cradling his head in his hands, beginning to question his very existence. Rationality told him that Ailan's statements held merit, yet the realms of the second dimension and the third dimension were distinct from one another. After a moment of contemplation, Anri reached his own conclusion. Indeed, The third dimension is a game that defies common sense and fails to deliver progress. AI Rand scratched his head, looking at the three bewildered individuals. What's the matter? Am I mistaken? Chapter 36. Interactions with Kata Megumi. The illogical nature of the third dimension truly constitutes a dreadful game. Anri sat on the sofa, his expression vacant as he muttered to himself. Clearly, Anri had long believed AI Rand to be a member of the same community. However, AI Rand's recent remarks had shattered his self-perception as a second-dimensional enthusiast. Observing Anri's disheartened state, AI Rand hesitated for a moment before gently patting his shoulder, saying, Anri, while I am unsure how you arrived at this conclusion, one cannot solely rely on subjective assumptions that the second dimension truly flawless. I cannot say, but distinguishing between ideals and reality is crucial. Whether as a creator or simply as a person, concepts and beings born from mere imagination can never embody perfection. They are merely projections based on one's own thoughts in his past life as an otaku. AI Rand had viewed the second dimension as a realm of great beauty. Handsome men, stunning women, princes and princesses filled with wondrous adventures. Yet upon turning to face reality, it delivered a harsh slap, despite being reborn into a rather overpowered race. His previous experiences had been marked solely by slaughter, destruction, and demise. All his beautiful fantasies were crushed under the weight of reality and discarded. Had it not been for the Time King, he would likely still be atoning for his sins in the underworld. Sitting nearby, Kazuki Shiyu paused in her writing, internally echoing AI Rand's final words. Was the image of the ethical lord merely a fantasy in her mind? Had she overly immersed herself in the character of Seiyu? Shouldn't romance encompass both bitterness and sweetness? However, this thought was swiftly suppressed before it could fully form. Yet, she instinctively shifted her gaze towards Anri on the other side. Upon hearing AI Rand's comments, Anri's emotional turmoil intensified. AI Rand's previous statements seemed to completely invalidate his existence. Nonetheless, he refrained from lashing out, recognizing AI Rand as the investor. The last thing he wanted was to sour their relationship. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, I understand what you mean, AI Rand. Now it's my turn to play. I choose the character of a classmate. With that, he picked up the controller, focusing all his attention on the game to this moment. Kazuki Shiyu's brow furrowed deeper. The ethical lord had chosen not to argue his case, but instead opted for concession. Was it to ensure the game's success and avoid offending the investor? Her gaze shifted back to AI Rand, their eyes meeting. Rand gave her a slight nod before preparing to head to Yukino's apartment. He still could not ascertain who the host was. Leaving her alone with Kata Megumi for such an extended period made AI Rand feel somewhat uneasy. However, just as he reached the door, AI Rand suddenly halted. The rate of energy drain surged inexplicably. Several-fold. Surely this state would impact ordinary humans. AI Rand thought as he turned to glance at the three within the room. Lily stood behind Anri, animatedly gesturing and, in essence, spoiling the game. Kazuki Shiyu stared at her notebook, seemingly lost in thought rather than writing. Even in such a situation, they remained oblivious. AI Rand sighed internally as he stepped out of the apartment. Just after AI Rand turned to leave, a green light flickered within his apartment, vanishing swiftly before anyone could react. Upon arriving at Yukino's apartment, AI Rand discovered the two of them engaged in play with their cat, Puaru. The feline was currently experiencing the pinnacle of its cat life. Sprawled across Yukino's lap while Kata Megumi massaged its paws, Puaru half closed its eyes, emitting a soft purring sound. AI Rand stepped forward, grasping Puaru by the scruff of its neck and casually tossing it aside, declaring, as a Saiyan subordinate, how can you succumb to such a lazy existence? Quickly, go fetch me some tea. Yes, boss. Puaru possesses great potential to be a subordinate. Upon hearing AI Rand's command, he hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen. Yukino covered her mouth and let out a gentle laugh. Was Jin Yuan-kun's behavior earlier driven by jealousy over Puaru resting on my lap? One could easily discern his feelings from his expression, as he truly could not conceal his thoughts at all. AI Rand sat not far from Yukino, rubbing her brow, pondering yet another troublesome task that thus far had yielded no clues. At that moment, Katuke's calm voice floated over. AI ran. Miss Yukinoshita just informed me about the situation with the second star. That I thank you for your efforts to protect US. The IT is merely my duty, as I am compensated for my work. Hence, there is no need for gratitude. AI ran replied, pausing to scrutinize Katuke, whom he believed to be the most likely host of the second star. Kato, has anything unusual occurred around you recently? Or do you feel any discomfort? After a moment's reflection, Katuke shook her head. No, apart from encountering Puaru and you, my life has remained unchanged. The only difference is that I have joined this gaming club. I see. AI ran nodded instinctively. Even in the face of unknown danger, the legendary Saint K displayed no hint of concern on her face. Unlike Yukino or Haruno, who took considerable time to reluctantly accept the truth. Katuke remained unfazed, which left AI ran somewhat impressed. Kato, you need not worry excessively. With my current strength, I can easily protect you from this evil dragon. So please trust me, and if anything unusual arises, do not hesitate to contact me. Katuke nodded slightly. Yet, whenever AI ran correctly pronounced her name, an unusual glint would flicker in her eyes, as if only her family had ever been able to achieve such familiarity. The feeling of insignificance was indeed vexing. Just then, an Ailan's voice suddenly rang out from outside, Yukinoshita, Yukino's apartment. Kana, are you here? I'm here. Kata stood and walked toward the door. We're playing a game. And I thought you might want to join us. Come, let us experience the charm of Gal game together. And my name is Kato. Apologies. I'll remember next time to ITS happened many times already. With that, the voices of the two gradually faded away. Chapter 37. How to handle delinquents in a slice of life world. On a Sunday afternoon, AI ran accompanied the 4 members of the gaming club to Chiba Station. Today, they were returning to Tokyo. This weekend's retreat had not resulted in any substantial progress for the game. Since Saturday afternoon, Ailan and Irie had been completely engrossed in the game. Even Kazano Okashiyu and Katuke, who typically did not play games, later joined in. Even Ailan, a seasoned otaku, had to admit that while AI ran was inexperienced at gaming, his collection of various devices was truly impressive. Virtually everything available on the market could be found in his home. Even items not readily accessible could be promised by AI ran to be procured by the next visit. Such a generous benefactor was indeed a rarity these days. Everyone, let us meet again next Saturday. If any impromptu events arise, just message in the line group, and I'll be there promptly as the train approached. AI ran waved goodbye to the 4 through the ticket gate. However, the smile on his face seemed somewhat forced. After 2 full days, his apartment had nearly transformed into a gaming den for this group. Yet, despite that, AI ran had uncovered nothing. That IT seemed he could only wait patiently for the second star dragon to awaken, hoping that by then, no one would lose their life. Irie raised her small fist and exclaimed, Henny AI ran, you must model for me again when you come over next time. You must keep your word. I absolutely want to strike such embarrassing poses again. AI ran turned, scoffing, as memories of the previous night flooded back. After everyone had settled down for the night, AI ran had begun his shower. Afterward, he stepped out shirtless, intending to find a forest or some such place to train. Just as he exited the bathroom, he collided with Irie, who had gotten up during the night. The sudden appearance of a shirtless man elicited a startled scream from Irie. The commotion caught the attention of Kaza, no Okashiyu, and Katuke. While for some unknown reason, Ailan was absent, I didn't expect AI Rancoin to have such an impressive physique. AI Ran recalled how Kaza and no Okashiyu had teasingly licked her lips before returning to her room to rest. Katuke maintained her calm demeanor, reassuring the still flustered Irie. Given that it was merely an accident and the late hour, after AI Ran offered a brief explanation, they all returned to their respective resting places. However, the following morning, after AI Ran returned from training, Irie approached him, demanding compensation for the previous night's incident. Specifically, she wanted him to pose shirtless for her material. Unable to withstand her insistence, AI Ran was pulled into the bedroom by Irie, who had him strike various poses while bare-chested. Throughout the morning, AI Ran endured Irie's ecstatic laughter as she slipped into her creative zone. Wasn't she supposed to be the shy one? Truly, she was worthy of being a manga artist. After waving goodbye to the gaming club members, AI Ran turned to leave. That morning's experience had wreaked havoc on his psyche. Now, recalling the incident, he yearned to distance himself from this group. Not having walked far, Kazano Oka Shiyu's voice rang out. I didn't realize AI Rancoin was so innocent. This aspect of you is far superior to some certain aloof blonde girl. Who are you talking about? You black-stockinged, plump woman. Whoever jumps out, I'll point out. AI ran quick in his pace, wishing to avoid this group for the time being. Today, an Iluan appeared particularly quiet, standing alone on the platform with his head down. Seemingly lost in thought, Ichino Zayami, a first-year student at Subu High School, fit in. She always plays the role of the innocent girl, which has garnered her considerable popularity among the boys. However, such popularity does not come without a price. Simple pretense is insufficient. Initiative is also essential to maintain this popularity. She aims to make the most popular boy, Hayama, her boyfriend, and decisively joins the soccer club as its manager. Likewise, to uphold her social standing, she was dragged into attending a completely meaningless social gathering by her classmates. After the gathering dispersed, she found herself cornered by a delinquent high school student who had taken an interest in her. The scruffy-looking high school student pressed her against the wall and flirtatiously said, Ichino-chan, why don't you come play with us? How about KTV? Well, what should I do? I really want to go, but we have curfew at home. So maybe next time. Ichino's Ayami's gaze flickered as she desperately tried to maintain her facade. Though many pedestrians passed by, it was as if they were oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Hurriedly walking past, Ichino's Ayami silently cursed her luck. This was her first encounter with such a situation. In her anxiety, she felt tears welling in her eyes. Don't say that. We'll get you home before your curfew. Please. Though he uttered the words of entreaty, the young man took another step forward, positioning himself even closer to the girl before him. That moment, a friend who had accompanied him suddenly poked him in the side, signaling that something seemed amiss across the street. With an air of impatience, the young man followed his friend's gaze. There stood AI Ran on the opposite side of the road, fixedly staring at the group of individuals. Making no extraneous movements, AI Ran simply watched, yet the palpable aura of menace he consciously exuded was entirely directed at the young man. Merely being subjected to such a gaze caused beads of cold sweat to flow uncontrollably down his brow. Consequently, he made what might be the wisest decision of his life. How about we just reschedule for another time? I seem to have suddenly remembered that I have matters to attend to. So, I'll take my leave now. Ihira-chan. Having said this, he swiftly fled the scene with his companions. Observing the group of ruffians disperse, AI Ran shrugged and continued his journey towards the apartment. What a cold and indifferent world it is, where injustice occurs right beside us, yet not a single soul is willing to pause. There was no necessity for AI Ran to know whom he had saved. He held no interest in becoming acquainted with those unrelated to him, nor was there any need to prove anything through violence. These individuals were far too feeble to inspire any desire for combat. Yet, awaiting his return at the apartment was Ikinoshita Yukino, whose dream was to see this world become a better place, undoubtedly hoping he could become a partner of justice. Ihira Ayaka had been encircled by thugs earlier and had not clearly seen who had come to her aid. She had only vaguely noticed that the person was also clad in the same school uniform as hers. After calming her racing heart, she gazed in the direction AI Ran had departed. AI Ran had already walked quite a distance away, leaving behind only a vague silhouette and, of course, that signature tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 38. The man appears a new day dawned as AI Ran leisurely made his way toward the service club. Although they were classmates, AI Ran and Hikigaya Hachiman were not the type to enjoy each other's company. Aside from their club activities, they had barely exchanged a word. From a certain perspective, AI Ran and Hikigaya Hachiman possessed entirely contrasting personalities. Albeit both were rather peculiar. One appeared somewhat muddled, yet could act with clarity in critical moments. The other seemed perpetually composed, yet hesitated when faced with challenges. For instance, in the current situation, upon entering the service club, AI Ran found that Yui Yugahama had yet to arrive. The classroom was filled with an unusually tense atmosphere, as Hikigaya Hachiman and Yukino Shida Yukino appear to have just had a quarrel. "What is going on today?" AI Ran inquired, observing the two with curiosity. Despite their ongoing discord, they typically maintained a level of restraint in his presence. Yukino Shida Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Hikigaya Hachiman and said coolly, "Our club as treasure wishes to withdraw and join the tennis club." What is this about? Wasn't everything fine before? Moreover, Yugahama has been coming around often since last week. The club was just starting to gain popularity. Yukino Shida Yukino added, "I do not believe you possess the capability to participate in group activities. Your transformation is not yet complete, Hikigaya-kun." She placed great importance on requests. Hikigaya Hachiman looked disgruntled as he regarded the two. "I'm merely accepting someone else's request." So his words trailed off, rather than endured daily doses of emotional turmoil and Yugahama's capricious nature. He would prefer to join the tennis club, like tea that moment. He recalled the visage of a certain angel. Causing his face to flush uncomfortably, Iran scrutinized Hikigaya Hachiman, pondering whether the tennis club and the request might be linked to the man who had nearly swayed the great teacher. "Hello. I brought the requester." Just as the atmosphere grew stagnant, Yugahama Yui burst through the door with vivacity, a charming boy following closely behind. "Hachiman, Tezuka, what brings you here?" Upon hearing his name directly called by Tezuka Aika. Hikigaya Hachiman's face reddened further. "Oh dear, he is truly going to bend." AI Ran mused as he glanced at Tezuka Aika, who in terms of appearance was indeed comparable to Yukino Shida, though regrettably, he was a boy. I noticed Aika looking rather troubled, so I decided to bring him along. Since I'm a member of the club, I wanted to lend a hand at T.S. All right. Yukino, you don't need to thank me. It is what I should do as a member. Yukino Shida Yukino replied coolly. "Yugahama-san, you're actually not a member yet, am I not?" Yugahama stared blankly at Yukino Shida and AI Ran. "Well, since I haven't received your application for membership, and the faculty advisor has not approved it, you're not yet a member this." Yugahama let out a wail of despair. Having grown accustomed to her eccentricity, Yukino Shida Yukino chose to ignore Yugahama and turn to Tezuka Aika. "So, Tezuka Aika-kun, what is your request?" AI Ran, now self-identified as the vice president, poured tea for everyone this moment. Yukino Shida Yukino had already heard Tezuka Aika's request. "All right, I accept your request. We merely need to enhance your skills." "Correct? Yes, I believe that if I grow stronger, everyone will start to put an effort together, roughly speaking. Oh, angel." Hikigaya mused internally, turning to Yukino Shida Yukino and asking, "What do you plan to do? Run until you drop? Swing your racket until you drop? Are you a devil? Are you serious?" AI Ran moved closer to Tezuka Aika, beginning an examination of his limbs. AI Rankun, "What are you doing?" Tezuka Aika exclaimed shyly, instantly attracting the attention of Yukino Shida Yukino and Hikigaya Hachiman. "Scoundrel, with Yukino Shida around, how dare you covet Tezuka?" Hikigaya glared fiercely at AI Ran, mentally berating him. Yukino Shida Yukino also stood up, gently kicking AI Ran's calf. "Beast, have you lost control of your primal instincts, that you would even lay hands on a boy?" "Am I such a person?" AI Ran shot a look at Yukino Shida Yukino. When the three beautiful girls from the game club had stayed at his home, Yukino Shida had shown no signs of jealousy. Why should she feel threatened by a boy today? AI Ran considered himself a steadfast man. AI Rankin, "Are you done?" Tezuka Aika gazed at AI Ran with a bashful expression, her voice quivering slightly. Upon hearing her voice, AI Ran looked up, his breath catching as his heart raced. "My, Tezuka is indeed captivating." Observing AI Ran's hand resting on Tezuka Aika's neck and shoulder, feeling the softness of her skin. Hikigaya Hachiman looked on with envy and jealousy. He spoke with righteous indignation. "Hurry up and let Tezuka go. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm merely checking his bones." AI Ran replied helplessly. Yukino Shida Yukino, feeling a twinge of jealousy, asked, "Did you find anything?" AI Rankun? The address had already shifted from Beast back to AI Rankun, indicating that Yukino Shida's jealousy was nearing its boiling point. AI Ran stepped back, crossing his arms as he regarded Tezuka Aika. "I must say, while your body may not be particularly frail, if you wish to learn martial arts, pursue a sport with significant physical demands like tennis, You may not achieve the desired results. Haven T, you made the minimum effort yet. Yukino Shida, Yukino retorted, somewhat unconvinced. AI ran side. Yukino Shida always forced herself to exert effort while neglecting the importance of balance. This was reminiscent of when he had assisted Zaimokuzi Yoshihiro with his novel review. Even under AI Rant's insistence, she had not stayed up too late, yet her mental state the following day had still been poor. Contemplating this, AI Ran approached Yukino Shida Yukino and took her hand. Some things must be said to be innate, particularly when it comes to our physical constitution. Study diligently, engage in physical activity, rest well, and enjoy leisure. Striking a balance between work and rest is crucial. This is my advice. Yukino Shida Yukino nodded, realizing that Aaron's earlier remarks were not only directed at Tsubaki Ayaka, but also intended for herself. Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama were unwittingly fed a mouthful of romantic dog food, turning to glance at Tsubaki as the authority ultimately rested in her hands. After a brief moment, Tsubaki Ayaka took a deep breath and resolutely declared, I still want to give it a T, or why did I ask that so? Then let us see how well Yukino Shida Yukino can train you. Observing the radiant Tsubaki, Hikigaya appeared mesmerized. Meanwhile, Yui Yugahama puffed her cheeks in displeasure, her expression revealing discontent. What kind of expression is that? She had never looked at him that way before. Chapter 39. I am Ichino Saki, senpai on the tennis court. Yui Yugahama and Tsubaki Ayaka were doing push-ups together, while Hikigaya's attention was drawn to something peculiar. Aaron sat at a distance, watching him with an expression of amusement. Was Yui Yugahama's behavior so overt? How could he remain utterly oblivious if he truly held no feelings? Why steal glances? What a clumsy oaf! It was evident that Tsubaki Ayaka's physical fitness was quite poor, as her frail arms could barely manage 5 push-ups in one go. Even Yui Yugahama performed slightly better. What a pity. He is a boy, Aaron mumbled under his breath at tea that moment. Yukino Shida Yukino's voice drifted over. What a pity. Can you elaborate, Monkey-kun? Aaron stiffened involuntarily. There was no point in continuing push-ups. Tsubaki's weak physique rendered further attempts futile. Aaron promptly chose to change the subject, sensing a peculiar wariness from Yukino Shida Yukino towards that delicate boy. Well, let me be his sparring partner. I'm the most suitable one here, Yukino Shida Yukino said, picking up 2 rackets and striding towards the center of the court. Aaron, feeling bored, began observing the ants on the ground, realizing that it would indeed be inappropriate for him to join in. With a slight exertion, he could probably overturn the entire court. Ever since arriving in this world for studies, Aaron had refrained from engaging in any physical activities due to the inherent risks involved. To train Tsubaki Ayaka, Yukino Shida Yukino deliberately tossed the ball to the sides, prompting her to run, as only then could she reach the ball. However, such stamina-draining activities easily led to falls, and for someone like Tsubaki, with limited endurance, accidents were even more likely than as anticipated. It was too long before she tumbled to the ground. Aaron sighed, retrieving a first aid kit from behind him. This scene had indeed come to pass. Would Amashida and Miyuri Yumiko show up later? Aaron speculated as he handed the first aid kit to Tsubaki Ayaka. Thank you, Tsubaki Ayaka said, her cheeks flushed, expressing her gratitude softly. Aaron awkwardly turned away, huffing as he walked towards Yukino Shida Yukino. Why is Monkey-kun so sharp today? Yukino Shida Yukino looked at Aaron with a puzzled expression, a hint of danger lurking in her gaze. Please, Tsubaki is a boy. All right, I am straight, although he is rather adorable. Aaron thought, but refrained from voicing it, helplessly shrugging. I consider myself an expert in sports. Can you keep up with the pace? Your lack of stamina is your only weakness. If it becomes too much, we can switch to Hikigaya. He gestured towards the worry-stricken Hikigaya Hachiman. Look, he would surely agree. Very well, Yukino Shida Yukino contemplated for a moment before allowing Hikigaya Hachiman to substitute. Indeed, many things would not change simply because Aaron was present. Shortly after Hikigaya took over, Aaron noticed a group of people approaching the court, and he sighed. Had this crowd really come? Ah, playing tennis, how delightful, exclaimed a blonde girl at the forefront. Since Tsubaki Ayaka had applied to use the tennis court, any outsiders were required to seek her permission. However, this group had entered without inquiring, pushing open the iron gate as if they were royalty surveying their domain, with the queen naturally seizing the conversational reins to request the use of the court. Completely disregarding the expressions of Hikigaya Hachiman, Yui Yugahama, and Tsubaki Ayaka. Before long, a confrontation ensued between the two groups. Yamashita was a prominent figure at school, well-connected, while Miura Yumiko, a striking beauty with an exotic flair, drew attention alongside him. The sight of handsome boys and beautiful girls attracted a growing crowd of onlookers. As Miura Yumiko's voice grew louder, the number of spectators swelled. Scanning the surroundings, Aaron noticed that the tennis court was enveloped in a throng of onlookers, akin to wolves drawn to the scent of blood, exuding an invisible pressure favoring Yamashita's side. Mixed doubles sound splendid. How clever of me! But who would be willing to team up with Hikigaya? Miura Yumiko's laughter rang out, sharp and piercing, inciting laughter from the audience. Hachiman, this could be troublesome. Tsubaki expressed her anxiety, yet she bravely stammered, how about we do men's doubles instead? It's a perfect opportunity for me to practice. What? I want to play tennis now. So you need a girl on your side? Tsubaki interjected. Being popular in class and well-liked by everyone, she did not come off as overly aggressive, hoping to persuade Tsubaki to relent. Tsubaki looked frightened, glancing at Miura and then at Hikigaya, her expression betraying her desire to refuse but lacking the courage to do so. Sighing, Aaron stated, Yukino Shida, allow me to handle this. I'll negotiate with our class's popular king. Be careful, Yukino Shida advised. Aaron chuckled softly. What is there to worry about? Yukino Shida shot him an exasperated glare. I meant to be cautious and not injure a classmate. You might face repercussions later. Your brain seems to be malfunctioning today. Apologies, I will be mindful. Aaron laughed as he made his way to the court. The debate on the court continued. Look, Tsubaki has tacitly agreed with my suggestion. Hikigaya flushed with indignation. That's a specious argument. Now, let us all have fun together. And no need for arguments. Yamashita chimed in, playing the peacemaker, but his words were clearly skewed to favor their side. Did I say? You all may leave. The court is reserved by Tsubaki. If you wish to play, apply for it later. Do not cause a ruckus here, Aaron declared, stepping into the center of the court. Instantly, the once boisterous scene fell silent, ever since Aaron emerged from the principal's office. The legend of him bending steel with his bare hands had spread throughout the campus, and with his perpetual air of disdain for others, he was perceived as a notorious delinquent. The moment Aaron spoke, he captivated everyone's attention. What? Is Aaron really going to assist Hikigaya? Let us just have fun together. Miura Yumiko mumbled reluctantly. Yet due to Aaron's reputation, she hesitated to speak further. Aaron, you're here too. Yamashita greeted with a smile. Aaron held a status in Class F akin to that of Yukino Shida, Yukino in Class J. Both were aloof yet commanded a certain level of respect. Furthermore, Yukino Shida Yoshino had specifically instructed him that Aaron would be her brother-in-law in the future. As the son of a Yukino Shida family lawyer, Yamashita was also reluctant to provoke Aaron. Yamashita, if you wish to play tennis, you must apply first. Let us adhere to the rules. It's not proper to squabble here for the sake of amusement. Aaron ushered Yamashita and his group out of the court. Perhaps we can play together another time. Let us disperse for now. This is also an activity for our service club. Very well, Yamashita conceded, leading a reluctant Miura Yumiko away. Suddenly, a figure stealthily leaned close to Aaron's ear and whispered, Senpai, my name is Ichino Saki, so please don't forget it. Aaron turned to look at Ichino Saki, only to find she had already melted into the crowd. Had we met before? What was there to remember? AI shook his head in silence, and suddenly the temperature around him plummeted significantly. Turning around, he found Yukino Shida, Yukino regarding him with an amused expression. Chapter 40. The malevolent aura surrounding Kasumiga Kakashiyu. The Monkey King actually knows a first-year junior. I never would have guessed. Yukino Shida Yukino stood close to AI Ran. Her arms crossed, almost pressing against him. I don't know her at all. I've never seen her. Raising a hand to support her chin, Yukino Shida murmured, I see. That makes sense. After all, the Monkey King has always been rather uncouth. Although he occasionally shows glimmers of brilliance, I doubt he finds it easy to win a girl's affection. Standing nearby, Hikigaya and Yui instinctively distanced themselves from the oblivious couple, fearing that lingering in their presence would inflict serious emotional damage. Nonetheless, their synchronized movements drew each other's attention, and they instinctively glanced at one another. In that moment of shared gaze, both hurriedly turned away. "Hey, Hazuka, shall we continue our training?" Hikigaya stammered, still somewhat socially anxious, especially around girls, leading him to instinctively seek an escape. Hazuka Aika smiled in response. "Yes, Hachiman, let us proceed." "Angel," Hikigaya exclaimed, his steps towards Hazuka noticeably lighter, the earlier awkwardness completely forgotten. Ailan regarded Hikigaya Hachiman with disdain, thinking, "Giving you the chance. And yet you squander it. What are you staring at, Monkey King?" Ailan turned back, finding that his face was nearly pressed against Yukino's. He quickly retreated half a step, his voice somewhat awkward. "Nothing." Well, Ailan was a theoretical type of participant. It would indeed be challenging for him to take action himself. Separation line, Kasumigakaka Shiyu fell ill. That very night upon returning from Chiba, she began to suffer from high fever. As time passed, her muscles also began to ache. With her parents away on business, no one was aware of her condition. Even at school, her absence barely elicited a reaction, for even if she attended, she would merely sleep, unlike Ailan, who, despite sleeping, was perpetually the top of her grade. Following the release of the love meter, occasional absences from school would hardly attract scrutiny. Alone in her bed, she opened line, still awaiting a response to the message she had sent to Ethics Coin the previous night, which had hinted at her distress. What could he be doing now? Playing games? Planning? Catching up on assignments? Even so, he should not have ignored my message. Coughing a few times, Kasumigakaka, she set her phone down, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling. Before long, she drifted off again. That moment, a faint green light reappeared within the room, intensifying her fever. Time passed, and Kasumigakaka Shiyu awakened once more, unable to open her eyes due to the fever and pain. Though her eyes were shut, she could sense that night had fallen. Suddenly, the sound of her bedroom door opening reached her ears, causing her to tense involuntarily. Will my parents not return tonight? Who is it? Is there a burglar in the house? And in my current state, despair enveloped her heart once again as she sensed someone standing by her bedside. Oh, Lord of the Time Realm, do you feel this malevolence? If this continues, it will surely inflict irreversible harm upon Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Didn't you say that before the resurrection of the two-star dragon, it wouldn't cause any substantial harm to humans? How was I to know it would come to this? Little Ailan. What should we do now? Hey, you're the deity here. I'm merely an intern. How can you ask me what to do? You third-rate deity. Why do you keep calling me a third-rate deity? My divine rank is quite high, at least 10 levels above mere immortals. The exchange between the two reached Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ears, leading her to believe she might be hallucinating. What two-star dragon? What deities? It seemed she had read far too many novels. Being ill had induced such auditory hallucinations. She was uncertain whether to cry or laugh at her predicament. The conversation continued. Should we take her to the hospital? The senza beans can't cure illness, can they? Ailan asked uncertainly. After 2 lifetimes, he had sustained many injuries, but had never truly fallen ill. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had been foolish in both lives. Fools rarely get sick. What nonsense are you spouting, little Ailan? This is a result of the two-star dragon absorbing too much life energy. How could a human doctor possibly treat it? Ailan stared at Kane in disbelief. Oh, what do we do? I absolutely cannot accept any casualties occurring within my jurisdiction. Little Ailan, your words are increasingly reminiscent of a corporate slave. Kane quipped, noticing Ailan's displeased expression, and quickly added, however, it's not entirely hopeless. Little Ailan has already accumulated a considerable amount of positive energy. If we replenish her, it should suffice. Much like how you treat Yukino. What nonsense! What have I done for Yukino? Ailan exclaimed, his face reddening as he protested. Oh, it's merely physical contact. The energy will naturally flow from you to her. However, considering her loss of life energy, you'll need to continuously infuse her with positive energy for several days. That I dislike physical contact with unfamiliar humans. Ailan struggled, acknowledging the truth in Kane's words. Ever since arriving in this world, aside from the long-time acquaintance of Yukino, he resisted engaging with anyone else. Little Ailan, This one do. I want you to integrate in a human society, not to isolate yourself. This matter is entrusted to you that I have to monitor the demon realm as well. I'm quite busy as a high-ranking official, you know. Indeed. By the way, you must find a 2-star dragon quickly, or else humans may perish because of this. With that, a flash of pink light enveloped Kane, and she vanished from Kasumigakaka Shiyu's room. Silence fell once again. Lying in bed, Kasumigakaka Shiyu felt a bit dazed. Now entirely convinced that the previous conversation was not merely a figment of her imagination. Was the person by the window AI ran? Had they just mentioned Yukino Shida Yukino? The fever made it impossible for her to open her eyes, and her ability to discern who the man by her bed was dwindled, her thoughts slowing significantly. After a moment, she heard the man beside her sigh. Well, no matter what, I can't just stand by and watch you die before my eyes. Following that, she felt herself being lifted. Chapter 41. As night falls, Kasumigakaka Shiyu sensed herself being embraced. Ailan's arms wrapped around her waist, one hand cradling her lower back, while the other encircled her supple thigh, lifting her entirely from the bed. Huh, she asked so light. Ailan's voice reached Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ears. Curiosity, embarrassment, surprise, and fear intertwined within her. The instinctive desire for someone to be by her side during sickness and injury surged forth. A warm current flowed through her conflicted heart, drifting toward an unknown point of light in the darkness. Before long, a wave of warmth emanated from Ailan, swiftly transferring to Kasumigakaka Shiyu in an instant. She felt her condition improving gradually. Her once parched soul began to rejuvenate under such warmth that in that moment, she felt as though she had finally escaped from the depths of suffering, gasping for breath like a drowning person. Why is he still holding me? You'd better not wake up now, or I want to know how to explain this. Kasumigakaka Shiyu instinctively wrapped her arms around Ailan's neck, and while he struggled slightly, considering her state, his resistance was not vigorous. The energy loss is so slow. At this rate, I can't leave for at least an hour. Ailan expressed her discontent, saying, to think that she could consume 99 pure chocolate on a Saturday indicates that this woman has begun to experience a loss of taste in her food. I can't believe I hadn't realized it before. It seems that her current condition is not merely due to excessive energy depletion. Aside from combat, Ailan's other notable skill lies in bodily care, which of course is also a supportive measure for her battles. The state of Shiyu's Zenyu is undoubtedly linked to her late-night vigils and prolonged sitting. As time passed, Ailan perceived that Shiyu's body could no longer absorb positive energy. After assessing her condition, Ailan estimated that in 3 to 4 days, she would likely make a full recovery. Gently, she laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket, just as Ailan was about to leave. He hesitated at the door. With a sigh, he turned back to Shiyu's desk and penned a note before departing from her home. With her eyes closed, Shiyu slowly rose after confirming that Ailan had left. Had being held for an hour really improved her condition so significantly? Stretching her body, she approached the desk and picked up the note Ailan had just left. The message, written in an atrocious scrawl. Read, hello, after my observations, your body has suffered severe exhaustion. Though you may not feel it when young, your physical state will deteriorate with age that I hope you cultivate good habits and maintain sufficient sleep. Below is a dietary list tailored to your physical condition. If you adhere to the prescribed regimen, your body will soon recover. By the way, my name is Leifong. Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she laughed. Leifong, really? I didn't expect Ailan to have such an amusing side. Yet, as her laughter subsided, tears began to flow uncontrollably. This is what it feels like to be cared for. Upon opening her phone, she noticed a message from Ailan, replied over an hour ago. Senior, I borrowed a new game from Ailan yesterday and lost track of time, so I didn't notice your message. Is everything all right? Reading the message, Shiyu displayed a sorrowful smile that a blend of joy and disappointment intertwined, connecting pain with happiness. She cried even harder. Ultimately, after calming her emotions, she replied to Ailan, I'm fine. Lun, please finish the project proposal as soon as possible. I plan to start the 3rd volume soon. SO time is a bit tight. Before that, I hope to help you complete the script for Shining Girl quickly. Meanwhile, Ailan, upon seeing Shiyu's message, felt a rush of excitement. His senior was finally embarking on the 3rd volume. a moment he had long anticipated as her first reader. However, after reading the message several times, he sensed an underlying meaning. Forget it, he thought, responding to her message before picking up the game controller to commence his journey into the virtual world. He murmured to himself, the project proposal should be submitted by Saturday. There's no need to rush. I need to find some inspiration from these games. I could see that moment. Shiyu smiled through her tears upon reading his message. She had come to terms with it. Perhaps Ailan did have feelings for her, but they were not significant. She had waited all day, and her message seemed to have vanished into the void. Whether he saw it or simply pretended not to understand, the outcome remained unchanged. Since Ailan cared for her capabilities rather than her essence, why cling to emotions that were irrelevant in the realm of romance? She tossed her phone aside and curled up under the blanket. That night, after her tears had dried, she resolved not to shed another one for this matter come dawn. Flying through the sky, Ailan inwardly complained. Fortunate that he had been training in a forest not far from Tokyo at the time, he sensed the malevolent energy, allowing him to react promptly. Otherwise, it could have led to dire consequences. This job is truly exasperating. That third-rate deity is utterly useless. It can now be largely ruled out that Shiyu is the host. The second star dragon would never actively eliminate its own host before awakening. But who could it be? Could it truly be Kadu? While pondering and heading back to the previous training spot, he was filled with questions. One thing, however, was certain. Since the second star dragon was no longer harmless, a proactive approach was necessary. How could he draw it out? Curse that wretched creature. Once I locate you, I will ensure your ashes are scattered. In a state of utter confusion, Ailan could only vent his frustration through furious curses. Yet he was still unaware that during the purification of the Dragon Balls, one of the two moments of extreme near-death had been caused by this seemingly weakest second star dragon. Nevertheless, what he truly desired was to resume his training. Ever since he began generating what he termed positive energy, his combat prowess had escalated rapidly. His fighting capacity now exceeded 18,000 to Chapter 42, Chiba Specialties on a New Day. Ailan arrived early at the service department, but to his surprise, Hikitani was already there before him. What was this situation? Ailan regarded Hikitani with suspicion, as this fellow typically ambled in just as the club bell rang. Had he taken the wrong medicine today? I have a request from my sister's classmate, Hikitani stated, his expression serious, as he looked at Yukino Shida Yukino. Considering this a request from his sister, he displayed a solemn demeanor. No wonder. I almost forgot that Hikitani Hachiman can be seen as a Chiba specialty, a sister-con. Thus, he subtly mirrored the astonished expression displayed by Yukino Shida Yukino, although we typically do not accept requests from students of other schools. Upon noting that your sister shares your vacant stare, I cannot help but feel sorrow for her. So, what is your sister's request? Yukino Shida Yukino began, her words laced with sarcasm, yet her face retained an air of purity. Hey, my sister is exceptionally beautiful, arguably the best in the world. And what is with those looks you're giving? Ailan feigned contemplation before teasing. I've been pondering love lately. Could you enlighten me, having spent considerable time with these club members? Ailan had also grown accustomed to jesting, resembling more and more the typical demeanor of a 17-year-old boy. Bang! Yukino Shida Yukino kicked Ailan under the table, exclaiming, "What sort of monster are you to target a fellow member sister?" Her narrowed eyes exuded a sense of danger. Exactly, and my sister is still in middle school. Don't even think about it. Kamachi is mine. Ailan grasped Yukino Shida Yukino's hand and, smiling, inquired, so, President, are we to ignore Hikitani's earlier perverse comments? There's no saving him. Just shoot him with an outsider present. Yukino Shida Yukino felt her face flush when Ailan suddenly held her hand. However, she did not withdraw, casting a reproachful glance at Ailan. Hey, don't go around condemning others. My sins hardly warrant execution. Ailan squinted his eyes, quickly shifting to a scrutinizing gaze directed at Hikitani Hachiman. So, you indeed feel guilty, right? Interested in your sister? Absolutely not. Hikitani Hachiman's heart felt unusually weary. Usually, he only had to endure some puppy love. But today he was subjected to a couple double whammy. This club was unbearable. Yui, when will you arrive? He internally lamented. Yahalo, was sincerity the key? At Hikitani's call, Yubin Kyotaka pushed open the door to the clubroom. What is going on? Noticing Hikitani's despondent demeanor as he leaned over the table, she cautiously surveyed the atmosphere in the room before asking, "We're denouncing a certain pervert who wishes to prey on his own sister." Yukino cast a fleeting glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, who in turn shot a desperate look towards Yuabin Yui that moment. Yuabin Yui also directed a disdainful gaze at Hikigaya Hachiman. The latter suffered a final blow, leading him to sink into despair. After engaging in some playful banter, Hikigaya Hachiman finally articulated his sister's request. "So, you want me to investigate why your classmate, Kawasaki Saki, has been returning home late at night, and then perhaps persuade her?" Yukino propped her chin on one hand, summarizing Hikigaya Hachiman's earlier remarks to, "Yes, that's so." Hikigaya nodded, as he initially intended to tackle this task alone, given it was his sister's request. However, it is well known that he suffers from social anxiety. Even now, he couldn't be certain of Kawasaki Saki's appearance. After contemplating for a while, he concluded that it would require the collective effort of everyone to accomplish this task. Yukino shifted her gaze to the daydreaming Irie, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" "Oh, there is probably nothing to worry about. She might just be working part-time in the evenings, but we should still investigate." Familiar with the situation, Irie displayed minimal concern, yet he decided against intervening too much. Hachiman's sentiment was justified. Through the act of assisting others, every member of the service club could learn something valuable. This included Irie himself, who, despite knowing the direction of events, was gradually learning how to live as a human being. Yukino pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this, Hikigaya-kun? You should arrange to meet Kawasaki's younger brother tomorrow. Once we gather more information, we can devise a plan. For now, let us continue accompanying Hazuka for her training." Yuabin Yui enthusiastically raised a hand. In the stillness of the night, Kasaka Shiyu's room was engulfed in darkness. She lay on her side, resting her head on her hand, her legs intertwined. The hem of her nightgown rolled up to reveal a flat stomach devoid of any excess flesh, while the partially opened neckline hinted at a full, snowy expanse. Her silky hair cascaded down her face, and the partially obscured visage added a touch of radiant beauty to her smile. Last night, after coming to terms with everything, many matters became startlingly clear. Even the love metronome, which had long eluded her pen, now seemed capable of flowing effortlessly onto the page. Though her body had yet to fully recuperate, the pain and inner turmoil had dissipated, and the world once again radiated its former brilliance. Suddenly, she detected a faint noise outside her window, prompting her to hastily pull the covers over herself. At that moment, a figure stealthily slipped into her bedroom through the window. It must be Irie, truly akin to a thief. That a subtle smile crept across Kasaka Shiyu's face as she imagined Irie's current appearance. This evening, Irie did not lift her into his arms, but merely held her hand. Positive energy flowed unceasingly between them. The warm sensation reminiscent of the previous night made Kasaka Shiyu involuntarily emit a soft sigh. Irie looked at her, uncertainty etched on his face, and after a moment of observing her lack of conscious response, he exhaled in relief. "Damn, coming to work feels just like being a thief." Irie continued to channel his energy into Kasaka Shiyu, proceeding with utmost caution, for the human body is indeed fragile. Once the last vestige of energy was transmitted, he sighed deeply. Kasaka Shiyu was recovering well. In another day, she should fully reclaim the energy previously absorbed by the two-star dragon. Furthermore, after enduring pure positive energy, her body would likely be in even better condition than before. Without lingering, Irie quietly closed Shiyu's window from the outside before departing. Inside the room, Kasaka Shiyu, her face flushed, suddenly threw off the covers and gasped for air, her complexion reddening as if she might bleed. "Henny," she muttered softly, instinctively shifting her gaze to the hand Irie had just held. Chapter 43. Hikigaya discovers something. Hikigaya brought the members of the service club to the city library, where he had arranged to meet his sister Kamachi and Kawasaki Taishur. "Hello, everyone. I am Hikigaya Hachiman's sister, Hikigaya Kamachi." Unlike her brother, Hikigaya Kamachi exuded a lively and adorable demeanor, showing no signs of shyness. It was hard to gauge how much more socially adept she was compared to her socially anxious brother. The young boy beside her also greeted everyone politely, Hello, I am Kawasaki Taishur, a classmate of Hikigaya. His voice was steady, and despite his youth, he left a positive impression. Of course, this did not apply to Hikigaya Hachiman, who averted his gaze in discontent while Taishur introduced himself. Especially when Yukino mentioned his name, Taishur calling him brother nearly sent him over the edge. Hikigaya Hachiman grimaced at Taishur, grumbling, "I am not your brother." I recast a bewildered glance at the brother Khan. Wondering if it was really necessary, that moment, Kamachi regarded Yuabin Yui with curiosity. Why do I feel like I've seen Yuabin senpai somewhere before? Aha! You must be mistaken. Yuabin laughed awkwardly, her gaze slightly drifting. Irie then interjected, keenly aware of Hikigaya's hypersensitivity. If he were to discover that Yuabin was the owner of the dog that caused his accident, he would likely withdraw from her entirely. It was almost certain that he would distance himself from Yuabin Yui. For he had an aversion to gentle girls, as their kindness could easily mislead him into believing they had feelings for him. This was a lesson he had learned from his middle school experiences. However, unbeknownst to him, Yuabin Yui's gentleness stemmed from her genuine interest in him. The members of the service club were among the few individuals Irie was willing to communicate with in this world, and he instinctively wished to avoid the narrative spiraling into the original storyline. But that was a matter for later. For now, it was crucial to discuss Kawasaki-saki's circumstances. Irie lightly tapped the table, redirecting the conversation. My sister is also a student at Subo High, named Kawasaki-saki. Recently, she has been exhibiting many unusual changes, seemingly becoming delinquent, so I would like to ask for your assistance in investigating this. Hikigaya still couldn't recall who Kawasaki-saki was specifically. Observing his bewildered expression, Yuabin Yui pouted. Really, Hiki should pay more attention to the people in class. Hikigaya retorted. I've been paying attention. Since yesterday, I've been trying to remember, but I only find the name somewhat familiar. Besides, the only person in class who chats with me regularly is Ayaka. Mentioning Hazuka brought a hint of a smile to Hikigaya's face. Helping Hazuka practice daily had brightened his otherwise dreary high school life significantly. Yukino Shida coldly interjected. Hikigaya-kun, please refrain from exposing your distasteful preferences in front of others. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. What are you imagining? My preferences are perfectly normal. I absolutely do not like men. At this moment, Yuabin Yui also stared at Hikigaya with suspicion. Could it be that Hiki really likes men? Then what about me? At the critical moment, Kamachi stepped forward, unwavering in her declaration. My brother still likes girls. Well, if you don't believe it, there's nothing to be done. If certain things suddenly become true, wouldn't the Hikigaya household be doomed? Ahem, were we discussing Kawasaki's matters? What are you all talking about? Irie coughed lightly, utterly speechless. Were these people's thoughts really that disjointed? Sitting across from Irie, Kawasaki Taishur hung his head in disappointment. I'm sorry for troubling everyone, but I'm genuinely worried about my sister. Yukino contemplated for a moment before resolutely stating, I can understand your concern for family, Kawasaki-kun, since you were a student of Subu High. We can consider your brother's request as a standard interaction. Therefore we, the service club, will take on this request. Though I have accepted this commission, it is rather late today, and any endeavors must be postponed until tomorrow. Watching the distant figures of the Hikigaya siblings, AI Ran instinctively shifted her gaze to Yugahama, who was currently engrossed in a tender exchange with Yukino Shida Yukino. With a resigned sigh, as a Saiyan not particularly skilled in social interactions, AI Ran felt she had done her utmost. She could only wish for a favorable outcome for them. The Hikigaya's sister, Kamachi, bounced energetically beside her brother. Hey brother, the Yukino Shida sister from your club is truly stunning. As if she stepped straight out of a painting, Kamachi feigned casual admiration, curious to see if her rather oblivious brother would catch on. Well, she's indeed beautiful, though a bit sharp-tongued. It's admirable that AI Rand can tolerate her. Upon hearing her brother's words, Kamachi felt a twinge of disappointment, but pressed on. Is AI Rand brother-'s girlfriend? Although they often claim they are not yet a couple, it is evident to any discerning observer. And what about Yui? Kamachi recalled the way Yugahama had looked at her brother moments ago, and suddenly felt there might be potential there. The way she referred to her, as Yui's sister filled her with anticipation as she gazed eagerly at Hikigaya Hachiman. For the sake of the Hikigaya family, Kamachi had already shouldered burdens far beyond her years. It's all this useless brother's fault. Upon hearing Yugahama's name, Hikigaya slowed his pace slightly. After some contemplation, he said, "Well, I hardly have any interaction with Yugahama. I'm not particularly adept at communicating with girls." Upon receiving this answer, Kamachi sadly remarked, "Is brother destined to live a life of solitude? Brother only needs Kamachi." EW. Kamachi grimaced and stuck out her tongue. "But even if you become a shut-in, I'll one-t abandon you." Hi, Hikigaya replied weakly. Suddenly, Kamachi seemed to recall something. "Brother, I just remembered, Yugahama is the owner of that little dog. When you were hospitalized, she even brought you a care package. After you were discharged, she came to our house with gifts too. It seems you really are fated to be connected." Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halted in his tracks. "What is wrong, brother? Did I say something inappropriate?" No, it's nothing." Hikigaya forced a smile and resumed his walk homeward. "Indeed, I find myself disinclined towards gentle girls." Chapter 44. And busy Anki Ryunosuke, the gaming club's group chat, had been unusually quiet these past few days. AI Ran remained silent, and Kei Akato spoke infrequently. Shiyu Kashiwagi had fallen ill, which significantly reduced the playful banter with Irie Shiro, as for Anki Ryunosuke. After 3 days of persistent leave, he finally completed the game borrowed from AI Ran, sacrificing sleep in the process. Consequently, the group chat had seen little activity that week. Suddenly, Anki Ryunosuke made a significant announcement in the group. "Everyone, I want to be able to attend Saturday's event due to some unexpected matters." "Why?" Kashiwagi, upon receiving Ryunosuke's message, sprang from her bed. She was increasingly looking forward to club activities, especially since she owed him a considerable favor. The sooner she repaid him, the sooner she could extricate herself from her obligations. Providing Ryunosuke with a flawless script would sufficiently settle her debt from the love meter. Kashiwagi was quite agitated, having already completed part of the script. She had no desire to delay further. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke was scratching his head, pondering why he wouldn't attend the event. He had finally finished the game he had been obsessing over. What should he do next? Naturally, he needed to write a review. As a blogger with 100,000 followers, wouldn't it be expected to publish a game guide promptly? However, using this excuse to skip the Saturday event was evidently flimsy, especially since he had founded the gaming club. "I have to work on Saturday, so I want to be attending this event. Everyone, please complete your tasks, and we can gather at school next week." Ryunosuke believed his reasoning was flawless and wouldn't hinder his gaming progress. Irie Shiro then chimed in. "Ryunosuke, are you really going to work? You haven't been slacking off from gaming, have you?" "What are you saying, Irie? I have multiple jobs to attend to. I have no objections. Although I've been designated as the female lead, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do." "Akato, you should focus on learning programming this week. The coding for Gal games can be quite transferable. And it won't take too long to grasp it." AI Ran. "Could you prepare a more detailed textbook for Akato?" "Certainly." While flying toward Tokyo, AI Ran casually typed 2 words and tucked her phone back in her pocket. "Then I'm all set." Akato replied, "Me too. I still need AI Ran to model for reference. You shameless little princess, have you already begun to reveal your desires?" "Huh. What are you talking about, you black-stockinged?" "Plump woman, it was purely for reference. Anyone who understands the art of drawing would call themselves pure. Since you all have no objections, I can join as well. Shall we meet at the station on Saturday to head to AI Rankun's apartment?" AI Rankun? Ryunosuke, holding his phone, felt a wave of unease at Kashiwagi's reference to AI Ran. Surely, he was overthinking it. AI Ran was quite out of place with him. He had no understanding of the two-dimensional world and was merely investing in their project to repay Akato. Moreover, he had only met them twice. Akato, he recalled, momentarily casting Kashiwagi's thoughts aside. The thrill from their last encounter lingered in his mind. A devoted otaku. He lacked the courage to pursue Akato directly. So he devised a plan to express his feelings entirely through a game. The three-dimensional world was, after all, a dismal and wretched game that on the other side, in a grand villa, Irie was pacing anxiously. Stamping her feet, that black-stockinged, plump woman had dared to slander me before Ryunosuke again. What nonsense! She merely wanted to gather reference material. After venting her frustration, she buried herself back in her creative work, only to realize that the male protagonist in her current project bore an uncanny resemblance to AI Ran, and he was depicted unclothed. AI Ran pondered in the sky above Casualty's residence, contemplating how peculiar it was to sneak into a girl's home at night and grasp her hand. No matter how one looked at it, such actions seemed rather deviant. Thus, to avoid any awkwardness, AI Ran resolved to wait until late at night, after Casualty had fallen asleep, to sneak in her room in truth, this was even more peculiar and had elevated to the level of criminality. However, how could one label saving a life as a crime? Today was, after all, the final treatment. AI Ran consoled himself. Unfortunately, Casualty was nothing like the regimented Yukino. She was a quintessential night owl. The night was when she thrived. She attended school merely to catch up on sleep, a trait that AI Ran found oddly relatable. As time ticked by, it soon turned to just past 1 in the morning. AI Ran descended outside Casualty's window and quietly entered. Thank goodness this woman doesn't have the habit of locking her windows at night. Otherwise, I would have had to think of another way I ended in the darkness. AI Ran deftly made her way to the bedside of Kasumi no Okashiyu, gently taking her hand and commencing today's task. The moment AI Ran grasped her hand, Shiyu's eyelids trembled slightly. Today, she still chose to feign sleep. After 2 consecutive days of such encounters, how could someone as astute as her be unaware that AI Ran was intent on healing her? Thus, she opted to pretend to be asleep, sparing both of them any awkwardness. As AI Ran's energy flowed into her, she let out a soft murmur, feeling a wave of heat wash over her. Whether from shyness or something else, she could not tell. In recent days, she often found herself reflecting on the events of the previous night. In a moment of despair, AI Ran had pulled her from the abyss. The warmth enveloping her in AI Ran's embrace was an experience Shiyu had never known before, leaving her slightly entranced. With a sigh of relief, AI Ran completed his clandestine task. He rose to observe Shiyu. Although the darkness obscured her form, he could ascertain from her breathing that she had fully recovered. Recalling the narratives of minor characters he had encountered in a past life, AI Ran murmured. From a certain perspective, humanity is indeed a resilient species. Though their bodies may be frail, their spirits are remarkably strong. With a sigh, he quietly departed. His work for the day was concluded, and that third-rate deity would not be compensating for overtime. Was AI Ran just speaking of me? Shiyu pondered. Strong? It seemed she owed AI Ran yet another favor. However, since he had come secretly, wishing for her to remain oblivious to this matter, how could she repay him? Murmuring to herself, Shiyu slowly rose from the bed, turned on the bedroom light, and approached her desk. The computer was merely in sleep mode, and with a gentle tap, a partially written document appeared on the screen. The title at the top read The Love Metronome. Chapter 45, The Strategy for Troubled Girls. During Thursday's lunch break, enduring the peculiar gaze of Hikigaya, Yui Yugahama finally reached her limit, blushing as she asked him, "Hey, Hikigaya, what does that expression mean? Is something wrong with me?" Hikigaya quickly lowered his head. "No, nothing's wrong." Yukino snapped her book shut with a resounding clap. "Hikigaya, if you don't wish to be taken away, I suggest you refrain from teasing my club members. Aren't I also one of your members?" Hikigaya muttered, diverting his attention entirely to the novel in his hands. At that moment, AI Ran slowed his eating pace. And given Hikigaya's current demeanor, even he could surmise a few things. However, AI Ran was at a loss for how to address the situation. Assigning a Saiyan to play matchmaker was hardly a reliable solution. Yet, surely, matters would resolve themselves. With that thought, AI Ran chose to continue his meal. Yukino timely offered him a cup of black tea. "Thank you." AI Ran took a sip and gently expressed his gratitude to Yukino. She shook her head. "It's nothing. Considering the effort you've put in these past few evenings, this is hardly anything." Hikigaya and Yugahama exchanged incredulous glances at the two. Did Yukino just utter something scandalous? What did she mean by the effort in the evenings? Hikigaya did not wish to ponder further. Knowing too much could lead to dire consequences from these two. Yugahama's face turned a deep shade of crimson as she stole a glance at Hikigaya. "Hikigaya, ever observant, caught the movement. Did Yugahama treat him kindly merely because he had rescued her dog? He hoped not. He wished for her affections to stem from a purer friendship, not from guilt or a sense of obligation. Hey, Yugahama. Anxiously, Hikigaya made up his mind and stood up, addressing Yugahama. Hey, Yugahama, can you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. He did not wish to evade the issue. He had to confirm matters, even if the outcome left him disheartened. Yugahama froze. Wait, are you suggesting? Hikigaya strode toward the door, his voice carrying back to her. Don't worry about it. Just come with me. If Yugahama continued to hesitate, Hikigaya feared he might lose the courage to confront the situation, especially with Yukino Shida casting a disapproving glance in his direction. Yugahama was Yukino Shida's sole friend, and Yukino Shida could not bear the thought of Yugahama going out alone with Hikigaya. Observing this, AI Ran began to soothe Yukino Shida, whispering in her ear, "It's all right. Hikigaya will take good care of Yugahama. Should anything arise, I will sense it even from here." The warmth of AI Ran's breath against Yukino Shida's ear sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to soften momentarily. She shot him a reproachful look, her cheeks flushed, but eventually nodded in agreement. If Hikigaya reacted this way, AI Ran felt assured that things would likely turn out well. It seemed Hikigaya had undergone some transformation. At least he would no longer hastily judge others based on his own whims. Regardless, Yugahama was not at Sundara like Eruri. She wouldn't be insincere. If Hikigaya had spoken to her earnestly from the beginning, while Yugahama might not have outright declared "I like you," she certainly would not have sabotaged the situation either. He savored a sip of the exquisite black tea Yukino Shida had prepared. Delicious, Yukino Shida. Your skills are always remarkable. By the way, do we have any leads on Kawasaki Saki? Yukino Shida did not answer directly, leaning against AI Ran's shoulder with her eyes narrowed. Have you heard of animal therapy? When one is touched or has a compassionate heart, one cannot help but want to take in a pitiable little creature. AI Ran responded uncertainly. Though that may not be entirely accurate, it seems that the simian has indeed been studying diligently. Yukino Shida softly elaborated for AI Ran. If a delicate blue kitten were to appear, anyone would feel a sense of healing in their heart. Iran scoffed. It seems only you possess such sentiments. He recalled that Kawasaki seemed to be allergic to cats. Previously, when Puaru's fur had clung to him, Kawasaki had walked by and immediately started sneezing, continuing for quite some time. Yukino Shida frowned, incredulous. Is there truly someone like that in the world? To such an extent of loving cats. Have you been brainwashed by Puaru? Just as they delved into their feline discussions, Hikigaya and Yugahama finally re-entered the service club room. Yukino Shida, startled, sat upright like a frightened cat. Yugahama's face bore faint traces of tears. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet she radiated joy. The uncontainable smile on her face made it clear that she was genuinely happy. Hikigaya appeared somewhat uneasy, but overall, he seemed composed. AI Ran sensed his aura and noted that his inner turmoil seemed to have dissipated. Clearly, this was a happy ending, a rather perfect conclusion. It was evident that the unfortunate outcome from last Saturday's gaming session was certainly not his fault. It must have been the developer's oversight, who claimed that Saiyans couldn't weave connections. Returning to his seat, Hikigaya inquired, "So, how did the discussion about Kawasaki Saki go?" "We still have no leads." Yugahama raised her hand. "But what about love?" "Isn't that the only thing that could transform a girl?" Yukino Shida looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Love? Surely. Only love can inspire such change in a girl." As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Hikigaya, breaking into a silly grin. Yukino Shida instinctively glanced at AI Ran, nodding thoughtfully. She found the words of Uebin Yui quite reasonable. Aaron looked at Yukino Shida in astonishment, thinking, "No way. Has your IQ been lowered by Uebin?" This plan was evidently unreliable. Aaron resolutely decided to intervene, refusing to let Uebin continue leading Yukino Shida astray. "Ahem, are you familiar with the bar, Eagle Ladder? It's the one near the apartment, Yukino Shida cast a dubious glance at Aaron, silently questioning how he knew about that bar. "Where are you going with this? I meant that Kawasaki should be working there." Chapter 46. The bar with an ominous presence at 8:30 in the evening. At Angel's Ladder, Hikigaya and Uebin have been waiting on the first floor for nearly half an hour when Yukino Shida and Aaron finally made their entrance. Hikigaya remarked, "I can't believe the president actually showed up late today." Yukino calmly admitted her fault. "I apologize for the wait." Aaron awkwardly added, "It was mainly my fault." Yukino Shida had told Aaron to wear formal attire after school. Yet he had returned donning his combat uniform, the Frisia Army's Saiyan battle suit. This was indeed the Saiyans' formal wear. The outcome was predictable. "Could you please exhibit a modicum of common sense?" Yukino sighed, shaking her head in exasperation before dragging Aaron to a clothing store to purchase an entirely new outfit. This was the reason for their tardiness. "It's no problem." "Yeah." Yui grinned, adjusting her posture. Since this was a formal adult venue, all manners had to conform to mature standards, as Yukino Shida had instructed her. She glanced at Aaron and exclaimed, "Wow. Aaron looks as handsome today as Hikigaya." "Oomph." Aaron turned his head away in displeasure. This outfit was far from comfortable, completely inferior to his battle suit. "All right, let's head upstairs." Yukino Shida chuckled softly at Aaron's sulkiness, resting her hand on his arm. "Let us go." Angel's Ladder could be described as a very upscale bar, with decor and service that were second to none in Chiba City. IT was an excellent place for relaxation or business discussions. Frequented primarily by corporate elites, guests like Aaron and the others were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Yukino remained composed due to her family background, while Aaron appeared nonchalant. Uebin, being somewhat oblivious, showed no particular reaction. However, Hikigaya felt slightly anxious. Aaron leaned closer to Yukino, whispering, "Relax, stand tall, and keep your stomach in don't look around curiously. As long as you don't behave inappropriately, no one will pay you any mind." Hikigaya nodded, gradually easing up. "Look, Kawasaki is over there," Uebin exclaimed in a hushed tone. Yukino Shida, "Why don't you go with them to meet Kawasaki?" "I have something to attend to." Aaron suddenly halted, casting a skeptical glance around the bar. With that serious expression again, Yukino nervously grasped Aaron's hand. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, you all go ahead. I'll join you shortly." "All right, be careful." After Yukino Shida left, Aaron ventured deeper into the bar. He surveyed the entire establishment, but found no clues. Although the bar was saturated with an ominous aura, the patrons appeared unfazed, as if unaffected by it. Could it be that a Dragon Ball host had visited here? Aaron closed his eyes and sensed the atmosphere for a moment. This malevolent energy felt unfamiliar, something he had never encountered before. Currently, there were no signs of an evil dragon in Chiba City, and the ominous presence was gradually dissipating. The issue with the 3-star ball on Yukino Shida's person remained unresolved, and the identity of the 2-star ball's host was still unknown. Now, a strange Dragon Ball energy had appeared. Aaron couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. The Kaishin of Time had continuously stated that the concentration of positive energy within him was insufficient to purify the 3-star ball on Yukino Shida. Yet, Aaron still couldn't comprehend how to acquire this so-called positive energy. IT couldn't be obtained through training. All he had was the vague advice that falling in love and learning to live like an ordinary earthling would generate a continuous flow of positive energy. Such ambiguous guidance only exacerbated Aaron's frustration. Was his degree of earthification still inadequate? Meanwhile, the service club had already commenced their conversation with Kawasaki Saki. Yukino approached and greeted her. "Good evening, Kawasaki." Kawasaki Saki had initially thought they were customers, but upon looking up, she realized that 2 of them were classmates, and one was the renowned Yukino Shida from school. Uebin and Yukino Shida, Hikigaya, with his deadpan expression, glared at the girl who had overlooked him. "Hey, what about me?" Kawasaki Saki replied nonchalantly, "I don't recognize you. You seem to be in our class, but I don't know your name." "Huh." Kawasaki Saki nodded slightly, then scrutinized the trio with suspicion, asking, "So, what brings you here?" A few students from Suba High, dressed in expensive formal attire, had come to Angel's Ladder despite the late hour. Kawasaki assumed they must be here for her. She was correct. "Your brother?" Yukino began. "Kawasaki Daiji has informed us about your situation, and, according to Kawasaki, that sounds a bit strange. Let's just refer to him as Daiji. As per Daiji's request, we hope to restore you to the gentle sister who doesn't stay out late, is concerned about her studies, and has no secrets, Kawasaki Saki. Kawasaki Saki sighed in resignation. Daiji has really gone out of his way for no reason. And oh reason, Yukinoshita softly echoed, offering no further comment. Yet her expression conveyed her unwavering determination. While wiping a glass, Kawasaki Saki said slowly, "In any case, I don't care what Daiji told you. It has nothing to do with you, so you needn't concern yourselves with me." Yukinoshita raised her hand to check her watch. "Cinderella's magic is set to expire at midnight, but your magic is about to wear off right now. Mermaid Princess, Subu-Hai has regulations regarding work hours." And time was swiftly running out. "You!" Kawasaki Saki shot an annoyed glance at Yukinoshita, who remained unfazed and serene. The atmosphere grew tense. "I could see this moment," Hikigaya interjected. "You're working to save up for college tuition." "Right, Kawasaki." At this point, Aaron had reached the rooftop of Angel's Ladder. Other than the bar itself, the rest of the building was devoid of any ominous energy, based on the rate at which the malevolent aura was dissipating. The unknown host must have arrived at the bar within the past 3 days. Coincidentally, Aaron had been in Tokyo every day during that period, which explained his lack of attention. Just then, he noticed the service club had brought Kawasaki Saki out onto the street. A faint smile crept across his face. It seemed their mission had been successfully accomplished. Suddenly, Aaron recalled something and promptly leaped from the building's blind corner, landing beside Kawasaki Saki and the service club members. "Good evening, Kawasaki." "Aaron, you came with them?" Aaron nodded and inquired, "Kawasaki, can I ask you something? Did any unusual individuals visit this bar over the past 3 days?" Kawasaki Saki pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. "Last night, a young lady came in with a blonde maid. She reserved the entire place, apparently to bring back her brother, who had gotten drunk here. That group was among the few peculiar visitors in recent days." "I see," Aaron muttered to himself, stroking his chin. "A young lady. Wealthy, a blonde maid." Ultimately, he sighed, lamenting that this scant information was utterly insufficient. Chapter 47. Is it possible that the host of the 2-star dragon is male? In light of the missing clues, AI Ran had no choice but to abandon the search for the whereabouts of the new Dragon Balls. With only himself to rely on, it would be wiser to prioritize addressing the matters concerning the 3-star and 2-star balls. Soon, Saturday arrived, marking the day of the gaming club meeting once more. Yukinoshita Yukino had returned to her family home the previous evening, as she typically did each weekend to report on her circumstances. Being from a prestigious family, the rules at the Yukinoshita household were notoriously strict. Therefore, last week had merely been an exception. Since only 3 girls were coming today, AI Ran decided to greet them at the station. As they were all individuals related to the Dragon Balls, and any mishap would be undesirable. The apartment was not far from Chiba Station, a mere 20-minute walk away. Along the way, Sawamura Spencer could hardly contain her excitement. Her twin tails bouncing as she exclaimed, "AI Ran's house is filled with so many delightful treasures, and there's an abundance of food. It's practically paradise. Nothing remains. At least the food is all gone. If you wish to eat, you'll have to wait until I go shopping this afternoon." AI Ran shot a disapproving glance at Spencer, her expression akin to a bandit entering a village. Was the game truly worthy of such exuberance? Unfazed, Sawamura Spencer merely chuckled as she patted AI Ran's shoulder. "One must fend for oneself. AI Ran, all you need to provide is the game, but I've brought my own snacks." She proudly patted her bulging backpack. Meanwhile, Kata Kakashiyu's attention shifted towards AI Ran and Spencer, a slight furrow forming on her brow as she remarked, "Spencer, don't let trivial matters distract you." "Where's your artwork?" "Don't worry. It's all ready." Kato Megumi quietly chimed in from the back. AI Ran, why isn't Yukinoshita with you today? Upon hearing this, Shiyu's frown deepened. AI Ran, walking at the front, did not even glance back as he casually replied, "Yukinoshita returned to her family home yesterday. I'm not privy to the details." "I see," Kato whispered, her voice barely audible, failing to garner the attention of the others. However, AI Ran sensed something amiss. Today was indeed peculiar. Since earlier, there had been no sign of energy depletion whatsoever. Shiyu, for the time being, refrained from mentioning it, as she had infused her with positive energy for 3 consecutive days. Yet the malevolent aura surrounding Kato Megumi and Sawamura Spencer had noticeably diminished as well. It seemed these two were not hosts of the Dragon Balls either. And as for Rintaru, it was truly baffling that he had not attended school all week, and when AI Ran called him, he was merely playing games. He even skipping the club gathering today. Spencer complained as they walked the dough. Anri hasn't attended school this week. AI Ran caught a hint of information, hoping to glean some insights from Spencer, who was incapable of hiding her thoughts. Yes, Rintaru often does this. He is quite intelligent, yet manages to maintain decent grades despite skipping classes. Spencer rambled on about Anri Rintaru's situation, while AI Ran mentally filtered out the more painful remarks. What did it mean to maintain decent grades while frequently skipping classes? I attend school daily and have never placed above second to last. The infamous title of unyielding last place had already begun circulating within the school. Analyzing the information Spencer revealed, AI Ran's heart grew colder. Previously, Kane had mentioned that Saiyans required love to generate sufficient positive energy, subtly implying that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were exclusively female. The subsequent appearances of Yukino Shida, Yukino, Kato Megumi, and Kasamiga Kakashiyu, as well as the enigmatic young lady and the blonde maid, only deepened AI Ran's conviction that all Dragon Ball hosts were female, leading him gradually into a dead end. But was it conceivable that the host of the Dragon Balls could actually be male? Only love could purify the 7 Dragon Balls that Kane's words echoed in AI Ran's mind, and he suddenly felt a chill coursing through his limbs. Could it be, while Hikigaya had not yet been swayed by Ayaka? Must I, AI Ran, sacrifice my own inclinations for the sake of duty? Even if I were to change, I would desire someone like Ayaka. Coughing lightly, AI Ran quickly collected his wandering thoughts. Are you feeling unwell? AI Ran. Shiyu's voice reached him from behind, but when he turned to face her, she consciously averted her gaze. Not overthinking it, AI Ran calmly replied, I'm fine, just a slight discomfort in my throat. After speaking, he pressed on ahead. The most pressing matter was to inquire about the Kaioshin of time. Did the purification of the Dragon Balls truly necessitate romantic involvement? But what if the counterpart were a man? I refuse. AI Ran resolved that if there were no other options, he would simply return to hell to repent. Upon arrival, AI Ran opened the door to the apartment, and, after everyone entered, he retrieved several pairs of paper slippers. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will refrain from participating in the game development for now, and will change into some fresh clothes. AI Ran hurriedly retreated into his room, softly announcing, I'm back. As soon as he uttered the password, a pink light illuminated the bedroom. Hello, little AI Ran. Kaioshin of time, I have a few inquiries for you. AI Ran fixed a stern gaze upon Kane. If this second-rate deity could not provide him with satisfactory answers, AI Ran would undoubtedly resign. Kane looked bewildered at AI Ran's demeanor, then pressed her fingertip against his forehead. Within mere seconds, she had accessed AI Ran's thoughts. Retracting her finger with a chuckle, Kane burst into laughter. The host of the 2-star ball might be male. AI Ran's expression darkened as he gravely stated, Kaioshin of time, please maintain the dignity befitting a deity. Your current behavior is not merely that of second-rate god. It is entirely beneath contempt. I am among the highest-ranking deities across numerous universes, second only to the Grand Minister. Kane continued her teasing tone. But upon witnessing AI Ran's demeanor, as though he might self-destruct and descend to hell at any moment, she hastily added, Young man, don't be so impulsive. You're currently an in-turn-time patroller. Once you're formally appointed, you'll enjoy a proper position with a promising future ahead. Please don't despair. AI Ran was indeed the only warrior on this timeline. Should he resign, Kane would be at a loss for a replacement. Your expression resembles that of a callous corporate overlord manipulating employees, AI Ran retorted. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you have a solution? Simply eliminate the 2-star dragon once it revives. It's quite straightforward. Destroying the source of the malevolent energy will naturally lead to purification. AI Ran regarded Kane skeptically. Is it truly that simple? Then I shall take you to find Anri Rintaru, and you can extract the 2-star dragon from his body. Dear AI Ran, that's not feasible at present. Not only can you not ascertain whether Anri is indeed the host, but even if he were, I cannot interfere excessively during the purification process. You must devise your own means. During the incident with Yukino, I already overstepped my bounds that I ran. This second-rate deity is undoubtedly manipulating me. ISN Tishi, Chapter 48. The gaming club with hidden agendas AI ran was quite vexed with Kane. What did she mean by relying on oneself to resolve the matter? After all, I am merely an intern. After calming his emotions, AI ran returned to the living room with a bundle of books. Spencer was deep in discussion with Kasumigakaka Shiyu regarding the plot of Shining Girls. Kato Megumi sat quietly on the sofa, though for reasons unknown, her gaze flickered upon AI Rant's arrival. IT was now almost certain that these three young women before him were not hosts of the Dragon Balls. AI Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him. Maintaining concentration on sensing energies was indeed a taxing endeavor. Kato, these are the current textbooks for the widely used templates in the Gal game market. Take a look. There are computers available in the room you rested in last time for your use. Oh, thank you. Aaron placed the books before Kato, and after conveying a few instructions, she headed to the kitchen to prepare refreshments for them. Nearby, Lily suddenly perked up at the computer. She was aware that every boy's device would contain some study materials. Naturally, the quantity of such materials could not compare to what filled her own computer. However, having an abundance of resources was never a disadvantage. It also provided an opportunity to uncover the peculiarities of Aaron's taste. If she managed to unearth something intriguing, her worries about Aaron denying her access to source material would dissipate. Haha, I truly am a little genius. With this thought, she stood up, casually stretching, and then made her way toward the guest room in Aaron's home. What scheme could that pretentious young lady be concocting? Kazukino Shiu merely cast a glance at Lily before redirecting her focus to the script. Since finding in Ailan, the preparations for the Shining Girls manuscript have been underway for nearly a month. In the preceding weeks, and Ailan had struggled to find a suitable female lead, causing delays, and last week was consumed by gaming, resulting in only a vague discussion. This week, as the leader, and had outright canceled the activity that a skilled craftsman cannot create without materials, without a well-developed plan. How could one possibly pen a script that would satisfy an Ailan? Taking out her phone, Kazukino Shiu sent a message to the group. Lunikun, could you send over your project proposal? I need it urgently. After a while, an Ailan's message arrived. Sorry, Senpai, I'm still not satisfied with the current proposal. Could you draft the female lead's part based on Kana's character for now? In Tokyo, an Ailan had spent the last 2 days indoors without stepping out. After replying to Kazukino Shiu's message, he swiftly focused on the manuscript on his computer. His creative flames were burning brightly. Indeed, he was currently working on a guide for a game he had previously completed, and he could already envision how the release of this guide would cause his fanbase to surge beyond the initial 100,000. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him, to the extent that he failed to notice Kazukino Shiu's reference to him had shifted from Lunkun to Luni that moment. The notification sound of a message chimed again, and he furrowed his brow, glancing at the screen. It was yet another message from Shiyu Senpai in the group. Lunikun, I just shared a draft in the group. This is the latest storyline. Time is short, and it lacks detail, but the outline is complete. Kazukino Shiyu was aware of an Ailan's fondness for Kato K, at least his imagined version of her, as the Shining Girl had originated from her. Thus, she decided to cater to his interests. With that thought, she sent another message. I'll try to elaborate on the character storylines, so you can choose what you like. This female lead is still a classmate of the male lead, and their encounter is quite intense. Take a look. After quickly perusing the draft, an Ailan's face lit up with surprise. The previous flicker of dissatisfaction vanished entirely, and he was effusive with praise. This is quite good, Shiyu Senpai. I knew that Kazushiko-sensei could craft a romantic metronome. How could she possibly fail to create compelling character storylines? I understand now. I will enrich this plot line further. After sending this message, Kazukino Shiu set her phone down. Her expression neutral. It was as she had expected. Was it not? Just then, Aaron emerged from the kitchen, balancing several cups of beverages, and placed one before Kazukino Shiu. You've worked hard. Have some water. Kazukino Shiu was about to express her gratitude when Aaron moved toward Kato K, mumbling to herself, Strange, where did Sawamura go? Kato K accepted the cup from Aaron with a thank you and responded to Aaron's inquiry. Thank you, but Sawamura just went to the bedroom. I see. This is the only drink we have at home for now. Make do with it. I'm going out to buy today's ingredients and snacks. You all keep up the good work. Aaron had clarified her role. Since the Dragon Balls were not in their hands, she could focus on being a diligent investor and managing logistical support. Taking a sip of the drink Aaron had brought, Kazakino Shiyu felt her brow gradually relax. Was this honey grapefruit, and it had been specially heated? She recalled the note Aaron had left, which contained a health recipe. For the past few days, Kazakino Shiyu had been adhering to that recipe, and honey grapefruit tea was indeed known for its digestive benefits. After Wednesday, Aaron had not appeared in the evenings again. In the following days, Kazakino Shiyu had been eagerly anticipating that familiar silhouette sneaking in through the window. She was uncertain about her feelings, but one thing was clear. She did not harbor romantic feelings for Aaron. To immediately transfer affections from one relationship to another would render her emotions too trivial. Yet Kazakino Shiyu still found herself yearning. That embrace, that warmth, that sense of fulfillment that healed all her inner wounds. Watching Aaron prepare to leave, Kazakino Shiyu mysteriously suggested, Aaron-kun, why don't I accompany you? I also have some things to buy him. Aaron looked at Kazakino Shiyu with confusion, feeling a sense of guilt when facing her. If possible, he truly did not wish to be alone with her like tea that moment. Kato-K leisurely closed the textbook in her hands and said, Then I'll join as well. Aaron-san, you won't be able to cook. Will you? Let me handle the selection of ingredients and lunch. With Kato-K joining, it should help avoid some unnecessary awkwardness. With his thought, Aaron nodded. All right then, let us go together. I'll inform I no need. I want to go out too. Lily walked out of the room, casting a suspicious glance at Aaron. How could there be nothing on his computer? That was impossible. How could a boy in his adolescence not have something embarrassing hidden away? Could it be that Aaron was traditional, still the type to read paper magazines and hide them under the bed after finishing? Chapter 49. The temporary male lead in a nearby CF. Aaron looked helplessly at Sawamura Lily and Kazakino Shiyu seated across from him. He gently tapped the table and addressed Lily. I say, were we supposed to go buy ingredients and snacks? Please tell me. Why are we here? Hentai Aaron, for research of course. I want to draw Kato, but she always has that expressionless look. How could I possibly capture her? Sitting beside Aaron, Kato K placed her coffee on the table and said in a flat tone, I apologize for not being able to express myself. Lily, seeing Kato K apologize, quickly waved her hand in explanation. Oh, no need to apologize. Everyone is different, but why me? Aaron interrupted Lily's explanation, casting her a disapproving look. I have absolutely no interest in any male lead or the like. It was evident that Lily's thoughts were far too erratic for their outing, leading them to a CAF when they were supposed to be shopping. Halfway through, she complained of fatigue and insisted on finding a place to rest. After luring everyone into the CF, she suggested that Aaron play the role of a temporary male lead. It's just research. It's not like you have to actually do anything. Lily argued back, though she had her own motives. Last week, she had a conversation with Yukino Shida Yukino, who had responded to her question about whether Aaron was her boyfriend with. Not yet. This was their mutual understanding. They would only truly be together after collecting all the Dragon Balls. Even an unspoken promise was worth waiting for. However, to Lily, this meant something entirely different. She interpreted it as Aaron having a childhood bond with Yukino Shida Yukino or being close neighbors. If that were the case, why not find a way to bring him and Kato K together? Even though Eri is a golden-haired tsundere, she still faintly senses that Ryu harbors feelings for Kato Megumi. If Eri were to become involved with Kato, her only rival would be that stout woman in black stockings. Yet how could such a gloomy, stout woman possibly compete against someone who has been a childhood friend like herself? The intricacy of this scheme leaves Eri somewhat in awe of her own cleverness. Love is indeed a battlefield. Therefore, I must apologize. Kenzaki Shiyu remained silent, her brow furrowed as she stared at the milk before her. This matter did not concern her. Her current task was to refine the script and repay Aki Ryu's kindness. Ideally, she hoped to find another opportunity to reciprocate Eri's care for her. Kenzaki Shiyu has always been someone who detests being in debt to others. However, beneath the table, her legs began to tremble involuntarily. Kato Megumi nodded slightly, speaking gently, If I can assist Zumura-san, I have no objections. However, it ultimately depends on Aries' wishes. Observing Aries' eager gaze, Aries sighed inwardly. Resigning herself to the situation, very well, just this once, what must I do? Aries pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. You two should sit a bit closer, since you are the leads. How can you sit so far apart, like this? Kato Megumi inched closer to Airi, who caught a faint fragrance wafting through the air. The scent was entirely different from Yukino-shita Yukino's, more reminiscent of locust flowers. Yes, that's more like it. Airi, you should show a hint of smile to set an example for Kato. You are playing a couple. Why the grim expression? Is this how it's done? Airi forced a twisted smile, gritting his teeth as he looked at Airi. That smile exuded no sense of happiness. It was rather menacing. Be more natural. This smile won't do either. It seems like you're ready to fight. Listening to Airi's directives, Airi was compelled to adopt a variety of smiles. Suddenly, a sound erupted beside him. Kato Megumi, in that moment, found herself amused by the comedic exchange between Airi and Airi. That's the expression. Airi quickly captured the moment with her phone. Kato, you look truly beautiful when you smile, Airi marveled, then handed her phone to Kato Megumi, gazing at her with anticipation. What do you think? May I use this as a reference for a drawing? Airi leaned in, intrigued. In the photo, Kato Megumi's lips curled upward, her eyes sparkling with life, instantly elevating her aura and presence. Airi nodded in agreement with Airi's earlier remark. Indeed, it's quite lovely. Kato, you should smile more often. It truly enhances your charm. Kato Megumi tilted her head in confusion, looking at Airi. Is that what you think, Airi? Absolutely. Then I shall endeavor to smile more from now on. As she spoke, Kato Megumi lifted a cup of coffee from the table and took a delicate sip, the steam softly veiling her face. Well, Kanzaki Shiyu's leg, shaking, quickened. I suggest we hurry and buy some ingredients. Aren't you all feeling hungry? Zomura Airi cast an odd look at Kanzaki Shiyu, sensing that something was amiss with her today. Just as she was about to inquire, Airi's voice interjected. It's almost noon. We really should go grocery shopping. He was beginning to question his own existence. What was he doing here, playing a temporary lead when the host of Dragon Ball was outside of observation? How did things come to this? It was utterly irrational. Tokyo Akiryu had just finished revising his manuscript. He nodded in satisfaction. This was a work infused with his passion and effort. It would undoubtedly create a significant stir in the community. He clicked to upload it and pulled out his phone to check the progress of the club. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily dazed at the screen. There it was, the photo of Kato, smiling with her face partially covered by her hand. Just moments ago, Airi had uploaded it as material to the group. This was my fateful encounter from that day. Akiryu began pacing excitedly within the room, carefully saving the photo. Wait, why was Kato so cheerful while I wasn't there? I should have joined today's club activities. Akiryu mumbled to himself. What on earth happened? I want to know. Suddenly, a faint green light reappeared, this time lingering longer and appearing more vibrant than before. Akiryu remained oblivious to the glow, his focus entirely on the photo on his phone. Meanwhile, Airi suddenly turned back to glance at the three girls from the gaming club who were checking out, sensing their ominous aura returning to Chapter 50. Monsters that feed on obsession. Tokyo Akiryu's residence was completely enveloped in green light. This barrier rendered the dwelling and the outside world two entirely separate realms. Akiryu stared vacantly at the photo of Kato Megumi on his phone. Beside him sat a green-skinned creature resembling a toad. Haha, love unfulfilled, desires ungranted, thoughts unattainable. Humanity can never let go of their obsessions. The more elusive the desire, the deeper the fixation. Don't you agree, my host? Akiryu numbly nodded, as if his soul had vacated his body. How splendid! It is precisely for this reason that I chose you amidst the vast sea of humanity. The two-star dragon proudly stroked its large belly. You are indeed my most perfect host. Harboring a powerful obsession, yearning to transition from player to creator, desiring the very woman before you, yes? Akiryu continued to nod. You are already doing exceptionally well, and I have tasted the obsessions of the other two women. They were truly delectable. You can utilize these to fulfill your ideals, which is admirable. However, not long ago, A particular delicacy inexplicably vanished, and the remaining energy is insufficient for my complete revival. Oh, you understand? Aki Ryu showed no reaction this time, seemingly lost in contemplation regarding the two-star dragon's words. The dragon was not in a hurry. Once Aki Ryu nodded again, it leaned closer, continuing to entice him. Why not merge with me? This way, you can obtain everything you desire and revel in the sensations brought forth by the whales of humanity. Just like us evil dragons, this moment, Aki Ryu's previously expressionless face contorted into a grimace. His body trembling violently, the two-star dragon sighed, realizing that the timing was not yet right, that a sudden surge of powerful obsession from Aki Ryu had afforded him an opportunity for manifestation. Yet now, the power was insufficient. The two-star dragon placed its large hand on Aki Ryu's head, and a wave of malevolent energy swiftly coursed into his body, quickly calming him. I was too hasty, my host. But I understand you better than anyone else in this world. You will eventually choose to merge with me. You are a perfect being, willing to overlook the feelings of others, cast aside your dignity, and even deceive yourself. All such beautiful qualities. You and I are both creatures that feed on obsessions. Let us await the unfolding events with bated breath. As the words were spoken, the two-star dragon transformed into a dark yellow Dragon Ball, merging once more with an Iluanye's body. Beware of that long-tailed human. He poses a significant threat to us. However, the woman by his side seems to exude the aura of a three-star dragon. You should seek an opportunity to engage with her. The voice of the two-star dragon dissipated entirely with a green glow, and shortly thereafter, the barrier outside shattered like a mirror, and he jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his room. How strange! Did I just fall asleep? Shifting his gaze to his phone, he noted the time was already 10 a.m. Iluanyi exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. If I am late again today, I'll be fired." Upon returning to the apartment after grocery shopping, the only one capable of cooking, Kata K, was preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Kasa no Okashiyu assisted her. AI Ran and Iri Riri, due to their tendency to be more of a hindrance than a help, had been banished to the living room, as Iri Riri popped a chip in her mouth. She leaned closer to AI Ran and inquired, "Hentai AI Ran, you've been lost in thought since earlier. Are you contemplating something nefarious? What could I possibly be plotting?" "I have done nothing at all." AI Ran, interrupted mid-thought by Iri Riri, scrutinized the proud, golden-haired girl with her hands on her hips, displaying a disdainful smile. "That you're quite young yet possess such a grand stature. Your family must be quite wealthy." Though Iri Riri and Yukino Shida Yukino were of similar stature, AI Ran preferred to describe Yukino with the term exquisite, while Iri Riri well sigh. Indeed, Saiyan standards are notoriously double-sided. Iri Riri crossed her arms and took a step back, not wanting to lose face against AI Ran, revealing her small canines and glaring fiercely at her. "What's with that look?" AI Ran shrugged, wishing to divert the conversation away from Iri Riri. "Never mind that. Aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript at this hour? You just obtained the photos you wanted. I still prefer to draw at home. I always feel awkward outside." Hearing this, AI Ransai twitched involuntarily. "Then why didn't you feel awkward when you drew that half-naked portrait of me last week? You were grinning like a maniac," after devouring another chip. Iri Riri's mood lifted considerably. "You bought so many snacks. Can you finish them all by yourself? I'll help you polish them off today." "Fine, eat as you wish, but let me enjoy some peace for a while." AI Ran leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Observing AI Ran's concession, Iri Riri smirked triumphantly. Despite her weak combat ability, she rarely emerged victorious in her countless skirmishes with Kasa no Okashiyu. Yet, she always maintained a distinct advantage over AI Ran. With a resigned sigh, AI Ran resumed her sensing. Now that Iri Riri was no longer a distraction, and Linya's presence had vanished from this world. The members of the gaming club emanated a sinister aura, allowing AI Ran to detect them swiftly, regardless of distance. However, since moments ago, she could no longer perceive his presence, as if he had completely disappeared from existence. Several times, AI Ran contemplated venturing to Tokyo. The malevolence surrounding Katake and Sawamura Iri Riri had intensified. This phenomenon was absent in Kasa no Okashiyu, likely due to AI Ran's previous interventions. Faced with such an enigmatic situation, AI Ran intended to inquire further with the Kaioshin, but the thought was swiftly dismissed. She had come to realize that the words of this third-rate deity were often unreliable. Her competence likely paled in comparison to that of Kaioshin Shin from Universe 7. Initially, she had claimed that the Dragon Balls required love to be purified, only for a man to appear among the hosts. Then, regarding the Kinoshita Yukino incident, she stated that simply staying quiet for a year would suffice. Yet shortly after, the 3-star dragon emerged. Subsequently, she asserted that the 2-star dragon could not be killed until fully revived. But Kasa no Okashiyu had nearly perished from significant loss of life energy. Such a mouth was akin to a charlatan's. Cherish life. One must steer clear of unreliable deities. One's own endeavors must rely on oneself. Suddenly, an Iluanye's presence reemerged within AI Ran's perception. Chapter 51. Just as expected of you, Sankei and Iluanye's aura exhibited no remarkable alterations. Yet AI Ran sensed an ominous undertone. Her ability to perceive energy had approached perfection, and if nothing extraordinary had transpired, it was inconceivable that she would be unable to detect such a presence. What had transpired within Iluanye? AI Ran pondered, but her thoughts were interrupted as Kasa no Okashiyu and Iri Riri, for reasons unknown, began to clash once more. Iran opened her eyes in resignation. The two were now in a standoff not far from her. With her arms crossed, Kasa no Okashiyu, leveraging her height advantage, looked down at Iri Riri. Have you really not even produced a draft by now? Did you truly join this club to complete the project? Shizuku Sawamura, don't call my name, you black-stockinged, overweight woman. Have you accomplished much yourself? Of course. Kasa no Okashiyu replied with a triumphant laugh. The initial draft for the leading role is complete, and Luan Yikuan has given his approval. Your work is now of utmost priority. Luan Yikuan? Iri Riri gazed at Kasa no Okashiyu in confusion. Indeed, this black-stockinged, overweight woman was acting strangely today. The best way to know oneself is through one's rival. Iri Riri embodied this principle perfectly. What's wrong? Is my statement incorrect? Kasa no Okashiyu settled onto the sofa, occupying the spot where Iri Riri had just been. Iran discreetly shifted aside, hoping their skirmish would not involve her. Why were they so close? TSK. Kasa no Okashiyu continued to fixate on Iri Riri, her foot unconsciously beginning to shake. That I will not delay the progress. Besides, Katu just started learning programming today. It takes time to get accustomed. Indeed, as of now, Iri Riri had not put pen to paper, and in her moment of insecurity, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage in the battle of wills. Nonetheless, Iri Riri grit her teeth and glared defiantly at Kasa no Okashiyu, unwilling to concede. This black-stockinged, overweight woman was clearly acting out of sorts today. She had not provoked her at all. She was merely seated on the sofa, enjoying some chips. Moreover, Luan Yu was not even present. AI Ran watched the two exchange verbal barbs, bemused. Indeed, Iri Riri only held the upper hand against AI Ran, but against Kasa no Okashiyu, she succumbed after just a few exchanges. At that moment, Katuke quietly entered the living room. Kasa no Oka-senpai, Sawamura-san, AI Rankuin, lunch is ready. Engrossed in their sharp-tongued banter, Iri Riri and Kasa no Okashiyu jumped to the unexpected voice. Suddenly reminded of Katuke's presence, Kasa no Okashiyu waved her hand, brimming with excitement, and said with a smirk, I'll let you off the hook this time, blonde loser. Iri Riri bared her small canines. Just a mere Kasa no Okashiyu. Despite being thoroughly dominated, the appearance of Katuke interrupted Kasa no Okashiyu's verbal onslaught. Any normal person would have the sense to escape in such a situation. Yet Iri Riri refused to acknowledge her defeat before Kasa no Okashiyu. Katuke set the dishes on the table and remarked casually, your relationship with Kasa no Oka-senpai seems rather good, Sawamura-san. Who is close with her? Iri Riri huffed, turning her face away in annoyance. All right, let's eat, AI Ran. Could you help me bring the food from the kitchen? There's quite a lot, and it's a bit heavy. Sure, I'm hungry too, with a sense of mounting impatience. AI ran hastily made his way toward the kitchen. However, halfway there, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. How could Kato's tone have suggested that she was the mistress of the house? After dinner, Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu began to refine the storyline for the female protagonist. She intended to incorporate a childhood friend arc and a junior arc, but the senior arc, which she had originally prioritized, had already been discarded. Were it not for the fact that the club's operating expenses were entirely covered by AI Ran, Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu might have considered focusing solely on the female protagonist storyline. The so-called side stories were utterly insignificant, barely qualifying as mere embellishments. After all, the planner did not care if spurred by Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu's influence. Eruri began to work diligently as well. It must be said that the diligent Eruri was entirely different from her previous self. Her serene demeanor caught AI Rant's eye several times. What a wonderful girl she was, though it was unfortunate that she had a sharp tongue, in order to familiarize herself with the mechanics of Gal games. Kato began playing a game. With nothing better to do, AI Ran stood behind her, observing as she played. The apartment had once again fallen into a rare silence. An hour later, I love you all. Hitomi-kun, we love you too, Yukimi-chan, Kasumi-chan, Keikeiko-chan, Yoko-chan, Yuru-chan, Rika, AI-chan. Let us live happily together from now on. Beneath the full moon, on a beach illuminated by a bonfire, a young man, hand in hand with 7 uniquely beautiful girls, made a lifelong promise. Happy ending. AI Ran blinked, still in disbelief. He then focused his gaze on Kato, rubbing his eyes before looking at the game screen again. This was, after all, one of the most challenging harem endings to achieve in an all-ages romance game. Was there something amiss? Unbeknownst to AI Ran, Eruri had crept up behind him, bursting into laughter as she patted his shoulder. What could possibly be wrong? See, it's just that your gaming skills are quite lacking. Bad Inkun. Kato cleared the game. Not you. What is there to feel proud about? Ignoring the golden-haired underdog, AI Ran incredulously turned to Kato. Kato, is this really your first time playing a Gal game? Yes, Kato replied calmly. If I recall correctly, this should indeed be my first time playing such a game. Achieve a perfect harem route on her first try. It may not be a blank slate, but could Kato actually be the reincarnation of Kirito? After all, the male protagonist in the game was also named Hitomi. No, she must be the reincarnation of Asuna. Her skills were simply too remarkable. Perhaps it was true that only women truly understood a woman's heart. The moment the thought escaped AI Rant's lips, he promptly dismissed it. No, those who create Gal games are typically middle-aged men without girlfriends. So, does AI Rankun believe that all of the members in our club are also middle-aged men without girlfriends? Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu teased AI Ran, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Chapter 52. Aki Akane is also stimulated. Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu herself was unsure of what was troubling her. Before lunch, upon seeing Eruri seated beside AI Ran, she felt an uncontrollable irritation rising within her. Witnessing AI Ran and Eruri laughing together, incessantly praising Kato's gaming prowess, only heightened her agitation. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself from interrupting the conversation between AI Ran, Eruri, and Kato. Though she was certain that she did not harbor feelings for AI Ran, she could not fathom why she felt discomfort at the sight of him interacting with other girls. Could this be the bridge effect? Was it because AI Ran had saved her that such feelings arose? Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu found herself in a state of confusion. Sensing that he had misspoken, AI Ran awkwardly looked at Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu. Our club must be an exception. Everyone here is quite lovely. Oh. Kaka Shiyu elongated the sound, then redirected her focus to script writing. She dared not continue conversing with AI Rand if everything happening now were merely due to the bridge effect. Kasumi Kaka Shiyu would not be so anxious. But what if it were not? She dared not ponder further. As time passed slowly, spring drew to a close, and the sunlight arrived earlier than usual. After finishing a drawing, Eruri stretched lazily. It is almost 5. She remarked, glancing at the time before addressing everyone. Let us go out for dinner tonight. I've completed the initial draft of the female protagonist. I can take my time with the rest. But I still lack ideas for the outdoor scenes, so we need to go out for inspiration. AI Ran looked at Eri with confusion, then turned to signal her to look at Kasumiga Kakashiu, who, as the scriptwriter, was most aware of the required scenes. Such a simple truth was evident even to an outsider like AI Rand, of course. Sawamura Eri understood this as well. However, there was no way she would ever ask Kasumiga Kakashiu for help. Kasumiga Kakashiu took a sip of her honey grapefruit tea and directly answered Eri's inquiry. She was more than willing to assist with any task that would advance the game's progress. The evening's plot comprised two main scenes. The male and female protagonists agreeing to go shopping together, all set within a mall, corresponding to the game's scenes in the elevator and the clothing section. Naturally, considering Aki's peculiarities, it would be best to include a fitting room scenario. As she spoke, she unabashedly displayed a hint of disdain. Men always seemed to favor those so-called benefit scenes. When her gaze fell upon AI Ran, she paused momentarily. Well, there are indeed some fools who don't enjoy such things. She recalled AI Ran's remarks about benefit scenes last Saturday, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Then let us hurry to the mall. We can also solve dinner while we're at it. I'm nearly starving, Eri exclaimed, patting her small belly, her eagerness evident. Didn't you spend the whole afternoon snacking? How could you still be hungry? AI Ran remarked, as if discovering a new continent. Was Eri perhaps a Saiyan? With a smug expression, Eri retorted, "Oomph. That's a common misconception. For girls, desserts and main courses are stored in different stomachs." Hentai AI Ran. If you keep this up, you'll definitely struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Fine, let us head out then. AI Ran sighed. Rising to walk toward the door, he realized he had misjudged. With Eri acting like this, she was certainly incapable of carrying the bloodline of a Saiyan. Accompanying girls on a shopping trip was a torturous affair. Even Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta would struggle to maintain composure in such a situation. AI Ran found it even more challenging. Eri and Kasumiga Kakashiu were enthusiastically discussing what visuals to use for the game's plot, while AI Ran and Kato, both outsiders, rested on a nearby bench. The bench could only accommodate 2 people, and while Kato appeared calm, AI Ran had already fallen asleep beside her. Breathing in the faint scent of acacia blossoms wafting from Kato, AI Ran felt himself relax effortlessly. He tilted his head, not actually leaning against Kato, yet to an outsider's eye, it appeared as though he was resting against a tea that moment. Eri happened to catch sight of this scene. She hurriedly grabbed her camera. Capturing the moment, physical contact between the male and female leads on their first date. This was a rare find indeed. Kasumiga Kakashiu glanced in the direction of the camera and, upon seeing AI Ran and Kato, felt her breath hitch, her pupils dilating rapidly. "I'm sorry, I must have dozed off. I hope I didn't touch you, Kato." Kato responded calmly, "Not at all. In fact, every time AI Rancoin gets close to me, he instinctively moves away." Sawamura Eri fiddled with her camera. Today's haul was bountiful in every sense. "The photos are all taken. I'll post them in the group." Wait a moment. The chat group was inundated with messages at an astonishing pace, causing the notifications on mobile devices to blare incessantly. In an instant, the screen displayed a staggering 99 notifications. The distinct sounds of 4 individuals melded into a cacophony, reminiscent of a quaint concert, drawing the attention of passers-by and rendering them quite uncomfortable. Kasumiga Kakashiu rubbed her forehead, utterly exasperated with the incompetence of this feckless young lady. "I've already said to wait. Does having quick fingers warrant an award? Just compress the files and upload them." Yamazaki Eri was acutely aware of her blunder, yet accepting Kasumiga Kaka's admonishment was utterly out of the question. Stubbornly, she kept her head down, silent. Kasumiga Kakashiu chose not to continue, realizing her previous words may have been too harsh. However, the scene they had just witnessed, she exhaled softly. Internally, she repeatedly reminded herself not to dwell on it. It was merely the bridge effect. After all, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Katamegumi attempted to mediate. "All right, since today's filming has concluded, let us head back for now." "Yes, let us return I still need to sift through this heap of photos to find a most suitable material." In Tokyo, after a long day's work, Aki Tomoya dragged his weary body back home. And no sooner had he settled at his computer than his phone erupted with a flurry of message notifications. What on earth was Eri up to? Aki Tomoya, quickly scrolled through the photos in the group chat, noting that even in his absence, everyone had diligently participated in the club activities. Suddenly, a particular photo caught his eye. In it, Eri rested her head on Kata Megumiya's shoulder, eyes closed in repose, while Kata wore a serene smile, seemingly relishing the moment. "But what on earth is this? Kanata! Kanata is my heroine!" Aki Tomoya shouted. Leaping from his chair in shock. Chapter 53. A wish fulfilled in the dead of night. Eri had just finished her training and was flying towards her apartment. The training site had shifted to a deserted island overseas. As Eri felt rather embarrassed about unleashing her energy blasts near Tokyo every day. With a combat power exceeding 18,000, even a casual energy blast from her could rival the destructive force of a hydrogen bomb. If she were to accidentally misfire, Japan might find itself reliving a scene reminiscent of over 70 years ago. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to suggest to the game club that our next activity be held at Aki Tomoya's place. It wouldn't be an issue if the protagonist is absent. Eri pondered as she flew. She was not adept at socializing, especially not with 3 women. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Kasumiga Kakashiwa had inexplicably left the apartment and was aimlessly wandering the streets alone. What on earth was she doing? Eri muttered under her breath, hastening her pace. Kasumiga Kakashiwa had experienced another sleepless night. Perhaps one day I'll become truly obsessed, she mused bitterly, continuing her walk, as if only this could dispel her inner turmoil. Such insomnia had plagued her since the lackluster sales of the first volume of Love Rhythm drew criticism. Subsequently, Aki Tomoya had engaged in prolonged debates online with those disparaging the book, passionately advocating for what he believed to be a remarkable work. These efforts had resurrected Kasumiga Kakashiwa's love rhythm and ensnared her heart. She came to believe that Aki Tomoya was the one who truly understood her. From his recommendations, she could sense his sincerity that "I truly am a capricious person," she whispered to herself. Aki Tomoya's darker side was, in its own way, a form of caprice. She had projected herself onto the character Sayaka from Love Rhythm. Whimsically casting Aki Tomoya as the male lead, she transformed her inner anguish into caprice, venting it to Aki Tomoya without consent, then used her whims as justification for remaining by his side, naively believing he would comprehend her thoughts. Thus, the cycle continued. Regrettably, Aki Tomoya did not understand her at all. Everything was as Eri had said. He was merely a figment of her imagination. Kasumiga Kakashiwa was even certain that Aki Tomoya had seen her desperate message that day. The system showed it as read. How could it lie? He had run away. During her illness, she had suddenly realized that such caprice was more of a compromise to remain close to him. This was not what she desired. She yearned for someone to understand the true self hidden behind her whims. That very evening, in her moment of despair, Eri had quietly appeared by her bedside. Reflecting on this, Kasumiga Kakashiwa softly murmured, "I've been capricious again." Indeed, in the days following Eri's embrace, she had finally begun to share her capriciousness towards Aki Tomoya with other boys, each time Eri visited her in the dead of night. Aki Tomoya gradually faded from her heart. Yet, she knew this was wrong. Deep down, Kasumiga Kakashiwa reaffirmed this belief. Whether it was the bridge effect or not, if she could so easily transfer her affections to someone else now. What did that make of her former self? Moreover, it was unfair to Eri. Although Eri appeared somewhat emotionally oblivious, if she didn't bring it up, he would never realize it. Taking a deep breath. The coolness of late spring filled her lungs that I must return and strive to craft a perfect script. This is what I owe Aki Tomoya. Be why this time next year, I shall graduate, and I will leave without any debts. As for Eri, upon recalling his name, Kasumiga Kakashiwa halted in her tracks. She owed Eri as well. Without him that night, she would surely have struggled to endure, compared to the physical pain she had experienced. The emotional torment that night was unbearable. Eri's presence had not only healed her physical ailments, but had also mended her emotional wounds. Subsequently, she had unwittingly transferred her feelings onto him. Though Eri may wish for me to remain oblivious, I cannot pretend nothing has transpired. I must act, or else a gust of chill wind swept past, causing Kasumiga Kakashiwa to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Tears flowed, unbidden once more. She stood foolishly by the roadside when suddenly the blare of a horn pierced the air. The large truck had lost control. The driver desperately slammed on the brakes. Yet Kasumigakaka Shiwa remained within the danger zone. Clearly, this truck was not the one that transported souls to another world. That one never braked. Kasumigakaka Shiwa was paralyzed with fear and in her despair. She closed her eyes, her mind fixating on a single thought. How I longed to feel that warmth once more. The deafening horn continued unabated. Though the truck's speed had diminished, it would not stop before colliding with Kasumigakaka Shiwa. The driver resigned, shut his eyes. Tonight, it seemed a life would surely be lost. Ultimately, the truck came to a halt without the anticipated crash sound. The driver hastily leaped from the vehicle, shouting in disbelief, before swiftly retreating into the cab and driving away. Meanwhile, Kasumigakaka Shiwa had vanished from the spot. "Hey, woman, what are you doing awake in the dead of night?" Eri cradled Kasumigakaka Shiwa in midair, staring incredulously at the woman in his arms. What is it with literary girls these days? Yukino Shida Yukino was obsessed with cats, to the point of bringing one home every weekend. Kasumigakaka Shiwa was even stranger, wandering the streets alone at this hour. She had nearly been run over. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, eyes closed, clung tightly to Ari's neck. Yes, this warmth, this scent. Had she died? To think that death could fulfill her final wish. Dead? Not at all. Is your last wish really just to find someone to hold you? Such a simple desire doesn't warrant dying, does it? Not dead. Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that she was suspended in mid-air. However, unlike Yukino Shida Yukino, she did not exhibit any signs of fear. Instead, she tightened her grip. "Hey, Ainran-kun, who exactly are you?" Chapter 54. "Please save me in the air." Kasumigakaka Shiyu clung to Ayn Rand like a koala embracing a tree trunk. Ayn Rand was flying slowly as Shiyu had straightened her back, causing her chest to naturally push forward, further compressing her already limited field of vision. "Kasumigakaka-senpai, could you please not hold me like this? I can't see anything in front of me, and flying like this is quite dangerous." Upon hearing Ayn Rand's words, Kasumigakaka Shiyu tightened her embrace around Ayn Rand's neck, the softness enveloping her making Ayn Rand momentarily speechless. She didn't want Ayn Rand to see the tears brimming in her eyes. "Why is it you who saved me again?" Kasumigakaka Shiyu's voice was soft, causing Ayn Rand to pause, realizing that she had discovered his late-night intrusion into her room. "Well, we are somewhat acquainted, aren't we? I couldn't just stand by and watch you in trouble. You really should stop talking." Kasumigakaka Shiyu blushed and let out a soft whimper, only now realizing how embarrassing her current position was. Each time Ayn Rand spoke, a warm, moist breath brushed against her chest, as if it could penetrate her clothing and reach her heart, which had been racing since earlier. "Kasumigakaka-senpai, I truly cannot see anything ahead." Ayn Rand struggled slightly, trying to control the distance between her face and Shiyu's chest. "Goodness, I almost suffocated, struggling to steer." Ayn Rand finally flew into the apartment. Arriving by the sofa, she softly said, "Kasumigakaka-senpai, you can uncross your legs now. There's still 2 people sleeping in the bedroom, and even in my own home. I felt like a thief once again." Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly released her entangled legs, her feet meeting the soft surface of the sofa. However, standing on solid ground did not provide her with much comfort. Only a faint sense of loss lingered in her heart. Ayn Rand gradually bent down, gently laying her on the sofa, her own body nearly sprawled beside Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Their heavy breath shattered the tranquility of the living room. Ayn Rand from being smothered, and Shiyu from trying to calm her increasingly rapid heartbeat. "Kasumigakaka-senpai, you can let go of my hand now. Holding on like this isn't ideal." Blushing, Kasumigakaka Shiyu quickly released her grip, turning her head to evade Ayn Rand's gaze in the darkness. The tears at the corners of her eyes glimmered faintly, which Ayn Rand keenly noticed, gently reaching out to wipe them away. Shyness, frustration, sadness, and gratitude, countless emotions lodged in Kasumigakaka Shiyu's throat. Just before she could part her lips, Ayn Rand quickly distanced himself from her. "Get some rest, Kasumigakaka-senpai. Everything will pass." I could see that moment. Ayn Rand suppressed his embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. What had he just done? Striving to maintain a neutral tone, Ayn Rand softly said, "I'm heading back to my room now. You should rest early too. With that, he hurried towards his room. Watching Ayn Rand's retreating figure, Kasumigakaka Shiyu stood in a daze for quite some time. Realizing how increasingly difficult it was to escape Ayn Rand's warmth, back in the bedroom, Inairi and Kata Megumi were still asleep. Kasumigakaka Shiyu tiptoed quietly into her covers. Ayn Rand-kun, allow me to be willful just once more. If possible, please save me once again. With such thoughts, Kasumigakaka Shiyu gradually drifted into slumber on the other side. Kata Megumi, resting on her side, slowly opened her eyes. Kasumigakaka Shiyu seemed to regain her usual vitality. Spending the entire morning nestled on the sofa, working on the third volume of her romance metronome. She had felt that she was ready to write the third volume, but when it came time to put pen to paper, the results were still less than satisfactory. However, now was different. Inairi, also a fan of the romance metronome, wisely chose not to disturb her, instead retreating to her room to draw. Kasumigakaka Shiyu hummed an indistinct melody. Her restless legs shaking as the sound of her fingers tapping on the keyboard brought a smile to her face. As for the script of Flashy Girls, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it. In the afternoon, just like last week, Ayn Rand accompanied them to Chiba City Station. Inairi shot Ayn Rand a disgruntled glare. Her request for materials had been rejected again that morning. The next time we meet, I will definitely take you to try foods you've never tasted before. Don't forget our agreement for you to be my model. That morning, Inairi had made a bet with Ayn Rand. If she could find a dish that satisfied Ayn Rand, he would model for her for half a day. Ayn Rand cast a disdainful glance at her, thinking, what kind of culinary delights Haven tea I encountered in my travels. You think a single meal could convince me to pose for your drawings? Whatever, I'm heading back now. You three can wait for the train. Henny Ayn Rand, are you really going to leave us three delicate ladies here to wait for the train? How unchivalrous. T.H., I've never claimed to be a gentleman. In response to Inairi's accusations, Ayn Rand waved dismissively and turned to leave. Wait. Kasumigakaka Shiyu suddenly called out to Ayn Rand. Once the third volume of the romance metronome is finished, can you take a look at it? Ayn Rand-kun? Ayn Rand, you want me, a self-proclaimed illiterate, to read a book, a romance novel, no less? Just because I've held you a couple of times? Is this how you intend to break my spirit? Ayn Rand instinctively wanted to refuse. But as he caught sight of Kasumigakaka Shiyu's eager expression, the words caught in his throat. After a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly turned his head. If the book is interesting, I suppose I could take a look. Kasumigakaka Shiyu's voice brightened immediately at that moment. Ayn Rand gave Kata Megumi and Kasumigakaka Shiyu a knowing glance. I'll be going now. Please stay safe. Seeing Ayn Rand's serious demeanor, Megumi nodded in understanding. They were now all in the know, as Ayn Rand had shared the entire story with them. However, Kasumigakaka Shiyu chose to remain for the sake of Akihito Run. Kata Megumi, for reasons unknown, had no intention of leaving the club, but asked for Inairi. Ayn Rand glanced at the golden-haired girl who was idly looking around out of boredom, then sighed. Let her be. She is not the brightest, so it's probably best to let her maintain her naive and romantic nature. Chapter 55. The official appearance of Iroha Sayaka, the following day after school. Yukino gently closed her eyes, taking a sip of red tea before opening one. I'd a glance at Ayn Rand beside her. I didn't expect you. Nyanran-kun, to start reading romance novels? Erin calmly set down the novel in her hands, remarking, this is a work by Senpai Kaza no Oka, which she recommended to me. It is a rather splendid book, though I find myself unfamiliar with most of the characters. Nonetheless, it is certainly more enjoyable than those textbooks. Today, Erin's plan was to read novels in the clubroom, seeking solace from the torment of being compelled to study by Yukinoshita Yukino. At that moment, Yukinoshita Yukino picked up the love metronome and glanced at it before casually placing it into Erin's backpack. Then, with the ease of familiarity, she extracted a Chinese literature exam paper from her belongings. Ningenkin, perhaps you should complete this exam paper before indulging in your novel. Erin slumped helplessly onto the table. Her initial plan for the day had already met with failure. Yahalo! Yui Yuabin burst in. Radiating energy as always, she inserted herself between Erin and Yukinoshita, prompting Erin to shift towards Hikigaya Hachiman. Xiao Yuki, yesterday Yumiko mentioned that girls' cosmetics should indeed be of higher quality. Yukinoshita interrupted. Yuabin-san, you are too close. But that's how we can strengthen our bond. Aaron felt a pang of jealousy watching the two so closely entwined. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Hachiman wore a look of relief. Finally, a savior had arrived to relieve him from the excessive display of affection between Aaron and Yukino Shida, which was suffocating him. Aaron shot a silent plea to Hachiman with her eyes, communicating in Morse code. What is there for you to be so pleased about? Our situations are hardly different. Are they? Think about it. With Yuobin and Yukino Shida getting cozy. What do we even amount to? Upon catching Aaron's gaze, Hachiman's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly regained composure, shooting a flustered glare back at her. Oh, has Hikigaya finally had a revelation? Aaron observed him with a playful smirk. However, it was clear that Yuobin's antics could not continue unchecked, and Aaron resolved to take action. Yukino Shida, what about my tutoring? Yuobin-san, I still need to guide Ningen-kun in his studies. Would you kindly move aside? Thus, Yukino Shida and Yuobin switched places, with Yuobin now by the window and Yukino Shida sandwiched in the middle, feeling the warmth of Yuobin pressing on her left. Yukino Shida felt a twinge of discomfort, yet was left with no recourse. Consequently, Aaron's second plan for the day also crumbled. Observing Aaron's distracted demeanor, Yukino Shida gently remarked, Ningen-kun, your academic performance has severely hindered the club's progress. If this continues, I may have to tutor you at your home in the evenings. Her tone was flat, yet her cheeks flushed crimson. After all, suggesting a visit to a boy's residence in public was no small matter. Aaron retorted defiantly, and what about that silly Yuobin-san? How are her grades? Huh, they're decent enough. I managed to pass every time. Aaron stared incredulously at Yuobin, astonished that she could even scrape by .s. Oh, what should you do then? The unwavering bottom dweller Ningen-kun. Yukino Shida inched closer to Aaron, exuding an aura of pressure. All right, I admit my grades are poor. I shall diligently complete the exam paper. Please refrain from mentioning that nickname again. Aaron grimaced, propping her chin on one hand while twirling her pencil with the other. Previously, being alone with Yukino Shida felt akin to sitting beside a tranquil and serene lake, a gentle breeze soothing the soul. Now, with the addition of the awkward Hachiman and the boisterous Yuobin, the lake seemed to ripple with newfound vitality, disturbed by flitting dragonflies. Yet regardless of the changes, the essence of their peaceful routine remained unaltered. This marked Aaron's gradual integration into the world. Thus, she felt an inexplicable sense of contentment with her current state. Ichika Ayaka strolled towards the service club, having learned a few days prior that a certain senpai was a member. However, she was uncertain of the way to the service club. After inquiring among students to no avail, she sought out the faculty room, her remarkable initiative being her greatest asset. A certain iron-fisted, perpetually lab-coated lady took an interest upon learning of her quest and promptly escorted the girl outside, inquiring if she had a request for the service club, that I wish to express my gratitude to a senpai in the service club for her assistance. Senpai? Hikigaya? No, it's Aaron senpai. Hiratsuka Shizuka was somewhat astonished. Could that fellow actually assist a junior? Was it perhaps due to some romantic entanglement? At this thought, Hiratsuka felt a surge of irritation. She herself was still single. Why were these youngsters finding love while she remained alone? Rumor had it Hikigaya and Yuobin were also getting along famously. She resolved to find an opportunity to disrupt their budding romance. They must not be allowed to find happiness before her. With these thoughts, Hiratsuka let out a laugh filled with resentment, prompting Ichika to distance herself from the prickly teacher, fearing the influence of such a bitter woman might hinder her own prospects of marriage. Hey, Yukino Shida, I'm coming in. As usual, Hiratsuka barged into the service club's room without a second thought. Yukino Shida sighed, having lost all interest in reminding this forgetful teacher of her manners. Hiratsuka-sensei, is there some request you wish us to fulfill today? Today, I'm primarily here for this little one. Hiratsuka shifted slightly, and Ichika quickly introduced herself. Hello, senpai. I am Ichika Ayaka, a first-year student. Aaron, she claims you previously assisted her and wishes to thank you. Hiratsuka emphasized the word thank while discreetly sizing up Yukino Shida. Yet Yukino Shida remained unfazed, gazing at Ichika with an expression of calmness, before nudging the nearly dozing Aaron. Ningen-kun, wake up. Someone is here for you. What? Aaron lifted her head in confusion. Ichika scanned the room, noting that aside from the striking Yukinoshita, she recognized none of the others, thus deeming them unimportant. Her attention soon fixated on Yukinoshita, a sinking feeling settling in her chest. That flawless beauty left Ichika feeling pressured, and one could tell she was of both impressive appearance and intellect. Surely her academic prowess was equally commendable. Well then, Ichika-san, please have a seat, and let us converse. Yukinoshita's cool voice reached her ears, causing Ichika to instinctively shrink back. Chapter 56. Katake is angry after Hiratsuka Shizuka brought Ichika Ayaka to the service club room. She promptly departed. Though she served as the club's advisory teacher, she consistently adhered to a hands-off approach. Ichika took a seat opposite Aaron, addressing him, "Senpai, thank you for your previous assistance." "Assistance? When did this happen? Do we know each other?" Aaron stared blankly at Ichika, possessing no recollection of the girl whatsoever. "It was 2 Sundays ago, near Chiba Station." Aaron lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. "I see. So that was you. I appreciate your thanks, but there's no need to dwell on it. It was likely not a pleasant memory for you." Aaron waved dismissively, returning to his examination of the literature paper before him. Observing Aaron's nonchalant demeanor, Ichika hesitated before continuing. "Actually, I have a request I would like to make." Yukinoshita, handing her a disposable cup filled with red tea, inquired. "Very well, Ichika-san. What is your request?" "Thank you. I wish to establish some genuine friendships here at school." Nearby, Hikigaya Hachiman internally scoffed. "Isn't this the sort of thing you should seek out from the popular kids? They often do not refuse the requests of others. Speaking of which, your attire clearly suggests that you are quite popular. Such a beautiful girl is invariably in high demand. Why would you choose to join our club, where everyone struggles with social interactions?" Yukino cleared her throat twice. "Ahem. Is that so? Could you elaborate on the type of friends you wish to find?" Upon hearing this, AI Ran tilted her head, looking at Yukinoshita with a bemused expression. "Please stop pretending. This request is clearly beyond your capabilities at all. It seems it's my turn to step in," Yui Yugahama declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. "Let me introduce you to Yumiko and the others. They're all wonderful people." Hikigaya Hachiman interjected. "If you're looking to make friends, it might be better to stick with those in the same grade. Actually, seniors are also a viable option." Iroha Ishiki quickly interrupted Hachiman. She then turned her gaze towards Yukinoshita. "Could you assist me with this?" Yukinoshita pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Ishiki-san, we shall accept your request." Tokyo Inoki High School Sawamura Spencer Arari felt somewhat fatigued, having stifled several yawns during afternoon classes. Were it not for her desire to maintain the image of a perfect young lady, she would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. It was hardly surprising, given that she had been working tirelessly since Saturday to ensure that game production did not stall due to issues with the original artwork. Having played no games at all, she had only gone to bed after 4 in the morning today. To be honest, merely managing to avoid being late for school felt miraculous. Fortunately, her investment of time and energy yielded commendable results. After countless drafts, she had finally sketched the character design she envisioned for the game as heroine. For her, it was a satisfactory piece, albeit still a simple initial sketch. However, the character's expressions and the sense of tranquility she intended were in alignment with the descriptions provided by Kasumiga Kakashiya and the requirements conveyed by Aki Tomoya. After patiently waiting on the second floor of the classroom to ensure no one was present, she hurriedly made her way to the multimedia room, clutching her laptop. There, she found Aki Tomoya and Kasumiga Kakashiya already in attendance. The two were seated on opposite sides of the classroom, engrossed in their books. Their sense of time was indeed poor, despite having eagerly invited them to review the design of the heroine. She had arrived a good 10 minutes late. What was going on? Kasumiga Kakashiya, hearing the commotion, closed her book and casually complained. Who was eagerly calling us?" "Yusha," Arari retorted, feeling vexed. This woman in black stockings had an uncanny ability to provoke her irritation instantaneously. "Come now, we are all comrades in this club. Let's not be so angry, dada." Arari was startled by a sudden voice from behind, leaping back in surprise, nearly tossing her laptop aside. Turning around, she saw Kato Megumi, sporting a cheerful and meddlesome expression. When had she arrived behind her? How'd she not noticed? At that moment, Aki Tomoya spoke up. Indeed, let's first take a look at your confident creation, Eruri. It should be a splendid piece of artwork. Eruri nodded, placing her laptop on a desk and switching to the design she had crafted, presenting it to them. She held confidence that Tomoya would surely be pleased. So, what do you think? Eruri stood off to the side, crossing her arms in an effort to appear less eager. It's lovely. The character exudes an endearing charm. I believe many will adore her as the heroine. Eruri, you truly excel. Kato Megumi's gaze shifted from the laptop screen as she offered her affirmation. Though merely a draft, it was a vast improvement over what had been presented at AI Rant's house previously. Kasumiga Kakashiya adjusted her long hair, and, while refraining from overt praise, her unspoken approval was evident. Eruri understood she is nature, and thus felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile creeping onto her face. However, she soon realized that her reaction resembled that of a child simply delighted by parental praise. Quickly, she stifled her elation, feigning a cough as her gaze fell upon Aki Tomoya, who remained fixated on the laptop screen. Tomoya, what are your thoughts? I think it's wonderful. Eruri's artistic skill remains impeccable. But, Eruri's beautifully shaped brows furrowed, her previously buoyant heart now sinking to do not misunderstand. Eruri, the heroine you've drawn is flawless, beyond reproach, an outsider. I cannot pinpoint a single flaw. Aki Tomoya's nervousness was palpable. Unlike the previous occasion when he dismissed Kasaka's script 2 weeks prior, Eruri's artwork was indeed perfect. Yet, observing Eruri's expression grow increasingly somber, Aki Tomoya gritted his teeth and voiced his thoughts. However, this design fails to resonate with me emotionally. It does not embody the image of the heroine I wish to convey to the players. It diverges from my expectations. Kasumiga Kakashiya wore a sly smile, quietly returning to her original seat. Kato Megumi followed closely behind Shiya, leaving Aki Tomoya and Eruri to continue their discourse regarding the artwork. Taking a deep breath, Eruri felt the earlier encouragement from Kato and Shiya dissipate entirely. Suppressing her displeasure, she maintained a calm demeanor and posed a question to Aki Tomoya. Could you please clarify what the issue is? I'm sorry, Eruri. I cannot specify what is lacking. Aki Tomoya shook his head, unable to meet her gaze as he turned back to the laptop screen. However, this character does not evoke any emotions in me. It lacks the feeling of serendipity that I experienced when I encountered Kato on the slope. As if it were a fateful meeting, Kato Megumi, seated in the corner of the classroom with Kasumiga Kakashiya, suddenly stood up. Her serious expression replaced her previous calm demeanor, and she frowned as she struggled to maintain a natural tone. My name is Kato Megumi, not Kato. Chapter 57. The first step towards integration. Kato. Aki Tomoya flinched at Kato Megumi's severity, instinctively retreating a step. After a brief hesitation, Kato Megumi's composed voice resonated in the multimedia room once more. I apologize, Aki-kun. I am feeling unwell today, so I'll be taking my leave. With that, Kato Megumi grabbed her backpack and exited the room without another word. Aki Tomoya appeared disheartened, his hands clenched on the desk. And in the next moment, he stood up. I must apologize. Just as Aki Tomoya prepared to leave, Kasumiga Kakashiya slowly spoke. Wait, Aki-kun, have you forgotten something? Today's primary task was to finalize the draft of the heroine's design with Eruri, and also to discuss the club's financial issues, wasn't it? Even with AI Rant's funding, you still need to present a reasonable budget plan, right? However, with Kato, the heroine, absent, we should at least wait until everyone is present next time. When will next time be? Kasumiga Kakashiya flipped a page of the book resting on her lap, her gaze unwavering. Originally, our time was already quite limited. Nearly 2 months have passed since you first proposed the idea of creating a game. Yet many crucial matters remain stagnant. Was your initial intent in establishing this club truly to develop a game? Zayazaki Ushiyu's words were devoid of any trace of tenderness, not merely because she was eager to complete the game and settle the debts owed to an Ilunyi, but rather due to AI Rant's description of the abilities of the second star. The astute Zayazaki Ushiyu found herself with more conjectures. Could it be that the so-called evil dragon was subtly hinting to an Ilunyi, preventing him from finishing the game and keeping Kato, Lily, and herself hanging in suspense. In response to Zayazikyu Shiyu's inquiry, and Iluan Yi replied with fervor, "Of course, I wish to share the emotions I harvested that day with everyone. A game is the most effective vessel to convey that feeling, and my intentions are beyond question. Such a commendable spirit. Now, please enlighten me. Since the establishment of our club, how far have we progressed toward your goals? Are we even 1/10 of the way there?" This, and Iluan Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zayazikyu Shiyu sighed. Many matters within this club could not be delved into deeply, as they did not yield the answer she sought. Forget that for now. Returning to our original topic, we need to finalize the first draft today and address the issue of club finances. Then I shall call Kato back, and we can all. That is unnecessary. Lily and I are the principal creators. There's no need to trouble Kato for the time being. Furthermore, I believe it is better for her to have some quiet time alone. Persuaded, and Iluan Yi resumed his seat. Understood. Let us first discuss the club finances. Lily was not inclined to revisit the original artwork discussion. She could not comprehend an Iluan Ye's earlier remarks. She had not been present for his encounter with Kato that day, and even if she had, it would have been impossible to discern his inner thoughts that IT was akin to the previous client she had encountered, who perpetually deemed every version inadequate, demanding to see the next iteration. Should it be like that anecdote, where after reviewing dozens of versions, the initial one was deemed the best? The crux was that those clients were the ones financing the project. What was she doing now? For the sake of her romantic feelings, illustrating the so-called fateful encounter of her longtime crush with another woman. At this moment, Lily suddenly felt rather despicable, of course. In this regard, Zayazikyu Shiyu was no better. She was the one writing the script. No, that was not accurate. It seems Zayazikyu Shiyu had already lost interest in Linyi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have. Upon reaching this thought, Lily cast a puzzled glance at Zayazikyu Shiyu. What had transpired during this time? Realizing it was not the moment to ponder such matters, Lily took a deep breath, calming her mindset and softening her tone. I am merely an illustrator. Not a psychologist. I cannot deduce the correct conclusions from your ambiguous words. Luni. Therefore, please do not compel me to strain my thoughts, guess, or speculate. Provide me with some concrete artistic directions or constructive suggestions. For instance, on this illustration, are you dissatisfied with the protagonist's face shape, the size of her eyes, her body proportions, or perhaps her attire? Once you clarify these points, we could discuss the original artwork. Hearing Lily's words, Zayazikyu Shiyu slightly curled her lips in a smirk, then reopened the book in her hands, resting it upon her fully clad thigh enveloped in black stockings. Then let us first address the club finances. AI Rankuin previously provided us with a budget of 1 million yen and facilitated our weekend gatherings along with all other expenses that we must meticulously calculate our costs and confirm with him when the game will be completed, how it will be sold, and how the profits will be divided. Even if Lily and I can overlook the financial aspect due to our past friendship, AI Ran and Kato are under no obligation to do so. I hope you understand this point, Luanyi. Upon hearing AI Rant's name, and Iluan Ye's dissatisfaction surged within him. Suppressing his emotions, he turned to Zayazikyu Shiyu. Shiyu-senpai, approximately how much will it cost to develop this game? Zayazikyu Shiyu felt her composure slipping. Luan Yi, have you really not considered any of this at all? I was solely focused on hastily producing the game and did not have the time to ponder these matters. The eagerness to swiftly create the game is admirable. Yet funding is of paramount importance. The script and original drafts are managed by Lily and me, and even Kato could learn programming. But we cannot handle background music, voice acting, or game optimization on our own. Passion alone is not sufficient. Thus, AI Rant's involvement was crucial in resolving our core issues that I roughly estimate that if we can complete the game before summer vacation, we will need at least 5 million yen. Moreover, the longer we delay, the greater the expenses will be. I am also a student preparing for exams. I can assist you only until summer vacation, after which I will be powerless. 0.5 million. There are only 2 months until summer vacation. Consider matters from the perspective of a producer, Luanyi. Creating a game is not simply a matter of impulsively wanting to do it successfully. I expect to see an accurate budget for the club finances by the weekend. I cannot accept AI Rand's funds being endlessly poured into a bottomless pit due to your personal ideals. Ignoring an Iluanya's astonishment and lamentations, Zaya Shiyu finished speaking and left the classroom. Lily gently bit her lower lip and followed Zaya Shiyu out, leaving an Ilunya alone in the classroom. Murmuring to himself, how did it suddenly come to this? It's only been a week since we last met. Why has everything changed so drastically? And Iluanyi felt a sense of panic as events spiraled in a direction he could not control. Clenching the desk tightly, he growled, "The real world is an awful, wretched game." At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Have you finally realized? How about considering merging with me? This way, you can attain all that you desire. Our Dragon Balls exist to fulfill the wishes of others." And Iluanyi shook his head, expressing his discontent. "I have not yet failed." "Is that so?" The second star dragon fell silent. Yet the merging had already begun, unbeknownst to an Iluanyi. Chapter 58. The Saiyan unwilling to engage in others' romantic affairs in a restaurant in Tokyo, the owner's voice boomed. If you continue to daydream, you might as well settle the bill and leave. You've already messed up several orders today." And Iluanyi shrank his neck, bowing apologetically to the owner. "I'm sorry. Boss, please don't fire me. I still need to save up for the new game release." The owner sighed, resigned. "Fine, it's almost time to clock out. Clean up and prepare to leave. Make sure to work hard tomorrow. And remember not to be late again." "Yes, thank you, boss." And Iluanyi wiped the sweat from his brow. He had indeed been distracted all day. Kato's angry departure from the multimedia classroom was a significant blow to him. The female protagonists in gal games would never treat their male counterparts like this. Reality is truly a frustrating and dreadful game. Muttering under his breath, and Iluanyi began to gather his belongings. Across the street in a CF, AI Rand sat by the window, pondering, "What is going on? I can no longer sense an Iluanyi at all." Finishing her coffee in one gulp, she frowned. It was indeed bitter. Without sugar, it tasted like dishwater. "Henny AI Rand, did you bring me here to spy on Lunyi while he works?" Lily, dressed in a green tracksuit, lightly kicked AI Rand's calf in discontent. The current Lily bore no resemblance to her usual self. She wore thick black-rimmed glasses and a slightly outdated but clean green tracksuit, one of her favorite home outfits from her middle school days. Although it still fit well, she felt somewhat vexed about it. Rand glanced at Lily, responding helplessly. "I wasn't spying. I told you I was going directly to the place where he works. You were the one who insisted on dragging me here. I'm wearing this outfit now. How can I face anyone? Moreover, I have no desire to see him at this moment." The moment Takemura Eri took a small piece of mousse cake in her mouth. The sweetness of the dessert lifted her spirits, a fact she effectively demonstrated to AI, as the cake touched her lips. Eri's previously sullen expression transformed into one of delight. After the presence of Anki Runya faded, AI Ran immediately thought of Eri, considering their childhood friendship. Eri undoubtedly knew where Anki worked. However, she was taken aback by Eri's unexpected attire and sensed that something had transpired between Eri and Anki. Could it be related to Anki's sudden absence? With this thought in mind, AI Ran tentatively inquired, "Did you and Anki have a quarrel? Or is there something else at play?" AI Ran had a slight understanding of Eri's personality. If she didn't broach the subject, this proud, golden-haired girl would never divulge anything. After all, Eri had just helped her, and it pertained to the Dragon Ball matter. It was worth showing some concern. It's the character design. The artwork I prepared for the protagonist on my day off was rejected. And even now, I remain uncertain about the reasons for the denial. Eri lowered her head, her dazzling golden twin tails cascading down beside her as she spoke. While savoring her dessert, she recounted the events that had unfolded in the multimedia classroom, even showing AI Ran the character design on her phone. As she concluded, Eri pressed her lips together, recalling the bond she shared with Anki during their childhood, her heart softening as she wished to defend him. As for Runya, he's been working hard lately. At the very least, he still holds the position of producer, overseeing game planning and storyline design. After pondering for a moment, AI Ran glanced at Eri and replied, "I see. Perhaps you're right. I don't know Anki very well. However, since you've formed such a judgment, it may well be correct. This was a lie. Anki Runya has indeed gone to SA producer. He should adequately prepare for the initial stages. He ought to have a clear understanding of the protagonist's image and personality. Yet, why is it that when faced with the artist, he cannot articulate even the most basic requirements? As the one in charge, he possesses the authority to decide what content is accepted or rejected, but in exercising that power, he also has the obligations of a producer. Anki Runya is neither your benefactor nor your financial backer. Why should you deny your own efforts to accommodate someone so ineffectual, merely a blabbermouth? Speaking of which, I am the one who should be the financial backer. These were the thoughts AI Ran wished to express, but given that the other party held expectations for Anki, the founding principle of their game club boiled down to a mutual willingness to engage. Moreover, it seemed that there were no clues regarding Dragon Ball in this matter. Thus, AI Ran concluded that this was a personal issue between the two of them, not something she ought to meddle in. It was best to remain a confidant who would not disclose secrets. Although AI Ran still found the situation quite frustrating. After hearing Aries' account and grasping the situation's intricacies, even as an outsider, AI Ran felt an indescribable sense of frustration welling up within her. At that moment, she spotted Anki emerging from the restaurant across the way. Aerie, it's getting late. I have some matters to attend to. Let's conclude our conversation for today. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to something delicious this Saturday. But I still want to sit here for a while, ignoring the hopeful glimmer in Aries' eyes. AI Ran chose to overlook it. Yes, that's so. Then you can rest here for a bit. I'll take my leave. However, it's nearly dark, and it's not safe for a girl like you to linger outside. It's better to head home early. As AI Ran stood up to leave, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Aerie, although you may be a bit foolish, I believe that in this matter, you are not the one at fault. Regardless of your intentions, you must learn to use words to reject unreasonable requests. Who? Who is foolish? Upon hearing the answer she longed for, Aries' spirits lifted, and her proud nature returned. Ran smiled at her before departing the CF. Meanwhile, Anki had just exited the restaurant when the voice of Long echoed in his mind. Anki, I sense a significant amount of negative energy nearby. Let's hurry there. You can't make me go to some morgue again. Right? That's just creepy. Anki was somewhat reluctant. After seeing the photo of Kato and AI Ran that day, he had reached an agreement with Long in a fit of anger. However, that night, Long had tricked him into going to the morgue, leaving Anki with lingering trepidation. Not again, I sense a great deal of greed over there. What is the dead find greed? We are partners now. Once I revive, I can create a true two-dimensional world for you and that girl named Kato. You must trust me. Chapter 59. Kusumaga Kakashiyu and Aerie after AI Ran's departure. Aerie sat alone in the CF, contemplating AI Ran's earlier words. Yet after much reflection, all Aerie could offer herself was a wry smile. AI Ran was indeed correct. One must learn to verbally decline unreasonable requests, but the one making the request was Anki Runya. Aerie was well aware of his affections for Kato Megumi, as a girl who only pursued the childhood friend route in Gal games. Aerie had been observing Anki's choices all along. She understood the mindset that led to such decisions. Anki always chose his classmates, and only Kato Megumi fit that mold within the game club. In fact, the current game development could be seen as Anki's indirect confession of his feelings for Kato, as the daughter of a diplomat. Aerie's emotional intelligence was quite high. She simply preferred to live carefree. Thus, she had always been aware of everything. Nevertheless, even so, she chose to join in hopes of rekindling her childhood bond with Anki, or perhaps progressing to become lovers. Such is the essence of a young girl's infatuation. At that moment, Aerie suddenly noticed a figure clad in black stockings walking past her table. She hurriedly dashed out of the CF to call out to her. Kusumaga Kakashiyu. Turning around, Kusumaga Kakashiyu recognized Aerie and wore a teasing smile. Oh? What a surprise to find you here. Takemura Spencer Aerie. She likely anticipated that Aerie sought her out, for her earlier remarks in the club had likely struck Aerie like a thunderbolt, shattering her perceptions of their relationships. Consequently, Shiyu had deliberately avoided Aerie after school, only to unexpectedly encounter her here. You've been acting strangely lately. Are you all right? I'm fine. My work is progressing well. I just had afternoon tea and dessert, and today has been quite pleasant. Aerie was taken aback, her twin tails swaying. Gritting her teeth, Eri resolved to be direct. She was not adept at beating around the bush. What did you mean by what you said in the club this afternoon? The literal meaning. What literal meaning? Kasumi Kakashiyu couldn't help but facepalm, realizing that Eri was one of those types who needed clarity in communication. Eri pouted, finding Shiyu's demeanor less perplexing now, as it matched her prior impressions. Equally irritating. What with that impatient expression? It's nothing. Shiyu waved her hand dismissively and continued. What's the matter? Was there anything wrong with what I said in the club? My only thought is to finish the game quickly. Really? Eri's face was filled with disbelief. People can change, Takemura. With memories receding like a tide, Shiyu's gaze was no longer restrained. 3 days apart. One should regard each other with fresh eyes. The matters of our past are long gone. It's time for you to update your fixed perceptions. Huh? Inari furrowed her brows. When I initially joined this club, I did entertain thoughts of developing a deeper relationship with Ryunosuke, but I later realized that what I truly needed was never him. Instead, what I desire now is to see this game through to its conclusion, and own need for Ryunosuke. Inari gazed at Shiyu Kushinaku in disbelief, cautiously posing the question she most yearned to ask. Kushinaku, have you given up? Yes. I relinquished my feelings just last week. Although Sawamura is a fool, I made my intentions quite clear from the afternoon onward. Last week. Inari murmured to herself. The most compelling explanation for giving up on Ryunosuke would be that there is someone else she likes. Last week, Kushinaku was unwell and stayed home, while Ryunosuke also played at home for 3 days. Initially, Inari suspected some hidden connection between the two, but she soon discovered that they had not communicated at all. They spent the weekend together at Eri's house. Did Kushinaku develop feelings for Eri? Indeed, that would explain many of the peculiar occurrences she had noticed over the weekend. Kushinaku, have developed feelings for hentai Eri? Upon hearing Eri's name, a glimmer of infatuation flickered in Shiyu Kushinaku's eyes, quickly suppressed deep within her heart. She still had debts to settle, and now was not the time to discuss such matters. It would be unfair to Eri-kun that I wouldn't exactly call it love. I simply find Eri-kun quite intriguing, and I do harbor some fondness for him. Not quite love yet. Inari felt the situation was far from simple. For Kushinaku to utter the words fondness was already significant, nearly cementing the reality of it. Having been rivals for so long, discovering that her opponent had feelings for someone else, especially someone as recent as Eri, stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Inari. Eri is actually quite charming, with an impressive physique. Moreover, he tends to let me win during our arguments, with one rival less. I should feel happy. Shiyu Kushinaku crossed her arms, revealing a smile laced with meaning. She had her reasons for directly divulging this information to Inari. Everyone appreciates good things, but when such a good thing pertains to emotions, especially amidst a rivalry with Yukinoshita Yukino, one cannot help but feel the need for precaution. For reasons unknown, Inari felt her sentiments toward Kushinaku growing more unfavorable, especially upon witnessing the unmasked smile of happiness at the corners of her lips, feeling as if she was flaunting her victory. Farewell, Sawamura-san. See you at school tomorrow. Kushinaku waved at Inari and left with a light-hearted stride. Watching Kushinaku's retreating figure, Inari found herself reiterating the same thought in her heart, following the separation. Ryunosuke Aki, guided by the instructions of her Shinshi Ryu, arrived at a large gaming hall. Although it was termed a gaming hall, aside from a few arcade machines at the entrance, the interior was lined with a variety of pachinko gambling machines, where a group of middle-aged men sat vacantly, mechanically inserting glass balls into the machines and pulling levers. Ryunosuke stood at the entrance, his expression quite grim. Is this the greed you spoke of? Indeed, what a delightful aroma. Each person within is laden with insatiable desire. Human longing serves as my medium for energy absorption. IT is utterly perfect. You expect me, a mere high school student, to enter this place? This is far worse than when you sent me to the morgue, Ryunosuke exclaimed, flustered that as an otaku, he could clearly distinguish between a gaming hall and a gambling den. What is the rush? No one is asking you to gamble. Shinshi Ryu replied, now almost in sync with Ryunosuke's thoughts that aren't there various machines over there. Just find one to play for a bit. Let me absorb energy in peace. You must understand, only when I fully revive can your wishes come true. Just a few hours will suffice. After much internal struggle and a grimace, Ryunosuke sighed and stepped into the gaming hall. Chapter 60. Rainy night. After exchanging a few coins, Ryunosuke sat before an arcade machine. Anxiously scanning his surroundings, praying not to encounter anyone he knew as a devoted otaku. His notorious reputation at Toyonoki High School for recommending manga and games indiscriminately preceded him. If a familiar face were to discover him in such a gambling venue, Ryunosuke could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Act natural, Ryu. Your shifty demeanor will raise suspicions. He muttered under his breath, "Oh, come on. It's just energy absorption. These people won't come to harm," Urshinchi Ryu reassured him casually. Adept at concealing himself, before his true revival, he would never engage in large-scale slaughter that might expose him. After hearing Ryu's words, Ryunosuke adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and slid a coin into the machine. Beginning to play an hour later, as the previously clear night sky began to drizzle, Ryu's voice echoed in Ryunosuke's mind once more. "Excellent, excellent. These greed-filled humans are indeed providing me with ample energy. We can leave now." Ryu, noting that those from whom Ryu absorbed energy showed no signs of distress, Ryunosuke let out a long sigh of relief. Upon standing, he lowered his head and hurriedly merged into the crowd, making his way home. Along the way, he inquired, "How much longer until your revival?" "Soon," Ryu replied nonchalantly, then fell silent. Across the street, Eri stood atop a building, holding a straight umbrella, furrowing his brow as he closely observed Ryunosuke's retreating figure. Lost in thought. Meanwhile, Inari leaned against her bicycle, standing alone at the entrance of a convenience store. The sky was overcast, with a persistent drizzle. Not a torrential downpour, but certainly more than enough to deter a casual stroll home. How long is this going to last? The sky has darkened. Inari turned to glance inside the store. Regrettably, while the shop offered a myriad of items, it lacked umbrellas. If I hadn't spoken with Kushina Kashiyu, I might have been home by now. Inari lowered her head, feeling a twinge of fear facing the rainy night alone. Sawamura-san, I never expected to see you again so soon. Inari looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Hentai Eri, come on, I'll walk you home." Huh. Weren't you looking for Ryunosuke? How did you end up here? How did I end up here? I sensed your presence and grew concerned, so I came to check on you. I found you standing here, looking lost. I just happened to pass by. Let us go. The rain isn't stopping any time soon. That you'll catch a chill standing here. Inari hesitated. This is tantamount to sharing an umbrella. Right? It would be disastrous if anyone from school saw us. Naturally, Eri was unaware of Inari Lee's thoughts as he promptly opened the umbrella and stepped beside her. "Wait," Inari called out, hastily undoing her signature twin tails. Her dazzling golden hair cascaded down like silk, adding a touch of grace to her usually proud and lively demeanor, even under the rain. She then retrieved a hat from her backpack, a regular disguise she donned when stepping out to buy notebooks. Exhaling softly, Inari turned to Eri and said, "All right, now we can go." Eri instantly grasped her intentions, looking at her with an exasperated expression. This girl certainly carried her noblewoman's airs far too heavily. "Don't worry, you now give off an entirely different vibe. Let us hurry, it's getting late." Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Yamamura Eri felt a sense of relief. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she hurriedly pushed her bicycle and nestled beneath AI Rant's umbrella. AI ran, "Thank you, it's a bit chilly today, and after standing here for so long, I'm feeling rather hungry. I long to return home for a meal." AI Ran rolled her eyes at Eri. "But wasn't it just over an hour ago that you indulged in dessert at the Sef?" Eri, her face flushed, retorted, "I've mentioned before that girls possess two stomachs. One is specifically for desserts." Yes. AI Ran dismissed Eri's whimsical reasoning. "Lead the way. I have no idea where your home is." Outside the umbrella, a gentle rain fell, while within its shelter, they enjoyed a dry haven. Instinctively drawn to the sole source of warmth nearby, Eri inched closer to AI Ran. The disparity in their heights was striking. AI Ran towered at over 180 cm, while Eri stood at a mere 158 centimeters. Even with the umbrella tilted, Eri would still be susceptible to the rain. Noticing this, AI Ran lowered the umbrella slightly. Eri turned her head, adopting a haughty tone. I never thought the hentai AI Ran could be so considerate. What can I say? Yamamura-san is just too short. I can't let you get drenched. Ugh, fine. I retract my earlier statement. Hentai AI Ran, you are utterly inconsiderate. I can't help my height. You should drink more milk and get out more often. I do drink milk, yet I still haven't grown. What can I do? Aries' tone was tinged with melancholy, prompting AI Ran to glance down at her rather modest attributes, be 79.9, as expected of you in AI Ran's previous life. The only impression of Aerie beyond her golden hair and pride was that lamentable be 79.9. Reflecting on this, AI Ran spoke gently. Don't lose heart. Perhaps there is still room for growth. However, as AI Ran looked down, she inadvertently met Aries' fierce gaze, akin to a golden retriever poised to pounce. Hentai AI Ran. Where are you looking? AI Ran was taken aback, surprised that her subtle motion had been detected by Aerie. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied nonchalantly, Don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring your hair. It looks lovely with your twin tails down. Aerie's eyes sparkled. No girl would shy away from such praise. Yet she was reluctant to let AI Ran see her delight. A smirk crept on her lips, only to be replaced by her trademark haughtiness. With a dismissive huff, she turned her head away. Chapter 61. Aerie ascends, then, in the tranquil night, the only sound was the gentle patter of raindrops against the umbrella as AI Ran and Aerie engaged in light banter. As they neared Aerie's home. After a brief moment of silence, Aerie suddenly inquired, Hentai AI Ran, has anything happened recently between you and Kasumiga Kakashiyu? Indeed, much had transpired, such as AI Ran sneaking into Shiyu's bedroom under the cover of night and being discovered, or the fact that he had embraced her twice, thus FAR.I. In contrast, with Yukino Shida Yukino, AI Ran had merely held her hand and rested his shoulder against hers, for she was a more reserved individual. Even though there were unexpressed feelings, both were striving to maintain their current distance until their relationship was more clearly defined. Unlike Yukino, Shiyu was vibrant, akin to a flame. Once she recognized her feelings, she preferred to take the initiative. As Aerie's question lingered in the air, AI Ran involuntarily recalled all that had transpired between him and Shiyu the previous week. Her pain, resilience, acceptance, warmth, and tears replayed vividly in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, AI Ran responded, Last week, I happened to assist Kakakasan a few times, so now. I suppose we are on familiar terms. AI Ran's uncertainty lingered in his tone. Aerie suddenly burst into laughter. Though AI Ran is certainly a hentai, sometimes it can be quite gentle. Gentle? Aerie's assessment left AI Ran somewhat bewildered. When had this Saiyan ever exhibited such a trait? In front of a grand mansion. Aerie halted her steps, placing her hands behind her back. Well then, I've arrived home. Thank you. Not at all. I merely escorted you back. You helped me locate Aki today, did you not? Aerie shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. What you said to me in the CF truly comforted me. I had begun to doubt myself, and I desperately needed the affirmation that so, thank you. And don't forget our wager. I will find a culinary delight that will astonish you, and you shall patiently await your role as my model. With that, Aerie let out a haughty huff before briskly striding into her family's yard. Watching Aerie's proud demeanor, AI Ran couldn't help but smile before soaring off towards Chiba City. Mother, I'm home. The voice of Yamamura Sayuri approached, filled with concern. Did Aerie get soaked in the rain? You forgot your umbrella when you left. No, a friend brought me back. I'm going to take a shower now. All right, dinner will be ready soon. Come eat as soon as you're done. Sayuri watched her daughter retreat to her room, her gaze lingering on Aerie's attire and hair. Her interest piqued. A friend brought her back. Dressed like that, she hurried out, only to return in disguise that it seems her escort was not a schoolmate, but rather Runya. After dinner, Aerie picked up the manuscript for the female lead and studied it intently. She gently bit her lower lip. With Kasagakaka Shiyu stepping back, this should be good news. Although Runya seemed to harbor feelings for Kata Megumi, it was merely due to that so-called encounter. They had been complete strangers prior. How could any emotional foundation exist? This was truly the optimal moment to resolve their childhood misunderstandings and embark on the path of childhood sweethearts towards a good ending. With newfound determination, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Aki Runya via line. Are you there? Runya? Oh, I'm here, Eri. What is up so late? Must we absolutely have Kadu as the female lead? I'm saying if, I were to design a female lead based on my own likeness. Since I know myself best, I am confident I could create an original that would satisfy you. After sending this message, which was akin to a confession, Eri hesitated for a long while before finally hitting send. This time, Runya did not respond immediately. Eri understood. She could afford to wait. She had agonized over this brief message for ages, perhaps even since elementary school, that Eri's decision to send this text was likely influenced by AI Rand's encouragement to reject unreasonable demands. Indeed, for Eri, being asked to portray Katu as the female lead was an unreasonable request in itself. Alternatively, she may have been inspired by Shiyu's decisive stance when the woman in black stockings found her true love. That resolute demeanor truly impressed Eri. After a considerable wait, Runya finally replied, and Eri took a deep breath before opening line. Eri, you still don't understand. What we seek in the world of anime is that fleeting moment of emotion. If the original design of the female lead changes, we cannot convey our creative passion to our readers. If we were to do that, I would no longer deserve to call myself a fan of anime. Why can't you grasp this? In a swift motion, Lily sent a text message, albeit with a hint of confusion. She pondered whether Yi truly could not comprehend her words or was merely pretending to misunderstand. Nevertheless, the affection she harbored for him ultimately prevailed, leading her to believe that Yi's apparent oblivion was merely a consequence of his obsession with the two-dimensional world. What she did not grasp was her own sentiment towards the two-dimensional realm. On the other end of the line, sensing that Lily was dismissing his feelings for the two-dimensional world, and Yi found himself increasingly agitated and in a moment of emotional turmoil. He inadvertently broached a topic they had both long evaded. The two-dimensional world was undeniably pure. The exhilarating feelings of that time must be conveyed to the players in their entirety. As for Lily, she still lacked the requisite purity in her connection to the two-dimensional realm, which was why they had lost touch in their youth. Lily opened her mouth to explain, only to suddenly realize that Yi was not by her side at that moment. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a dagger, heavy and agonizing. She acknowledged that the incident had indeed been her fault, a truth she was painfully aware of. However, hearing it articulated in Lunya's tone caused her heart to ache profoundly. Let us make amends. Yi, with tears streaming down her face, Lily sent this message via line. Haven T, we already reconciled. The past is behind us. All that matters now is that we collaborate wholeheartedly to create this game. This message served as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Lily could no longer deceive herself. Yi was indeed cognizant of the meaning behind her previous message, struggling to maintain her composure. She typed the final segment with trembling hands and ultimately succumbed to a torrent of sobs. I understand now. Yi, I will do my utmost to assist you in crafting this game. Chapter 62. A series of spectacular performances is about to unfold. The time had come for Friday's lunch break. In the service club. Only AI Ran and Yukino were present, while Yohama Yui had ventured out with Ishikiaki and Hikigaya Hachiman to befriend Miura Yumiko. However, it appeared that Ishikiaki's current target was none other than Hayama. She had introduced Ishikiaki to Miura Yumiko as a friend and even brought along the socially anxious Hikigaya Hachiman. A prospect that was quite thrilling. Internally scoffing at the situation, AI Ran stifled a yawn and picked up the bread in front of her. What is the matter? You look rather lethargic, Yukino remarked as she settled beside AI Ran. Skillfully offering her a portion of the bento she had prepared. Doi. AI Ran replied, taking the bento. After receiving it, she yawned once more. This is already the fourth yawn since you arrived in this clubroom. Is something bothering you? At present, nothing appears to be amiss, though I haven't been getting enough rest lately. AI Ran opened the bento box to reveal neatly cut sandwiches. She casually tossed a piece in her mouth and couldn't help but begin wagging her tail. After returning to this mundane world, Yukino found it impractical to prepare meals for AI Ran every day, as bringing an excessive number of bentos to school would be quite absurd. Moreover, given Yukino's stamina, it was unrealistic to expect her to cook meals sufficient for a Saiyan each day. Nevertheless, she still endeavored to prepare a snack for AI Ran every noon out of course. The other two Saiyans need not worry about such matters. Sun Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi, was a descendant of the Turtle School and had even reached the quarterfinals in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With her physical prowess, preparing meals for one Saiyan was a breeze, let alone 3As for Vegeta. His wife seemed to be the world's richest woman, with dozens of chefs at their disposal. As AI Ran savored the snack prepared by Yukino, her thoughts drifted back to the previous nights. From Monday to Thursday, AI Ran had been monitoring an Ailan in Tokyo. However, after 4 consecutive days of surveillance, she found no anomalies. Although he did frequent an arcade after work, such behavior could hardly be deemed unusual for a recluse. Unraveling. Next week we'll begin our practical training. Our family's construction company is part of the school's organized visit. Y's sister mentioned that she wants to have dinner with you that day. Yukino said, her cheeks flushed, her tone laced with both shyness and concern. Although it was her sister who wished to meet AI Ran, it was her family's company, and their mother would likely be present as well, stuffing the last piece of sandwich in her mouth. AI Ran turned to Yukino. Oh, that sounds fine, but I'll be right by your side during the practical training. Yukino smiled faintly, reassured that Unraveling was always so reliable. Zevamura sponsoring Lily. A hidden otaku and creator of popular 18 doujin works, is quite renowned in the doujin creation circle under the pseudonym Kakagaki. Although she is yet to graduate, she has already ventured into the professional realm, receiving numerous paid illustration commissions. Typically, a professional illustrator of her caliber would swiftly regain composure after facing any emotional turmoil. However, she now confronted the brutal rejection from the person she had secretly adored for years. After resting at home for 3 days, she gradually untangled her thoughts and allowed herself to calm down. Like a tea present, she found herself in the temporary headquarters of the Game Doujin Society, located in a multimedia classroom. Lily, it's already Friday. Have you come up with any ideas for the character design of the female protagonist? Not at all. My mind feels as barren as chewed sugarcane residue, devoid of even a hint of inspiration. Just in my misery, Lily replied coldly, gazing at an Ailan with a look of desolation. Ailan was fully aware of Lily's reasons for her demeanor. Yet certain matters were best left unspoken. Her assistance was still essential at this stage. He mechanically turned his head, seeking solace from the other two, hoping they might alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Kazaraki Shiyu shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. What are you joking about? I'm about to see AI Ran. How could I possibly be bothered with your issues? Kazaraki Shiyu's breath quickened slightly, having endured a week of torment. Akin to a cat addict, she was currently replenishing her energy for AI Ran. She had even contemplated heading straight to Chiba that evening. Observing this scene, Ailan pondered for a moment before offering a few comforting words. Lily, it's all right. No one in the club will rush you, so there's no need to place such immense pressure on yourself. We can afford to slow down the progress and wait for your original artwork. However, these words fell on Lily's ears as an entirely different sentiment. And oh, one will rush me. Who is it that just questioned the progress of my artwork? No need to pressure myself, slow down the progress and wait for my original artwork. If you hadn't inexplicably dismissed my artwork last time, if you hadn't pretended to be oblivious when you confessed to me that night, would I be in this state of distress now? With a bang, Lily's eyes widened in fury as she slammed her hands on the table, her feelings for an Ailan gradually eroding away. Yet upon witnessing an Ailan take a step back, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Instead, she swallowed her indignation, shot a furious glare at an Ailan, crossed her arms, and slowly turned her gaze to the window. Kazaraki Shiyu observed the increasingly volatile Lily and furrowed her brow in contemplation. As a novelist, she understood the frustrations that could arise during the creative process and thus empathized with Lily. However, it was evident that the emotions Lily was experiencing transcended mere irritation. Recalling their chance encounter at the CAF on Monday, she couldn't help but form a hypothesis. Kazaraki Shiyu spoke, drawing the attention of the club members toward her. Let us set aside the matter of the original artwork for now. I sent you the initial draft of the game earlier. Have you had a chance to look at it? Ah, And Ailan, ye clearly had not yet recovered from the earlier incident with Lily's outburst. After a moment of flustered silence, he finally stammered a response. I saw it, of course. Really. What do you think? Are there any areas that need revision? The narrative crafted by the esteemed teacher Casualty remains as captivating as ever. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that it lacks the essence I had anticipated. Shiyu of the Xia bowed her head in silence. And unlike 2 weeks prior, she refrained from inquiring about what precisely was amiss in an Ailan story. For now, it seemed unnecessary. Upon hearing this remark, Lily, who had been gazing out the window, redirected her attention to an Ailan. Once again, that familiar phrase echoed, devoid of the sensation he had hoped for. A smile threatened to break through Lily's demeanor. She cast a glance at Xiaoxiu, realizing that her decision to withdraw was indeed the right choice. Chapter 63. Severing Ties Completely. After a moment of contemplation, an Ailan ascended to the podium of the multimedia classroom, adjusted his black-framed glasses with his index finger, and proclaimed with conviction, after some thought, we shall not convene at AI Rant's residence for the group retreat this week. I have already informed him in the group chat. Instantly, Xiaoxiu's expression darkened, and she quietly questioned, why? To rediscover the direction of the game's concept, and to recapture the emotions from the day I met Kato. I wish to invite Kato to my home to play games together, and then take a leisurely stroll at a date. Xiaoxiu glared at Ailan with a disapproving gaze. Why should our collective activity be cancelled for your date? Kato K, equally astonished, looked at Ailan, poised to speak, but interrupted by his subsequent words. No, it's a club activity conducted for research purposes, and Ailan clarified, correcting Xiaoxiu's interpretation. It merely research for 2 people. Lily's tone had softened considerably, yet still carried an undertone of hostility. Lily, you are to design the original artwork, while Shiyu-senpai must meet her deadlines, considering the workload for both of you. You need not participate in this activity for the time being. And Ailan stated earnestly. Very well, continue. Xiaoxiu indicated with an impassive expression for an Ailan to carry on. To simulate the scenarios present in the game. I hope to portray Kato as the female protagonist, visiting shops, holding hands, exchanging gifts, indulging in desserts. Essentially engaging in a mundane yet delightful research. Interesting and mundane are not inherently contradictory. What I desire is the tender affection between the protagonist and the heroine in the commonplace moments of life, where mere proximity brings joy. Why capturing these ubiquitous scenes in words and exquisite original illustrations. I believe we can create a game that resonates deeply with players, a monumental work, as his impassioned speech concluded. Kato K, seated at the back of the media room, rose and calmly remarked, I apologize, and although I agreed to be the female lead for this Dojin club, I am not inclined to partake in the activities you mentioned. If we are not having a retreat this weekend, I shall study at home, as my grades have been slipping, and I ought to dedicate some time to my studies. With that, she picked up her backpack. Kato! And Ailan hurriedly approached the back of the multimedia classroom, attempting to stop her at that moment. Xiaoxiu interposed herself before him, stating, according to what you have said, Lin Yiquan, can simple, ordinary romantic interactions truly be entertaining? Absolutely. And Ailan affirmed with resolve, though his gaze frequently drifted towards Kato K, and upon seeing that she seemed disinclined to leave immediately, he shifted his focus back to Xiaoxiu. If it were a best-selling novelist, like Xiaoxizi, she would undoubtedly craft vibrant characters and captivating stories that I believe in you. Confronted with an Ailan's expectations, Xiaoxiu closed her eyes, crossing her arms, and pondered in silence, not responding immediately. For her, the only connection she had with an Ailan was the debt she owed him. A debt that, once settled, would lead to their parting. Her task now was to contemplate the feasibility of this script. Lily observed the scene unfolding before her, filled with a sense of déjà vu. It reminded her of an ordinary afternoon before the establishment of this club, when an Ailan had appeared before her unannounced. Join me in creating a game, Lily. If it's you, I am certain you can produce the most exhilarating original artwork. You are the finest artist I know, and I believe in your capabilities. Lost in his own fervor, he rallied the team with enthusiasm. Offering encouragement under the guise of belief, yet failing to include her in the journey towards their shared goal. I believe in you. I believe in you. Was he a cheerleader or a game producer? Lily found herself pondering this question. What had been her initial motivation for joining the club? Was it the satisfaction of being needed by an Ailan? The pride of having her abilities acknowledged? Or perhaps a sense of responsibility to be of service? It seemed none of those were entirely accurate. It appeared she had merely been drawn to this childhood friend out of affection. Captivated by his seemingly fervent gaze, in the end, did he genuinely wish to create an exceptional game rather than one he merely deemed exceptional? Or, to put it bluntly, a game based on an Ailan and Kato K? Recently, an Ailan had been quite diligent, even taking on the role of producer, responsible for the game's planning and storyline suddenly. Lily recalled a statement made to AI Ran in the CF earlier. She felt utterly foolish. He had already found the protagonist of his life, using the pretext of game development and research outings to indulge in hand-holding and dates. Meanwhile, she had long understood the reality, yet had been deceiving herself all along. No wonder AI Ran had hastily departed after comforting her. In his eyes, she was undoubtedly a complete fool. Lily, why are you crying? And Ailan noticed her distress. It's nothing. Haha. I simply recalled something amusing. Lily retrieved a tissue to dry her tears. In that moment, she finally awoke from her reverie. Having already committed to the other party, even if unforeseen circumstances arose, no matter how bothersome, they must fulfill the other's needs. This was the baseline of Lily's professional ethics. Luni, I will diligently complete the original artwork for the female lead as per your request. Farewell, Lun E. Consider this manuscript as compensation for that matter from our childhood. Once the artwork is finished, we shall settle our debts and part ways. Xiaoxiu opened her eyes, having witnessed Lily's every reaction. With a soft sigh, she addressed an Ailan. Lun Ekuan, I understand now. I will gradually revise my work according to your requested direction. Yes, I entrust this to you, Senpai. In the following days, I will carefully contemplate and reach out to discuss before putting pen to paper. Of course, the affirmations from Lily and Xiaoxiu instantly lifted his spirits. He was confident that he would be able to complete this game that would captivate everyone's hearts. At that moment, Kato K, already at the classroom door, remarked nonchalantly, I shall take my leave now. That I apologize for declining your invitation, but I will support Lily's work. With that, I bid you farewell. Upon concluding her words, she vanished from Anchi Luni's sight like a drifting cloud. Chapter 64. They Gather Here, Part 1. The final outcome of the gaming club's meeting on Friday ended in discontent. After Kato Megumi departed, Anchi Luni fell into a contemplative silence, lost in his thoughts. Ultimately, he failed to present a reasonable game development budget as planned, leaving Kasumigakaka Shiwa quite disappointed. However, she refrained from voicing her discontent, merely sighing softly before bidding farewell and hastily departing to A.S. for Iri. She found herself wandering alone on the bustling streets. Often, when one is engulfed in disappointment, hesitation, and indecision, there arises an innate desire to seek a confidant. Yet, Iri was astonished to discover that she had no one to confide in. AI ran. The name inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Is this week, as gathering not taking place? Iri pondered. Her head bowed. The thought of the impending weekend filled her heart with an inexplicable emptiness. The sense of loss, akin to something once cherished vanishing into thin air, enveloped her in a void. As if she were traversing a monochromatic street teeming with people, yet shrouded in silence. The world had lost its colors. The crowd no longer jubilant, and this place, devoid of certain elements, resembled a desolate wasteland. She wished to rid herself of these disheartening emotions that urged her to weep. Not even once an urgent desire to flee this place surged within her. Thus, Iri took action. She sent a message to her mother and then entered the station. Boarding a train bound for Chiba, an hour later, she arrived in Chiba. She chose not to go directly to AI Ran's home, but instead ran to the mall, where she had previously taken photos with the gaming club members. Indeed, she hesitated once more. We're not even friends, are we? What does it mean to seek him out like this? After a moment of deliberation, she resolved, well, I'm here now. I might as well buy some fruits and snacks as gifts and spend a night gaming at AI Ran-S with newfound determination. Irie purchased some apples and packed a few snacks before heading towards AI Rant's apartment. Unbeknownst to her, the sky, now shrouded in dark clouds, erupted with a sudden clap of thunder. The late spring weather, much like a young maiden's mood, remained perpetually enigmatic. The tremendous sound startled Irie, causing her to freeze in place, her eyes wide with uncontainable terror. Raindrops, akin to pearls, cascaded from the heavens, initially a gentle patter. They swiftly transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain fell like a waterfall from above, striking the ground with a relentless percussion. Passers-by hurried by, some clutching briefcases, others wielding umbrellas. Irie was among them. Scurrying along, the gifts she bore were clutched tightly to her chest, her hair thoroughly drenched, her shoes beginning to take on water, the relentless rain obscuring her vision. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled over a slightly elevated section of pavement. A sharp pain coursed through her. The apples tumbled from the bag, scattering across the ground. Irie slowly rose to her feet, her knees and arms ablaze with pain. She endured the discomfort, retrieved her bag, and began picking up the scattered apples one by one. The surrounding pedestrians turned a blind eye to this scene, instinctively creating distance to avoid any potential trouble. She resumed her journey toward AI Ran-S apartment. Tears finally streamed down Irie's cheeks, born of pain and a sense of injustice. Upon arriving at AI Rant's door, she brushed the damp hair from her cheek, sniffed back her tears, wiped her face with her wet sleeve, and donned her usual proud demeanor before gently pressing the doorbell. After waiting for a while with no response, she pressed the button again and stood in silence. Still no answer. Is he not home? Or has he fallen asleep? She set her belongings down, took out her phone, and attempted to contact AI Ran via line, only to find that the device had been waterlogged moments earlier. Undeterred, she pressed the doorbell once more, lowering her head slowly in front of the unyielding door. Fool. Her murmured self-reproaches were directed at AI Ran, or perhaps at herself. She leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground, resting her forehead on her knees, gradually succumbing to silent sobs, accompanied by the increasingly frequent thunderclaps. The rain outside intensified. At that moment, AI Ran hovered above Anchi Luni's residence. Earlier that afternoon, he had received a sudden message from Anchi Luni. The gathering for this week has been canceled. This simply cannot be. Every Saturday is an opportunity for close interaction with the Dragon Ball host. AI Ran glared irritably at Anchi Luni's house, his frustration mounting. Several times, he contemplated unleashing a ki blast to send Anchi Luni and his home skyward, thereby completing the Dragon Ball purification task. Alas, murder is strictly forbidden. The Kaioshin of Time had warned him that should he take a life, he would descend straight to hell. With a resigned sigh, AI Ran supported his chin with his hand. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, and rain poured down in torrents. Forget it. It's raining. There remains little change on Anchi Luni's end. I might as well head back. Ran wiped his face with his hand. The hair of a Saiyan does not change after adulthood. Thus, even in the downpour, he saw no need to tend to it. A few shakes upon arriving home would suffice. A warm shower and some rest are in order. Attending classes by day and working by night. What kind of corporate slave am I? With that thought, AI Ran sped off towards Chiba. A few minutes later, AI Ran returned to his apartment. As the elevator doors opened, he stepped out only to find a curled-up figure in front of his door. Zitsun? Upon approaching, he was somewhat surprised to crouch down and softly call out Irie's name. Upon hearing her name, Irie slowly lifted her head from between her legs. Her eyes reddened and unable to contain the tears that streamed down upon seeing AI Ran. Their gazes met, and AI Ran's heart twisted painfully. Rankin. Irie stood up slowly, yet after crouching for so long, she stumbled toward AI Ran. Reacting swiftly, AI Ran embraced Irie as she fell in him. Feeling her frail, cold, and damp form, he noticed the fruits and snacks abandoned nearby, as well as the injuries on Irie's body. Although he was uncertain of what had transpired, he instinctively began to gently pat her back. I'm sorry, Zitsun. You've been waiting for a long time. Haven to you. AI Rand's gaze softened as he looked at the pitiful Irie, his tone becoming exceptionally gentle. Chapter 65. They gather here, Part 2, filled with anticipation to confide in someone. She was met instead with unexpected disappointment and the bittersweet agony of waiting. The loneliness and pain enveloping her were unreservedly released at the moment she beheld AI Rand before her. The restrained self-discipline she had maintained crumbled like a dam breached by floodwaters, rendering it utterly ineffective. Zetsuin, let us go inside, noticing that the drenched girl in his arms had gradually ceased her sobs. AI Rand loosened his embrace. However, Irie did not let go. She merely nodded imperceptibly. After initially venting her emotions, Irie found herself at a loss for how to navigate the current situation. Her innate pride, evident since childhood, began to reassert control over her thoughts. Why did I suddenly throw myself into AI Rand's arms? How utterly unreserved. Am I a fool? Zetsuin, if you hold me like this, I can't open the door. AI Rand raised his hands in exasperation. What on earth is happening tonight? Upon hearing those words, Lily hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her grip. She lowered her head, pressed her lips together, and silently took a few steps back. She didn't need to look in a mirror to know that her face was undoubtedly flushed, as she could feel the heat radiating from it. AI Rand casually picked up the items that Lily had brought and opened the door, saying, "Please, come in and I'm sorry for the intrusion." Lily murmured, her head lowered as she stepped into AI Rand's home. AI Rand followed her in and closed the door behind them. The sounds of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder were effectively muffled outside, rendering the atmosphere significantly more tranquil in this comforting environment. A wave of anxiety surged within Lily. Upon reaching the living room, she stood there, somewhat dazed and at a loss. She was soaked from the rain, and having fallen earlier, her body was speckled with mud. "Please, make yourself comfortable, classmate Sichuan," AI Rand said, placing the items on the coffee table that he noticed the tear in Lily's over-the-knee socks, from which a small trickle of blood had oozed. "I'm not clean." "I'll dirty your sofa," she protested. "Not a problem. We can clean up later," AI Rand replied casually, retrieving a first aid kit from beneath the TV cabinet and walking towards Lily that it contained some bandages and antiseptic. AI Rand always kept such supplies at home due to his frequent injuries during training. "Wait," AI Rand. Lily's calves tensed, and despite knowing what he intended to do, she was overwhelmed by a strong sense of embarrassment. "I am fine. You don't need to bother yourself with me." "What? I wasn't planning to help you anyway." AI Rand looked at Lily, bewildered. "What is this? In anime, don't boys always take the initiative to assist girls?" For some reason, Lily suddenly felt much more relaxed, her tone gradually shifting back to her usual tsundere demeanor. She even recalled a comic she had drawn earlier, in which a queen, abandoned, was rescued by a knight. As their relationship deepened, the knight, aware of their disparate statuses, hesitated to make the first move. The proud queen, growing impatient, forced her knight to kneel before her bed. The knight could only grasp her foot. And of course, that led to some risky scenarios. This thought, Lily shivered slightly, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation coursing through her. However, AI Rand merely placed the first aid kit in front of her and sat down at a distance. "Hentai AI Rand, how can you not be a gentleman at all?" Lily muttered in dissatisfaction, unbuttoning the top button of her shirt, breathing a sigh of relief, and beginning to tender her wound. "You can't treat your wound like that." AI Rand sighed in exasperation at Lily's clumsiness and quickly intervened. "You silly girl, let me help you. You're the silly one, and don't call my name." Lily retorted, ready to snap back at AI Rand when she suddenly let out a small whimper as AI Rand grasped her foot and placed it on his thigh. "I'm going to start treating it now. So bear with me." Watching AI Rand sit cross-legged beside her, carefully tending to her leg injury, Lily's mind went blank, lost in thought as she gazed at the man before her. She couldn't help but imagine herself in the role of the queen from her story. No, Lily, you must compose yourself. Don't let your mind be filled with such lewd thoughts." Taking a deep breath, she tried to clear her mind, but the feelings she experienced were unlike anything she had encountered before. Lily pressed her hand against her chest, a powerful emotion bubbling just beneath the surface, yet she struggled to contain it. Hentai AI ran. Can I come here every weekend? I want you to be my model. Sillying Lily, don't forget our bet. Until you find a dish that satisfies me. Don't even think about it. AI Ran carefully applied a waterproof bandage, only to look up and meet Ing Lily's anxious gaze. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew awkward. You should take a shower. Huh. What do you mean? You're soaked and your clothes are torn. If you don't shower, you'll catch a cold at by the way. Aren't you uncomfortable like this? AI Ran shot Ing Lily a look, continuing, After you wash up, wear my clothes. You can't wear those for the time being done. Ing Lily replied, her face flushed as she nodded and hurried toward the bathroom. Just then, AI Ran's phone lit up. He picked it up to see a friend request from Kasumiga Kakashia. Their only previous means of contact had been through the game club group. Why is she suddenly adding me as a friend? AI Ran pondered, glancing at his contacts, which included only Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikigaya Hachiman, and Yuobin Yui. After a moment's thought, he accepted the request. Hey, I Ran-kun. I'd like to come over tomorrow. Why? I sent there no club activity this week. But after everything that happened, I feel a bit scared being alone, and you've done so many things for me. Don't you think you should take some responsibility? Upon reading Kasumiga Kakashi's message, AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. What did I do? Was it to save you? Chapter 66. They Gather Here, Part 2. This is Hentai AI Ran's clothes. Ing Lily immediately imagined the lewd act of burying her face in them and inhaling deeply. Her face flushed instantly. No. Ing Lily, you must maintain your composure. You can't let yourself think of such lewd things when you're at a boy's house. Taking a deep breath, Ing Lily calmly began to remove her skirt. Then her shirt, followed by her panties, and finally her bra, folding them neatly and placing them on a nearby hanger. Standing beneath the shower head, the warm water enveloped her entire body. This feels so good. I was freezing out in the rain earlier. Thinking back to her reason for visiting AI Ran today, to chat with him, she wondered why she ended up being cared for instead. It felt rather strange. As she continued her self-reflection, Ing Lily closed her eyes. After her shower, she emerged from the bathroom and made her way to the living room. So, why did you suddenly come over today? Didn't Tianki-san say that the weekend gathering was canceled? AI Ran handed Ing Lily a cup of hot tea, sitting on the sofa, looking at her in confusion. I was worried you might starve at home. That I noticed last week that you can't cook at all. Can you? Ing Lily felt her face heat up. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. AI Ran, too, was slightly dazed, for today he was seeing a side of Ing Lily that was entirely different from her usual self. Her golden hair, no longer tied in twin ponytails, fell simply over her shoulders. Her face, freshly washed, had a rosy hue, and the oversized white shirt she wore hung loosely on her petite frame, accentuating her small stature. By the way, it looks like Ing Lily isn't wearing any underwear. Coughing, AI Ran's face turned crimson as he quickly averted his gaze. I'll go get something to eat. You haven't had a meal yet, right? I may not be able to cook, but I have a lot of bento from the convenience store. With that, AI Ran stood up and walked toward the kitchen. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward for two young people alone together. Thank you, Ing Lily said, watching AI Ran's retreating figure. The television was broadcasting a variety show, yet she found herself unable to focus even slightly. Although she had been striving to appear composed since emerging from the bathroom, the turmoil in her heart was a secret known only to her. Presently, she found herself in the home of a male friend, having just bathed and donned his clothing, sharing the same space as him while the sky outside had completely darkened. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, and the thunder continued to rumble, instilling a sense of unease. She had messaged her mother earlier that evening, yet there had been no reply. Did her mother not worry about her at all? Ing Lily pondered these chaotic thoughts, her mind drifting that a sensation of dizziness began to envelop her, and sleep beckoned. As a creator of erotic-themed illustrations, Ing Lily's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Could it be? She glanced at the half-empty cup of hot tea before her. In a way, it couldn't be. Sitting on the sofa, she observed AI Ran bustling about in the kitchen. Hentai AI Ran, you truly are peculiar. With that, her consciousness faded entirely. Hey, silly Ing Lily. AI ran sensed the irregularity in Lily's breathing and hurried over to check on her, taking swift steps. Upon seeing her disoriented state, gasping for breath, AI ran quickly placed his hand on her forehead as hot. Without hesitation, he scooped Lily into his arms and carried her to the guest room's bed. Throughout this process, he carefully channeled his strength into her. As his pure life energy flowed into her, her complexion grew more vibrant, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Gradually, her breathing stabilized. Ailan sighed as he watched Lily regain her composure. What a situation! He then quietly exited, closing the door to the guest room behind him. Lily, in a haze, opened her eyes to see Ailan's departing silhouette, instinctively murmuring, "Hentai, Ailan, you naughty boy." Even now, she remained lost in her own imagination, before drifting back into a deep slumber. The next morning, Ailan sat on the sofa, listlessly watching television. He was still reeling from the previous night's events. Lily had come in from the rain, caught a fever, and fallen asleep, all in a single breath. Only Ailan looked utterly bewildered. It seemed that everyone in this gaming club was simply incompatible with him. Ailan helplessly propped his chin on his hand. Just then, the doorbell rang. But it's only 7 o'clock. Who could be seeking me at this hour? Ailan sprang up from the sofa, leaping to open the apartment door. Upon seeing the visitor, he exclaimed in surprise, "Kazanaku-shiu-senpai. It's me. What's the matter? You seem quite taken aback to see me. Am I not welcome?" Kazanaku-shiu spoke teasingly, yet her demeanor belied her calm facade. The week had passed, and she was in dire need of replenishing her energy from Ailan. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pair of women's shoes placed by the entrance. Kazanaku-shiu's pupils dilated in shock, and she feigned nonchalance, asking, "Ailan, do you have a guest?" Lily came over last night for some reason and is currently resting." Lily, Kazanaku-shiu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Although she was unaware of the reason for her visit, it was indeed Lily, so there was no need for concern, was there? "Please come in." Kazanaku-senpai, Ailan stepped aside, closing the apartment door after she entered. In the moment the door shut, Kazanaku-shiu suddenly lunged into Ailan's embrace. As their bodies made contact, Ailan froze, momentarily forgetting to think, and was subsequently pinned to the ground by Kazanaku-shiu. What is happening? Is humanity really this terrifying? How could I be brought down like this? Ailan felt his brain nearly short-circuit, typically not one for deep contemplation. He was utterly a loss for how to react. Ailan. Kazanaku-shiu called his name, her cheeks flushed, as if awakening some remarkable attribute within her, just as Ailan was at a loss. A sudden scream erupted from the guest room. "Hentai Ailan, what did you do to me last night?" Simultaneously, a knock echoed at Ailan's apartment door. Kato K stood outside, holding 2 large bags of groceries. Looking quite lively, Ailan's heart sank. "Can someone explain to me what on earth is going on?" Chapter 67. Ailan. I wish to escape, yet cannot. Kazanaku-shiu was teetering on the brink of madness. Ailan was utterly stunned, caught between a wolf and a tiger, and with a golden retriever in the guest room. What kind of harem comedy was this? Moreover, Kazanaku-shiu, in his embrace, was clearly losing her mind. Succumbing to a newly awakened Yandra attribute, Kazanaku-shiu's body, unaccustomed to exertion, could not possibly overpower Ailan, a Saiyan. Yet strength arises from the heart. Without the will to resist, one naturally loses the power to do so. Perhaps it was the shock from Kazanaku-shiu's actions, or a desire to avoid harming her, or for some other reason entirely. Ailan spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. "Shu. Kazanaku-senpai, please calm down. I need to open the door. I don't know what's happening with Lily. Can you let go?" The raven-haired girl straddled Ailan, her crimson eyes shimmering with mist and infatuation, a fire burning within her heart, desperately seeking an outlet for her emotions. How could she keep Ailan by her side forever? Should she devour him right now? No, the timing was not yet right. She needed to endure. Suppressing the inner flames, Kazanaku-shiu gradually climbed off Ailan, taking a few hurried breaths as her face returned to its natural hue. She then strode briskly towards the living room. At that moment, AI Ran stood up and opened the door. Kato. Good morning. AI Rancoin. I'm sorry for coming over unannounced. Kato K, holding 2 large bags of groceries, regarded AI Ran with a calm expression before continuing. I happened to overhear some strange noises coming from inside. Is everything all right? It's nothing. Kazanaka-senpai just stopped by. Please, come on. Iran felt uneasy under Kato K's scrutinizing gaze and slightly turned to grant her passage. This gesture felt oddly familiar, as though he had performed it mere moments ago. Kato K's attire struck AI Ran as quite recognizable. A white beret, gently flowing bangs, a red top, and a fluffy white lace skirt, complemented by white stockings that perfectly accentuated her legs, leaving a tantalizing glimpse of her allure. Isn't this the Saint K limited edition outfit? Noticing AI Ran's gaze, Kato K tilted her head in a puzzled expression. AI Rancoin, why are you staring at my clothes? Don't you like them? It's nothing. Kato-san looks beautiful in this outfit. It suits you perfectly. AI Ran silently apologized to Anki Roni in his heart. Why did I say again? AI Ran suddenly jolted back to reality. Kato-san, please come in. The silly Ing Lily and Kazanaka-senpai are also here. With that, AI Ran took the 2 bags of groceries from Kato's hands and led the way inside. Silly Ing Lily? Kato silently contemplated this appellation before uttering a polite, "Excuse me," and followed AI Ran inside. Upon returning to the living room, Ing Lily and Kasungakaka Shiyu resumed their verbal sparring. With her arms crossed, Kasumigakaka Shiyu gazed at Ing Lily with an air of superiority. You, a counterfeit young lady, actually spent the night at a boy's house. Mind your own business. Ing Lily, who had already changed back into her clothes, bared her 2 prominent canines in a grin directed at Kasungakaka. Iran chose to disregard their banter and made his way to the kitchen. He had grown accustomed to their antics. During the previous fortnight, whenever these 2 were together, they spent nearly half the time exchanging barbs. Noticing AI Ran's presence, Ing Lily abruptly fell silent, staring at him vacantly. Earlier in the room, she had assessed herself. Although her attire was disheveled, she felt no discomfort. Had she perhaps had a fever last night? Now calm, Ing Lily analyzed her current predicament. How on earth had she ended up in that room last night? She drew the curtains, allowing the gentle sunlight to filter into the room. Suddenly, it dawned on her that AI Ran must have carried her there, and she had been dressed in such a manner last night. No matter, it was entirely inconsequential. Hentai AI Ran was still a gentleman at heart. What era are we in? It was merely a hug, forcing herself to cast aside the embarrassing incident from last night. Her cheeks flushed, Ing Lily took a deep breath, changed into her clothes, and stepped out of the room. Almost immediately, she encountered her rival, Kasumigakaka Shiyu, returning to the present as she watched AI Ran pass by her. Ing Lily felt her face heat up once more. She lowered her gaze and took a couple of steps back, pressing her hands against her chest. It felt as if she had been struck by something tangible, causing her heart to race and her blood to rush. Perhaps it was just her body recovering from illness. Ing Lily reassured herself. Hentai. AI Ran. Thank you for taking care of me last night. Her voice was barely audible, only heard by Kasungakaka Shiyu beside her. She had intended to express her gratitude more eloquently, but the words had devolved into this fragmented sentence. That moment, Kato K, who had followed AI Ran into the living room, suddenly spoke up. Oh, so, yesterday Zawura-san spent the night here with AI Rancoin? Ah! Ing Lily was startled by the sudden voice, but upon realizing it was Kato K, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be replaced by anxiety. I intended to come find Hentai AI Ran for some inspiration. By the way, why are both of you here today? I am truly clever. Ing Lily silently praised herself for this unexpected role reversal, embodying her mother's essence. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, visibly displeased, plopped down onto the sofa. I'm also here for inspiration. I've already written half of the 3rd volume of Love Metronome, but I'm uncertain about certain plot points since I've never been in a relationship and don't know how to write it. Thus, I wanted to collaborate with AI Rancoin for inspiration. Well, in order to better participate in club activities, I thought perhaps I should play more gal games, as that might aid my writing among my acquaintances. It seems AI Rancoin has the most games, so I came for inspiration as well. Kato K remarked thoughtfully. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, unable to contain her impatience, bounced her legs and shifted her gaze to AI Ran. Since we are all here for inspiration, why don't we go out for a stroll today? What do you think? AI Rancoin. I really do not wish to be your subject for inspiration. AI Ran resolved to take action and uphold the dignity of Saiyans. Chapter 68. Unequal Debt in a Seldom Visited Park in Chiba. Lily held a drawing tablet. Addressing AI Ran and Kato. The protagonist experience is about to commence. So let's hurry. Kasumiga Kakashiyu's ethereal voice drifted from behind. Truly deserving of the title of manga artist. It's rare for you to venture out, akin to a puppy released from its leash. Hey, keep your voice down. Lily anxiously glanced around, knowing her identity must remain concealed. Otherwise, she would face social demise. After confirming there was no one around, Lily shot an indignant glare at Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Next time, I'll use you as a model for my manga. Besides, aren't you always holed up at home? How dare you criticize me? I am different. I often go out for inspiration. Only those adept at observing life can write moving prose. However, Kasumiga Kakashiyu turned to AI, ran behind her. Today marks my first time gathering inspiration alongside a member of the opposite sex. Humph. AI ran, displeased, turned his head away. Standing beside him, Kato K offered a serene smile. AI Rancoin, don't be upset. I'll cook for you over the next couple of days to make it up to you. Indeed, the dignity of a Saiyan seemed to be worth about 10 meals. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, still unsatisfied, settled beside Lily. Kato K and Lily were focused on game development, prioritizing their gathering for inspiration, while the love metronome would come into play tomorrow. AI Ran was thoroughly exasperated. He had read Kato K's protagonist experience plan no less than 10 times. No matter how one looked at it, two words became evident: cannibalism. Kato K's protagonist experience plan could be summed up in one sentence: the romantic journey of a bashful boy and an innocent girl. While it could be argued that Kato K was indeed innocent, he could not fathom how he was associated with bashfulness. Saiyans are not known for their timidity. Of course, it seemed Kato K was not particularly innocent either. Kato K calmly regarded AI Ran. AI Rankun, shall we hold hands? Huh. The exceedingly brave Saiyan took a step back, looking at Kato K in confusion. Kato-san, was that scene in the script? Well, I find it difficult to elicit a satisfactory expression from Lily. So, I wanted to try this. Perhaps it will yield results. AI Rankun, shall we hold hands? We're nearing the completion of the first item in the protagonist experience on the other side. Kasumiga Kakashiyu was intently observing AI Ran and Kato K walking ahead. Her eyes narrowed, her red pupils appearing particularly menacing. She had read Kato K's protagonist experience plan and was well aware of its underlying motives. However, the thought of having AI Ran all to herself for inspiration tomorrow kept her patient. Yet, Lily had deliberately lagged half a step behind Kasumiga Kakashiyu, her instinct for self-preservation causing her to tremble. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Kasumiga Kakashiyu aimed at AI Ran. Has this woman truly gone off the deep end? Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Will you explode at any moment? Why would I explode? Kasumiga Kakashiyu continuously bounced her legs, her vexation evident. Lily gestured forward with her chin, remaining silent, fearful that a careless word might ignite Kasumiga Kakashiyu's fury. Zuwara-san, do you think they aren't tired of holding hands by now? Lily shrank her neck, realizing that Kasumiga Kakashiyu's reference to her own name sounded off. I, too, believe they've held hand for far too long. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, and even the sight of couples taking photos in the distance irked her. All those in relationships should just explode. When Lily turned back, she noticed Kasumiga Kakashiyu's hair swaying gently in the breeze, her expression darkening. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, if you want to hold hands, just go ahead. AI Ran has a free hand, doesn't he? Lily's words dripped with acidity. As she found herself utterly confused about her own intentions, it's easy for you to say, today is your and Kato's gathering for inspiration. Tomorrow will be my turn. Who would have thought this brazen woman, who often drove others to distraction, could also display such vulnerability? A brazen woman. Have you ever seen a more beautiful one? The attention of Kasumiga Kakashiwa was momentarily diverted by the allure of Iri Shirace, causing her gaze to shift away from Eri and Kata Megumi. And no matter how stunning one may be, it cannot conceal the essence of a womanly rogue. It appears that Iri Shirace is merely putting on a brave front, secretly acknowledging that I possess a touch more beauty than herself. The desire for beauty is an intrinsic trait of women. On this topic, they could engage in discussions for a century without growing weary. Iri Shirace, refusing to back down, retorted, Your self-absorption is astonishing. You're merely a woman of ample proportions who favors black attire, relying solely on your lascivious figure. Indeed, those who possess little are often the most concerned about such matters. Kasumiga Kakashiwa placed her notebook upon her lap and pointed a finger at a specific part of Iri Shirace. Look, even middle school girls have outgrown you. Kasumiga Kakashiwa, I shall not hold back. After a brief bout of playful banter, Kasumiga Kakashiwa redirected her attention to Eri, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction. With a soft sigh, she murmured, barely audible to herself, Why is it not ready yet? What exactly do you intend to do about Anki Rin's club? Iri Shirace's term of endearment for her childhood friend had shifted. Without turning around, Kasumiga Kakashiwa replied coolly, How should I know? The previous draft was rejected, and without a satisfactory proposal, I cannot restart the copywriting process. Then I am utterly helpless. For now, I can only sketch some character designs for the female roles, without any text. I am at a loss for what to draw. Iri Shirace raised her head, exhaling softly. The sunlight illuminated her hair, making it gleam as it clung to her cheek, rendering her visage somewhat ethereal. What? Have you stopped calling him Rina? Are you now addressing your childhood friend by name directly? After experiencing so much, I've begun to let go of certain things. However, I still wish to excel in this game. If I can succeed in this endeavor, perhaps it would mean... Kasumiga Kakashiwa did not catch the latter part of Iri Shirace's words, as her attention was entirely consumed by Eri and Kata Megumi. I can hardly contain myself. Iri Shirace suddenly laughed. If we succeed in this game, will it allow us to settle all our childhood debts? After all, mutual indifference is the best form of forgetting. Chapter 69. The complete disappearance of Anki Rine in the evening. Eri returned to the apartment, sprawled across the sofa like a fish too weary to flip over. He had spent the entire afternoon learning how to hold the hand of a naive girl, a task far more exhausting than training. Iri Shirace led Kata Megumi back to the guest room, meticulously scrutinizing Kata Megumi's face for final adjustments on several completed CG illustrations. This afternoon, Iri Shirace had devoted herself wholeheartedly to creating everything from the basic character designs for the female protagonist to various states of interaction with a male lead in different endings. Once the modifications are complete, I'll send them to the group. That way, my task will be finished before the script is even released, and I won't have to participate in club activities at school for the time being. In the living room, Kasumiga Kakashiwa took a cushion and sat beside Eri, softly inquiring, Are you tired? If possible, please refrain from speaking to me right now. Eri buried his head deep into the sofa cushion, his words muffled. Much like the time before the appearance of the three-star dragon, Eri had been increasingly haunted by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Thus, he spent his nights monitoring Anki Rine for hours. With the remainder of his time consumed by rigorous training, he even contemplated requesting the spirit time room from Cain, the deity who governed time. Surely, she possessed such a thing. Yet after enduring several days of intense training, fatigue was inescapable. Suddenly, Eri felt hands gently resting on his shoulders, applying slow yet rhythmic pressure. The sensation was so pleasant it nearly drew a moan from him. Was it Kasumiga Kakashiwa? Eri felt conflicted, unsure if he should lift his head. After all, even a fool could discern the feelings Kasumiga Kakashiwa harbored after everything that had transpired today. However, the image of Yukino, suddenly materialized in his mind. Hey, Eri-kun, have you been keeping up with the love metronome lately? Kasumiga Kakashiwa's voice interrupted Eri's thoughts. Yes, though my reading has been rather forced. I managed to finish both the first and second volumes. The character Sayaka must be based on the author herself, right? Indeed, You've grasped that quite well. Kasumiga Kakashiwa's features softened. There was a time when the love metronome faced the threat of cancellation. I felt as though I had been invalidated, engulfed in pain and despair. Then, Anki Rina appeared, fervently championing this work. In that moment, I truly believed I'd found someone who understood me, but subsequent events proved me wrong. Our relationship was merely that of author and reader. To him, I was simply Shiwa Kasumi. With her thoughts drawn back from that evening, Kasumigakaka, Shiwa continued. By the way, I haven't properly thank you. Arikan. If you hadn't been there during those days, I genuinely cannot imagine how I would have navigated those nights. Thank you for being by my side, Arikuin. The living room fell into a profound silence, save for the soft sound of Ari's gentle snores. Ari had unknowingly turned his face to the side, drifting in a slumber. Arikan, Katanagakaka, Shiwa, gazed adoringly at Ari's face, slowly leaning down. Iri Shirace let out a long sigh of relief. Finally finished. Kato, what do you think? I think it's perfect, especially the background for this good end. Kata Megumi gazed at the image before her, where the female lead, her eyes gently closed, embraced the male lead with deep affection. I never imagined that without seeing the specific images, you could create such flawless concept art. Zoamura. Iri Shirace regarded Kata Megumi with a puzzled expression. Although her demeanor remained unchanged, her tone carried a hint of regret. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, she concluded. Since the protagonist has acknowledged it, I shall now upload these illustrations to the group. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Anki Rina was engrossed in the latest issue of Shonen Jump. There is hardly anything worthwhile in this edition. It's just rehashed content, utterly tedious. Truly, there are too few genuinely pure authors of the two-dimensional world. At that moment, his phone chimed. Irritated, he tossed aside the Shonen Jump. Glancing at his phone, Iri Shirace has already produced 5 illustrations so quickly. After a cursory glance, Anki Rina nodded in satisfaction. They appear to be of decent quality. It seems I must hasten to finalize the project proposal. We need to ensure that this game, capable of moving everyone, is released as soon as possible. What are you so pleased about? Anki Rina. Don't suddenly speak. It's quite frightening. The 2-star dragon disregarded Anki Rina's complaint. Continuing, your female lead has been in Chiba since this morning, along with the other 2 delectable characters. Look, doesn't the male lead in this photo resemble your investor? What are you talking about? Kata wouldn't be in Chiba. Didn't she say she was going to study at home yesterday? A girl like Kata wouldn't lie to me. I can sense the position of anyone from whom I've absorbed energy. She is indeed in Chiba, at your investor's home. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Anki Rina crouched down, cradling his head. 2-star dragon. When will you ever revive? Didn't you promise to create a perfect two-dimensional world for me and Katu? The absorbed energy is far from sufficient. At this rate, your female lead might already have children, while I might still be unable to revive. As he spoke, the 2-star dragon let out a sigh. It could constantly sense the thoughts of Akiriya, who had previously deemed himself a mere backup option, that if he could successfully create a game and be with a female protagonist, he would no longer need to cooperate with the dragon to absorb negative energy. Of course, should that endeavor fail, he could harness the power of the evil dragon to conjure a perfect two-dimensional world in which to reside with his beloved character. Truly, he was an ideal host. However, the time seemed ripe now. Indeed, provoked once more, Akiriya's eyes turned crimson as he hissed, 2-star dragon. Tell me, how can I revive you swiftly? I yearn for that perfect world. Just accept me, my host, that if you open your heart to me, you will gain the full power of our dragon pearl, and thus, a wish shall be granted. Very well, I can no longer endure this wretched 3-dimensional game for even a moment longer. As you wish. A green glow instantly enveloped Akiriya's room. In Chiba City, AI ran, reclining on the sofa, furrowed her brow in unconscious distress. Soon after, delicate hands gently smoothed her furrowed brow. Chapter 70. A direct approach in Love Knock. Knock, knock. Akiriya's room was shrouded in darkness. Despite it being daytime, the curtains were drawn tight, casting the space in a dim, eerie green haze. The atmosphere was inexplicably sinister and cold. However, with the sound of knocking, The chilling ambience dissipated, and the room returned to its normal state. Wearing pajamas, Akira sluggishly shuffled to the door, the soles of his slippers scraping against the wooden floor, producing a grating noise. With a thud, the door swung open. "Rhea, I thought I heard something strange just now. What is happening in here?" His parents stood with worried expressions, having knocked for nearly 10 minutes. If he did not open the door soon, they would resort to calling the authorities. "Nothing is wrong. I merely tripped and felt that I'm fine. Go back to sleep. I guess that you've been too exhausted from your job lately. I've told you repeatedly not to immerse yourself in the two-dimensional world. Look at this mess all around you." Akira's father's words trailed off abruptly. The wave of green mist enveloped them, and in mere seconds, the two began to dissolve, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. "Truly, damned humans, I was initially considering sparing you, yet you persist in your incessant prattling." Akira coldly observed the two garments left on the floor before retreating back into his room. With a click, the door shut once more, and Akira stood silently behind it, his head bowed. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze slightly. The calm demeanor he had worn moments prior now completely vanished. Behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes were bloodshot and wild, filled with madness and terror. A sinister smile crept across his face as he cackled. "Ha ha, I have finally revived. Alas, this body remains too feeble. I'm not yet a match for that tailed human, however. Is that woman beside him the host of the 3-star dragon? Together, we should be able to eliminate him. It seems I must hasten my pace. I can hardly wait to hear the wails of humanity in this world." Outside, the glow of car headlights filtered through the curtain's seams, casting light upon his wicked, frenzied visage. Yet, Akira's shadow resembled that of a great toad. Simultaneously, anomalies began to unfold in various corners of the world. At the Kinoshita family estate, Yukino Shidoyono abruptly sat up in bed, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. What is this overwhelming heat? In the adjacent room, Yukino's expression was briefly illuminated by a faint blue glow, which quickly faded. Damn, that monkey! How dare he supply the host with such an abundance of positive energy? "Just you wait. I will surely kill you." On Sunday, AI Ran and Kazuki Shizuku entered ACAFS per their arrangement. They were to gather material for their project on the Love Metronome today. The sunlight streamed through the window, warming AI Ran's face as he turned another page of the manuscript. He could not help but be captivated by Kazuki Shizuku's literary prowess. Finding himself deeply engrossed, the dryness in his throat brought him back to reality as he raised his cup of red tea to his lips, savoring the delicate bitterness and warmth, which made him squint in pleasure. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kazuki Shizuku gazing at him with a look of palpable tension. "How do you feel about this third volume?" AI Ranquin. "Quite impressive, compared to the first two. The best aspect of this volume is the transformation of the male protagonist's character, evolving from a recluse into a strong and independent individual. Such a person truly deserves Miss Sayaka." Upon hearing AI Rant's praise, Kazuki Shizuku beamed with joy, as if she had reaped the fruits of victory. The acknowledgement from him filled her with immense happiness, a sensation surpassing even the thrill of selling 50,000 copies of her novel. Time flew by in their solitude, and she found herself wishing it would slow down. Raising her coffee cup to her lips, she took a delicate sip, using the moment to secretly observe AI Rant's features. Perhaps due to the high standards of evolution, the boy's skin appeared flawless, and his handsome face radiated a refreshing aura. His slightly fierce gaze was utterly enchanting. Kazuki Shizuku's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and some questions that had previously eluded her suddenly fell into place. That if she confessed her feelings, what if AI Rancoin rejected her? And what about Yukino? What if they had a falling out afterward? What of Akira's lingering debts? So many concerns swirled in her mind. Yet, true affection was often complicated. It's not merely about wanting to be in a relationship. It is a spontaneous fondness that arises amidst profound contemplation. A love entangled in worry precisely because of its significance. However, at that moment, Kazuki Shizuku abruptly cast aside all her anxieties, dismissing all the chaotic reasoning. Love for a day is a tenderness for a day. As she thought this, she gently set her coffee cup down with a soft clink. I ran Kuin HM. AI ran, S gaze remained fixed on the manuscript, unaware of the shift in atmosphere. The air fell silent. And then Kazuki Shizuku spoke, her voice soft and gentle, her lips curving into a serene smile, her expression relaxed and at ease. If the day comes when you wish to find a girlfriend, would you consider me? This was the bravest moment of Kazuki Shizuku's life. Previously, she had merely been a verbal warrior. Ailan looked up in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. There is no need to feel awkward or conflicted. I don't consider this a confession, so there is no need for a response. Kazuki Shizuku steadied her emotions, striving to appear calm and composed. I've always felt that a confession is not a call to arms, but rather a bell signaling victory. Now I understand you cannot provide the answer I seek, be it due to your responsibilities or that Yukino Shida Yukino. But AI Rankun, what I wish to convey is my affection for you. I discovered my feelings for you last Saturday night. So I will wait for you until you complete your tasks, until you clarify your thoughts, and until you feel ready for romance at that time. Please seriously consider me. One to you. AI ran parted her lips, only to suddenly realize how parched her throat had become. Chapter 71. Lord Kaioshin, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Ailan fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Sister Xiajichio. May I ask you to call me by my name from now on? No, Sister Xiajichio. Xiajichio Shiryu gazed at Ailan with evident dissatisfaction, voicing her silent protest against Ailan's choice of address. Eventually, Ailan sighed. Shiryu, you truly need not be so humble, really. Then you shall feel guilty. Contrary to Ailan's expectations, Xiajichio Shiryu interrupted him, her eyes glinting with mischief as she added, I want you to feel indebted. That way, I gain an advantage in the future. Although she had only encountered Kinoshita Yukino once, she was acutely aware of the formidable nature of her rival, both in beauty and demeanor. Aside from a hint of desolation, she could find no flaw in Xiajichio Shiryu. She understood that Yukino surely had no established relationship with this man. Having taken the initiative herself, employing a strategy of retreating to advance. So cunning, Shiryu, she thought with a tinge of pride. However, that pride quickly dissipated, replaced by a flicker of melancholy. It seemed that Kata Megumi was also harboring feelings for Ailan. Even that golden retriever had been casting peculiar glances at Ailan these past few days. The competition was indeed overwhelming. But what could be done? After all, she was fond of him. That was simply how affection worked. Regrettably, their time spent together was still too brief. Otherwise, Xiajichio Shiryu believed she could surely win Ailan's heart. But there would be plenty of time in the future, wouldn't there? Ailan fell silent for a few seconds, and after a moment, he spoke, striving to maintain a comfortable atmosphere between them. I will certainly ponder this matter thoroughly, and will provide you with a definitive, unwavering answer at the appropriate time. Ailan's tone was earnest that moment. Standing before him was not merely Xiajichio Shiryu. It also included Kinoshita Yukino, and perhaps even, in any case, he could not offer a response to anyone, as the threat of the evil dragon loomed persistently. His current combat power stood at a mere 18,000. Even the incomplete 3-star dragon that had appeared last time boasted a combat power exceeding 100. It was sheer luck that he had survived. So, Ailan, let us continue our gathering today. The next method of gathering is embracing. I wish to truly experience the sensation of an embrace. After all, the protagonists in the book are about to share their first one. Xiajichio Shiryu gazed at Ailan with an innocent expression, yet the mirth in her eyes could not be concealed. Ailan. The next instant, Xiajichio Shiryu leaped into Ailan's embrace. Her expression one of blissful intoxication. In the afternoon, Ailan once again escorted the members of the gaming club to the station. Xiajichio Shiryu looked at Ailan with a satisfied expression. Throughout the day, she had gathered enough of Ailan's energy to sustain her until the following Saturday. Kata Megumi appeared somewhat preoccupied today. Although she maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, a shadow of worry was evident on her face. Noticeable even to Eruri. Since her outing earlier that morning, she had returned in this state. As for Eruri, She too lacked her usual vibrancy, merely bowing her head in silence. This weekend had witnessed a plethora of events. The current tasks had been completed, leaving her alone in AI Rant's apartment. Inevitably recalling that Friday night, a warm sensation surged within her, but Arari forcibly suppressed. Iran waved goodbye to the three, saying, "Then let us meet again next Saturday. Farewell." Just then, the train arrived at the station. The three girls, each harboring their thoughts, waved to AI Ran before boarding the train back to Tokyo. Chiba, Yukino-shita residence. Yukino-shita Yukino was playfully teasing Puaru. What do you suppose Sirkun is doing right now? Has he been eating well these past couple of days? Miss Yukino-shita, the boss has undoubtedly been doing well. Did he not message you the other night? The gaming club members came over. Indeed, upon mentioning the gaming club, Yukino-shita Yukino's expression shifted slightly. Saiyan Shiryu, Sawamura Arari, Kata Megumi. These were all remarkable girls with unique qualities that IT felt somewhat inappropriate for Sirkun to be with them daily. What if, although Savin was not fond of interacting with strangers, he never turned down those he was familiar with? Suddenly, a figure flew in through the window. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yukino-shita Yukino exclaimed in surprise. Sirkun, realizing her voice had risen, she quickly lowered it, asking, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" "Nothing much, that I plan to leave for a couple of days and wanted to inform you." Upon truly seeing Yukino-shita Yukino, AI Ran felt a pang of guilt. Yukino-shita Yukino sensed AI Ran's unease and promptly stood, grasping his hand. "Why do you suddenly want to leave?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to go train for a couple of days." "Do not worry. I will certainly return in time for the practical training day." Late at night, AI Ran returned to the apartment, his face grave as he sat on the sofa. Since yesterday, that faint sense of impending crisis had intensified. Surely, something was about to occur. He recited the secret phrase shared with the Kaioshin of time. "I have returned." Immediately, Kane's ethereal form appeared before him. "Little Ran, why did you call for me so suddenly? Has something happened?" AI Ran nodded. "Indeed, Kaioshin of time. Do you possess something known as the hyperbolic time chamber? You mentioned it last time in the ice and snow world. Why does little Ran suddenly wish to use the hyperbolic time chamber? Wouldn't it be rather dull to train alone? I have been feeling rather unfocused lately. If I do not train soon, I may not be able to handle what is to come. I see. That is acceptable. However, I must return to prepare, as utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber requires transporting you to Kento. How long will that take? Tomorrow morning will suffice. Thank you. Kaioshin, please prepare some senza beans for me as well. I must make my own preparations, and I will set off as soon as you are ready." When little Ran sought her favor, her tone instantly softened. "I hope she continues this way," AI Ran. Meanwhile, the normally punctual Yukino-shita Yukino found herself awake past 11 o'clock for the first time in ages, feeling a sense of unease as she sensed something amiss. The fragrance emanating from Sirkun today. Which girl from the club could it belong to? It appears that next weekend, we can no longer allow him to remain alone in the apartment. Chapter 72. The two-star dragon in action if one were to assert that every individual possesses a unique treasure from birth. Then Kaza no Oka Shiyu's treasure might well be a pen, while Akirantaka's could be his eloquence. AI Rant's would presumably be his extraordinary stamina, and Kata Megumi's might be her ever-composed demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances that A.S. for Sawamura Arari, her treasure could very well be a paintbrush to encapsulate a person with a singular object may seem somewhat inappropriate. Yet in another light, it signifies a distinctive character that evokes immediate recognition. Arari set down her paintbrush and stretched languidly. The moment she returned home that afternoon, she began to paint, for inspiration is fleeting and must be captured without delay. Before her lay a striking portrait resembling AI Ran. Of course, it depicted him in a state of semi-nudity. In the painting, AI Ran is depicted cradling a girl with hair identical to Arari's in A Princess Carrie. Naturally, the girl-esque figure resembles Arari's, notably lacking in certain attributes. As Arari gazed at her creation, she found herself blushing uncontrollably. Last Friday, she had sought out AI Ran to pour out her troubles. Surely, hentai AI Ran would patiently listen to her woes. Given that he never argued with her and always deferred to her wishes, Regrettably, she had ended up saying nothing at all. Yawning, Aruri leaned on her artwork. AI ran. I shall prepare a dish that will astonish you. And then you shall be my exclusive model, she murmured softly, her voice dwindling until she drifted off to slumber. Aruri's parents returned home late at night. The first thing Sawamura Sayuri did upon arriving was rush to her daughter's room, enveloping the slumbering Aruri in an embrace. Aruri, wake up. Mommy's home. Ah, if you're back, then go rest. What else with the sudden pouncing on me? Upon being awakened, Aruri pushed away her overly affectionate parent and gestured to avoid contact. Tisich, Aruri continues to be evasive as ever. You must be thrilled that your mother has returned. How have you been spending your time at your friend's house? Sayuri strolled leisurely to Aruri's bedside, her attention drawn to the painting concealed beneath her daughter's covers. It's been all right. Generally speaking, quite enjoyable, Aruri replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Before Saturday noon, she had indeed been quite happy. However, recalling the events of the previous afternoon, Aruri could not help but pout in dissatisfaction. Most troubling was the fact that today, AI ran had spent the entire day with that portly woman in black stockings. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Sayuri's gaze fixated on the painting. Aruri's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly flipped the artwork over. The male figure in that painting. Was he a clubmate of her daughter? A male friend? A boyfriend? Could it be that Aruri had finally come to a realization? After a moment of contemplation, Sayuri unexpectedly exclaimed, "He's quite handsome." ISNT? Not at all. That guy's gaze is decidedly fierce, Aruri retorted instinctively. But halfway through, she caught herself and quickly fell silent. It was as if she had instinctively dodged a blow, only to realize her opponent was merely feigning an attack to provoke a reaction. She sensed the trap too late, revealing far too much, and the outcome was all too clear. Sayuri, having gleaned the answer she sought, became instantly animated. Who is he? Is he from the same school? Do you have a picture? He's not what you think. The rapid-fire inquiries caused the flush on Aruri's face to extend to her ears, and she could no longer bear it, shoving Sayuri out of the room. The tranquility that had momentarily settled in her heart was again thrown into turmoil by her mother's words, compounded by thoughts of their recent physical contact and the fantasies of a princess and knight stirred by the drowsy red tea. Grabbing a pillow from her bed, she pressed it firmly against her face, unable to suppress a smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. It seemed she would likely be unable to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, in Tokyo's 21st district, a series of anguished screams echoed through a dimly lit alley. After a while, a figure slowly emerged from within. Akiran Taka adjusted his glasses, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, while they are merely lowly creatures, their energy is quite pure. It won't be long before I restore my strength. As the most cunning of the evil dragons, he had devoted an entire day to crafting a flawless plan to eliminate AI. Our end at IT was clear that confronting the three-star dragon directly would be futile. Not only was he no match for AI Ran, but should he assist in reviving the three-star dragon, he might very well be devoured in the process. It is well known that the most expedient method of enhancing one's power among evil dragons is through mutual consumption. I am still too weak that in my current state, I lack the leverage to collaborate with the three-star dragon. Once I eliminate that human, I can effortlessly consume the three-star dragon along with him. Thus, this world shall belong solely to me. Akiran Taka muttered to himself, his head bowed in contemplation. How I long to play video games, to watch anime, to create that game. Suddenly, he struck himself sharply across the face. Damn it, otaku! Has the second dimension seeped so deeply into your subconscious? One day, without gaming, and my body is already experiencing withdrawal symptoms. With that, he turned aside to spit out the blood from his mouth. Fetching his phone from his pocket, he sent a message in the club group chat that AI ran. This Friday afternoon, our gaming club would like to visit your school. That all right. I believe the architectural layout of Toinokuni High School is rather unsuitable as a backdrop for our game. In the group chat, AI ran responded swiftly. Sure, I'll inform Yukino about it. Consider it a collective activity for our service club. Upon reading this message, the two-star dragon grinned maliciously, just as I anticipated, with 5 days remaining. If I absorb enough humans, I shall regain my full strength. Then I will eliminate you and subsequently consume the three-star dragon. On the other side, AI ran likewise set aside his phone. This time I'll train for 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, repeatedly inflicting severe injuries and then recovering with sins of beans. Surely, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, my battle power has been 500 since birth, a superior warrior. My potential must undoubtedly surpass that of a certain Saiyan whose initial battle power was merely 2. Chapter 73. What to do if I can't transform into a Super Saiyan? In another dimension, Kent City. AI ran obediently followed behind Kane. What a joke! Upon arriving in Kent City, he had already sensed over a dozen formidable presences. Even the diminutive Kaishin before him exuded an air of pressure that AI ran instinctively recognized. Although he could not yet perceive the divine energy, the sense of intimidation was unmistakable. Speaking of which, even that incompetent Kaishin of Universe 7 managed to escape from Majin Buu. Surely he must be far stronger than I am now. This thought crossed his mind. AI Ran's desire for power intensified. Little AI Ran, the hyperbolic time chamber here is the finest in the universe. Not only can you adjust the gravity from 10 times to 500 times, but I also have complete control over the flow of time inside. How about it? Isn't that impressive? The Kaishin of time bounced ahead of AI Ran, his tone brimming with pride. Indeed, AI Ran nodded. The hyperbolic time chamber in Kent City was exponentially more powerful than the one on Earth. After walking for a while, Kane stopped in front of a hut that resembled a tent that we've arrived. Little AI Ran, you can freely adjust the gravity inside, and I've already set the flow of time for you. 1 year inside equates to 12 hours outside. This way, you can condense your training time into just 1 day. For the remaining day, I have prepared a surprise for you. Thank you ever so much. Lord Kaishin, you are indeed my first employee, and I am genuinely grateful. However, today little Ran seems somewhat less charming. I much preferred your previous stubborn demeanor. What kind of masochistic remark is that? AI Ran silently scoffed in her mind. Do not slander the divine in your thoughts. Kane winked at AI Ran. Speaking of which, you might be the true masochist here. Aside from a few cultivation fanatics, others tend to keep their distance from him. Cultivation is commendable, but it is exceedingly monotonous and torturous for both mind and body. Few ordinary individuals can endure it. Humph. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. We are a warrior race, after all. Where are my senza beans? They are ready. Here are 300 senza beans. Then I shall enter now. I ran open the door and stepped inside. Upon entry, AI Ran inhaled sharply. The air here is remarkably thin. Never mind that. This time, I am determined to become a true Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, an underground casino that is usually bustling with activity now stands eerily deserted. Only garments lay scattered across the floor. And Ailan sauntered to the center of a gambling table with his hands tucked into his pockets. Remarking, indeed, greedy humans are the easiest prey. Wouldn't you agree, my dear lady? He leaned down, fixating on a provocatively dressed woman, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. Please don't kill me. Whatever you desire. Even my body, I am willing to offer. Just spare my life. The woman, utterly terrified, bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. However, in the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in a green mist and vanished, leaving only a pile of tattered fabric. Ugh! And Ailan spat contemptuously on the discarded clothing. How audacious of a three-dimensional woman to attempt to seduce me. Yet in the next moment he delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Damn it! This pathetic shut-in is still clinging on. This cannot continue. I must eradicate his subconscious entirely. Wiping the blood from his lip, and Ailan donned a nonchalant wicked grin and made his way toward the casino's entrance. Just 1,000 more humans will suffice. Once I absorb 1,000 more, I shall regain my complete form. Yet today I have not sensed the presence of that long-tailed human, should I take the opportunity to seek out the dragon of the 3 stars. No, that still seems rather unsafe. It could be a trap, and even if he is absent, I am no match for the dragon of the 3 stars. It would be prudent to wait until I am fully restored. Patience is key. Only a few days remained. The days of training always seem to pass swiftly. Ailan has now spent over 20 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, progressing from an initial gravity of 20 times to now adapting to 300 times. After enduring numerous near-death experiences, his base combat power has exceeded 3 million. It is time to begin learning how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Taking a deep breath, Ran brought his knees together, placing his hands firmly at his waist, and commenced channeling all his energy that he felt the golden energy within his body and concentrated it at his back. As Ran's energy intensified, a gust of wind erupted within the chamber. After a considerable time, he had not reached the anticipated Super Saiyan transformation. Instead, he found himself in a state akin to Vegeta battling the fully realized Frieza. His energy was abundant, yet he could not elevate it further. As for transformation, that was an entirely different matter. How could this be? Sitting cross-legged, Ran casually stuffed a piece of charred meat into his mouth, his tail flicking restlessly due to his agitation. What could be the reason? Ran reflected on the transformation processes of Kakarot and Vegeta. Kakarot prided himself as a benevolent Saiyan, transforming into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. His success offered no reference for Ran, who did not consider himself a benevolent Saiyan. The number of ants that Son Goku has squashed in his lifetime is likely fewer than the lives Ran has taken. And what of Vegeta? Vegeta transformed out of an overwhelming disdain for his own weakness. This too seemed of little relevance to Ran. He did not possess the same pronounced pride and self-esteem as Vegeta. So how does one become a Super Saiyan? The speed of Ran's tail's flicking increased. What is it that I am lacking? Surely the S cells are sufficient. Is it a matter of bloodline? Yet even lower-class warriors like Son Goku can transform. Grabbing another piece of the charred meat, Ran could not help but grimace. It is truly inedible, why culinary skills are woefully inadequate. Even charred vegetables would taste better than this meat. Over a year has passed, and I long to savor the desserts made by Yukino Shida and the dishes prepared by Kato. Why did I suddenly think of Kato? Chapter 74. Not pure enough outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Cain stood alongside an elderly man at the entrance, quietly awaiting. Ran had been inside for 24 hours. The elder cast an annoyed glance at the door. Cain, why isn't he emerged yet? I have many matters to attend to, old Kaioshin. What urgent matters could you possibly have? Aren't you just eager to return home and peruse those Riska magazines? Cain shot the elder a scathing look. How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation, you impudent youth? At that moment, the door to the chamber swung open. Ran, disheveled and looking ill, stepped out slowly. Another failure. Over the past 2 months, Ran had exhausted every avenue, but still could not transform into a Super Saiyan. His foundational combat power had surpassed 4.5 million, yet he could not cross that threshold. Lord Kaioshin of Time. Ran gazed at Cain, puzzled. She was waiting for him? Cough, cough, young man. Why haven't you greeted me? Old Kaioshin? Ran wondered, wasn't he this fellow sealed by Beerus? Why is he here? Cough, cough. Cain cleared her throat. Little Ran, do not slander the divine in your thoughts. This esteemed elder Kaioshin from a distant time. The gift I wish to present you requires the cooperation of the elder Kaioshin. You must show him some respect. Ran was increasingly perplexed. He had heard no mention of this lecherous old man possessing anything worthwhile. Suddenly, Ran seemed to recall something. He quickly adopted a fawning tone towards the elder Kaioshin. Old Kaioshin, can you enhance others' combat power using your super abilities? Humph. You possess a modicum of insight. Yet my displeasure with your appearance is insufferable. I shall take my leave. Wait. Cain hastily stopped the elder Kaioshin, shooting her a desperate look. Cain sighed. Old Kaioshin, he is my only employee at present. Could you assist us? Did we not agree on this previously? I have little fondness for him. My super abilities are quite taxing on my stamina. Unless, old Kaioshin, there are many delightful treasures on the earth where I currently reside. I can bring some back for you another day. Ran flashed a knowing expression at the elder Kaioshin. Instantly, the elder Kaioshin revealed a lecherous grin, only to swiftly suppress it. Cough, cough. You are quite clever. Follow me, as the elder Kaioshin spoke. He made his way toward a patch of grass. You have yet to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, correct? Yes. I feel my talent has reached its limits. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot breach that boundary. The mere mention of the matter caused AI Rand's expression to fall. Your potential has yet to reach its limits. You have a long journey ahead of you. Do you understand why you cannot transform? I do not know. Can the old Supreme Kai enlighten me? Because you lack purity. The old Supreme Kai halted his steps and turned to gaze into AI Rand's eyes. You are unlike the Saiyans I have encountered before, whether they be malevolent or benevolent. Without exception, they possess a pure heart. Yet in you I sense none of this. As he spoke, the old Supreme Kai gestured towards the grass nearby. Sit down, and I shall use my powers to assist you once more. However, even then, the enhancement will be limited. Reflect deeply on the reasons you seek strength, and come to terms with the kind of person you truly are. Only then will you succeed in your transformation. Ailan obediently seated himself on the ground. The old Supreme Kai then began to perform a peculiar dance around him. Ailan's thoughts gradually drifted away. What did the old Supreme Kai mean by lacking purity? Is it because I am not a true Saiyan? Ailan hung his head in contemplation. It makes sense, for many memories have faded. In his previous life, he was an indolent individual, scarcely aware of this world. During his school days, he spent his time chasing after anime and playing games. Later, after facing setbacks in society, he completely abandoned himself, isolating within the confines of his home. That if the so-called paper wives, Yukino Shida Yukino, Katsuga Kakashua, Katamegumi, and Sawamura Spencer Eriri, were to stand before him at that time, he would surely have felt ashamed and hidden away. Since regaining his memories, Ailan has continued to embody the mental framework of a Saiyan, as if the entirety of his previous life were but an illusion. Yet, in truth, it was fear that gripped him. In this life, he feared becoming the coward he was in his past. Surely, his former self also feared the prospect of existing as a machine of slaughter in this life. Suddenly, Ailan thought he heard the voices of several individuals. In Yuan Kun, Ailan Kun, Hentai Ailan classmate. Upon hearing these four voices, Ailan instinctively smiled. Indeed, he yearned to be a pure person. Dotted line in Tokyo. Under the cloak of night, the city remained as tranquil as ever. However, the mass disappearances of individuals had plunged many into a state of panic that, in the span of a day and a night, 4,000 people had vanished entirely from this world. Anri Ryu also wandered alone through a residential area, soon catching sight of Katam Megumi's house. Although martial law had yet to be declared, the streets were eerily deserted. Katamegumi had taken a shower and settled on her she unlocked her phone. A new wallpaper appeared. A photo of Ailan nearly resting on her shoulder after dozing off at the mall. Rankin. Katamegumi murmured softly, though she had little interaction with Ailan. He was the only one, throughout her life, who could accurately pronounce her name each time he learned it. Even now, if she were to slip away quietly, Ailan would surely detect her absence immediately. Was it due to his peculiar ability? Katamegumi dismissed the notion, recalling how Ailan often forgot her in the early days. Even on Sundays, if she merely approached, Ailan would sense her presence while still engrossed in his gathering with Kasumigakaka. Thankfully, she had hidden in a discreet corner at that time. If only you could always keep an eye on me, Katamegumi sighed, turning off the lights in her bedroom, not far from her residence. Anri Ryu's gaze gradually shifted away from Katamegumi's room. All right, have you seen enough? We must move on to our next location. Time is of the essence. Anri Ryu muttered curses under his breath as he turned to leave. Damn otaku. Even in death, this body continues to linger on thoughts of anime, gaming, and chasing women. Once my strength is restored, I shall erase every vestige of your subconscious. Chapter 75. The field study commences on Wednesday morning. Dressed in a flowing white dress, Yukino Shida Yukino emerged from her apartment with her customary punctuality. Today marked the day of the field study, rendering school uniforms unnecessary. She gazed at the closed door of Ailan's home, letting out a sigh. In Yuan Kun, where could you be? As she approached the elevator, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall by the elevator entrance. Hey, Yukino Shida, you're as punctual as ever today. Yukino Shida Yukino paused for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. When did you return? Just now. Did I not say that wherever you go today, I would be by your side? As Yukino walked alongside him. AI ran, took the initiative to grasp her hand. Let us go. Today, Yuan-kun seemed different, as if filled with joy. During this training excursion, I came to some realizations and have significantly improved my strength. I should now possess sufficient power to protect all of you. All of us, Yukino inquired, her brow furrowed as she keenly detected the implications of his earlier words. AI ran, feeling somewhat guilty. Turned his head away including everyone from the gaming club. Is that so? Yukino lowered her gaze, tightening her grip on AI Ran's hand slightly. Sensing the increased pressure from her grip, AI Ran smiled and led her to the balcony outside the apartment. Shall we fly to school today? Before Yukino could gather her thoughts, AI Ran had already scooped her into his arms and soared into the sky. She playfully punched his chest. Yuan-kun, could you possess some common sense? I'm wearing a dress. Should I go change? Fear not beneath this sky. It is just the two of you. AI Ran looked down at Yukino, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. You look adorable today. It would be a shame to change into something else. Adorable? Yukino blinked in surprise, instinctively glancing at her dress, her cheeks slightly reddening. Girls are often quite sensitive to how others perceive them, especially in front of those they care about. Yukino was no exception. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, still nestled in AI Ran's embrace, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. It seemed an eternity since their last hug. Yet she maintained a composed expression, replying nonchalantly. So, today, Yuan-kun is capable of complimenting others. Does that imply that in your eyes, I'm only adorable today? You have always been so charming. AI Ran replied earnestly. Looking at Yukino, why have you suddenly begun to call me by my name? The flush on Yukino's cheeks deepened, even her ears tinged with a rosy hue. She instinctively sought to retreat, only to realize that she was currently in AI Ran's embrace. Yukino, during this training excursion, I feel as though I have discovered my true essence. True essence? Yukino gently wrapped her arms around AI Ran's neck. In that moment, AI Ran's gaze did not rest upon her, his expression tranquil as he conveyed his thoughts. While each individual may have their own interpretation of true essence, be it family, a lover, close friends, or even oneself, true mutual understanding remains elusive. There are countless things in this world that words cannot encapsulate, particularly after experiencing a series of bizarre events. AI Ran took a deep breath, reminiscing about her 2 lifetimes. However, as one navigates through this world, there are invariably individuals who emerge, transitioning from mere encounters to acquaintances and ultimately to a profound understanding and love. Throughout this journey, each person's strengths and weaknesses are inevitably laid bare, rendering any humble attempts at appeasement by one party unnecessary. Regardless of the circumstances that may arise, this mutual understanding remains unscathed. Perhaps this encapsulates my understanding of true essence. The smile gracing Yukino's lips was unmistakably vivid. Now, my impression of you, monkeys, has certainly elevated significantly. This moment, Yukino felt an immense joy. And no matter what transpired, this bond of understanding would remain intact. She found herself reflecting on the moments the two had shared in the snowy realm. Although the monkeys often appeared somewhat dim-witted, he consistently arrived at her side in the shortest span of time whenever she was in need. Moreover, during awkward moments, he would tactfully provide her with an escape. He knew her preferences and was well aware of his own inclinations. Following this practical experience, the golden week would ensue, and she mused about indulging in a barbecue at her place, having purchased a rather substantial grill online. Cooking such a dinner would surely be within her capabilities. That would be splendid. If only we could also include hot pot. This sentiment was the most delightful expression AI Ran had heard in the past 2 years, especially considering the recent culinary experiences she had endured. Yet, in the next moment, Yukino uttered a remark that plunged AI Ran into a state of despair. So, monkeys, can you enlighten me about the individuals who have appeared around you? Tokyo, Within the confines of a local gang's courtyard, a squad of armed officers encircled a masked M and a D. O not move. Raise your hands. We suspect you are connected to the recent cases of disappearances. Oh, how unfortunate. I am rather pressed for time, given that I am to attend a grand banquet in 2 days. As he spoke, he advanced forward, and the next instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped all the officers. They barely had time to scream before vanishing from existence. These humans are truly difficult to consume. I can sense not a trace of negative energy. The man removed his mask, revealing himself to be the recently notorious predator. Ankironi. Is that human aura resurfacing, right beside the 3-star dragon, though it seems considerably diminished, yet my strength has not reached the anticipated levels. Ankironi frowned, his eyes shut tight. The previous night he had succumbed to his impulses, playing video games until dawn. It appears I must exercise caution in my actions these next few days to avoid inciting widespread chaos and exposing my location. Chapter 76. Only love can purify the Dragon Balls. A few buses came to a halt at the entrance of Sobu High School. Given that this was a school-organized event, students were not permitted to roam freely. The moment AI ran and Yukino appeared, all eyes gravitated towards them. The pair was astonishingly holding hands. The illustrious flower of Sobu High had been claimed by the school's most notorious delinquent. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. However, the expressions of the two involved remained utterly unchanged. Standing amidst the crowd, Hikigaya Hachiman muttered under his breath, "Are these two no longer content with showcasing their affection in the clubroom? Now they have decided to flaunt it before the entire grade? Hey look, Yukino and AI Ran are coming over. By the way, who is AI Ran paired with today? I don't know, but AI Ran always seems so intimidating. Perhaps no one dares to team up with him." Hizuka Ayaka poked her fingers together, suggesting, "Hachiman, should we invite AI Ran over to join our team?" "No need for that." Hikigaya Hachiman pointed toward AI Ran, who was heading toward the gathering point for Class 2. "Jada, he probably has his own plans. Besides, I have zero interest in consuming dog food." You have been puffed out her cheeks. "Hachiman, you're really not concerned about our club members at all." "Oh, that's not true. I promised to team up with you, didn't I?" Upon saying this, Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed, and he quickly turned away, only to find Hizuka Ayaka gazing at him innocently. God, have I exhausted all my future luck today? At the assembly point for Class 2J, AI Ran surveyed the surroundings. True to its reputation as an internationally renowned class, it was predominantly filled with girls, but he suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Yukino, where's your teammate?" Yukino fell silent. AI Ran scratched his head. "Could it be? No one asked you. And what about you? The monkeys who infiltrated from Class F into Class J?" AI Ran blinked. "Aren't you my only teammate?" A subtle smile curved Yukino's lips as she softly replied, "I feel the same." Around them, the students of Class J instinctively stepped back a few paces. What was going on with these two? It felt as if remaining in their presence would lead to suffocation. Hikigaya Hachiman observed this scene from a distance, his expression reflecting a knowing demeanor. Hiratsuka Shizuka strolled over leisurely, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She glanced at AI Ran, who was amidst Class J's ranks, but said nothing, merely clearing her throat twice. "Ahem. All right, everyone, you may board the bus now." The chaotic students, following the teacher's guidance, pair off and boarded the already warm bus. "Wake up, monkeys, we have arrived at our destination. Your drool is about to land on me. Stop it, Yukino. I'm in the midst of eating." Still ensnared in slumber, AI Ran smacked his lips and groggily nuzzled Yukino's shoulder. His breath brushed against her fair neck, the warmth causing her to flush deeply. She suppressed her discomfort and gently nudged AI Ran. "Monkeys, wake up! Have we arrived?" "Yes, you fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus. We've reached the construction company of the Yukino family." Only then did AI Ran regain his senses, quickly sitting up straight. "I'm sorry for resting on your shoulder for so long. Are you all right?" "It's fine. After preparing dinner for you, my physical condition seems to have improved considerably. Let's go, my sister's waiting for us in the company lobby." I Ran nodded, following closely behind Yukino. "Yukino?" AI Ran. "I'm right here." As they stepped through the company's entrance, AI Ran heard Kinoshita, Ayano's voice. Ayano approached AI Ran directly, gently tapping his face. Little AI Ran, we meet again. AI Ran felt somewhat taken aback by Ayano's enthusiasm. Although her face was perpetually adorned with a radiant smile, an aura of chilling coldness emanated from her. To be honest, you are truly a match for the 3-star dragon. This time, AI Ran did not shy away. He merely furrowed his brow slightly and greeted her. Hello, Miss Yukinoshita, Ayano. Why so formal? Just call me Ayano Dash. As she spoke, Why not contemplated wrapping her arms around AI Ran's neck, exuding an air of intimacy. AI Ran instinctively recoiled slightly. Apologies, it seems I still do not favor interactions with those I am not well acquainted with. For some reason, AI Ran always felt compelled to maintain a certain distance from Kinoshita. Why not? Moreover, AI Ran's brows furrowed tighter. Today, Yukinoshita Waina's aura seemed entirely different from their last encounter. Although she did not emanate any malevolent presence, AI Ran sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Could it be another evil dragon? AI Ran felt uncertain. Yet he couldn't help but recall what Caiyan had told him before. Xiao Ran, the Dragon Balls can only be purified through love. This thought. AI Ran shivered involuntarily. The host of the 2-star ball is a man, and currently, the host of the Dragon Balls is Yukino's elder sister. Surely, there could be no more troublesome job than this one. Little AI Ran truly does seem rather aloof, lacking any charm. This way, the elder sister cannot rest easy in trusting little Yukino to you. Oh, sister. At that moment, Yukino interjected, interrupting Why not? Today is the day for our field study. I believe it would be best for you to show us around the company. I see, Why not replied, propping her chin on her hand with a smile. That works. Coincidentally, Mother is waiting for you upstairs as well. Upon hearing this, Yukino's face paled slightly, and her previously composed eyes grew fragile. She lowered her head and murmured, I understand. Then her gaze fell upon AI Ran, forcing a smile. Indeed, Mother is still at the company today. However, AI Ran maintained a serious expression as he adjusted his attire, even meticulously smoothing the fur on his tailed AS for his hair, while Saiyan hairstyles require no grooming. Then, AI Ran looked at Yukino with a grave demeanor. Since we are meeting your mother so soon, should I return to change into my formal attire? A laugh escaped Yukino at AI Ran's words. Come on, Ape King, your outfit is quite dapper as it is. Perhaps it would be best not to don that cosplay-style formal wear. Chapter 77. My parents must work at a demolition company. Why not gazed at AI Ran in astonishment. Could a mere simple statement truly calm her sister? Why don't you follow me for a tour of the company first? After all, field study is your primary task today. Mother is currently in a meeting, but we can have lunch together afterward. Yukino nodded gently. Why not led the way, meticulously detailing the company's situation to Yukino, who listened earnestly. Contributing to the family like her sister and earning her mother's approval had always been her dream. I Ran trailed behind, entirely disinterested in the sister's conversation. His sole concern was the unsettling nature of Waina's aura. AI Ran touched his tail, inwardly calling out to Caiyan. Time King. This is AI Ran. Can you hear me? Before long, Caiyan's voice echoed in his mind, laced with impatience. Xiao Ran, why are you summoning me again? I am quite busy at the moment. There are important matters to attend to. Busy? I have been in camp for 2 days and have not seen you engage in any work. Just then, another voice chimed in. Dongfeng. Time King, hurry up. Your pace is far too slow. Are we even playing? Lord King of Time. Is your important work merely playing mahjong? AI Ran felt uncertain. Although Caiyan had always been somewhat unreliable, she had provided AI Ran with considerable assistance during this trip to Kent, displaying some semblance of divinity. Yet now, cough, these are merely trivial details. Xiao Ran, what do you seek from me? Oh yes, please check the aura of the woman beside Yukino. I have a feeling something is amiss. Yukino? Caiyan's teasing tone followed. Xiao Ran, have you finally come to your senses? I knew it. The Dragon Balls can only be purified through love, and this task is undoubtedly the most suitable for a Saiyan. Hurry and help me check. AI Rand's face flushed with embarrassment as he silently seethed within. It seemed Kyan's reliability was merely an illusion. She remained that third-rate deity. I sensed she must be the host of the four-star ball. AI Rand's heart sank. He had no desire to be entangled with Yukino Shida Waina, especially considering she was Yukino Shida, Yukino's elder sister, was he to tell Yukino, in order to purify the Dragon Balls. I must pursue your sister, Time King. Hurry up. Time is of the essence. Play your card. An impatient voice echoed in AI Rand's mind. Interrupting his thoughts, he opened his mouth, preparing to refuse this task when Kyan's voice came through again. Xiao Ran, I am participating in the once-in-100-years King of Time Mahjong tournament. So please refrain from contacting me for the time being. By the way, I incurred considerable cost for your training in Kent. So in the days to come, I will be assessing your KPI. I must hang up now. Do put in the effort. With that, Kyan severed the connection. AI Rand quickly clutched his tail, fervently calling out in his mind. Lord King of Time? Kyan, third-rate deity. Yet this time, no one responded. Blast it! Noon arrived, and Waina escorted the already toured AI Rand and Yukino Shidikino to a French restaurant. IT was only at this moment, after a morning of being absent-minded. That AI Rand finally emerged from his reverie. French cuisine, he mused quietly. Yukino Shida Waina leaned closer to AI Rand, inquiring with curiosity. Little AI Rand, do you not enjoy French cuisine? Having caught a hint of Waina's fragrance. AI Rand subtly edged closer to Yukino Shida Yukino. However, the scent emanating from Yukino Shida Waina bore a resemblance to that of Edelweiss. AI Rand sighed helplessly before replying. It's not that. At this juncture, Yukino Shida Yukino interjected. What Ape King means is that the portions of French cuisine are too small to satisfy his appetite. Indeed, having witnessed little AI Rand's immense appetite before, there was no cause for concern. They could have a small gathering after dining with Mother. AI Rand shook his head. No need for any trouble. We can simply join the other classmates for activities in the afternoon. Upon entering the restaurant, AI Rand swiftly identified his target. It was a woman clad in a kimono, her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, appearing remarkably youthful in appearance. This mother-daughter trio seemed as though they were meticulously replicated. Were Yukino Shida's genes truly that formidable? Of course, aside from appearance, Yukino Shida Yukino appeared to have some slight shortcomings compared to the other two. However, from a genetic perspective, she certainly had a promising future ahead. Waina hurriedly approached Yukino Shida's mother and introduced. Mother, this is the little AI Rand I mentioned before, and this is little Yukino. A friend. Mother, Yukino Shida Yukino slowly approached Yukino Shida's mother, softly calling out. She appeared quite reserved. Yukino Shida's mother nodded, then turned her gaze to AI Rand, offering a gentle smile. I have heard your name from Waina. Please take a seat. There is no need for formality. Today, I am merely here as Yukino's mother to meet her friends. You may regard me as an ordinary elder. AI Rand nodded, and the four of them settled into their seats by the window. Is there anything you would like to eat? Madame Yukino Shida's tone was gentle, akin to that of a mother tenderly caring for her beloved child, attending to her daughter's friend. I am rather indifferent when it comes to food, as I find casualness quite acceptable. After Madame Yukino Shida nodded and summoned the waiter to place their orders, she casually inquired, as if engaging in small talk, I heard from Yusaka that you are a foreigner. What do your parents do? Aaron blinked. He had never known his parents in his lifetime. His first memory of awakening was within a cultivation pod. For the following decades, he had given no thought to this matter. After all, Saiyans of the 99th generation do not place much value on familial bonds. As for his previous life, he had drifted through more than 20 years, seemingly never asking what his parents did for a living. He had simply taken without giving, until he was struck by a truck. However, since Madame Yukino Shida had inquired, he resolved to respond earnestly. After a brief contemplation, Aaron uncertainly replied, If I had to say, my parents were probably involved in demolition work during their lifetimes. Chapter 78. Yukino Shida Yona Madame Yukino Shida paused momentarily, then softly remarked, I am sorry. I did not realize your parents have. Is nothing. In truth, I have no recollection of them. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter brought forth the first dish. All right, let us eat. I'm starving, Yona suddenly exclaimed with unabashed enthusiasm. I took you all around the company this morning. So hurry up and eat, Aaron. Could you refrain from calling me little Aaron? Miss Yukino Shida? Aaron protested. The Supreme Kai of Time referred to him as Little Ran. And now here was another little Aaron. He was quite tempted to tug at their collars and question them. Where exactly was the little aspect? Moreover, due to the 4-star ball resting with Yona, Aaron was now so anxious he could hardly eat. For a Saiyan, the inability to consume food was akin to receiving news of a terminal illness. Oh, are there 3 Yukinoshidas here? Yona teased. Looking at Aaron with a playful smirk, she effortlessly ignored Aaron's earlier protest. Miss Yona? Aaron tentatively called out. Sister. Yukino frowned at Yona. Hi. I shall remain silent, but I never knew little Yukino cared so much for her friends. Don't you agree, little Aaron? Yona deliberately elongated the word friends. Sister, please do not try to get close. You're not very familiar with classmate Aaron. Observing this exchange, Madame Yukinoshita timely tapped the table. All right, everyone, let us eat. Yona, Yukino, and classmate Aaron as well. Cease the antics and enjoy your meal. Yona widened her eyes, looking incredulously at her mother, as if she had misheard. However, shortly thereafter, she revealed a relieved smile, though it vanished in an instant, leaving no one able to fully comprehend it. On the other hand, Yukino wore a similarly incredulous expression. What is mother thinking? Only Aaron diligently placed food into his mouth, and he couldn't help but think that the piece of meat was indeed quite small. Subsequently, lunch proceeded in a rather uneventful manner. Madame Yukinoshita and Yona maintained cheerful smiles, complemented by Yona's exceptional social skills. The atmosphere remained agreeable, making Aaron feel that such gatherings were rather pleasant. However, Yukino's expression remained as frigid as ever. She had witnessed this so-called social maneuvering countless times. She loathed the sensation, the disingenuousness suffocating her. Of course, she understood that this was precisely why she could never garner the same level of attention within her family as her sister. This is quite delicious. Yukino, you should try it too. Aaron placed a piece of dessert onto Yukino's plate, his face conveying a look of "you must trust me," as she tasted the dessert. Yukino's expression seemed to melt like ice, revealing a serene smile. Indeed, she preferred to be with the Gorilla King. Is it real? The Gorilla King can sometimes utter profoundly significant words. After the meal, Aaron and Yukino took their leave. They were to visit another location in the afternoon, as the school had organized the activity, and it was unreasonable to keep everyone waiting for just the two of them. Once they departed, Madame Yukinoshita's smile gradually faded, and Yona also lost her previous vivacity. Had Aaron been present, he would have certainly noticed he could see this moment. Yona appeared even colder than when she had first met Yukino. Madame Yukinoshita softly remarked, Yukino's friend seems quite commendable. Have they formally begun dating? It appears not yet. Yona resumed her usual demeanor, as if the earlier chill had never existed. Observing her daughter's transformation, Madame Yukinoshita sighed within. I can see that Yukino has truly developed feelings for that boy. This is a positive sign. At this moment, her commanding presence as a formidable woman dissipated, and a gentle sorrow enveloped her. I have always been a stubborn person, hence I took it upon myself to dictate Yukino's future. From studying abroad to now enrolling her in Sobu Hide, I once thought that given Yukino's disposition, she might never fall for anyone, but the appearance of that boy today surprised and pleased me. In truth, if you also wish, Mother, Yona interjected, cutting off Madame Yukinoshita. I'm different from my sister. The Yukinoshita family requires my contributions. My sister's nature is ill-suited for managing a company. It is best for her to remain as she is. Is that so? Madame Yukinoshita sighed once more, as if a profound sense of helplessness had engulfed her. Being born into such a family is both a blessing and a curse. The burdens of family responsibility and inexplicable pressure can be suffocating. Yukino is fortunate, for her sister has stepped forward to shoulder everything for her. The cost is that Yona must don a mask of insincerity, and in the future, she will likely seek a son-in-law who can contribute to the Yukinoshita family. As for love, it truly is a thing both beautiful and illusory. Chapter 79. The re-encounter of 4 women on Friday, after school in the service club. Aaron had not yet arrived. after ranking last in the previous exam. He was promptly dragged into the small black room by Hiratsuka Shizuka for a grueling supplementary session. Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui instinctively shrank into a corner, although the clubroom was as quiet as ever. The atmosphere today felt overwhelmingly oppressive. They were all striving to control themselves, resisting the urge to flee. The usually lively Yugahama Yui swallowed hard and stole a glance at the four women within the clubroom. Yukino Shida Yukino served the guests a few cups of red tea before sitting by the window, engrossed in a book titled The Love Metronome. Opposite her, Kasumiga Kaka scrutinized Yukino while her ample thighs trembled rapidly, a sign of her discontent. Whenever she encountered something troubling or vexing, she would vent her frustrations in this manner. Eruri sat beside Kasumiga Kaka, her twin tails drooping, exuding an air of lethargy. Kata Megumi was calmly sipping her tea, appearing unperturbed. Suddenly, Kasumiga Kaka felt a sinking sensation. Damn it, why does it feel as though someone has reached their limit? And what is with this aura of the main heroine, as she gazed calmly at her novel? Yukino Shida Yukino suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation that Nara-kun is mine. Regardless of the methods you might devise, I shall not yield. You are not permitted to seize him. Perhaps this is somewhat akin to the feeling that Kashuioka Shiyu is experiencing. TSK Eruri, has Rintaru contacted you? How much longer until he arrives? How would I know? Rintaru hasn't been in touch with me at all during this time. If it weren't for Kato informing me today, I wouldn't have known he hasn't attended school for a week. Eruri rolled her eyes at Kashuioka Shiyu. I can see you're in a foul mood, but what do you want from me? She had known Kashuioka Shiyu for quite some time, ever since she first entered the halls of H. Noki Academy, constantly being compared to this dark-haired girl who had dominated the school for a year. No one relishes such comparisons, especially since the two were not even of the same style. I could see this moment. Noticing Kashuioka Shiyu reaching out to her, Eruri had already seen through her. This overweight woman was deliberately engaging her in conversation to mask her own discomfort and embarrassment. Speaking of which, Eruri herself felt quite awkward, especially when recalling that Friday night. Kashuioka Shiyu inquired, Rintaru hasn't been to school for a week. Yes, he has probably just holed up at home playing video games again. It's not the first time. Eruri slumped onto the table, letting out a half-hearted hum. Suddenly, Kato Megumi spoke up. Well, Henry contacted me via line this afternoon, mentioning he would arrive a bit later, although he didn't specify a time. At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino closed her novel after finishing the last page. It's all right. We can leave school a bit later tonight. Nara-kun has already sought permission from the head teacher. She then turned her gaze towards Kashuioka Shiyu. Kashuioka Senpai, your novel is truly remarkable, especially in the portrayal of the protagonist's emotions. It's no wonder it has sold 500,000 copies. I eagerly anticipate the third volume. Kashuioka Shiyu smiled, her lips curling upward. This was her forte. The third volume was nearing completion and would be released shortly after the Golden Week, thanks in large part to the assistance of Anri-kun, which facilitated such smooth progress in her writing. She hinted at this, yet Yukino Shida Yukino merely nodded seriously, having just confirmed something done on Sunday. The scent emanating from Nara-kun was identical to that of the Kashuioka Senpai before her. Though Nara-kun's personality was somewhat awkward, he never neglected those in need, particularly if they were related to his work. Oh, Kashuioka Shiyu understood the implications behind Yukino Shida Yukino's words regarding work. However, placing a finger on her lips, Kashuioka Shiyu revealed a knowing smile. I look forward to Anri-kun and Yukino Shida-san becoming the first readers of Romantic Metronome Volume 3, although Anri-kun has already perused my draft. Yukino Shida Yukino did not grasp the significance of this draft, merely nodding and responding lightly. Certainly, although she was unaware of the current status between Yukino Shida Yukino and Anri, Kashuioka Shiyu was confident that at this moment she was undoubtedly ahead of the game. That moment, Kato Megumi suddenly placed her disposable teacup on the table, saying, by the way, Yukino Shida-san, this black tea is truly delightful, and no wonder Anri-kun praises your skills so highly. Could you teach me? Of course, Kato-san's culinary skills are already quite good. You should be able to learn this quickly. Yukino Shida Yukino would never refuse a reasonable request. Observing Yukino Shida Yukino engage in a discussion about tea ceremony and cooking, Eruri's twin tails drooped even more. She surveyed the others present, aside from the unfamiliar Hikigaya Hachiman and Uebari Yui. It seemed her culinary skills were woefully lacking. Even that dark-haired, overweight woman could lend a hand in the kitchen. Surely, there exist 60-year-old princes, and there are those who nearly had the queen grant them posthumous titles. Of course, there are also 16-year-old princesses, such as herself, the delightful Sawamura Spencer Aery. Handing over her clothes and waiting for meals, she was utterly inept at everything but studying and drawing. Unpleasant, quite unpleasant, hentai Anri. Why haven't you arrived at the clubroom yet? With a grim expression, Anri stepped out of the office. Hiratsuka Shizuku had hurriedly left after answering a phone call, leaving him alone inside, where he had completed 3 exam papers. Now, the sun was nearly setting. Outside the school, a faint green barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire institution. Anri stood at the school gate with his hands in his pockets. Aha, splendid. Everyone is gathered. The combat prowess of these humans remains woefully low. Now none of you can escape. After tonight, the world shall revert to its rightful state. With that, he strode purposefully towards the direction of the sent second-tier dragon. Meanwhile, Anri had arrived at the classroom door, ready to push it open, but suddenly halted. Has the second-tier dragon already been resurrected? Chapter 80. An indoor battlefield, an outdoor war. After a moment of hesitation, Anri chose not to open the door to the servant club's classroom. Although it sounded as if Aery was loudly protesting something from the outside, the pressing matter was to address the second-tier dragon before him. With this thought in mind, Anri leaped down from the corridor and headed outside the teaching building. Returning to 10 minutes prior, after Ikinoshita Yukino and Kato Megumi concluded their discussion on the tea ceremony, the clubroom fell into silence once more. In reality, the only link between the servant club and the gaming club was Anri. Without him present, the already unfamiliar members would not suddenly become acquainted. Moreover, due to a certain individual's presence, their relationships were rendered even more complex. Aery had been frowning since earlier, and after much hesitation, she gently nudged Kashiwaoka Shiyu. Have you really shown Hentai Anri the draft of the 3rd volume? Of course. Kashiwaoka Shiyu didn't even glance up, her focus entirely on the notebook before her. On the screen, there was a blank page with only a title. You Who Burst Into My Life. The 3rd volume had just been completed, and she had yet to find inspiration for the 4th. Then perhaps I should start a new book. How can it be like this? Aery's brows furrowed even tighter. This is such an important manuscript. Kashiwaoka Shiyu looked at Aery, who wore an incredulous expression, and chuckled softly. No matter how important it is, it has nothing to do with you. Aery thought at this moment. Yukinoshita Yukino also began to catch on. It seemed Kato Megumi had reacted quite significantly to the manuscript earlier. Though her expression remained calm, Yukinoshita Yukino still keenly sensed the emotional fluctuations Kato Megumi had exhibited at that time. The disparity in information seemed to have caused her to overlook something important. With this thought, Yukinoshita Yukino, somewhat perplexed, asked, does this manuscript hold any particular significance for Kashiwaoka Senpai? Kashiwaoka Shiyu appeared surprised. Didn't Enri-kun mention it to you later? Yukinoshita Yukino was even more bewildered, but Kashiwaoka Shiyu's next words left her utterly flabbergasted. Oh, it's nothing. I simply confessed to Enri-kun while showing him that manuscript, and at that time, he did not refuse. The confession is indeed genuine, and the absence of rejection is equally true. However, Kasumiga Kakashiyu has obscured some crucial information in the matter. As long as it leads to the downfall of Yukinoshita Yukino, it would be preferable for her to voluntarily distance herself from Erikun. Whatever underhanded tactics may be necessary, she is more than capable of employing them. Such is the nature of love. There can only be one victor, and the triumphant shall claim all while the vanquished are left to suffer the consequences. Kasumiga Kakashiyu has begun to cast aside her reservations. Yukinoshita Yukino is utterly stunned, at a loss for how to articulate her current emotions. Is it disbelief? Or perhaps anger? Meanwhile, Kata Megumi, who had been diligently working on her assignments, momentarily halted her actions, only to quickly return to her studies. In the corner of the classroom, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui are left agape. What is happening? We need to get home. Just as the situation teeters on the brink of chaos, Aery suddenly slams her hand on the table and rises to her feet. She addresses Kasumiga Kakashiyu with a loud voice. Kasumiga Kakashiyu. How dare you? You shameless liar. If what you said were true, you would have boasted about it to me long ago. Eruri vehemently denies Kasumiga Kakashiyu's words. In that moment, she's entirely oblivious to her own thoughts. Yet, even if what Kasumiga Kakashiyu claims is true, she is determined to render it false. Instinct triumphs over all this moment. Both decorum and friendship must yield to her resolve. Strangely enough, after this outburst, Yukino's expression visibly lightens. Unaware of the unfolding events in the clubroom, Eira encounters Anki Ryun on the playground. Anki greets Eira politely. It's been a while, Eira classmate. Not far off. Eira has already entered a battle-ready state. Something is off with Anki Ryun. The overwhelming aura he exudes is far beyond that of an ordinary human. By Eira's estimation, Anki Ryun's combat prowess now rivals that of his former superior. Frieza, a power level of 12 million. No, it must be more. Anki Ryun now resembles Son Goku at the moment he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, this is still insufficient. You are not Anki Ryun. You are the two-star dragon. Before he could finish his thought, Eira swiftly takes action. He is neither Vegeta nor Goku, and the identity of the person before him is inconsequential. He must be apprehended. Without hesitation, Eira's right fist lunges toward Anki Ryun's face. Simultaneously, Anki Ryun strikes back with a punch. Boom! The collision of their fists emits a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble violently. Due to the sonic boom, all the glass in the school shatters. Within the servant club, shrieks of terror resonate. Everyone gazes in shock out the window. Yukino, disregarding the shaking of the classroom due to the tremors, struggles to reach the window. Is that Ryun? At this moment, Eruri also arrives at the window, her expression akin to that of someone who has seen a ghost. Regardless of whether it is Ryun or not, we must hurry downstairs. This place is unsafe. Kasumiga Kakashiyu gazes with concern at the battlefield on the playground, voicing what she deems the most prudent course of action. Hearing this, Hikigaya Hachiman flings open the door to the servant club. Shouting, "You all need to get out now." He then pulls the paralyzed Yugahama Yui up from the ground. The scenes from the anime are unfolding in reality, and Hikigaya Hachiman feels himself on the verge of losing his mind. However, there is no time to dwell on that. Survival is paramount. Despite having prior experience, Yukino's complexion still pales. Let us move further away. The battle involving Ryun will have far-reaching consequences. We must flee. On the playground, Eira is also cognizant of the gravity of the situation. This battle cannot be prolonged, nor can it remain on the ground. With this thought in mind, Eira delivers a silent punch to Anki Ryun's abdomen. The immense force propels him skyward. How is this possible? I could always sense that your energy was inferior to mine. You are certainly not Anki Ryun. Eira's intentions have turned lethal. He is all too familiar with the scent of blood emanating from the Anki before him. How many lives has this wretch claimed in recent days? Ha! An enraged roar erupts as Eira is enveloped in golden light. How is this possible? Anki Ryun clutches his head, incredulous that in his perception, Eira's energy now dwarfs his by several folds. Chapter 81. The resurrected two-star dragon Kentu, the old Supreme Kai, hesitates for a moment before tossing out a tile worth 80,000. I win. Kain exclaims as he lays out all his tiles in a flourish. Old Supreme Kai, hurry up with the chips. You've been playing around all day. You are over 1,000 years my junior. You show no respect for your elders, the old Supreme Kai grumbles, reluctantly pulling a finely crafted chip from the drawer of the mahjong table. He then leisurely remarks, speaking of which, your little employee is set to meet his demise today, and you heartlessly severed your connection with him. Isn't that a bit excessive? If he dies, I can just retrieve him from King Yama. After all, it isn't the first time I've done so. Kain snatches the chip from the old Supreme Kai's hand and continues, some things must come at a cost. This time, our assistance in helping him achieve Super Saiyan status has already significantly altered the timeline. And this is not even the original Super Saiyan. However, I believe that the current Shaoran will undoubtedly become a competent time patroller, though his direction is rather peculiar. What is so peculiar about it? The old Supreme Kai shoots Kai in a glare. Is it strange to fall for a girl you liked before losing your memory? A Scion who understands love generates positive energy if it comes to that. Let him come work for me. There are hardly any Scions left in Universe 7. Dream on. Are you trying to make Sharon work for you? You want him to bring you some inappropriate literature from Earth. Don't you? How shameless. You are never to approach Sharon again. After spending hours talking with him, you've led him astray. If you don't want it, then don't. Let us just play mahjong. The golden light gradually dissipates. Era, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, slowly appears before Anki Ryun. Before Anki Ryun, the silhouette of a Super Saiyan materializes. Golden hair, blue eyes, and arcs of lightning flickering around him. Era clenches his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. After 2 years of training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, followed by another awakening of potential by the old Supreme Kai, he finally mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Though he may not compare to Vegeta from the Buu Saga, nor even to Gohan when he first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he is more than capable of handling the current situation. No, the battle must be concluded swiftly. The bloodlust that accompanies this transformation is overwhelming. Era murmurs to himself, then fixes his gaze on the terrified Anki Ryun. So even the evil dragon can experience fear? Era unconsciously reveals a cruel smile. Tear him apart, tear him apart, tear him apart. Era abruptly shakes his head, dispelling the thought of tearing him apart from his mind. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? No matter how strong humans become, they are merely my sustenance. Anki Ryun's initial panic gradually subsides, and a thick, ominous smoke begins to emerge from behind him. Poison? Era is well aware of the 2-star dragon's abilities and is certainly not foolish enough to charge him recklessly. Eren raised a hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that erupted from his palm. As it traversed through the green mist, a portion of this energy was absorbed. However, what remained struck firmly against the body of Aki Ryo. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Aki Ryo plummeted from the sky. Though his body was engulfed in the scent of charred flesh, he did not succumb immediately. Eren extended a finger, aiming it at Aki Ryo's visage. Now shrouded in green, and energy began to coalesce slowly. It was time to deliver the final blow, for this body belonged to Aki Ryo. There was no need to prolong his suffering. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Aki Ryo's figure abruptly vanished from Eren's sight. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yukino, who was nearly at the school's entrance, found herself once again frozen in place, along with the others. Encased in ice, yet this time, the freezing effect proved less effective. The individuals merely felt numb. Near Yukino, Sanqing Long gasped heavily. Damn Saiyan. Damn monkey. I was so close to being purified, but alas, Sanqing Long turned his gaze towards Yukino. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Humans are truly easy to instill with fear. Negative energy flows endlessly. Wouldn't you agree, my host? Yukino struggled to turn her head, disregarding him entirely. What kind of monster is this? Unlily stammered, terror-stricken. Kato Megumi and, although privy to some insider knowledge, were still pale-faced at the sight of the malevolent dragon. As for Uebahama Yui and Hikigaya Hachiman, their reactions were even more pronounced. Observing Yukino Shida, Yukino's indifference. Sanqing Long, unfazed, continued. While your fear is delectable, there's something else that suits my appetite even more. As Sanqing Long's words echoed, a dim dragon ball emerged from his being, shooting forth a pale blue beam towards the direction where Aki Ryo had fallen. With the resonance of the 2 dragon balls, Aki Ryo was instantaneously transported to the forefront of Sanqing Long, grasping Aki Ryo by the throat. Sanqing Long wore a mocking expression. Oh, isn't this the 2-star dragon? Did you not always proclaim yourself the mightiest among evil dragons? How is it that you now find yourself in this state? Ryo, Unlily exclaimed in astonishment. However, Aki Ryo paid her no heed, instead pleading with Sanqing Long. Do not consume me. Let us join forces to eliminate that human. Otherwise, you shall also meet your demise. Your strength has returned swiftly. You must have feasted on many humans. Yet such power is wasted in your hands. Fear not. You shall reside within me and relish the humans' wails together. Sanqing Long plunged a hand into Aki Ryo's chest, stirring within before extracting a Dragon Ball. Ryo? Unlily was left utterly bewildered. What were they speaking of? What did it mean to devour humans? What did it mean to slay that person together? She couldn't comprehend. Damn Sanqing Long. You too shall be slain by that human. Aki Ryo managed to utter those words before his form shattered like glass, ultimately disintegrating into dust to die. Yet so much chatter. However, by consuming you, I shall be fully resurrected. Sanqing Long tilted his head back, swallowing the two-star dragon. With a gulp, Sanqing Long's throat convulsed, unleashing a wave of terrifying power from his being. Ha! This sensation, the feeling of complete revival, is simply exquisite. Now, Sanqing Long turned his gaze towards the sky. There, Yukino Shirikino and the others lay sprawled on the ground, and Aaron had completely lost his composure. His blue pupils gradually faded, ultimately turning white. Each hair on his golden tail bristled with intensity. Sanqing Long, I shall undoubtedly slay you. Chapter 82. The day before Golden Week, TBU High School was obliterated. Gazing at Aaron hurtling towards him, Sanqing Long chuckled ominously. Heh, Saiyan monkey, I warned you that I would slay you. With that, he unfurled the wings on his back, and in the next instant he stood before Aaron so fast. Aaron's heart sank. Before he could react, a heavy punch that seemed to materialize as a mere afterimage struck him violently in the abdomen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sanqing Long, grinning maliciously, seized Aaron by the head, lifting him off the ground. How does it feel, Saiyan monkey? Do you have any last word before your demise? Last words to you, you bastard. With a kick, Aaron flipped and struck Sanqing Long's face, swiftly creating distance between them. Immediately, a sphere of energy shot forth from his palm, crashing into Sanqing Long's head. Yet this blow merely caused Sanqing Long's body to sway slightly. Gazing at Sanqing Long, who emerged unscathed from the explosion, Aaron frowned deeply. It seemed that Kane was right. The peak Sanqing Long far surpassed Super Saiyan 3 in strength. This implied that Sanqing Long was at least 4 times stronger than Aaron at present. Aaron was acutely aware that his so-called Super Saiyan 2 form was merely a primitive version. What to do in this situation? Aaron found himself momentarily indecisive. Sanqing Long twisted his neck, revealing a disdainful smile. Futile resistance. With that, Sanqing Long charged at Aaron with great ferocity. Although his mind was fully engaged, his body struggled to respond. The enlarging fist rapidly approached. Pain then surged through his brain, but a severe ache struck his abdomen once more. And accompanied by a thunderous crash, Aaron plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the school building. With a terrifying roar, several of TBU High's classrooms collapsed entirely. Beastman Kun, Aaron Kun, Hentai Aaron, Aaronson, Yukino Shida Yukino, and the others gasped in unison. In the next moment, Aaron sprang up from the rubble, gasping for breath. Damn, this wretched school is finally gone. I never imagined that a single battle would fulfill my lifelong dream. Viscous blood streamed from his nostrils. His nasal bone fractured, piercing through the skin. Aaron inhaled deeply, feeling as though his lungs had been crushed. With insufficient oxygen, his vision began to blur. The disparity in strength was simply overwhelming. Transforming into a great ape? Aaron instinctively recalled his old strategy. No, that won't do. The great ape transformation merely amplifies base combat power by tenfold. His training was insufficient, and transforming into a golden great ape or Super Saiyan 4 was nothing more than a pipe dream. Sanqing Long hovered in the air, exuding an air of nonchalance. Heh, does it hurt, Saiyan monkey? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Given the vast difference in power, he found no need to indulge in a cat-and-mouse game with this monkey. Aaron, irritated, spat out the blood in his mouth. Damn, to suffer twice at the hands of the same person. Noticing Aaron's silence, Sanqing Long felt even more triumphant. So close. If it weren't for the appearance of the 2-star dragon today, I would have been purified. Daily, he had to endure the positive energy emanating from Aaron, driving Sanqing Long to the brink of madness. However, at this moment, he cast a silent glance at Aaron, his expression resembling that of one observing a mere insect, ready to be crushed at any moment. Never mind, I have grown weary of this. A monkey that does not even know how to plead for mercy is hardly intriguing. Perhaps it is better for you to descend into hell. Once I have dispatched you, I shall take my time in tormenting the humans of this world. That would surely be far more entertaining. Raising his right hand towards Aaron, a blue energy orb materialized within it. Aaron's pupils constricted, the sensation of impending death magnifying relentlessly. Boom! As the energy orb descended, an explosion illuminated the sky. As the smoke cleared, both Aaron and the towering educational building of SBU High vanished from their original location, leaving only a deep crater several meters wide. Witnessing this scene, Yukino nearly fainted. Others, too, were similarly affected. Kasumiga Kakashia even bit her lower lip until it bled. Ha! That wretched monkey is finally dead. Now this world belongs to me. Sanqing Long, clutching his forehead, erupted into laughter. Suddenly, he noticed the expressions of hatred emanating from Yukino and the others through his fingers. Fear not. I shall ensure that you reunite with me in hell. What a thrilling performance this has been. With that, Sanqing Long gathered another orb of energy in his hand. That moment, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yui Yugahama finally embraced each other, desperately closing their eyes in despair. Yet Yukino and a few members of the game club did not falter. Though their faces remained pale from fear, they steadfastly directed their venomous glares at Sanqing Long suddenly. Aaron's figure reappeared behind Sanqing Long, his previous injuries having vanished entirely, in an instant. He secured both of Sanqing Long's arms, struggling fiercely. Sanqing Long shouted, "How is it possible that you are not dead? And how have your injuries healed?" Aaron remained silent. He knew he had to summon all his strength to temporarily restrain Sanqing Long. Fortunately, he had learned the art of instantaneous movement from Cain and had brought back a few senzu beans. Otherwise, he would have truly been reduced to ashes. Of course, the outcome that lay ahead would hardly be any better. Aaron cast his gaze upon the individuals lying on the ground, uttering two words that were softly spoken yet conveyed a profound meaning. "I am sorry." Upon finishing, the energy within Aaron surged, enveloping the two individuals in a massive sphere of light. "Are you going to self-destruct?" Sanqing Long struggled even more fiercely. "Fortunately, you are not Majin Bu. Otherwise, I might have truly hesitated to use this technique." Aaron's tone was calm. This was not the first time he faced death, and he had nearly become experienced in the matter. With a sigh, Aaron silently implored, "Third-rate deity, remember to retrieve me from the king of hell. Otherwise, if I am truly reincarnated, it will be too late." It was uncertain whether that third-rate deity could hear him. After completing all of this, Aaron exerted all his strength, propelling himself and Sanqing Long towards the higher reaches of the sky, and then unleashed all of his power in one breath. "That damned monkey!" In a pitiful wail, Sanqing Long gradually evaporated, leaving behind two pristine Dragon Balls that slowly descended from the heavens. As for Aaron, he had completely transformed into a white stone. The moment he touched the ground, he shattered into countless fragments. Aaron, Yukino could no longer hold on. After calling out Aaron's name, she completely lost consciousness. Kasumiga Kakashia and Kata Megumi crawled desperately towards the shards of Aaron. Lily was entirely in shock. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, yet her expression remained vacant. At the same time, a young boy with pink hair and green-framed glasses was hovering in mid-air. These aliens truly do know how to create trouble for others. Altering the memories of so many humans is exhausting, even for me. He then redirected his gaze towards Yukino and the others. Never mind, there's no need to tamper with their memories. They likely do not wish to forget that alien named Aaron. For that school. Forget it. It doesn't matter. After all, the altered memories would just be a gas explosion. I should head home and rest. I've had quite enough of being tormented by Rentaro and the others today. Chapter 83. Aaron's journey through hell. At this moment, the ruler of hell, King Enma, was swiftly perusing the documents before him. After a brief pause, he turned his attention to a white soul at the other end of the desk and spoke. You have not committed many heinous acts in your lifetime, but your excessive indulgence in self-pleasure has led to a transgression of lewdness. You shall remain in the pillar of embrace hell for 2 years before your reincarnation." The white soul appeared somewhat reluctant. "Lord Enma, I have not done anything wrong. Why must I be subjected to this punishment?" "Impudent! I have conducted a rigorous judgment upon you in accordance with the laws of hell, that if you continue to resist, your sentence shall be extended by 3 years. With that, King Enma waved his hand, and a small demon dressed in formal attire escorted the white soul away. Continue. The sudden influx of vengeful spirits on earth has made my work increasingly burdensome. Just then, a small demon clad in formal wear, his face flushed, appeared before King Enma. He raised his head and exclaimed, Lord Enma, I've already sent that Saiyan to hell. He is currently in the sea of blood. Is that so? That individual was specifically designated for special attention. We must ensure he fully experiences the services of our hell. You understand? Yes, Lord Enma, that on either side of the winding snake path was an endless expanse of yellow clouds. Beneath the clouds lay hell itself. In the bubbling sea of blood, only Aaron's head remained above the surface, a halo hovering above him. The temperature in the sea of blood is quite pleasant. This is far more comfortable than taking a warm bath on earth. Indeed, Lord Aaron, this is our hell's most renowned therapeutic hot spring. In the past, after his training, Lord Enma would often choose to soak here. Upon hearing Aaron's remark, a small demon quickly presented a wooden basin filled with a stack of eggs. Neatly arranged, these are freshly boiled eggs from the sea of blood, sourced from our hell's famous hellish roosters. Each hellish rooster undergoes over 2 years of nurturing to lay just a few eggs. Would you care to try? Aaron skillfully cracked an egg and tossed it into his mouth, exclaiming, This egg is delightful, that I'm glad you enjoy it. The small demon wiped the sweat from his brow. After all, being beside the scalding sea of blood was unbearably hot. This morning, he had received orders from King Enma to ensure that this Saiyan was treated exceptionally well. Failure to do so would result in immediate dismissal. Although he did not understand the significance of a Saiyan like Aaron, the boss's orders were absolute and must be followed at the trials of a worker. Moments later, Aaron leaped out of the water, shaking off his body. If I stay any longer, I shall faint. What other activities do we have planned? We do. The small demon produced an unopened knife from behind. After the sea of blood, the next activity is the blade hell, where this knife will be continuously scraped against your skin until extensive red spots appear. This is a mandatory experience following the sea of blood, and it is quite brutal. Aaron stroked his chin, contemplated for a moment, then lay down at the water's edge. Very well, let us begin. Yes, we also have the gluttony hell prepared for you, along with an 18-layer hell tour. Oh, that force is still too light. Apply more pressure. Understood. The little spirit wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and this time he exerted even greater strength. Subsequently, Ailan continued to experience a variety of tortures in hell. For instance, in the fiery hell, alcohol was smeared on his back and then set ablaze. Immediately after, a robust and fearsome demon began to relentlessly pound on Ailan's back with its enormous hands. The heat was excruciating. Ailan's groans even left the female spirits in hell blushing with embarrassment. Another instance was in the gluttonous hell, where hundreds of small demons with green faces and sharp fangs incessantly presented roasted meats before Ailan, compelling him to consume them all. The mountain-high pile of meat seemed intended to suffocate this Saiyan. Truly, it was a hell of horrors, far too dreadful. In hell, there was neither day nor night. Ailan had lost track of how long he had been there. Nevertheless, he had managed to experience all the attractions of hell. He even took the opportunity to visit a garden filled with dolls. In a little over 20 years, his former boss, Frisia, would be hanged in this very place, enjoying opera daily. After all this, Ailan lay on a patch of grass, a sprig of foxtail grass clenched between his teeth. How dreadfully boring. Has that third-rate deity's mahjong concluded yet? Why has no one come to fetch me? No sooner had Ailan finished speaking than Cain appeared before him. Little Ran. I am here. Why do you always appear the moment I mention you? You don't truly have some sort of voyeuristic tendency, do you? Ailan regarded Cain with a wary expression. How can you so baselessly tarnish someone's reputation? Is it voyeurism for a boss to monitor an employee's work status? Otherwise, how would I know your progress? Wait. Ailan keenly sensed something amiss in Cain's words. Monitoring at all times? What does this monitoring entail? You wouldn't be peeking while I bathe, would you? Kane feigned innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. That would not be the case. I've merely seen you soaring through the sky with a girl in your arms, and being pinned to the ground by another, not to mention forced hand-holding. With each statement from Kane, the blush on AI Rand's face deepened. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. Stop, stop, stop. You third-rate deity. You are not to surveil me any longer. Otherwise, I will quit this job and stay in hell, which would be just fine. Had I not greeted King Yin, you would have been nothing but a soul, tossed into the soul purification device to have all memories and sins erased before being reincarnated. But then, what about your little girlfriend? Kane adopted a cute demeanor, though it was evident AI Rand was not swayed by her charm. Hurry up and send me back to Earth. I died once for this job and now you spy on me. What kind of heartless enterprise is this? Well, it's not like it's your first time dying. They say practice makes perfect, and besides, it's your third time already. As Kane spoke, she conjured a wand and lightly tapped it on AI Rand's forehead. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted from AI Rand's body. When the radiance faded, the halo above his head vanished as well. All right, little Ran, you have been revived. You did splendidly this time, purifying 2 Dragon Balls so swiftly. You must continue to work hard. With that, Kane vanished from AI Rand's sight, hurrying back to her mahjong game. Wait, aren't you going to send me back to Earth directly? Even if you have mastered instantaneous movement, you still need to tell me which direction Earth is in. Yet the only response to AI Rand was an eerie silence. Chapter 84. Just how brave is Lily? Once more, dusk fell upon the day. Rand's home was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the incessant chopping sounds emanating from the kitchen. Yukino Shida Yukino and Kasumgakaka Shua sat vacantly on the living room sofa, maintaining this posture throughout the day. Lily had secluded herself in AI Rand's bedroom since the previous night, and when Kato Megumi called her for lunch, no response was forthcoming. The atmosphere within the apartment was stifling, almost suffocating. After a while, Kasumgakaka Shua's hoarse voice broke the silence. Did you really say AI Rand might return? She gazed silently at Yukino Shida Yukino, whose eyes reflected an abyss of despair. Yukino Shida Yukino hesitated, then replied, I am not entirely certain. She longed to provide both herself and Kasumgakaka Shua with a definitive answer, yet reason led her to believe it was unlikely. Despite the extraordinary powers of the human ape lord, he had turned to ashes before her eyes. The notion of resurrection seemed far too fantastical. Their only hope rested on AI Rand's divine boss bringing a glimmer of miracle. However, at that moment, Kasumgakaka Shua's emotions spiraled out of control. Did you not say AI Rancoin might return? Why are you uncertain now? I am truly uncertain. Yukino Shida Yukino erupted, but I absolutely refuse to believe that the human ape lord has perished so easily. Her outburst faltered, and she continued in a fractured tone. I believe, human ape lord, must still have a chance. Lowering her voice, Yukino Shida Yukino realized she should not vent her frustrations on Kasumgakaka Shua. This was decidedly wrong, and certainly not what the human ape lord would desire from her. Kasumgakaka Shua appeared utterly drained, reclining on the sofa, her face resting in the very spot where AI Rand had lain the previous week. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi paused momentarily in her chopping, biting her lip before resuming her work, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Inside AI Rand's bedroom, Lily awakened once more from her dreams. The lingering scent of AI Rand still clung to the covers. She tightened her grasp on AI Rand's school uniform, glanced up at the ceiling, and then shut her eyes again. This must all be a dream. Once I awaken, hentai AI Rand will return, right? She buried her head deeper into the covers, her body curling up gradually. That moment, AI Rand's figure abruptly appeared on the ceiling of the bedroom. Before he could react, he had already free-fallen onto the bed. Glancing around the familiar room, AI Rand couldn't help but begin to complain. Damn, that third-rate deity actually made me return on my own. I circled the universe for ages before finding Earth. I nearly died again. It was perilous. That planet almost collided with a comet and was on the brink of exploding, just as it was about to blow up. I barely sensed the remnants of my presence on Earth and managed to teleport back just in time. Still shaken, AI Rand patted his chest, only to suddenly find two smooth arms wrapped around his neck. Ing Lily, what are you doing in my room? Though she was invisible, AI Ran could still sense her presence. Hentai AI Ran, you really have returned? Ing Lily's voice brimmed with excitement, her grip tightening around him. Yes, I'm back. Could you please let go of me? Why are you in my room at this hour? Has all that manga finally warped your mind? Having just escaped death, AI Ran was still reeling, and now being embraced by Ing Lily was a bit overwhelming for him. Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Ing Lily fell silent. Oh, it was true. She was merely dreaming, wasn't she? After all, Hentai AI Ran would never address her in such a tone. Yet, this dream felt so incredibly vivid. His warmth, his voice, his scent. Ing Lily slowly leaned her head closer. Yes, since it is merely a dream, there's no need to dwell on such matters in the next moment. She pressed her lips against AI Ran's nose. Well, due to the absence of light, Ing Lily was entirely reliant on sound to ascertain AI Ran's position. Her first attempt was a failure. However, AI Ran was left dumbfounded. What are you doing? Ing Lily, cut the nonsense. Do you really think you can resist in my dream? Just a mere hentai AI Ran. Ing Lily removed her arms from around AI Ran's neck and then straddled him, cupping his face with both hands. Another kiss followed, this time hitting the mark with precision. The warm sensation on his lips left AI Ran slightly bewildered. They were so close, and Ing Lily's heavy breathing continuously reached his ears. Wait, Ing Lily. AI Ran turned his face away, but Ing Lily immediately pursued him. Wait for what? In my dream, everything must obey me. Just hold on. Don't. Why are you sticking out your tongue? AI Ran was utterly overwhelmed. Are all women on Earth this assertive? First it was Kasumigakaka Shiwa, and now it was Sawamura Irie. Gradually, Ing Lily also seemed to sense something amiss. This dream is far too realistic. She quickly scrambled up and pinched her thigh hard. The next moment, Hentai AI Ran. You actually. Seizing the opportunity, AI Ran jumped off the bed, choosing to ignore Ing Lily's accusations. I'm heading out. It seems Yukino and the others are outside. That Ing Lily, there's a difference between drawing and reality. Ing Lily abruptly yanked the blanket toward herself and shouted, You get out. All right. AI Ran promptly opened the bedroom door. I could see that moment. Yukino and the other two girls, alerted by the commotion, were already standing at the doorway. AI Ran forced a sheepish smile. Hey, I'm back. Yukino leaped into AI Ran's embrace, exclaiming with excitement. Noticing that there was no space left in AI Ran's arms, Kasumigakaka Shiwa firmly grasped the hem of his shirt. Kata Megumi smiled gently. Welcome back. AI Rankin. Sorry to make you worry. I'm back. AI Ran sighed softly, realizing that he indeed preferred this world. S's emotions gradually settled. Yukino shifted out of AI Ran's embrace. In front of Kasumigakaka Shiwa and Kata Megumi, her bashfulness was almost unbearable to that moment. Kata Megumi tilted her head, looking at AI Ran with a puzzled expression. AI Rancoin, we just heard Ing Lily scream. What on earth happened? Well, I just teleported into the room and startled Ing Lily, which is why she screamed. Yes, that is exactly what happened. AI Ran turned his head away, feeling guilty. Kasumigakaka Shiwa crossed her arms. Her gaze fixed intently on AI Ran. Is that so? Chapter 85. The Longest Night. Ing Lily's transformation outside the bedroom. The voices of AI Ran and Yukino gradually faded away. Ing Lily slowly peeked out from under the blanket. Tears streamed down her face. It's truly wonderful. Just as Yukino Shisan said, Hentai AI Ran really has tea.